Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3703 to Chapter 3754. Xianxia nodded. To be honest, when he heard Zhao Hai say that he was going to teach the movement techniques to everyone, he was very surprised. Even if Xianxia had just started cultivating, he still understood how powerful Zhao Hai's movement techniques were. One person facing 5 river-breaking experts and not falling into a disadvantageous position. Such a movement technique was definitely worthy of being called a lost technique. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and smiled faintly. Xiaoliang, I know what you're thinking. Master taught them the lost techniques. If one day they learn them and then don't listen to Master, then it would be troublesome. Don't you think so? Xiaoliang nodded and said, Yes, Master, there are too many people. Although Xiaoliang only said a few words, Zhao Hai understood what he meant. Xiaoliang was saying that Zhao Hai had taught too many people. With so many people, who can guarantee their character? If people were to pass on the techniques that Zhao Hai taught them to others, then the lost techniques would no longer be lost techniques. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't a good thing. Although Xiaoliang was young, he had experienced too many things when he was a beggar. Even if he couldn't see or speak, he could still hear. Because of this, he had seen too many dark things. It was precisely because he had seen too many dark things that he was more wary of people. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Xiaoliang, you have 10,000 gold coins, but if someone needs your help, as long as you take out 1 gold coin, you can help them. Would you still care about 1 gold coin? Xiaoliang shook his head, then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. Of course, he understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was clearly telling him that movement techniques were nothing to him. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoliang and smiled faintly. Master said that all of my movement techniques come from formations. But even if they learn a formation technique, it would be impossible for them to use it as a foundation to deduce other formations. Moreover, they don't have that much time to deduce these techniques. If they spend a lot of time to deduce these techniques, then it would be equivalent to putting the cart before the horse. If their cultivation is affected, then their gains wouldn't make up for their losses. Even if Old Wen and the others wanted to deduce other techniques based on one movement technique, it would be impossible for them to do so. This is because they are very clear that for them, movement techniques aren't the most important thing, energy is. The more energy they have in their body, the more certainty they would have when facing an enemy. The stronger their movement technique, the more energy they would need to consume. Even if you have the world's #1 movement technique, if you don't have enough energy to operate it, then it would be useless. Do you understand? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Yes, Master, I have already told you that all of my movement techniques come from formations. But even if you have the world's #1 movement technique, if you don't have enough energy to operate it, then it would be useless. Do you understand? Do you understand? Xiaoliang nodded. He understood what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Yes, Master, I understand. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, Little Liang, your master's disciple. Master will teach you everything he knows, including movement techniques. But before that, you need to lay down your foundation. Master will spend 2 hours every night to teach you formations. As long as you learn how to use formations, then you can learn Master's movement techniques. Naturally, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, Little Liang, your master's disciple. Do you understand? Xiaoliang nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoliang and smiled, All right, take a rest. Master will be busy these days. Xiaoliang nodded, then he turned to the side. However, he didn't go to sleep. Instead, he picked up a book and started reading. Xiaoliang was reading a book. It wasn't a secret book, it was just an ordinary book. This was because Xiaoliang didn't learn how to read when he was a child. Even if he knew a few words at that time, he had already forgotten them after so many years. Recently, Zhao Hai wanted Xiaoliang to learn how to read. Naturally, Xiaoliang didn't need to be taught by Zhao Hai himself. There were a lot of people in the base, anyone could teach Xiaoliang. Moreover, Xiaoliang was very smart. Because of this, Xiaoliang was able to recognize a lot of words. Every day, when he was resting, he would read and write in order to increase his memory. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with Xiaoyang's performance. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he began to forget about his own matters. He had a lot of things to do right now. Zhao Hai began to make an album. At the same time, he was also preparing to refine pills. In the process of cultivation, medicinal pills were indispensable. The reason why Zhao rarely ate medicinal pills was because he didn't need them. The space was such a big cheat. If he ate medicinal pills, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? However, just because he didn't need pills didn't mean that others didn't need them. For example, Wen Hai and the others. Although they were now at the river-breaking realm, they were still too weak in the eyes of Zhao Hai. They still needed a lot of pills. At this point, the people in the base knew that Zhao Hai was very knowledgeable about magic formations. Therefore, there was no need for Zhao Hai to hide it. He directly modified the blood jade furnace and added a few magic formations to it. This way, they could use the blood jade furnace to refine higher-grade pills. Zhao Hai had a lot of herbs. Some of them were quite old, so Zhao Hai decided to keep them. This was because there was no need to use good herbs to refine ordinary pills. Zhao Hai already knew that these herbs would be very useful one day. Therefore, he decided to keep them. This time, Zhao Hai was preparing to refine higher-grade pills. Naturally, he would use some good herbs. Even if he used good herbs, he wouldn't use a lot. This was because in Zhao Hai's opinion, the pills he was going to refine this time weren't very good. Besides refining pills, there were also books to be made. Zhao Hai made a book for Wen Hai and the others. The books were all about the movement techniques of the transmission formation. This was enough for Wen Hai and the others to study for a long time. As for the base, Zhao Hai found a lot of stone slabs. Then he carved an ordinary magic formation on one of the slabs. This way, everyone would be able to study the contents of the stone slabs. However, making these things wasn't easy. This was because Zhao Hai was the only one who knew how to make these things. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only do it himself. This made Zhao Hai very busy. He was busy for almost a month before everything was done. During this month, the injured people were all healed. Xianxia also began to study magic formations. The pills were also refined, the slabs were also engraved, and the books were also made. Naturally, these weren't the most important things. The most important thing was that the newcomers were already fully trained. They were now ready to go to the new base. Today was the day that the newcomers were about to set out. Naturally, Zhao Hai would follow them. Because of this, he arrived at the square outside the base early in the morning. Before long, Wen Hai and the others also arrived. Then the newcomers arrived as well. Each of them had a stone slab placed beside them. This stone slab was 2 meters square and was about half a meter thick. It can be said that if one's cultivation wasn't high enough, then they wouldn't be able to move it. The newcomers stood in formation as they looked at Zhao Hai. They now knew that Zhao Hai was the city lord of the Lost Soul City. This made them even more grateful to Zhao Hai. One must know that in the Lost Soul City, Zhao Hai was like a god. This was because it was Zhao Hai who gave them their current life. Zhao Hai looked at the newcomers and said, "Everyone, you chose to stay. This means that you understand the dangers of this place. Today, you will become a group of pioneers and establish a new base. The success of this base will depend on you. You might encounter all kinds of dangers, but I hope that you can persevere. This isn't only for yourselves, but also for the future of the Lost Soul City. Now, let's go." As soon as Zhao Hai gave the order, Zhao Hai, Wen Hai, and the others all activated their teleportation devices. As for the newcomers, they all did the same, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the base. In the next instant, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in a forest. However, it was still relatively flat. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others appeared, they immediately started to organize people to cut down all the trees. At the same time, they also had to destroy the roots of the plants in the soil. This was to prevent the plants from growing too wildly in the future when it rained. Although none of them had reached the spatial dance stage, they were all at the consolidating equipment stage, and it was easy for them to do such work. Furthermore, Zhao Hai had already thought of doing such a thing, and they had prepared many tools. Furthermore, Zhao Hai, Wen Hai and the others did not slack off either, helping the newcomers with the work. In half a day, they had cleared out a large piece of land, which was to be used for the construction of the base. After that, they laid down the stone slabs on the ground, and a huge square appeared. By this time, a day had passed, and Zhao Hai and the others did not return. Instead, they ate some rations, took some beast skins and slept on the stone slabs for the entire night. When the newcomers saw that Zhao Hai and the others were actually doing the same as them, eating rations and sleeping on the stone slabs, they were all extremely touched. Some even knelt down and begged Zhao Hai to return to the base to rest. After all, Zhao Hai was the city lord of the Lost Soul City. However, Zhao Hai did not agree. After resting for a night, Zhao Hai and the others began to build the wooden houses. The wood was ready-made, and although it was still a little damp, they could not care so much now. Everyone was divided into several groups, and the wooden houses were built one by one. Zhao Hai, Wen Hai, and the others stayed here for 3 days until all the wooden houses were built. Only then did they return to the base. When they arrived at the base, Wen Hai immediately began to arrange for people to send things to the Brown Bear base. Food, necessities, and at the same time, some logistics personnel were sent out. Those people were to cook for them and take care of their daily lives. At this time, the new base could be considered to be officially built. After the new base was built, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the base. Tang Ming was now in charge of the new base. This was something that they had already discussed. After returning to the base, Zhao Hai focused his attention on Xianxia. At the same time, he also paid attention to the Lost Soul City-state. When Zhao Hai returned to the Lost Soul City-state, Feng Lihua told him that she wanted the other city-states to join the Lost Soul City-state. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't oppose this. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that after so long, there was still no movement from the Lost Soul City-state. This made him very surprised. However, Zhao Hai didn't rush Feng Lihua. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about Feng Lihua's work. He knew that Feng Lihua had a sense of propriety. Him casually interfering wasn't necessarily a good thing. At this time, the people in the base were working hard to learn movement techniques. Zhao Hai didn't oppose this. However, they didn't stop training every day. Zhao Hai was afraid that they would use all of their energy to learn movement techniques. That wouldn't be good for their cultivation. However, it wasn't as if they didn't have any gains. The last time they went to attack the Spirit Snake Valley, although it was very dangerous, no one died. And those who were selected by Wen Hai and the others, after that battle, their strength had improved greatly. As long as they accumulated for a while, they would have the ability to break through to the river break level. For them, this was definitely good news. On this day, while Zhao Hai was writing in his golden book, a person suddenly came to Zhao Hai's room and said, "City Lord, there's an urgent letter from the Lost Soul City-state." Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "Send it in." The person nodded and then entered Zhao Hai's room. Then he handed a letter to Zhao Hai. On the letter, the word urgent was written. Zhao Hai opened the letter. When he saw the contents, he couldn't help but frown. This letter was sent by Feng Lihua to Zhao Hai. The letter only mentioned one thing, and that was the matter of the Puha City-state. The letter said that the Sacred Court had investigated many parties and finally concluded that the people who attacked Tang Fei's group were from the Puha City-state. Moreover, the Sacred Court had decided to sanction the Puha City-state and would even attack it directly. This statement from the Sacred Court caused the undercurrents of the entire spirit weapon world to surge. Not to mention whether the evidence provided by the Sacred Court was real or fake. Even if it was, the other city-states in the spirit weapon world wouldn't be happy if the Sacred Court wanted to deal with the Puha City-state. The spirit weapon world wasn't the same as before, where the Sacred Court could punish and attack whoever they wanted. Now that the Anti-Sacred Court Alliance had been formed, and the Puha City-state was a member of this alliance. In this case, the Sacred Court wanted to punish the Puha City-state. This caused the other city-states in the Anti-Sacred Court Alliance to form an alliance to resist the Sacred Court. However, if these city-states did this, then it would mean that they had officially fallen out with the Sacred Court. What would happen next was hard to say. Although on the surface, the Anti-Sacred Court Alliance was composed of several city-states, and they were powerful and influential, they were still an alliance. It was hard to say if they could work together to deal with the Sacred Court. However, the situation in the Sacred Academy was different. In the Sacred Academy, only the Sacred Academy had the final say. It could be said that whatever the dean said, the Sacred Academy had to do. The Sacred Academy was very united. Under such circumstances, the Sacred Academy had the advantage in terms of people. If both sides really fell out, it would definitely not be a good thing for the spiritual weapon world. However, Zhao Hai thought that this was an opportunity. If the Sacred Court and the Anti-Sacred Court alliance really fought, then the spirit weapon world would be in chaos. At this time, the Lost Soul City could use this opportunity to expand its territory. At that time, the attention of the entire spirit weapon world would be attracted by the Sacred Court and the Anti-Sacred Court alliance. No one would pay attention to the Lost Soul City. However, the Lost Soul City was also an important member of the Anti-Sacred Court alliance. If the Sacred Court and the Anti-Sacred Court alliance really fought, then the Lost Soul City wouldn't be able to stay out of it. At that time, it would be very troublesome. Zhao Hai frowned as he read Feng Lihua's letter. Although the conflict between the Sacred Court and the Anti-Sacred Court alliance hadn't started yet, Zhao Hai was very clear that the conflict would definitely happen. And this time, the conflict would certainly change the situation of the entire spirit weapon world. Because the Sacred Court had officially announced that they would sanction the Puha city, then they wouldn't give up. This was related to the dignity of the sacred continent. A fight was certainly going to happen, but the problem was what role the Lost Soul City would play in this conflict. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Sacred Court would be defeated in this conflict. On the contrary, Zhao Hai believed that the Anti-Sacred Court alliance would suffer losses in this conflict. The Sacred Court had been operating in the spirit weapon world for so many years. Although some of their recent decisions were wrong, their strength still couldn't be underestimated. Most importantly, there were a lot of families that supported the Sacred Court. Although these families were very honest now, and some of them were even suppressed by the city-states, these families were still there. If these city-states really had a conflict with the Sacred Court, then it was hard to say what role these families would play in this conflict. Moreover, after so many years, Zhao Hai didn't believe that the Holy Academy didn't have any spies in the city-states. Maybe the Holy Academy already knew about the Anti-Holy Academy alliance. If this was the case, then the Anti-Holy Academy alliance would suffer a big loss this time. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the Holy Academy didn't have any spies in the city-states. Zhao Hai thought about it for a moment before he finally said, "Someone, go and invite Wen Hai and the others over." Someone outside the door immediately responded and turned around to invite them. Not long after, Wen Hai and the other 3 Broken River level experts arrived. Other than the 4 of them, the team leaders of the various small teams in the base had also arrived. After Zhao Hai asked everyone to sit down, he looked at them and said, "Everyone, I just received news from the Lost Soul City. Recently, the Sacred Court might use force against the Puha city." This was because they believed that the death of a team from the Sacred Court was caused by the Puha city. However, the Puha city is also a member of the Anti-Sacred Court alliance. Therefore, this time it might turn into a war between the Sacred and the Anti-Sacred Court alliance. What do you all think? As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then all of them looked at Qin Feng. Everyone knew that Qin Feng's family was in the Puha city. Now that the city was about to turn into a battlefield, the first thing they thought of was to see Qin Feng's reaction. Qin Feng looked at Qin Feng and said, "Why are you looking at me?" Qin Feng looked at everyone and said, "Why are you all looking at me? In any case, I'm not worried about my family. I'm already a dead person in the secret realm. The secret realm will protect my family for 10 years. Moreover, even if they don't protect my family, I've already left a transmission formation for them. They can leave at any time. What do I have to worry about? Don't look at me, let's think about what boss said." Everyone nodded, then they turned their heads to think about Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "No matter what the reason is, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance will certainly take care of it. If they don't, then the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance will immediately disband. As far as I know, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance already has dozens of members, and their strength isn't bad. But what I'm worried about is whether there are people from the Sacred Academy in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. If there are, then the Sacred Academy would certainly know about the existence of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance as well as their actions. This time, the people who participated in this operation would be in danger. What role does our Lost Soul City have to play in this matter? What role do we play in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance? Everyone frowned. They could feel how tricky this matter was. It can be said that this matter wasn't easy to deal with. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then there were people from the Sacred Academy in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. Then all of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's actions would be monitored by the Sacred Academy Alliance. It would be strange if the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance didn't suffer a loss. But now that Zhao Hai thought about it, even if the people from the Lost Soul City suffered a loss, it wouldn't be a big loss. But the problem was that if Zhao Hai can think about it, then others can as well. Therefore, it was hard to say what the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's actions would be like this. Moreover, there was one more thing to pay attention to. After the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance failed, how would the other city-states react? This must be taken into consideration. There was no need for Zhao Hai to say anything. Wen Hai and the others also knew that the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance hadn't been established for a long time. Everyone had their own ulterior motives. If everything went smoothly, then everything would be fine. But if they suffered a big loss, then the people from the other city-states would immediately withdraw. If they did, then the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance would be done for. In Wen Hai and the others' opinion, this situation was very likely to happen. This was because the Sacred Academy had been the overlord of the spiritual weapon world for a long time. Their prestige was very high. Would the people from the other city-states still be afraid of the Sacred Academy? Once they were defeated, they would immediately think that the Sacred Academy was invincible. When the time comes, if they were to side with the Sacred Academy, then the trouble would be even bigger. Then the problem came. Just like what Zhao Hai said, with so many problems, what role would the Lost Soul City play in this matter? This was a question worth pondering. Wen Hai thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, what do you plan to do? Tell us about it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I think that this is an opportunity. Once the Sacred Academy and the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance start fighting, the attention of the entire spirit weapon world would be focused on them. At this time, if several city-states suddenly announce that they have joined the Lost Soul City-State, then it wouldn't attract too much attention. As for dealing with the Sacred Academy, I don't think we should rush it. But no matter what, we must protect Pooh River City-State, because this is the first battle between the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance and the Sacred Academy Alliance. No matter who wins or loses, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance must show their courage to fight. If they don't even dare to fight, then they wouldn't have the face to call themselves the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. As for what would happen if they lose, we don't care about that right now. There will always be people who will withdraw, but there will always be people who will stay. Those who withdraw might not necessarily join the Sacred Academy Alliance. On the contrary, those who aren't firm enough to leave might be a good thing for the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. Everyone nodded, they agreed with Zhao Hai's words. Now that the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance had taken shape, the Sacred Academy was also aware of its existence. At this time, even if the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance wanted to withdraw, the Sacred Academy's tyrannical style would surely make them pay for it. Everyone in the city-states understood this point. Therefore, the war between the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance and the Sacred Academy Alliance was a test. If the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance could persist, then they would be sincere in going against the Holy Continent. If they couldn't, then there was no need to keep them alive. Keeping them alive would only be a bad thing. When Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai replied, "As a member of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, the Lost Soul City will certainly make a move against the Sacred Academy. Not only will we make a move, we will also need to exert our strength. But at the same time, we will also need to expand. This way, the Lost Soul City will slowly become the leader of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. Everyone will think that the Lost Soul City is the leader. This way, when the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance withstands the Sacred Academy's attack, everyone will unconsciously think of the Lost Soul City as the leader. This will be very beneficial for the Lost Soul City's future development. The group nodded. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, do we need to participate in this matter?" Zhao Hai replied, "Participation is a must. Let's do it like this. Only river-breaking experts can participate in the base. Everyone else can't participate. Outside, all river-breaking experts must use a transformation formation to transform into another person. Your task is to guard the bewildering city and make sure that it doesn't get attacked. Everything else can be handled by the bewildering city." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's do it this way." When Wenhai nodded and said, "That's not a problem. But what about you, boss? Will you be involved in this matter?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course I'll participate in this matter. I'm the city lord of the Lost Soul City. I've been in seclusion for too long. It's time for me to come out and do some exercise." When Wenhai and the others stared, then they smiled. They already knew Zhao Hai's identity. Indeed, Zhao Hai was the city lord of the Lost Soul City. If he didn't show himself in this matter, then it wouldn't be justifiable. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "Boss, what about here? What about the base? If you go back to the Lost Soul City, then wouldn't the base be in trouble?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I have an idea. We'll leave some people here to look after the base. The others will go to the base in the Lost Soul Mountains and undergo closed-door training for a period of time. If the battle between the Anti-Sacred Academy and the Sacred Academy becomes too intense, then the Sacred Academy would make a move against the Lost Soul City state. If necessary, then the Lost Soul Mountains base would be more convenient than here. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, it's nothing much." When Wenhai shook his head and said, "No, boss, you're right. But I think that we should leave some people here. Just like you said, if the battle between the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance and the Sacred Academy becomes too fierce, then the Sacred Academy might transfer people from the secret realm. If that happens, Old Che and the others would receive the news. When the time comes, we should be prepared." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, "Have the brothers send letters to their families. Have them prepare. If their families are in danger, whether it's the Holy Academy or the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance, it would be best for them to immediately retreat to the Lost Soul City state. Don't retreat to the city, just retreat to the base in the Lost Soul Mountains. This way, their safety can be guaranteed. Right, before they retreat, it would be best for them to fake their deaths or arrange a secret passage so that people wouldn't know where they are going." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, "All right." When Wenhai and the others nodded. Naturally, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was right, their families should be prepared. This was because they were already dead in the Sacred Academy. In this case, the Sacred Academy might ignore the rules of the secret realm and attack their families. After all, they were already dead. In the eyes of the secret realm, even if people knew that their families were being attacked, nobody would come looking for them. Therefore, their families weren't safe. But in the eyes of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, since they sent their families to the Sacred Academy and then entered the secret realm, their bodies should be marked by the Sacred Academy. In this case, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance might attack their families instead. It can be said that their families were now in a disadvantageous position. When Wenhai coldly snorted and said, "Those bastards from the Sacred Academy, they don't keep their word. They said that they can leave the secret realm after 10 years. But after 10 years, they find all kinds of reasons to prevent us from leaving. They say that they want to protect our families, but they also want to hold our families hostage. Now that we're dead, we have no value. It would be strange if they still want to protect our families." The others nodded as well. After so many years, they had already seen the true colors of the Sacred Academy. This was also the main reason why they were against the Sacred Academy. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "All right, everyone get ready. Old Wen, you take care of the base. I'll return to Lost Soul City State first. Little Liang shouldn't come with me, I'm afraid that someone from the Holy Courtyard might recognize him. If someone recognizes Little Liang, then we'll be finished." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's get ready. Old Wen, I'll leave the base to you." When Wenhai nodded and said, "Don't worry, boss. Leave this place to me." I'll take care of it. You go back to Lost Soul City first. After all, this is a big matter. Xiaohai nodded, then he said, Mr. Insect and the others will be waiting for you in the Lost Soul Mountain base. Once you're there, it'll be easier for you to contact me. I'll leave the base to you. When Wenhai and the others nodded. Then Xiaohai called Xianxia over and gave him some instructions. Then he went to the transmission formation in the cave and directly used it to return to the Lost Soul Mountain base. From there, he returned to Lost Soul City. Upon returning to the Spirit Snake City's City Lord's mansion, Xiaohai immediately went to the study room. Feng Lihua and Stonemer were discussing this matter. Seeing Xiaohai come back, they immediately stood up. Xiaohai nodded to the two and said, Are you talking about the Sacred Academy sending troops to Puha City? Stonemer and Feng Lihua nodded. Then Stonemer said, The Sacred Academy has already publicly announced that they will send troops to Puha City. However, the ordinary city-states have denied that they killed Tang Fei. But it seems like the Sacred Academy will definitely send troops. Xiaohai nodded and said, That's what I expected. The Sacred Academy will certainly send troops. What I want to know is, what is the reaction of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance? Feng Lihua sighed and said, It's not very good. They're still arguing. Some people agreed to support Puha City while some people think that we shouldn't support the ordinary city-states. Their reasoning is that it's not a good time to go to war with the Sacred Academy. This is because everyone isn't ready. Xiaohai said, Give me a list of those who agree and disagree with the Holy Academy. Also, make a statement in the name of Lost Soul City State that we oppose the Holy Academy's decision to send troops to Puha City without any evidence. If the Holy Academy decides to send troops to Puha City, then Lost Soul City State won't rule out military intervention. Xiaohai nodded and said, What do you think? Feng Lihua and Stonemer stared, then they looked at each other. Feng Lihua looked at Xiaohai with a puzzled expression and said, Young master, if we make such a statement, then it would mean that we're helping Puget River City State and going against the Holy Courtyard. Moreover, we're the first to take the lead, is this all right? Xiaohai said, It can be said that the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance was established because of us. That's why there were so many people participating. At this time, we should stand out and set an example. At the same time, we're also probing to see how many people will make the same statement as us. Go and do it. Feng Lihua nodded, then she immediately went to arrange it. Xiaohai stopped Stonemer and said, Stonemer, go to Puha City State as my representative. Tell Lu Jingyan that we want to send troops to help him fight against the Holy Courtyard. See how he reacts. If he agrees, then ask him to arrange a military camp for us. If he doesn't, then you can go back first. Stonemer nodded and said, Don't worry about it. Stonemer nodded, then he turned around and left. At the same time, Xiaohai summoned all the city lords of Lost Soul City to Spirit Snake City. After these people arrived, Xiaohai had Feng Lihua lead them to the conference room. After sitting down in the conference room, Xiaohai looked at everyone and said, Let me tell everyone a piece of good news. Lost Soul City has the support of 5 Broken River experts. We're no longer a small city without any resistance. Upon hearing Xiaohai, everyone cheered. Although they were all Xiaohai's slaves, they still had their own thoughts. Although Lost Soul City's construction was very vigorous, they still had a sense of insecurity. This was because they didn't have the support of a Broken River expert. Although Xiaohai had the strength of a Broken River expert, he alone wasn't enough to support such a large Lost Soul City. One must know that in the world of spirit weapons, the survival of a city was largely dependent on the support of a Broken River expert. Just like the Lesser Dragon City, although the city lord of the Lesser Dragon City was very disappointing, the great clans of the Lesser Dragon City only dared to make the city lord a mere figurehead. They didn't dare to remove the city lord from his position. Of course, this was because the great clans wanted to compete for the position. However, it was also because the ancestor of the Lesser Dragon City's city lord was still alive. As long as the ancestor was alive, the city lord of the Lesser Dragon City could only be a member of the Lesser Dragon City. When the ancestor dies, then the Lesser Dragon City's city lord would change hands. In the past, although the Lost Soul City looked impressive, it still gave people a feeling of rootless duckweed. If there was an accident, then the good situation would be ruined. Now, the Lost Soul City-State finally had the support of Broken River experts. Moreover, 5 of them came at once. For the Lost Soul City-State, there was no better news than this. The Lost Soul City-State was finally stabilized. Zhao Hai looked at them and faintly smiled, then he said, "Alright, now that you know about this news, let's talk about the Puha City." I already had Feng Lihua make a statement. She firmly opposes the Sacred Academy's attack on the Puha City. If the Sacred Academy really wants to send troops, then we can't rule out the possibility of sending troops to intervene. I also had Stonemer go to the Puha City and tell Lu Jinyan that we can send troops to help him as long as he agrees. So today, I called all of you here to tell you that from today onwards, the Lost Soul City will enter a state of combat readiness. All of the strategic materials inside the city will be under strict control. Those spies that have been discovered, especially the spies of the Sacred Academy, they must be watched closely, they mustn't be allowed to come out and cause trouble. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "This is an opportunity, so we must seize it. Lihua, you need to prepare. If the Sacred Academy really makes a move against the Puha City, then the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance won't just sit back and watch. Once the war starts, you need to find an opportunity to have those cities that want to join the Lost Soul City announce that they want to join us. I want to see who will jump out at that time." Feng Lihua nodded. This matter was handled by her, so she naturally understood what was going on. In fact, if it wasn't for the tense situation in the continent, then these cities would have already declared their allegiance to the Lost Soul City-State. They wouldn't have waited until now. But now that Zhao Hai had returned to preside over the overall situation, Feng Lihua dared to go all out. Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, "Alright, let's go back. Remember to control the supplies and the spies. At the same time, we need to start organizing the army. We need to be ready for war at any time." Everyone stood up and gave a salute to Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai had Feng Lihua stay behind, then he said, "Where do the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's people usually gather to discuss matters? Will the city lords of all the participating cities participate?" Feng Lihua immediately said, "The Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance doesn't have a designated meeting place. Every time, the meeting place is different. It's possible to meet in all the cities in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. However, under normal circumstances, the city lords of the various cities wouldn't participate directly. They would send a representative." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Ask them where the next meeting is going to be held. Give me a definite answer as soon as possible. I'm going to attend the meeting myself." Zhao Hai nodded. Feng Lihua stared, then she immediately said, "Young master, there's no need for that. I'll go. If you go, then you'll be in danger if someone conspires against you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, go arrange it. They can't do anything to me." "Hey, did you hear that the Lost Soul City is opposing the Holy Institute's decision to send troops to our Puha City? Moreover, they also said that if the Holy Institute sends troops, then they will send troops to support our Puha City. Do you think this is true or false?" "I don't think it's false. The Lost Soul City is bigger than our Puha City. Moreover, I heard that they have a grudge against the Holy Institute. Also, you said that the Lost Soul City made a public statement. How could they go back on their words? If they go back on their words, then I'm afraid they won't be able to stay in the spiritual weapon realm anymore. I think it's true. However, the Lost Soul City is really courageous. This is tantamount to openly challenging the Holy Institute. Ever since the Holy Institute said that they would deal with our Puha City, no one has publicly supported us. Now that the Lost Soul City has publicly supported us, I think that the Holy Institute would have to think twice before dealing with our Puha City. What does this have to do with us? It doesn't matter if it's Lucheng or the Sacred Institute, we still have to live like this. To be honest, I hope that it's the Lost Soul City-State that's in charge of us. I heard that the people of the Lost Soul City-State are eating white rice and meat every meal. It's like a festival. Isn't that so? We're both city-states, so why can the people of the Lost Soul City-State live such a good life? I've heard about how the Lost Soul City-State used to be. I heard that in the past, there were wars every day, and the people there were almost all dead. In the past, if you wanted to do business in the Lost Soul City state, people would say that you're using your head to earn money. But now, you can't even get a chance to do business in the Lost Soul City state. You don't know this, but my cousin was abducted and sold to Lost Soul City. She married a man who lost an arm and was injured in a war. Her life was very hard. My family wanted to bring her back, but my cousin said that she was already my brother-in-law's woman, so she wouldn't go home no matter what. My family had no choice but to secretly help them. But I didn't expect that recently, my cousin and brother-in-law's life would become better. My cousin could still read a few words when she was a child, and I heard that she now works in the City Lord's mansion of Lost Soul City, earning more than 10 silver coins a month. I also heard that she also has medical insurance and old age insurance. My brother-in-law is even more amazing. I heard that he is now a small official in Lost Soul City. Not only does he earn more than my cousin, he also manages a lot of people, and during festivals, he even distributes things to the family. Now, he has taken her parents to live a good life, and you can't go to a place where no one went before. That's right. You guys don't know, but I heard that the Lost Soul City is really too good. If you want to live there, you have to go through a review. If you don't pass, you won't be accepted. I also heard that the people from the Sacred Institute went to the City of Lost Souls to investigate Tang Fei's death. But when they arrived, they were directly thrown into prison. Every year, they would only be given a few hours of free time. Then they would be escorted around for more than a month before they were sent away. You see, the Sacred Institute didn't dare to do anything to them. But now, they're looking for trouble with us. I think those fellows from the Sacred Institute are just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Hey, Brother Dang, I heard that the child of your boss went to the Saint Academy to study? Why haven't they returned yet? What's going on? But who would have thought that after our young master entered the Sacred Academy, he didn't come back? After so many years, there wasn't even a message from him. I heard from the people of the Sacred Academy that our young master went to a place called the Secret Territory to carry out a mission. Although there were letters sent back sometimes, it was useless. A few days ago, the Sacred Academy sent someone to inform our master, saying that our young master died in battle. You didn't see it, half of our master's hair turned white that night. Our young master was such a smart person, but now he is nowhere to be seen. How miserable. If you ask me, this Sacred Academy is really not a good place. Maybe our young master has already been killed by them, so they told us about it. Otherwise, why would they not let us return home for so many years and not even let us see each other? Ah, there's such a thing. How come I didn't know about it? I used to be very respectful to the Sacred Institute. I didn't expect it to be like this. You don't know that the Sacred Institute is terrible. I heard from my father that the people from the Sacred Institute are really not good. Our young master could have come back and become a sky dance realm expert. But because of the people from the Sacred Institute, our young master gave the opportunity to someone else and then sent him to that secret domain to die. They didn't even let him go home. Now, whenever the Sacred Institute is mentioned, our young master would gnash his teeth in anger. The most hateful thing is that our young master doesn't dare to say anything. For the sake of our family's safety, he doesn't dare to go against the people from the Sacred Institute. Hey, you don't see it, I think our young master will be in danger if this goes on. Ah, I really didn't expect it to be like this. It seems like the City Lord is still very good to us. Although he has been collecting taxes for so many years, the taxes collected are not high. If the Sacred Institute really attacks us, I don't know how many people will die. Yes, our Puha city hasn't been in a war for so many years. If a war breaks out this time, a lot of people will die. Hey, the future days won't be good. If any of you have a way to go to Mihun City, it would be great. If everyone wants to go, how can we possibly go? Forget it, let's just endure it. If we want to blame someone, blame our bad luck. Such discussions could be heard everywhere in Puha City. The ordinary people of Puha City were also talking about this matter. They also knew that a war was coming. No one liked war, and these ordinary people didn't like it either. They were people who had experienced war and knew that once a war broke out, people would die. Not only that, they might also increase taxes. Everyone's life wouldn't be good. Therefore, no one liked war. However, they also understood that this kind of thing wasn't something they could decide. They were the most ordinary and insignificant people. They simply didn't have the ability to manage these things. However, everyone believed that Mihun City was a paradise in their hearts. Countless people wanted to live in Mihun City, but they didn't have the means to do so. As for the statement made by the Lost Soul City, not only did it cause discussion in the Puha City, it also caused a huge sensation in the entire world of spirit weapons. No one would have thought that the Lost Soul City would actually issue such a strongly worded statement. This was a clear indication of the Lost Soul City's attitude. The Lost Soul City was telling the Sacred Academy that if they wanted to attack the Puha City, they would absolutely not agree to it. They would not even hesitate to go to war. To be honest, this statement was definitely the strongest statement made by the Sacred Institute since the fall of Sky Sword Empire. This was something that no one had expected. Not long after the Lost Soul City-State's statement, the Sacred also made a statement, saying that they would never bow their heads to anyone. They had sent troops to the Puha City-State for revenge. Anyone who tried to stop them from taking revenge would be their enemy, and they would give them the greatest blow. This undoubtedly showed the attitude of the Sacred Institute. It was like a declaration of war. At this time, Xianxia also arrived at Puha City. This time, Xianxia didn't hide his identity. He swaggered in, accompanied by a squad of 100 people. Zhao Hai told Stonemer to immediately go to Pujiang City. But this time, he needed to be prepared. After all, Stonemer was going to Pujiang City as a representative of Lost Soul City. Moreover, he couldn't go to Pujiang City in secret, otherwise, nobody would know about it. Therefore, he first sent a letter to Lu Jinyan. After getting Lu Jinyan's approval, Stonemer led a small team to Pujiang City. Stonemer's group had already arrived at Pujiang City. As soon as they appeared in Puha City's transmission formation, Puha City immediately sent people to receive them. They directly welcomed Xianxia and the others into the city lord's mansion. Now that Puha City was aware of Mihun City's attitude towards the Sacred Institute's attack, the people of Puha City were very polite to Xianxia and the others. They escorted Xianxia and the others all the way back to the city lord's mansion. However, Lu Jinyan actually welcomed Xianxia in front of the city lord's mansion. This was definitely a rare sight. Xianxia came down from the carriage that was arranged for him. Then he gave Lu Jinyan a salute and said, "Xianxia has seen City Lord Lu. Xianxia represents our City Lord, Zhao Hai, to send our deepest greetings to City Lord Lu." Lu Jinyan quickly replied, "Mr. Shi is too polite. For Mr. Shi to come to Puha City today, I'm very happy. Mister, please come inside." Then Lu Jinyan made an inviting gesture towards Zhao Hai. Xianxia gave Lu Jinyan a salute and said, "This Xianxia came this time because of the city lord's orders. Our Mihun City and Puha City have always been brothers. Since Puha City has a problem, our Mihun City naturally wouldn't sit idly by. As for the specifics, it's better for us to talk inside. City Lord Lu, please." Then Xianxia led Lu Jinyan inside. Lu Jinyan and Xianxia walked towards the city lord's mansion. Before long, the two arrived at Lu Jinyan's study room. After arriving at the study room, Lu Jinyan asked Xianxia to sit down. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Shi, to be honest, I didn't think that you would come to Puha City at this time. You clearly want to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Sacred Institute." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "We have already shed all pretense of cordiality. It's just that the Sacred Institute thought that our Mihun City wouldn't dare to challenge them. They are too confident. Our Mihun City, from top to bottom, doesn't have anyone who is afraid of trouble." Lu Jinyan looked at Stonemer and said, "Mr. Stonemer, why did you come here on behalf of the Lost Soul City?" Stonemer nodded, then he said, "City Lord Lu, this time I came here on behalf of the City Lord. The City Lord wanted me to tell you that if you need, our Lost Soul City will immediately send people to support Puha City. As long as City Lord Lu provides us with good food and a place to stay, the number of people can be discussed. Naturally, if City Lord Lu thinks that this isn't the best time for us to support, then we won't oppose it. As long as you think that it's the best time, we will come and support you." When Lu Jinyan heard Stonemer, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood the meaning behind Stonemer's words. Stonemer wanted to tell him that the Lost Soul City wouldn't just send reinforcements. They wouldn't just send reinforcements, they would send reinforcements immediately. However, sending reinforcements would involve a problem. Even if you have good intentions, sending reinforcements might cause misunderstandings. In order to avoid misunderstandings, Zhao Hai had Stonemer talk to Lu Jinyan. He also told Lu Jinyan that if Lu Jinyan opposed, then he wouldn't need to send reinforcements. Lu Jinyan was now in a difficult position. Naturally, he understood Zhao Hai's meaning, but he was also in a difficult position. If he agreed to Zhao Hai's reinforcements, then what if Zhao Hai didn't send reinforcements after the battle ended? What would he do then? It was definitely not a good feeling to have someone else's army in one's own territory. But if he didn't agree, then would the Puha city be able to withstand the attack of the Holy Court? Moreover, if he didn't agree, would others help him in the future? If other people knew about this, then there wouldn't be many people who would help him in the future. When people help him, they would say, "You see, the Lost Soul City wanted to help you, but you didn't agree. Now you want us to help you, why should we help you?" This made Lu Jinyan even more troublesome. This was a real dilemma. It was precisely because of this that Lu Jinyan didn't immediately answer Shi Chui's question. Instead, he sat there and frowned, weighing the pros and cons. Stonemer looked at Lu Jinyan's appearance and smiled faintly. "City Lord Lu doesn't need to worry too much. Our city lord said that the reason why we sent reinforcements to help you is because we want to deal with the Holy Court. We can't let those fellows from the Holy Court have an easy time. Moreover, this is the first battle between the Holy Court and the Holy Court. Therefore, we need to send reinforcements to help you. If you agree, we can send reinforcements at any time. Moreover, we also assure you that as well as the Holy Court's army will, the Lost Soul City's city, we can't let the Holy Court. You can rest assured." Since Stonemer said this, if Lu Jinyan still didn't agree, then he would be unappreciative. Lu Jinyan looked at Stonemer and said, "Mr. Stonemer is thinking too much. I'm just thinking about where to place your reinforcements." Stonehammer knew that Lu Jinyan wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't point it out. Instead, he smiled and said, "The city lord has ordered that if City Lord Lu agrees to send reinforcements to Puha City, then you can arrange an empty barracks for us. There's no need to be too polite. Naturally, it doesn't matter if City Lord Lu doesn't have enough time. Our soldiers can be on standby in Lost Soul City. When you are ready, our reinforcements will arrive. Our reinforcements can all use transmission formations, so the speed of their arrival should be very fast." When Lu Jinyan heard Stonemer, he felt relieved. He was sure that Zhao Hai really wanted to support them this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent reinforcements to Puha City through the transmission formation. One must know that using the transmission formation consumed energy. The more things that were transported, the more energy it would consume. And in order to transport an army, the number of people needed to be transported wouldn't be small. Therefore, the number of times that the transmission formation would be used would be a lot. And in this process, the Lost Soul City was the recipient of the transmission formation. At this time, Puha City's transmission formation could transport up to 100 people at a time. If Zhao Hai sent reinforcements to Puha City, then the transmission formation would need to be used 100 times. For a small city like Puha City, the transmission formation wouldn't even be used 100 times a year. From this point, one could see how much money Zhao Hai had spent to support them. Lu Jinyan opened his mouth and said, "This Lu thanks City Lord Zhao Hai for his kindness. I asked Mr. Stonemer to report back to City Lord Zhao Hai. When we're ready, I'll immediately inform City Lord Zhao Hai." This Lu wants to thank City Lord Zhao Hai once more. Stonemer smiled and said, "City Lord Lu is too polite. Our City Lord said that we're now part of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. And it's impossible for the Sacred Academy to not know about the formation of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. Now that the Sacred Academy suddenly made a move against Puha City, regardless of whether they have evidence or not, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance will still take action. This is because we're now in the same group, and we have a common enemy." Lu Jinyan nodded, then he looked at Stonemer and said, "Mr. Stonemer, this Lu wants to thank you once more. I ask you to inform City Lord Zhao Hai that this Lu is truly grateful." Stonemer smiled and said, "City Lord Lu is too polite. I'll pass on your words to the city lord. But Mr. Liu, our city lord is currently working on setting the location of the next Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance meeting in Puha City. But whether it will succeed or not is hard to say. After all, it's too sensitive right now. Any movement we make will cause a reaction from the Sacred Academy. Therefore, it's hard to say whether it will succeed or not. The city lord said that it would be good if it succeeds, but if it doesn't, then I hope City Lord Liu won't blame him. Lu Jinyan replied, how can I blame City Lord Zhao Hai? City Lord Zhao Hai has done a great favor for our Puha city, and we can't thank him enough. Stonehammer smiled and said, City Lord Liu, I don't need to be polite. Our Lost Soul City-State pays particular attention to efficiency. I already know what you mean. I'll return to Lost Soul City-State and inform the City Lord about this matter. We'll be waiting for your news in Lost Soul City-State. Right, the City Lord also told me to tell you that our Lost Soul City-State fully supports Puha City. If you need money, we have it, if you need people, we have it. Lu Jinyan's body shook, then he stood up and gave Stonehammer a big bow. On behalf of Puha City, this Lu would like to thank Lost Soul City for their kindness. Stonehammer quickly helped Lu Jinyan up and said, City Lord Liu is too polite. We're brothers, it's only right for us to help each other. City Lord Liu, I'll be leaving now. Take care of yourself. Lu Jinyan quickly pulled Stonehammer and said, Mr. Stonehammer, how can I let you go back like this? No matter what, please have a meal before you leave. If I let you go back like this, then how can I face Mr. Zhao Hai in the future? Stonehammer smiled and said, City Lord Liu is too polite. I really can't eat right now. The City Lord is waiting for my news. Didn't the Sacred Academy say that they wouldn't change their plan? Moreover, whoever dares to stop them would be their enemy. Since we've already agreed, then I'll return as soon as possible and inform the City Lord about this matter. The City Lord should be able to tell the City Lord about our agreement. I hope City Lord Liu won't take offense. Lu Jinyan didn't take offense. If it was just him and Stonehammer, then the Lost Soul City could go back on their words at any time. Both sides didn't sign any agreement, so if the Lost Soul City doesn't want to admit it, then Lu Jinyan wouldn't be able to do anything. However, if the Lost Soul City revealed this matter, then they wouldn't be able to go back on their words. And if they do, then they would be despised by the entire spirit weapon realm. This was beneficial to Lu Jinyan, so how could he not agree? Because of this, Lu Jinyan immediately said, of course, this Lu wouldn't take offense. But this way, there would be no room for reconciliation between the Lost Soul City and the Sacred Academy. Stonehammer laughed and didn't say anything. He just cupped his fist towards Lu Jinyan before turning around and walking out. Lu Jinyan sent Stonehammer out of the City Lord's mansion. Then he turned around and walked towards the City Lord's mansion. A scholar beside Lu Jinyan said, City Lord, what does Zhao Hai want to do? What's his purpose in helping us? Lu Jinyan let out a long breath and said, from Stonehammer's actions, we can see that Zhao Hai is worthy of being called a hero of his generation. Stonehammer is a person who can stand on his own, but he's willing to listen to Zhao Hai's orders. From this point, we can see how powerful Zhao Hai is. This time, no matter what Zhao Hai's purpose is, we must agree. If we don't agree, then will the other cities help us? The alliance against Sacred Academy. Humph, I can see through these people. Sacred Academy just made a statement, and they quarreled with each other. None of them are like Zhao Hai, directly taking action. Those people are unreliable. The scholar looked at Lu Jinyan and said, City Lord, do we really want Zhao Hai to station troops in Puha City? Won't this cause trouble for us? Lu Jinyan let out a long breath and said, although I don't know what Zhao Hai's purpose is, it can't be worse than the current situation. Since the Sacred Academy has identified us as the culprit, then when they come to deal with us, they won't be polite. They will certainly go all out. When the time comes, we'll be finished. Even if Zhao Hai wants to occupy Puha City, then the first thing he needs to do is to repel the Sacred Academy. As for what Zhao Hai will do after defeating the Sacred Academy, we can only talk about it later. The scholar didn't speak, he knew that what Lu Jinyan said was right. Although the Sacred Academy was an academy on the surface, they wouldn't be polite at all. If the Sacred Academy attacked them without any help, then they would certainly be miserable. Especially Lu Jinyan, they might have a chance to survive. As for Lu Jinyan, he wouldn't have a chance to survive. This was the main reason why Lu Jinyan agreed to Zhao Hai's conditions. Now, they can only hope that they didn't invite a wolf into their house. Otherwise, Puha City would become history. The Lost Soul City-State and the Puha City-State have reached an agreement. The two sides have become strategic partners. The Lost Soul City-State has agreed that if the Puha City-State needs it, the Lost Soul City-State will provide support at any time. The Puha City-State has also agreed to have a military exchange with the Lost Soul City-State in the near future. The Lost Soul City-State will send a part of its army to the Puha City-State for military exchange and study. This news seemed to have grown wings as it spread throughout the entire spirit weapon realm in the shortest time possible. Everyone who heard this news was shocked. They were very clear about what this agreement meant. Sending an army for military exchange and study was simply a lie. The Puha City-State had received the support of the Lost Soul City-State, allowing the Lost Soul City-State to send their army to the Puha City-State. To be honest, the Puha City-State's approach was beyond the expectations of many people. The spirit weapon realm wasn't peaceful. Everyone knew that they could be attacked by other city-states at any time. They might even be annexed by other city-states. In this case, the Puha City-State actually agreed to let the Lost Soul City-State's army enter their city-state. This was beyond the expectations of many people. Moreover, everyone knew that once the Lost Soul City-State sent their army, there would be no room for negotiation. They would have to face the Sacred Court's attack head-on. No one thought that the Lost Soul City-State would be so ruthless this time. After everyone was stunned, a lot of city-states in the continent suddenly issued a statement saying that they were firmly opposed to the Sacred Court using force against the Puha City-State. If the Sacred Court insisted on going their own way, then they wouldn't rule out the possibility of using force to intervene. To be honest, when these two statements were issued, the atmosphere of the entire spirit weapon realm became tense. Then one after another, more city-states issued their support for the Lost Soul City-State. At this time, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to this matter. Seeing so many city-states supporting them, Zhao Hai's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. However, in the eyes of Stonemer and Feng Lihua, Zhao Hai's smile didn't seem to be sincere. No matter how they looked at it, it was a sneer with a hint of sarcasm. They didn't quite understand why Zhao Hai was smiling like that. Now that things were going well, Zhao Hai should be happy, but why was he smiling like that? Stonemer looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, is there anything else? Why is it that you don't seem to be happy to hear that the other city-states are supporting us?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Happy? What was there to be happy about? Stonehammer, you have to remember that this is a kingdom war, not a fight between two people. Do you understand what a kingdom war means? Hee, in a war like this, there is no morality to speak of. Every means is used. In such a battle, what you see may not be true. What you hear may not be true. Your friend may be your enemy, and your enemy may be your friend. Therefore, don't think of things as too simple." Stonemer looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I still don't quite understand what you mean. Are you saying that those who support us might not be sincere?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's a bit like that. In short, we just have to do our own things. Assemble the army and select 5,000 people. Also, have the city-states prepare for war. But remember, don't raise taxes. Also, keep an eye on the people below. If anyone dares to take advantage of the war to make a fortune, they must be dealt with as soon as possible." Stonemer nodded and said, "Yes, young master can rest assured. I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "At the same time, control the businesses below. Don't allow any fluctuations in prices. If there are any merchants who dare to take advantage of this opportunity to hoard and raise prices, kill them on sight. Don't be lenient." Feng Lihua replied in a deep voice, "Young master, please rest assured. We've already prepared everything. The transactions of the other forces, as well as their movements, are all under our control. We can arrest them at any time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Issue a decree in my name. Strictly prohibit anyone from raising prices. We must ensure the livelihood of the people. Go." The two nodded before they turned around and left. After the two left, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and muttered, things are getting more and more interesting. I want to see how far things will develop. In contrast to Zhao Hai's mood, the dean's face was pale. He looked at the people sitting in front of him and said, this time, the opposition to the Holy Academy was led by the Lost Soul City-State. We can't let the Lost Soul City-State stay. We must teach them an unforgettable lesson. It would be best if we eliminate them. The Wu clan's patriarch, who was also Teacher Wu, opened his mouth and said, Dean, I think the Lost Soul City-State is retaliating against us because of crane grasses. Crane grasses can be considered an expert of the Lost Soul City-State. Although the Lost Soul City-State said that crane grasses had nothing to do with them, people with discerning eyes could see that they didn't want to implicate the Lost Soul City-State. Otherwise, crane grasses wouldn't have been able to enter the secret realm and take care of the Lost Soul City-State. However, they didn't expect crane grasses to die shortly after entering the secret realm. This caused the Lost Soul City-State to hold a grudge against us. I know. What I want to know now is how we deal with the Lost Soul City-State. I don't want to know why the Lost Soul City-State is opposing us. Dean, actually, we have been neglecting the power of the secret realm. When crane grasses entered the secret realm, the people inside the secret realm promised him that they would help him take care of the Lost Soul City-State. However, while the secret realm protects a force, it also doesn't allow them to act recklessly. Dean, you can ask the secret realm to come forward and warn the Lost Soul City-State. If the Lost Soul City-State doesn't listen to the secret realm's warning, then no matter how we deal with them, the secret realm wouldn't dare. This way, we can solve the biggest problem of dealing with the Lost Soul City-State. When the dean heard Teacher Wu, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he nodded and said, that's a good idea. Alright, I'll immediately send a letter to the secret realm and have them come forward to deal with the Lost Soul City-State. If the Lost Soul City-State doesn't give face to the secret realm, then nobody would care about us dealing with the Lost Soul City-State. Now, let's talk about Puha City. When they heard the dean talking about Puha City, everyone's complexion turned ugly. It wasn't because they wanted to deal with Puha City, but because they didn't think that a small medium-sized city-state would dare to challenge them. The dean looked at everyone and said, right now, it's not only the Lost Soul City-State, there are also other city-states that are supporting Puha City. I heard that they have also formed an alliance against the Sacred Academy. This is something that we absolutely cannot allow. We must deal with them and let them know that the dignity of the Sacred Academy cannot be offended. Everyone nodded, they agreed with the dean's words. If they couldn't even deal with a small medium-sized city-state, then no one would listen to the Holy Court in the future. So this time, they must deal with Puha City-State, moreover, they must do it ruthlessly. When the dean saw that everyone had agreed, he opened his mouth and said, but before we attack Puha City-State, we still need to make some preparations. In my name, send out envoys to contact all the city-states that support Puha City-State and see if we can change their minds. If they change their minds, that would be for the best. If they don't change their minds, then we'll list them as enemies. But for the time being, we won't touch them. But we can still create some trouble in their country so that they won't have time to care about other things. After we deal with Puha City-State and Lost Soul City-State, we can deal with them one by one. After we deal with Puha City and Puha City, we will deal with Puha City and Puha City. Everyone nodded, then the dean waved his hand and let them leave. After everyone left, the dean let out a long breath and muttered, Little Fei, I won't let you die in vain. Our Tang family's people can't be killed easily. Anyone who dares to make a move on our Tang family will suffer the Tang family's retaliation. At this time, eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho received the news that Zhao Hai had left and returned to the spirit weapon realm. They also knew that something had happened in the spirit weapon realm, so they were secretly paying attention to this news. They wanted to see how things would develop and how this matter would affect Bewitching City. On this day, the first brother and the second brother were resting in their rooms. The two of them didn't contact anyone recently. They knew that even if they wanted to contact someone, they would have to do it slowly. If they were discovered, then they would be in trouble. Therefore, they were very careful. They would rather be slow than be discovered by others. While the two were resting, a knock was suddenly heard on the door. Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho stared, then eldest brother Ho immediately said, Who is it? Please come in. The door was pushed open as a person walked in. Upon seeing this person, eldest brother Ho immediately greeted him and said, "So it's brother Han Ming. What's the matter?" Eldest brother Ho was very familiar with this Han Ming. He was a disciple of an elder. Naturally, he also had another identity. He was a member of the Holy Court's Han family. From time to time, the Holy Court would send some disciples to the secret realm to cultivate. After all, the environment inside the secret realm was much better than outside. It was precisely because Han Ming was a member of the Han family that he was very arrogant. Naturally, it was also because he was a member of the Han family that he was a staunch supporter of the Holy Court. Han Ming looked at eldest brother Ho and said, "You two tidy up. Teacher wants to see you, it might be because of something. Let's go." Eldest brother Ho didn't ask anything, so he immediately nodded and led second brother Ho out with Han Ming. Eldest brother Ho was very clear that asking Han Ming was pointless. Han Ming wouldn't tell him anything. For someone as arrogant as Han Ming to come and see them, eldest brother Ho was very surprised. Before long, eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho followed Han Ming to an island in the middle of the lake. Then they entered a stone pagoda. After flying to the top of the pagoda, Han Ming knocked on the door and said, "Teacher, the Ho brothers are here." A voice was heard from the room, "Let them come in." Han Ming nodded and then opened the door. Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho gave Han Ming a salute before entering the room. As soon as they entered the room, the two stared blankly. They didn't expect that there would be other people in this room. Moreover, they were the other two elders of the 8 great elders. In other words, there were 3 elders in this room, and all 3 of them were experts of the Broken River realm. As soon as they saw these 3 elders, eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho couldn't help but be startled. They knew that this matter must be related to the spirit weapon realm. However, they didn't know if this matter was related to the Lost Soul City state. However, the two didn't show it on their faces. Instead, they respectfully gave a salute to the 3 elders. Han Ming's master was named Li Tang. He was a stout old man with a benevolent face. However, eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho were very afraid of him. This was because this old man was known to be a smiling tiger. If there was a disagreement, he would kill many people. Moreover, he had a special characteristic: the more he smiled, the more ruthless he would be when killing people. This was something that everyone in the mystic realm knew. At this time, Li Tang was also looking at eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho with a smile on his face. This made the two break out in cold sweat. However, the two still stood there respectfully, not daring to make a sound. Li Tang was very satisfied with the two's performance. He smiled and said, "First Ho, second Ho, the 2 of you have been doing very well. You've also done well in the matters that we've arranged for you. Today, I called the 2 of you here to ask about the crane grass and the Lost Soul City. I believe that you don't remember this person, right?" Li Tang smiled and said, "Yes." Boss Ho and second brother Ho were shaken. They didn't think that Li Tang would really ask them about crane grasses and the Lost Soul City. However, they still respectfully saluted Li Tang. Then Boss Ho replying to the elder, "We remember crane grasses. We were the ones who introduced him to the secret realm. This person is very arrogant. He even threatened the dean of the sacred courtyard before entering the secret realm. As for the Lost Soul City, we also went there. It's a new city-state, the people there are very rich. However, we haven't seen the city lord of the Lost Soul City. Moreover, because of our relationship, we couldn't stay there for a long time. Therefore, we aren't very clear about the situation there." Li Tang nodded and said, "The 2 of you should immediately pack up and go to the spirit weapon realm as soon as possible. We want to know what's going on with the Lost Soul City state. I heard that they are currently opposing the sacred court. If necessary, warn them and make them behave. If they don't agree, then come back and tell us." Eldest brother Ho immediately replied, "Yes, the elder can rest assured. We'll go immediately. May I ask what the elder wants us to do?" Li Tang shook his head, then he waved his hand and said, "There's nothing else. Go and come back as soon as possible. Right, if necessary, go and find out if the Lost Soul City state has a Broken River expert." Eldest brother Ho nodded, then he and second brother Ho gave Li Tang a salute before they turned around and left. After Big Brother Ho and Second Brother Ho left the stone tower, the two didn't speak. After they left the island, Second Brother Ho turned to Big Brother Ho and said, "Big Brother, what do we do now?" Big Brother Ho replied, "Let's go to the spirit weapon realm and see what's going on." Didn't Boss return? I think this matter must be related to Boss. Let's go and take a look. Second Brother Ho nodded. Then the two returned to their room and tidied up. Actually, the most important thing was to send a letter to the base and have the people there inform Xiao Hai that they were returning to the spirit weapon realm. Then they would have Xiao Hai make preparations as soon as possible. After that, the two left the room and flew back to the spirit weapon realm through the passage. When they arrived at the spirit weapon world, the two of them first went to visit the dean. The dean did not say anything. After all, the two of them were from the secret realm. It was not appropriate for him to directly order the two of them. Therefore, he only exchanged a few words with the two of them before letting them leave. After Big Brother Ho and Second Brother Ho left, they immediately went to the alternative dragon city. They wanted to understand the situation and see what was going on. Then the two went through the transmission formation of the alternative dragon city and directly went to the Lost Soul City. When the two arrived at the Lost Soul City, they couldn't help but stare. This was because the Lost Soul City didn't seem to be affected by the outside world. People were still doing their own things. Everything seemed to be in order. Just as the two left the transmission formation, a coachman immediately came over. The coachman gave the two a salute and said, "Two sirs, do you need a carriage?" The two were already familiar with this situation. Therefore, Big Brother Ho nodded and said, "Yes. Take us to the city lord's mansion. We have some matters to attend to there." The coachman nodded. Then he led the two to the side of the carriage. After the two entered the carriage, the coachman drove the carriage forward. Big Brother Ho opened the front window of the carriage and said, "Mister, I want to ask you something. I heard that the Lost Soul City is helping the Puha City to fight against the Holy Court. Is it true?" The coachman nodded and said, "Yes, the Sacred Institute is simply going too far. Our Lost Soul City State's elder Tian Cranegrass was taken away by the Sacred Institute. Then he died mysteriously. Now they want to bully the Puha City State. Our city lord has already decided to help the Puha City State, even if we have to go to war with the Sacred Institute. We can't let the Sacred Institute bully us." Boss Ho pretended to be hesitant and said, "But people will die in this war. Now that the Lost Soul City is going to war with the Holy Institute for unrelated people, this doesn't seem very good. Moreover, the Lost Soul City might even raise taxes." "Absolutely not." The coachman resolutely said, "The city lord has already given the order that during times of war, taxes will not be raised. Moreover, prices must be maintained at the current level. If anyone dares to raise prices, they will be executed. A few days ago, there was a grain store that wanted to raise the price of food. They clearly had food, but they didn't sell it. They said that they didn't have any food. Who would have thought that they would be arrested by the army and their entire family would be executed? Later on, countless grains were found in their warehouse. These grains are enough to feed everyone in the Spirit Snake City for a month. These profiteers are too hateful." Big Brother Ho was shocked. "There's such a thing? I really didn't think that there would be such people. But if there really is a war, people will die. If a soldier dies, what will happen to his family?" The coachman replied, "What does a dead person count for? In the past, in the Lost Soul Mountains, as long as there wasn't a battle, the dead wouldn't count as anything. Nowadays, the treatment of soldiers is very good, and even if they die in battle, the pension is also very high. Their families don't need to worry about their lives at all. To be honest, we didn't even dare to think about such conditions before. If I wasn't old, I would have joined the army. I heard that in the army, as long as you make a contribution on the battlefield, you can become an official in the future. At that time, we would be officials, and if we were to talk about it, it would bring honor to our ancestors. You can go and ask around, only our Lost Soul City State would have this kind of treatment, other city-states wouldn't have this kind of treatment. If they don't force you to become a soldier, then you can dream on about pension. In your dreams." Big Brother Ho didn't think that he would meet such a talkative person. This person was really good at talking. If you ask him anything, he would immediately give you a bunch of answers. However, from what this person said, it can be seen that the ordinary people of the Lost Soul City weren't opposed to this war. This made the two feel relieved. The carriage quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. After the coachman invited the two off the carriage, he looked at the two and said, "Two sirs, it seems like you don't come to our Lost Soul City often. This old man will give you some advice. If you really want to join our Lost Soul City, then you will be rewarded accordingly. If you don't want to join our Lost Soul City and have other intentions, then you should leave quickly. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of everyone in our Lost Soul City." Then the coachman didn't pay any attention to the two as he drove the carriage away. The coachman's words made Big Brother Ho and Second Brother Ho stare blankly. They couldn't understand why an ordinary coachman would say such words. What's going on? Actually, they didn't know that newspapers were already available in the Lost Soul City. Although many of the coachmen were illiterate, their children were still in school. And these children would read newspapers to them every day. This allowed the coachman to understand a lot of things. Because of this, the coachman was able to say those words. If it was in the past, then the coachman wouldn't have said those words. After some time, Big Brother Ho recovered. He looked at the direction where the carriage left and smiled bitterly. "Second brother, what do you think is going on? When did an ordinary coachman become so knowledgeable?" Second Brother Ho smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, don't think too much about it. Let's go and see the boss." Big Brother Ho nodded, then the two headed towards the city lord's mansion. They directly stated their identities and were immediately led to the mansion. Before long, the two arrived at the city lord's mansion study. Zhao Hai was sitting inside the study. When he saw the two, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Ha ha ha, why did you two come? Did those fellows from the sacred court ask the elders of the secret realm to come?" Big Brother Ho and Second Brother Ho cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before sitting down. Then Big Brother Ho told Zhao Hai what happened. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, Elderly Tang told me to warn you to behave. What do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "It's nothing, it's just that the Sacred Academy made the people in the mystic realm do this. After all, our Lost Soul City state is still under the protection of the mystic realm. In their opinion, if they don't care about us, then our Lost Soul City state would lose its support." Hee, they didn't think that Old Wen and the others would become Broken River experts. I didn't even think about using the Lost Soul City state to protect me. You don't need to worry about this matter. After you go back, tell them that I don't agree with what you said and ignore your warning. As for what support we have, just say that you don't know about it. Big Boss Ho nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Boss, why did you suddenly intervene in this matter? Didn't you say that the time isn't ripe and that you don't want to go against the sacred court?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The time isn't ripe yet, but I'm talking about the secret realm. I'm not talking about the spirit weapon realm. The secrets of the secret realm aren't yet exposed, but the spirit weapon realm can't stay idle. If the Sacred Academy continues to deal with Puha City State, then the Sacred Academy will slowly recover. When that time comes, it would be very difficult for us to deal with the Sacred Academy. We need to use this opportunity to gather a group of people and resolutely fight against the Sacred Academy. When the time comes, the Sacred Academy wouldn't have the time to care about the secret realm. As long as we have more time, our strength will continue to grow. When the time comes, the spirit weapon realm and the spirit weapon realm would be finished." Big Brother Ho and Second Brother Ho immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. They clapped their hands and said, "Good, that's great." The two were very excited. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. At this time, the city-states of the spiritual weapon realm were very dissatisfied with the sacred court. Moreover, they had formed an alliance against the sacred court. This was something that hadn't happened for many years. If they didn't take this opportunity to go against the sacred court, then it would be a pity. If they went against the sacred court, then not only would the sacred court be unable to restore its original influence in the spiritual weapon realm, it would also create countless enemies for the sacred court. This would make the sacred court unable to focus all of its attention on the secret realm. This would allow them to develop in peace. As long as the time is ripe, then the sacred court would be finished. This plan might not seem like much, but in the eyes of Big Brother Ho and Second Brother Ho, it was perfect. However, all of this had to be done in advance. Zhao Hai and the others had to be able to withstand the Sacred Court's attack this time, as well as their future attacks. Only then would they be able to develop in peace. Big Brother Ho looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, do you really have a plan to deal with the Sacred Court this time?" The Sacred Court directly said that they would deal with the Puha city-state. With the Sacred Court's usual style, they would certainly go all out and deal with the Puha city-state in one fell swoop. And if the Sacred Court goes all out, then their strength shouldn't be underestimated. If you can't withstand the Sacred Court's attack, then all of our plans wouldn't be realized. They might even discover the secret of the secret realm. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to worry. This time, I brought everyone from the base. Moreover, the alliance against the Sacred Academy isn't just for show. This time, we should be able to show our cards and horses and compete with the Sacred Academy. But looking at the situation, the elders will certainly come after you return. I should make preparations in advance." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." When Boss Ho and Second Brother Ho returned to the secret realm, they immediately went to Li Tang's stone pagoda. After obtaining permission, they went to the top floor. Then they knocked on the door before Li Tang's voice was heard, "Come in." Boss Ho and Second Brother Ho pushed the door open and entered. Li Tang and the other two elders were still there. The two immediately gave a salute to the three elders. Li Tang waved his hand and said, "Go ahead." Boss Ho nodded, then he said, "After receiving the elder's order, we immediately returned to the spirit weapon realm. Then we went to the Wyvern City to inquire about the situation. After understanding the situation, we went to the Lost Soul City. Actually, this matter doesn't have much to do with the Lost Soul City. It's just that the Sacred Academy wanted to deal with the Puha City because the Puha City's people killed the grandson of the Sacred Academy. However, the other cities in the spirit weapon realm don't have a good impression of the Sacred Academy. Because of this, the cities in the spirit weapon realm have joined forces to deal with the Sacred Academy. As for the Lost Soul City, it might be because the Tian Crane Grass was recommended by the Sacred Academy. Because of this, the cities in the spirit weapon realm are very active in dealing with the Sacred Academy. However, when we warned the city lord of the Lost Soul City, Zhao Hai didn't listen. He said that the secret realm is only there to protect their safety, we can't intervene in the internal affairs of the Lost Soul City. Because of this, they won't listen to us. As for the experts behind the Lost Soul City, we really can't find out. The Lost Soul City has been established for too short a time. Moreover, the origins of Zhao Hai and the others are very mysterious. So we can't find out who they are. The smile on Li Tang's face didn't change. After hearing Boss Ho's words, he nodded and said, "All right, you did a good job. Go back and prepare. Tomorrow, you will lead us three old men to the Lost Soul City." Boss Ho nodded, then he led Second Brother Ho out of the pagoda. They knew that although Li Tang was still smiling, he was certainly unhappy. However, Boss Ho didn't care, he believed that Zhao Hai would be able to deal with it. At this time, Zhao Hai had already summoned Wen Hai and the others to Spirit Snake City. The matter of the Brown Bear base was handed over to Iron Dragon. Now that the Brown Bear base had been established, the newcomers had also begun to attack the Brown Bear Mountain. Both sides had fought a few rounds, with both sides winning and losing. But overall, the newcomers were still at a disadvantage. After all, they had fewer people. If it weren't for Iron Dragon and Tang Ming, their base wouldn't have been easy to establish. But now that the newcomers had grown a lot, there was no need for Tang Ming to oversee the place. As long as Iron Dragon was there, it would be enough. Leaving an expert like Tang Ming there was simply a waste. Zhao Hai had already expected that the elders of the Mystic Realm would overturn this matter. The influence of the Sacred Courtyard on the Mystic Realm was very big. The elders of the Mystic Realm were inextricably linked to the Sacred Courtyard. In this case, it would be strange if the Mystic Realm didn't care about this matter. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to be fully prepared. The reason why he called Wen Hai and the others over was because he was afraid that the elders of the Mystic Realm would dispatch too many elders at once. However, if the elders of the Mystic Realm were to be present, it wouldn't be good if they had fewer people. They needed to make the other party feel threatened. They needed to make the other party feel that if they really went to war, they would have to pay an unimaginable price. This way, the mystic realm wouldn't intervene in this matter. After Wen Hai and the others arrived, Zhao Hai directly arranged for them to live in the city. Very few people knew about their arrival. Even in the city lord's mansion, only a few people knew about Wen Hai and the others' arrival. Moreover, in order to make sure that Wen Hai and the others wouldn't be discovered, Zhao Hai had already prepared a disguise formation for them. Wen Hai and the others also brought the disguise formation with them. Now, nobody would be able to recognize them. Now that everything was ready, all that was left was to wait for the elders of the mystic realm to arrive. Zhao Hai also heard about Li Tang from Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others hated Li Tang very much. This was because a lot of people who opposed the sacred academy had died in Li Tang's hands. If it weren't for the fact that they had become more and more united, the number of people who died would have increased. Because of this, Wen Hai and the others couldn't wait to kill Li Tang. However, Wen Hai and the others also knew that this was impossible. At this time, they couldn't be enemies with the mystic realm. Therefore, they came this time to deter Li Tang and the others. Naturally, if Li Tang and the others dared to make a move, then Wen Hai and the others wouldn't be polite. On the other hand, the situation in the mystic realm didn't change much. Li Tang and the others simply didn't care about going to the Lost Soul City State. In their opinion, once they go to the Lost Soul City State, the Lost Soul City State wouldn't dare to say anything. They just wanted to deter them, they didn't want to make a move. The next morning, eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho woke up early. After they ate, they went to Li Tang's stone tower and waited. The two were very good. At this time, nobody in the stronghold would think that the two were also from the Holy Academy. It can be said that their disguise was very successful. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the morning that Li Tang and the other two elders came out of the stone tower. When they saw eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho waiting outside, they couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Li Tang looked at eldest brother Ho and said, "Let's go." Eldest brother Ho nodded, then he immediately followed second brother Ho to lead the way. After the group came out of the mystic realm, they directly used the Holy Academy's transmission formation to go to the Lost Soul City State. When the 5 people appeared in the Spirit Snake City's transmission formation, Li Tang and the others were stunned. They weren't young anymore. In the past, when they were traveling in the Spirit Weapon realm, they also went to the Lost Soul Mountain. They also went to the Spirit Snake City. However, their impression of the Spirit Snake City was completely different from the current Spirit Snake City. This place was too prosperous and clean. Li Tang looked around. At this time, second brother Ho was already heading towards the rental carriage. At this time, eldest brother Ho turned to Li Tang and said, "Elders, please." Then he led the 3 towards the rental carriage. Li Tang and the others were still looking at the scenery around them, but they didn't stop walking. They followed eldest brother Ho forward and before long, they arrived at the rental carriage. Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho arranged a carriage for the 3 elders. The 2 of them sat in one carriage, and the group of 2 carriages headed towards the city lord's mansion. When Li Tang saw the changes in the Spirit Snake City, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said, "I really didn't expect this place to become like this. I remember that I came here 30 years ago. At that time, the streets were very dilapidated, the ground was filled with trash. Most importantly, you could see beggars everywhere, but there were very few people in the city. I didn't expect this place to become like this." The 2 elders who followed him nodded as well. One of them said, "I've been to the Lost Soul Mountain before, and I've also been to Spirit Snake City. I didn't think that this place would become like this. This is too shocking. I just took a look and saw that there are a lot of disabled people and elderly people. However, they are all doing their own work. It seems like no one is idle. Moreover, from their clothes, it seems like they're living a good life. But how is this possible? How did they do it?" Li Tang shook his head and said, "I didn't really pay attention to Lost Soul City before. I didn't think that it would become like this. From this point, I can see that Zhao Hai is a talent." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." While they were talking, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho got off the carriage and paid the fare. Then they led the three elders into the mansion before they immediately notified Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard that Boss Ho and the others had arrived along with three old men, he knew that the main character had arrived. He didn't act impolitely as he led Stonemer and the others to greet them. After all, the people they were going to meet today were breaking river experts. Experts of this level would be highly respected in any organization. Zhao Hai led Stonemer and the others to the gate. Then he cupped his fist towards eldest brother Ho and said, "Mr. Ho, I didn't expect you to come again today. May I ask who these three are?" Eldest brother Ho immediately replied, "City Lord Zhao Hai, let me introduce you. These three are the elders of the secret realm. Our elders are all broken river experts. This is Elder Li Tang, this is Elder Qiu, and this is Elder Ku." Zhao Hai immediately gave Li Tang and the others a big bow and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the three elders. I didn't know that the three elders would be coming, so I didn't go out to meet you. Please forgive me." Then he made a gesture to invite them in. Li Tang also knew that this wasn't the place to talk. Therefore, he just nodded and snorted before he headed towards the mansion's gate. Zhao Hai led the group to the mansion's hall. After inviting the three elders to sit down, Zhao Hai looked at the three elders and said, "I wonder if the three elders have any orders for us?" Zhao Hai didn't say anything, instead, he said that he had orders. This showed that he was lowering his status. This made Li Tang feel very comfortable. Li Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, your Lost Soul City's crane granny worked for the spirit weapon realm. Although he died in the end, he was still a hero. Our secret realm will protect your Lost Soul City. But why did your Lost Soul City provoke the Sacred Court? Provoking the Sacred Court won't do you any good. Our secret realm can guarantee your safety, but that's only if you don't take the initiative to provoke the enemy. If you take the initiative to provoke the enemy, then we won't care. After all, our secret realm isn't your subordinate, we won't fight for your territory. Therefore, I think it's best if you don't intervene in the matter between the Sacred Court and Pua City." Zhao Hai looked at Li Tang, then he smiled faintly and said, "Oh, I understand Elder Li's meaning. But our Lost Soul City didn't say that the secret realm would protect us. Moreover, our enmity with the Sacred Court doesn't seem to have anything to do with the secret realm. Elder Li can rest assured, we won't make things difficult for the secret realm. This time, we'll deal with it ourselves. Because we took the initiative to cause trouble, the secret realm doesn't need to do anything." Zhao Hai's words were soft but firm. Li Tang and the others didn't think that Zhao Hai wouldn't give them any face. Then Li Tang's smile deepened as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So City Lord Zhao Hai doesn't intend to give us any face?" Zhao Hai looked at Li Tang and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Of course I'll give you three face. But what I want to know is who you three represent. Are you from the secret realm or the Sacred Court?" Li Tang didn't think that Zhao Hai would ask this. He stared for a moment before he said, "Of course we represent the secret realm. The secret realm has nothing to do with the Sacred Court." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Since you're representing the secret realm, then it's easy to say. The secret realm only has the obligation to protect us when we're attacked. But when we're attacking, the secret realm doesn't need to protect us. Also, it seems like the secret realm can't intervene in the affairs of the Lost Soul City because of this. Otherwise, does the Lost Soul City belong to Zhao Hai or the secret realm?" Li Tang looked at Zhao Hai. Although the smile on his face didn't change, his eyes were cold. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao Hai is right. We really don't have the qualifications to intervene in the affairs of the Lost Soul City. But I didn't expect City Lord Zhao Hai to not give us any face. I wonder what City Lord Zhao Hai is relying on. Can City Lord Zhao Hai deal with the attacks of the secret realm? Oh, right, I forgot to tell City Lord Zhao Hai. Although we old fellows are elders of the secret realm, we were born in the Sacred Court. If necessary, we can also become elders of the Sacred Court." Zhao Hai looked at Li Tang. He really didn't think that Li Tang wouldn't even care about the face of a breaking river expert. He actually dared to say such shameless words. Before, he said that they didn't have any relationship with the Sacred Institute. Now, he said that he could become an elder of the Sacred Institute at any time. Zhao Hai looked at Li Tang and said, "I don't have anything to rely on. It's just that there are some things that I can't stand, so I want to intervene." "What? Could it be that the few of you still want to become elders of the Sacred Academy right now? Li Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, that's not impossible. Let's see if some people are tactful. Zhao Hai looked at Li Tang, then suddenly laughed and said, I've seen it for the first time. If you're here to talk about this matter, then there's no need to talk about it. Please. Li Tang nodded and said, I've seen it for the first time. If you're here to talk about this matter, then you don't have to. Please. Li Tang looked at Zhao Hai. The smile on his face deepened. At the same time, his eyes were as cold as ice. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, City Lord Zhao Hai, think carefully. We can become elders of the sacred court at any time. Zhao Hai looked at Li Tang. Then he smiled faintly and said, I think you shouldn't become elders of the sacred court right now. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good for anyone's face. Li Tang looked at Zhao Hai, then his imposing aura slowly rose, directly pressuring Zhao Hai. Li Tang was worthy of being an elder of the mystic realm. His imposing aura carried a heavy murderous aura. Big Brother Ho and Second Brother Ho felt the murderous aura, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. The other two elders also slowly increased their aura and directly pressured Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Li Tang. Then he smiled faintly. Then his body also emitted killing intent. This killing intent seemed to have substance. One could smell the thick smell of blood in the air. However, the killing intent released by Zhao Hai blocked the killing intent released by Li Tang and the others. At the same time, several powerful auras appeared in the City Lord's mansion. These auras weren't any weaker than Li Tang's. When they rushed towards Li Tang and the others, their expressions couldn't help but change. Zhao Hai looked at Li Tang, then he smiled faintly and said, Elderly, I think you should go back. The mystic realm can protect our safety, but what our lost soul city-state wants to do isn't something that others can dictate. The eternal smile on Li Tang's face completely disappeared. His face was pale as he looked at Zhao Hai. It seems like he wanted to imprint Zhao Hai's appearance in his mind. Then he said, I didn't expect City Lord Zhao Hai to have such strength. It seems like we were thinking too much. We'll take our leave first. Then he stood up and didn't say anything as he walked out. Xiao Ming and Ke He quickly followed him out. Eldest Brother Ho and Second Brother Ho looked at Zhao Hai before they also left. After the 5 people left the City Lord's mansion, they immediately headed towards the transmission formation. Xiao Ming looked at Li Tang and said, Old Li, what do we do now? Li Tang's face was pale as he replied, Let's go back. This time, Zhao Hai wants to deal with the sacred court. We don't need to help the sacred court. I didn't expect that Zhao Hai would have so many experts by his side. It seems like we've been underestimating him. Strange, if he has so many experts by his side, why did he send crane grasses to the secret realm? Ke He replied, I discovered that the people in the City Lord's mansion have just entered Broken River City. Although their auras are strong, they seem to be too strong. However, their strength should be good. Do you think that Zhao Hai had several experts by his side before? But at that time, they had just reached Broken River level and haven't stabilized their cultivation. In order to avoid conflict with the sacred court, they sent crane grasses to the secret realm. They thought that crane grasses would be fine after entering the secret realm. But they didn't expect that crane grasses would die in the secret realm. At this time, those experts have already stabilized their cultivation. Zhao Hai is confident that he can challenge the sacred court. Li Tang thought for a moment before he nodded and said, There's such a possibility. I also feel that those people have just reached Broken River level. Their auras aren't restrained enough. So, does this mean that Zhao Hai wants to go against the sacred court this time? Hee, this is interesting. We don't need to worry about that right now. We'll just tell the sacred court what we know. As for the sacred court's reaction, it's not something we can control. But if the sacred court wants to attack the Lost Soul City, then we can help. Xiao Ming and Ke He nodded. Since they were able to become experts, they naturally weren't impulsive people. Although Zhao Hai didn't give them any face, the strength that Zhao Hai displayed was enough to make them afraid. In this case, it was impossible for them to have a conflict with Zhao Hai. Therefore, they immediately chose to leave. However, this didn't mean that they could just swallow their anger. Today, Zhao Hai didn't give them any face. They have already remembered this enmity. They will certainly get their revenge in the future. Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho didn't speak. The two followed behind the three elders with their heads down. It seems like they didn't see or hear anything. Actually, they did this to conceal the excitement in their eyes. They didn't want Li Tang and the others to see the joy in their eyes. This would only bring trouble to them. While Li Tang was speaking, he also paid attention to the expressions of the two. He saw that the two were just standing there with their heads down, as if they didn't know what they were talking about. Li Tang couldn't help but nod. He thought that the two were very tactful. He was very satisfied with their performance. Before long, the five of them arrived at the transmission formation. Then they directly used the formation to head towards the sacred court. After arriving, Li Tang didn't immediately return to the secret realm. Instead, he went to see the dean. When the dean heard that Li Tang and the others wanted to see him, he immediately invited them to the academy's living room. After they sat down, the dean immediately had someone serve them high-quality tea, while he sat at the side. Li Tang looked at the dean and said, "Dean Tang, we came this time to tell you that we talked to Xiao Hai and asked him to give up on being enemies with the Holy Court. However, it seems like our words didn't work." Xiao Hai didn't listen at all. Even if a few of us old men appeared, he still didn't give us any face. Li Tang looked at the dean and said, "That's right." When the dean heard Li Tang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Is he crazy?" Li Tang looked at the dean and said, "The reason why Xiao Hai didn't give us any face is because he has the strength. Xiao Hai has at least 5 river-breaking experts by his side. Moreover, his strength isn't any weaker than a river-breaking expert. In other words, the Lost Soul City-State has at least 6 river-breaking experts. 6, this isn't a small number. Nobody would want to be enemies with so many of them. We're the same. Therefore, we came to tell you that we are powerless to do anything about the Lost Soul City-State." Then Li Tang stood up and walked outside. At this time, Dean Tang was still sitting there in a daze. His eyes were unfocused as he muttered, 6 river-breaking experts? How is this possible? How is this possible? Li Tang didn't pay any attention to Dean Tang as he led the group back to the mystic realm. As soon as they entered the mystic realm, Li Tang waved his hand towards Elder Ho and said, "The two of you can go back. Remember, don't mention today's matter to anyone. If I hear any rumors about today's matter, I'll deal with you too." Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho nodded, then they turned around and flew back to their rooms. Li Tang's group went to Li Tang's tower. After arriving at Li Tang's tower, the three sat down as guests. Then Li Tang looked at Ku He and Xiao Ming and said, "Today, the enmity between us and Xiao Hai has been established. This time, we'll borrow the Holy Court's hand to test Xiao Hai's strength. If the word holy can deal with Xiao Hai, then that would be the best. But if it can't, then we'll know how strong Xiao Hai is. It'll be easier for us to deal with him in the future." Ku He and Xiao Ming nodded. The two of them were good friends with Li Tang. No matter what they did, they would stick together. This time, the three of them came together to put pressure on Xiao Hai. But in the end, this was the result. This made the three of them decide to deal with Xiao Hai. But it was clear that now wasn't the time. If they were to deal with Xiao Hai, then the news would be spread to the other people in the secret realm. This would cause a huge uproar. If they came forward to put pressure on Xiao Hai, then Xiao Hai wouldn't go against the word holy. If the other people in the secret realm knew about this, then they wouldn't say anything. After all, they didn't harm Xiao Hai. But if they were to attack Xiao Hai, then it would be disastrous. Before Crane Field entered the secret realm, they were told to take care of the lost city. Now that Crane Field had died, not only did they not take care of the lost city, they even attacked it. What would the other people in the secret realm think? Wouldn't they be worried that they would end up like Crane Field in the future? If they had such thoughts, then who would be willing to work for them? When the time comes, then they would be in big trouble. It was precisely because of this that Li Tang couldn't deal with Xiao Hai right now. At the very least, he would have to wait for some time before doing anything. Li Tang even wanted to kill Boss Ho and second brother Ho. However, Boss Ho and second brother Ho were very well behaved, so Li Tang didn't make a move. After all, Li Tang had to have a legitimate reason to kill the two elders of the Hidden Realm. Otherwise, it would cause chaos in the hidden realm. Li Tang and the others also felt that the people in the secret realm were becoming more and more united. It was because of this that they decided to keep the 12th stronghold. At the same time, they sent the troublemakers to the 12th stronghold to die. If they were to cause a commotion in the secret realm and cause everyone to oppose them, then they wouldn't be able to stay in the secret realm any longer. In order to appease the public's anger, they would have to leave the secret realm. After all, if the people in the secret realm were to unite, then they would be a formidable force. At the very least, they would be stronger than the elder group. Because of this, Li Tang's actions had become more restrained. He didn't dare to be as unscrupulous as before. Li Tang and the others could still calmly arrange things. However, the situation in the sacred court was completely different. When the dean recovered, he discovered that Li Tang and the others had already left. However, the dean wasn't in the mood to think about this. He was still shocked by the news that Li Tang brought back. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would have so many river-breaking experts. This was completely beyond his expectations. If Zhao Hai really had so many experts, then they would have to think about the statements made by the Lost Soul City-State. With and without 6 river-breaking experts, the weight of the statement was completely different. They had to think about it carefully. After thinking for a long time, the dean still couldn't think of anything. In the end, he had no choice but to gather all the patriarchs in the sacred court. Then he told them about Li Tang's words. After he finished speaking, the entire conference room was silent. Everyone was shocked by this news. Then they began to discuss among themselves. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. At this time, they felt that they were in a dilemma. With a powerful person like Zhao Hai in the Puha city-state, should they fight or not? This was a difficult problem for them. The dean looked at them and said, "The situation is as I said. Now, let's talk about it. Are we going to fight or not?" Everyone was silent for a moment. After a while, Teacher Wu opened his mouth and said, "We must fight." "Dean, if we don't fight this time, then who in the continent would respect the word holy? The prestige that the word holy has built up over the years would be lost. So we must fight. But as for how to fight, I think we need to discuss this matter." When everyone heard Teacher Wu, they were silent. To be honest, they also understood what Teacher Wu meant. It was just that they didn't want to say it before. After all, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. In this case, it would be unwise to fight Zhao Hai. The dean glanced at the crowd and said in a low voice, "I agree with Mr. Wu's words. We must fight. It's not because Tang Fei died. It's related to the dignity of our Saint Academy. For so many years, when did the people we send out to do things die for no reason outside? When did the people from the other city-states have the courage to make a move against the people of the Sacred Academy? If this were to happen, and the other city-states follow suit in the future, then there would be no need for us to send people out to do things." Everyone nodded. They also understood that they must fight. Otherwise, the Sacred Academy would have a hard time in the future. Now that the spiritual weapon realm had formed an alliance against the Sacred Academy, if the Sacred Academy couldn't show its strength, then nobody would give them any face in the future. The dean looked at everyone and said, "Now, the only problem left is how to fight. What do you think? Let's hear it." Everyone was silent. This was hard to say. Zhao Hai had shown his strength. If they really fought, then it was hard to say what would happen. Teacher Wu looked at everyone and said, "Dean, actually, we don't need to be too nervous just because Zhao Hai has river-breaking realm experts. Zhao Hai has river-breaking realm experts, but so does our Sacred Academy. Moreover, we have more than them. Moreover, we can't let river-breaking realm experts take action in this battle. If it really reaches the level of breaking river-level masters, then it will really be a terrible thing. At that time, we will even have to use the power of the secret realm. As long as we use the power of the secret realm, then we can still win. So I don't think we need to worry about those breaking river-level masters. Our main offensive force is still the sky dance level masters." The dean and the others stared. They didn't think that Teacher Wu would say this. But everyone nodded. They felt that Teacher Wu's words were reasonable. The dean's eyes lit up. Then he looked at Teacher Wu and said, "Teacher Wu, please continue." Teacher Wu nodded, then he said, if we can't use river-breaking realm experts, then we can only use sky dance realm experts. No matter which side it is, the side that uses river-breaking realm experts first will win. Actually, Dean, we've done a good job in the past few days. We've sent people to contact the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. A lot of them don't want to be enemies with the Sacred Academy. The reason why they joined the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance is because they are afraid that the Anti-Sacred Academy would retaliate against them. Their city-states are surrounded by the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. If they don't join, then the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance would deal with them together. Their city-states would be finished. Because of this, they had no choice but to join. These people have already said that they don't want to be enemies with the Sacred Academy. Therefore, when the battle starts, they won't put in any effort. For us, this is a good opportunity. When the dean heard Teacher Wu, his spirit couldn't help but shake. He looked at Teacher Wu and said, "There's such a thing? I didn't know about it. It seems like I've been too busy these past few days." "Alright, you can continue." Teacher Wu nodded and said, "Dean, your previous order wasn't wrong. We can have the clans that are close to the Sacred Academy create chaos in their city-states. This way, the city-states that don't want to participate in the war would have an excuse to not send troops. At the same time, the city-states that want to participate in the war wouldn't be able to send too many troops. This way, the enemies we have to face would be a lot less. Dean, Zhao Hai's bewitching Hun city-state is developing very fast. But the Sacred Academy has already sent a lot of people there. We can have them move around a bit. When necessary, they can cause some damage to the bewitching Hun city-state. The bewitching Hun city-state used to be at war all year round, so the people there are very tired of it. If our people cause some damage to the bewitching Hun city-state, then the people there would be even more tired of fighting. When the time comes, the bewitching Hun city-state might not even have time to take care of themselves. How could they help the Puha city-state deal with us?" The dean nodded, then he said, "This time, Zhao Hai slapped Elder Li's face. Then the mystic realm shouldn't care too much about the bewitching Hun city-state. If we want to deal with Zhao Hai, not only would they not oppose it, they might even be happy to see it happen." Teacher Wu nodded and said, "Right, since Zhao Hai didn't give the mystic realm face, then the mystic realm wouldn't care about him. Moreover, we also know about Zhao Hai's true strength, so we can adjust our strategy. This is very important for us." The dean nodded and said, "Alright, then let's do as Teacher Wu said. Let's make our people move first. Try to prevent the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance from participating in this matter. Also, inform the people in the bewitching Hun city-state to work harder and cause more damage." Everyone nodded, then the dean continued, "In the spirit weapon realm, there are a lot of city-states that don't listen to us. Before, we had been enduring. I thought that this matter would slowly pass and our Sacred Academy would return to its original position. But now, it seems like I was wrong. Our Sacred Academy was too weak before, it even made people think that we were easy to bully. Because of this, some people jumped on our heads. This is an opportunity to let the people in the spirit weapon realm understand that the prestige of the Sacred Academy cannot be disrespected. Otherwise, they would have to pay the price." Everyone stood up and loudly responded. The dean's voice also became louder as he said, "The rise of the Sacred Academy will depend on our actions this time. Go, this time, we can only succeed. This is related to the fate of our Sacred Academy." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. After everyone left, the dean let out a long breath and slowly calmed down. Then he muttered, "Zhao Hai, I still underestimated you. But you can't win against the Sacred Academy, you can't win." At this time, Zhao Hai was inside the city lord's mansion, discussing matters with Wen Hai and the others. The group was sitting in the living room, talking and laughing. Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai with a smile and said, "Boss, did you see Li Tang's face?" "Ha ha ha. Ever since I saw Li Tang, this is the first time that his smile has disappeared. Ha ha ha. It's too satisfying, too secretive." The others also laughed. They knew how cruel Li Tang was in the past. Many of their friends had died in Li Tang's hands. To be honest, if it wasn't for Li Tang's cruelty, the Anti-Sacred Academy faction wouldn't have appeared. In a place like the secret realm, they had to go out and kill beasts every day in order to obtain bone orbs. Most of the bone orbs had to be handed over to the higher-ups. In this case, Li Tang could kill them whenever he wanted. Naturally, this also made them feel disgusted with the Sacred Academy. In the end, it led to the birth of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. It was precisely because they saw Li Tang's most glorious moment that they were happy to see Li Tang in such a sorry state. Zhao Hai also smiled faintly and said, "I'm afraid that Li Tang would never dream that the one who forced him to this point was the one he didn't even want to look at. Ha ha ha. If he knew this, then his expression would be even more wonderful." Everyone burst into laughter. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "However, this matter isn't over yet. We still have a lot of things to do. Li Tang will certainly inform the Sacred Academy about our strength. After the Sacred Academy knows about this, they will certainly take action. The most likely thing is that they won't send a Broken River expert to participate in this matter. So, you guys won't be able to participate. What we need to rely on is not only the Sky Dance experts, but there are also a lot of Sky Dance experts in the Sacred Academy." Everyone nodded. They all came from the Sacred Academy, so they more or less knew about the strength of the Sacred Academy. There were a lot of Sky Dance experts in the Sacred Academy. This was because the Sacred Academy would train some talents every year. These people were all selected from the various clans. After being fully trained by the Sacred Academy, they would quickly become Sky Dance experts. At this point, it was hard to say how many Sky Dance experts there were in the Sacred Academy. Nobody knew how many Sky Dance experts there were in the Sacred Academy. Moreover, nobody knew how many Sky Dance experts there were in the Sacred Academy. Nobody knew how many Sky Dance experts there were in the Broken River realm. A newly promoted Sky Dance expert and a half-step Sky Dance expert were completely different. If the Sacred Academy only sent Sky Dance experts to fight them, then they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Perhaps, the people in the base would also have to take action. When Wenhai said, "The most frightening thing about the Sacred Academy is their background. Nobody knows how many void dance experts the Sacred Academy has right now. Moreover, the younger generation of the major clans of the Sacred Academy have all grown up. If these people receive the full support of the Sacred Academy, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for them to become void dance experts. In this case, it would be unwise to fight against them. But since they are the ones taking the initiative to attack, we have no choice but to face them head-on. If all the members of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance unite, then our strength wouldn't be inferior to the Sacred Academy. But I'm afraid that those people won't be able to unite." Zhao Hai replied, "It's very difficult to unite. Even in the alliance against the Holy Academy, there are some people who are half-hearted. Not everyone wants to go against the Holy Academy, there are some who are forced. Hee. But this is also good. Those who really want to go against the Holy Academy would be able to see it with a single glance." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's very difficult to unite. Even in the alliance against the Holy Academy, there are some who are half-hearted. Not everyone wants to go against the Holy Academy." Everyone nodded. When Wenhai said, "The Sacred Court has been operating in the spiritual weapon world for so many years. Their strength can't be underestimated. Of course, what's more worrying is their influence. Although the Sacred Court is facing a crisis this time, there are still countless people who fear the Sacred Court. This time, we can only show that we have the strength to fight against the Sacred Court. Only then will we be able to suppress the Sacred Court." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Not only that. Sometimes, this kind of influence can be turned into fighting strength. The Sacred Academy has also discovered that they can't lose this time. If they lose, then the prestige that they have accumulated for thousands of years will disappear. Therefore, they will certainly do everything in their power. Then I'm afraid that the other city-states will be in trouble." When Wenhai and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, Zhao Hai smiled faintly at them and then turned to Stonemer and Feng Lihua. "From now on, the spies that the Holy Courtyard sent to Lost Soul City-State must be strictly monitored. But at the same time, pay attention to what they are up to. If they want to cause damage to the city, then see what they want to do. If the damage isn't too big, then let them do it once or twice. Then we'll catch them. If they want to cause serious damage, then we'll directly take action." If they want to cause destruction, then they can do it. Feng Lihua and Stonemer stared, then they immediately nodded. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, do you think that the Sacred Academy will do this?" "It's impossible, right? The Sacred Academy should have the dignity of the Sacred Academy. If they do this, then where will their dignity go?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Dignity, if they can't defeat us this time, then they won't have any dignity left. They are doing this for their own dignity. People have always respected the victors. Those who have dignity are also the victors. Even if you have dignity, then you are still a loser. But what about your descendants? Will they still have dignity? Only the victors can pay attention to their dignity and maintain their dignity." When Wenhai and the others didn't say anything, they couldn't help but recognize that Zhao Hai was right. Only the victors have dignity, the losers have no dignity at all. Zhao Hai looked outside and muttered, "If the Sacred Academy uses this method to deal with us, then they would certainly use it to deal with the other city-states as well. This way, those half-hearted fellows would have an excuse to not participate in the war. Stonemer, when the time comes, remember all the city-states that didn't participate in the war. At the same time, find a way to monitor all the participating city-states. See if there are any who don't contribute." Stonemer nodded and said, "Yes, young master can rest assured. I'll do my best." Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "A storm is coming. This time, we'll have to see how the Holy Court does. If the Holy Court loses this time, then it would be much easier for us to deal with them in the secret realm. If they win, then our days in the secret realm would be much more difficult." Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "Let's see what the Holy Court does." When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, aren't you worried that the Sacred Academy would take this opportunity to attack the Lost Soul City?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They wouldn't dare. With us here, they wouldn't dare. The Sacred Academy has a lot of experts, but the river-breaking realm experts of the Sacred Academy are also from the great clans of the Sacred Academy. If a clan loses a skydance expert, then their days in the Sacred Academy wouldn't be good. Don't think that the Sacred Academy is an iron plate, that's impossible. They also have their own calculations. Even if they are very united right now, would they still be united in the face of something that would shake their foundations? I don't think so." When Wenhai and the others nodded. They still haven't fully adapted to their identity as river-breaking realm experts. Indeed, with them here, the Lost Soul City would be safe. Even the Sacred Academy wouldn't dare to provoke the Lost Soul City. Even if the Sacred Academy were to attack the city, as long as they didn't die, then the Sacred Academy wouldn't have any good days ahead of them. For experts like them, if they were to focus on retaliating against someone, then it would be very troublesome. When Wenhai said in a deep voice, "That is to say, as long as we do well, we can become famous and become the most famous city in the entire spirit weapon world. If we fail, we can also defend the territory of the Lost Soul City. At the same time, we can also become famous and become the most famous warriors in the spirit weapon world. No matter how you look at it, we won't lose out." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're right, I think so too. In any case, we have the upper hand. Although the Holy Academy would certainly retaliate against us, they wouldn't do so in a short time. After all, they still have the face of a mystic realm. They would still have to give us some face. And with you guys here, by the time they want to deal with us, I'm afraid that our strength would have multiplied by several times. It would be impossible for them to deal with us. When the time comes, it wouldn't be them who would deal with us, it would be us who would have to deal with them." When Wenhai and the others nodded. Then when Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "But boss, from what I heard, it seems like you don't have any confidence in this battle. Are you sure that there's no way to deal with the Sacred Academy this time?" Zhao Hai shook his head, then he sighed and said, "It's easier said than done. Although the Sacred Academy's reputation was damaged, their strength wasn't. Moreover, the Sacred Academy wanted to deal with the Puha city in order to establish their prestige in the spiritual weapon realm. In this case, it wouldn't be easy for us to deal with them. Although the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance has been established, the people inside are all half-hearted. How many of them would dare to fight the Sacred Academy to the death? However, this is also an opportunity for us. The fact that the Sacred Institute is going to attack the Puha city-state will scare a lot of people. There will certainly be people who will stand on our side, and the number of people will not be small. When those people stand on our side, we will have the qualifications to challenge the Sacred Institute. When Wenhai nodded and said in a deep voice, I've heard about the expansion plan. Will it affect us in any way? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, there shouldn't be any impact. With our strength, how could there be any impact? Also, the city lords of the cities that want to join our Lost Soul city-state will still be the city lords. Naturally, they can also have their own unique laws. However, the general constitution must be the same as the Lost Soul city-state. At the same time, they must also respect the leadership of the Lost Soul city-state. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to join the Lost Soul city-state. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, that's right, the Lost Soul city-state. When Wenhai sighed and said, to be honest, if I were a city lord, I would definitely join the Lost Soul city. Even if I'm just a city lord, it's still better than managing a city. Most importantly, not only would the living standards of the people under my rule increase, the income of the city lord would also increase. This is a good thing. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai smiled and said, power is the most difficult thing to let go of. Once a person has tasted the sweetness of power, how could they let it go so easily? It's always necessary to make some preparations. Tang Ming let out a long breath and muttered, I really hope that one day, the people of the spirit weapon world would be able to live the same life as the people of the Lost Soul City. That would be great. When Wenhai and the others also nodded. They also hoped that such a day would come. If such a day really comes, then there would be no more wars in the spirit weapon world. The world would be at peace. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, it won't be that easy. Even if such a day really comes, the world wouldn't be at peace. People are always greedy. Sometimes greed is a motivation, but sometimes it's a sin. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's just do what we need to do. Everyone, you came from the Lost Soul Mountain base, how are you living there? When Wenhai smiled and said, it's great. Everyone is living very well there. It's very comfortable. Hee, they left the spirit weapon world for a while, so they were a bit homesick. Although they went back to visit their families, they didn't stay in the spirit weapon world for too long. Now, they can live here for a while. Although the environment here isn't as good as the secret realm, they don't care because this is our route. Zhao Hai nodded. Just as he was about to speak, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Then a voice said, who is it? Another voice immediately replied, I'm the gatekeeper. There's a mister who claims to be the representative of Puha City. He said that he wants to see the city lord. He's already waiting at the gatekeeper's door. I'm waiting for the city lord. Then the same voice was heard, City Lord, there's a mister who claims to be the representative of Puha City. He wants to see you. Actually, Zhao Hai and the others had already heard these words. However, this kind of report was a necessary rule. Therefore, although Zhao Hai heard the person's words, he didn't say anything. Zhao Hai said, verify the person's identity. If he's really the representative of Puha City, then bring him to the study. The voice outside the door complied. Then he turned around and instructed the gatekeeper. Zhao Hai didn't care about the people outside. Instead, he turned to Wenhai and the others and said, I'll go to the study and see what's going on in Puha City. Maybe it's to let our army enter Puha City. Wenhai and the others nodded. Zhao Hai wasn't polite with them. He stood up and walked outside. After arriving outside, he went to the study and sat down, waiting for the other party to arrive. Zhao Hai sat in the study room and looked at the man in front of him. This man didn't look very old, he was only around 30 years old. His maintenance was very good, he wore very decent clothes, his temperament was also very outstanding. Just by sitting there, he gave people a cultured and refined feeling. Zhao Hai looked at him, then he smiled faintly and said, Mister, what's your name? Do you have any position in Puha City? The man kept his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, City Lord Zhao is too polite. My surname is Chen Guohua. I'm just a servant of City Lord Liu. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't take him seriously. Although this Chen Guohua was very polite, Zhao Hai could still guess his identity. He might be Lu Jinyan's aide. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here on behalf of Lu Jinyan. It seems like his status wasn't low. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Mr. Chen is too polite. I don't know why Mr. Chen has come this time. Is there anything I can help you with? Chen Guohua replied, there is indeed something I need to ask City Lord Zhao. I hope that City Lord Zhao can answer me truthfully. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Mr. Chen, please speak. Zhao Hai had already guessed what Chen Guohua wanted to ask about. Now that Li Tang and the others came to Lost Soul City, Lu Jinyan must be worried, so he sent his trusted subordinates to inquire about it. Chen Guohua nodded. Sure enough, Chen Guohua asked Zhao Hai, City Lord Zhao, how many Broken River experts have come to visit? Are they from the Holy Court? When Zhao Hai heard Chen Guohua, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, so Mr. Chen wanted to ask about this. There were indeed 3 Broken River experts who came to visit me. However, they weren't from the Holy Court, they were from the Secret Realm. Mr. Chen should also know that our bewitching Soul City's elder, Tian Crane Chao, had entered the Secret Realm and died there. But even so, the Secret Realm must protect our city for 10 years. This time, the elders of the Secret Realm came to discuss this matter with me. They want us to not go against the Holy Court. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to guarantee the safety of our bewitching Soul City. When Chen Guohua heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He didn't think that the people who came to visit Zhao Hai would be people from the Secret Realm. Moreover, the Secret Realm actually said such a thing. It was clear that they were helping the Holy Court. Chen Guohua couldn't help but feel nervous. This was because the Secret Realm was a very mysterious existence in the spiritual weapon realm. Its degree of mystery had already surpassed the Holy Court. It was also an existence that all the city-states in the spiritual weapon realm were afraid of. The Secret Realm was different from the Holy Court. Although the Holy Court would intervene in the affairs of the various city-states, they would only do so by supporting the forces within the city-state. They wouldn't interfere with the city-state's affairs. But the Secret Realm was different. The Secret Realm would directly send people to inform you if you want to enter. If you don't agree, then the Secret Realm would send troops to deal with you. In the spiritual weapon realm, a lot of people had died in the hands of the Secret Realm. Because of this, the city-states were more afraid of the Secret Realm than they were of the Holy Court. It can be said that the deterrence of the Secret Realm was greater than the Holy Court. Chen Guohua was afraid that Zhao Hai would be pressured by the Secret Realm and give up on the Puha city. If that were the case, then they would be finished. The reason why the Puha city dared to face the Holy Court was because of the Lost City. This was especially true for the Lost City. The Lost City was the first to stand up and publicly support the Puha city. If the Lost City were to withdraw, then the other city-states would also withdraw. They wouldn't dare to help the Puha city in dealing with the Holy Court. After thinking about this, Chen Guohua immediately looked at Zhao Hai and anxiously said, What did City Lord Zhao say? You wouldn't give up on the Puha city, right? Zhao Hai looked at Chen Guohua and smiled faintly. I told the people in the Secret Realm that they only want to protect the Lost City. They don't have the qualifications to intervene in the internal affairs of the Lost City. Now that we have to face the Holy Court, if they don't want to protect us, then they don't have to. We don't care. When Chen Guohua heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Many thanks to City Lord Zhao. For City Lord Zhao to say such words to the Secret Realm, the Puha city is very grateful. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Mr. Chen doesn't need to be so polite. This time, the Lost City will take care of this matter. It's useless for anyone else to say anything. But from what Mr. Chen said, could it be that other city-states have also been visited? Chen Guohua nodded, then with a dignified expression he said, Our Puha city recently received news that some people from the Sacred Institute went to visit the clans of other cities. Even the clans of our Puha city who wanted to join the Sacred Institute were secretly contacted by the people from the Sacred Institute. Of course, this is also within our expectations. But what we didn't expect was the attitude of the other cities towards the people from the Sacred Institute. Zhao Hai looked at Chen Guohua and said, Tell me more about it, the Holy Court's recent activities seem to be very frequent. Chen Guohua nodded and said, Yes, the Sacred Academy didn't only send people to contact the clans in the city-states, they also sent people to contact the city-states. However, these city-states didn't have any antipathy towards the emissaries of the Sacred Academy. On the contrary, they turned a blind eye towards the people of the Sacred Academy. To be honest, this attitude made us very worried. We can understand why they would meet the emissaries of the Sacred Academy. After all, they haven't completely fallen out with the Sacred Academy. However, their attitude towards the clans of the Sacred Academy made us worried. I heard that some city-states are no longer suppressing the clans of the Sacred Academy. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Chen Guohua and said, "What do you think they want to do?" When Zhao Hai said they, he naturally wasn't referring to the Holy Court, but the other city-states. Chen Guohua replied, "We can't say for sure. But from their attitude towards the Holy Court's emissaries, it can be seen that they are very afraid of the Holy Court. It's even possible that they aren't very supportive of us going to war with the Holy Court." Zhao Hai replied, "That's for sure, they are waiting for the Holy Court to do this. This time, the Holy Court wants to deal with Puha City. In order to prevent our lost soul city from intervening, they even sent the elders of the secret realm. From this point, we can see that the Holy Court is really anxious. In this case, they would do anything. They might even send the clans of the Holy Court to create chaos in the other city-states. Then the other city-states can use this as an excuse to stay out of the matter. This way, the Holy Court would have fewer enemies, allowing them to attack Puha City with all their might. Maybe after some time, our lost soul city would also have internal strife." When Chen Guohua heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, do you really think so? Will the Holy Court really do this?" Zhao Hai replied, "Most likely, we should prepare early." "Right, if you don't have the confidence to deal with the families of the Holy Courtyard in the shortest time possible, then it would be best to make the first move and gain the upper hand. Deal with the families of the Holy Courtyard first, then we can talk about other matters later." Zhao Hai nodded, "That's right. I'm not sure if we can deal with the families of the Holy Courtyard in the shortest time possible." Chen Guohua suddenly stood up, then he immediately cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you City Lord Zhao for your reminder. I must immediately return to Puha City. This time, I came to inform City Lord Zhao that our Puha City has already prepared a military camp. We're waiting for City Lord Zhao's reinforcements to arrive. This is a 10,000-strong military camp, all the facilities have already been prepared. You can move in at any time." Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, very good. Please inform City Lord Lu that our people will arrive within 7 days through the transmission formation. They will be led by Stonemer. Please make the necessary arrangements. As for the specific date, we'll inform you later." Chen Guohua immediately nodded towards Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, I understand. Thank you City Lord Zhao. I'll take my leave now." Zhao Hai nodded, then Chen Guohua turned around and left Zhao Hai's study. After Chen Guohua left, Zhao Hai returned to the living room. When Wen Hai and the others were still sitting there, they were drinking tea and chatting. When they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately looked at him. They wanted to know why the people of Puha City were looking for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "The Holy Court has sent people to contact the other cities of the Anti-Holy Court Alliance. Many of these cities were very polite to the Holy Court. Even when the Holy Court sent people to contact the clans of their cities, they didn't oppose it. It seems like they're letting the Holy Court do as they please." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Such people can't do anything. Boss, it seems like we can't count on them. We can only rely on ourselves. I think we should transfer our brothers over. With us here, we should be able to teach the Holy Court a lesson." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We haven't reached that level yet. Don't underestimate the Lost Soul City. They aren't weak, they have more than 200 Void Dance Realm experts. This time, I'm going to use the Lost Soul City's strength to deal with them. If we can't deal with them, then I'll have you guys come forward. We need to preserve some of our strength, we can't reveal all of our cards. Otherwise, we would be at a disadvantage when facing the Holy Court in the future." When Wen Hai nodded, then he said, "I don't know what's going on in the secret realm. After Li Tang returns, will he check the situation of the 12th stronghold?" If he finds out that there's no one there, then I wonder what kind of reaction he would have. What Wen Wenhai said reminded Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai closed his eyes and thought for a moment before he said, Old Wen, go back to the secret realm and contact Old Che. Have Old Che arrange a few trustworthy people to cause trouble, but don't let them be punished. If Li Tang really sends people to check the situation at the 12th outpost and finds that there's no one there, then they will certainly send more people to the 12th outpost. That way, we can openly recruit people. When Wenhai nodded, then said, Old Wen, go back to the secret realm and contact Old Che. When Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression turned happy as he said, all right, I'll immediately go back and arrange it. This is a good idea. There are a lot of experts in the secret realm. If we can recruit all of them, then our strength would increase by a lot. Zhao Hai nodded and said, arrange it well. Don't let the people in the stronghold be suspicious. Also, don't let our people be punished too heavily. Don't let any losses occur. We'll be slow, understood? When Wenhai nodded, indicating that he understood. Zhao Hai was still quite confident in him. When Wenhai was quite steady in handling matters. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Wenhai, then he turned to Tang Ming and the others and said, Old Tang, you should return to the Lost Soul Mountain first. Look after the people there and have them train well. Everyone has been in the secret realm for a long time. Some of them might not be used to the spirit weapon realm. We need to have them adapt as soon as possible. Old Tang nodded and said, Boss, you can rest assured. I'll do it well. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then you can go back first. If there's anything, I'll inform you. Also, keep in touch with Old Ho and Old Che. Right, keep an eye on little Liang. The group nodded, then they stood up and went outside. Then they went to a small courtyard behind the city lord's mansion. Then they activated the transmission formation and left the city lord's mansion. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai and the others were very calm, nothing happened. However, the other city-states started to show signs of chaos. Some of the city-states managed to deal with this chaos very well. However, some of the city-states didn't. These city-states seemed to be numb to the chaos, their reactions were very slow. They actually allowed the chaos to grow bigger and bigger, to the point where the situation got out of control. This made Zhao Hai speechless. He knew that this was the result of the city-states' indulgence. However, the people of these city-states didn't think that the chaos would be this fierce. This could be considered as a consequence of their own actions. 3 days after Chen Guohua left the Lost Hun City-State, the army of the Lost Hun City-State began to enter the Puha City-State. This matter was very big because the reinforcements of the Lost Hun City-State entered the Puha City-State through the transmission formation. Puha City-State's transmission formation didn't do anything else these past few days, it was used to transport the army. Groups of soldiers appeared on the transmission formation and then lined up on the streets. After reaching a certain number, they would leave the city and enter the military camp that was arranged outside the city. This situation made the people of the Puha City-State very curious. A lot of people stood on the streets and watched as the groups of soldiers left. Some people in the spiritual weapon realm thought that the Puha City-State would accept the reinforcements of the Lost Hun City-State. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually send 10,000 troops at once. Moreover, the Puha City-State actually accepted these 10,000 troops. One must know that 10,000 troops wasn't a small number. In times of need, it could completely change the outcome of a war. They didn't think that the Puha City-State would actually accept these troops. Moreover, they even placed them around the city. The word sovereignty might not have been invented by the people of the spirit weapon world, but they already had this concept. Moreover, this concept was very strong. Because of the years of war, there were too many city-states here. Because of this, the city-states attached great importance to sovereignty. Even if two city-states were friendly with each other, they would still have some interactions with each other. However, there would be very little military interaction between them. They wouldn't allow the other party's army to enter their territory, let alone an army of 10,000. 10,000 soldiers, and they were very strong. Such an army was stationed outside the Puha city. If the Puha city didn't feel at ease with the Lost Soul City-State, then Lu Jingyan wouldn't be able to sleep at night. However, at this time, Lu Jinyan had a smile on his face as he received Stonehammer in the living room of the city lord's mansion. Lu Jinyan looked at Stonehammer and said, "Mr. Stonehammer, I've troubled you this time. I wonder if the barracks is convenient. If there's anything you need, then please tell me." Stonehammer immediately replied, "City Lord Lu is too polite. The barracks are very good, we're already used to it. City Lord Lu doesn't need to be polite. This time, we came to help Puha City in dealing with the sacred courtyard. Everything else is fine." Lu Jinyan smiled and said, "Lost Soul City State's great kindness, our River Pool City State will always remember it in our hearts. I ask Mr. Shi to inform City Lord Zhao Hai that we would be eternally grateful." Stonehammer smiled and said, "City Lord Lu is too polite. We now have a common enemy, the sacred courtyard. Therefore, there's no need to be polite." Lu Jinyan laughed heartily and said, "Alright, Mr. Shi is indeed a straightforward person. I won't say any more words of thanks. I still have one more thing to ask Mr. Shi. It's inconvenient not to be here." Stonehammer looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "City Lord Lu, please speak frankly. As long as it's not a secret, then I'll tell you everything." Stonehammer was curious about what Lu Jinyan wanted to ask. He and Lu Jinyan didn't seem to have met before. Moreover, Lu Jinyan shouldn't be someone who doesn't know what's important. What would he ask? Lu Jinyan looked at Chui and said, "Some time ago, the 3 elders of the secret territory came to Lost Soul City. I think Mr. Shi should know about this, right?" Stonehammer nodded. He didn't quite understand what Lu Jinyan meant. Lu Jinyan looked at Stonehammer and said, "Mr. Shi, to be honest, we also have some understanding of the mystic realm. In the past, one of my elders died in the mystic realm. Our knowledge of the mystic realm might be more than others. This elder Li Tang is an old elder of the mystic realm. He doesn't seem to be an easy person to talk to. I just want to know, why would Elder Li Tang let the Lost Soul City go? With his temper, I'm afraid he won't let the Lost Soul City State off so easily, right?" When Stonehammer heard Lu Jinyan's words, he understood what Lu Jinyan wanted to ask. Chui smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, Elder Li Tang wouldn't bow his head so easily. He used all kinds of methods. In the end, he even threatened to become an elder of the Holy Court. But it's a pity that he left in the end. This was because he didn't dare to make a move. If he did, then the 3 of them would have to stay in the Lost Soul City." When Lu Jinyan heard Stonehammer, he couldn't help but sigh. He understood what Stonehammer meant. Li Tang didn't want to let Zhao go, but they also didn't think that the strength of the Lost Soul City State would be this formidable. They actually had the possibility of forcing Zhao to stay in the Lost Soul City State. This was too surprising. Chui looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "I think that the Sacred Institute already knows about this news, and because they know about it, they won't act recklessly. This time, even if they want to deal with the Puha City, they will still send Wu Sky Realm experts as their main force. However, we don't know how many of them will come. The Sacred Institute certainly has a lot of Wu Sky Realm experts. This time, we don't have a lot of Wu Sky Realm experts, but we did bring a lot of Changqi Realm experts. They are a threat to Wu Sky Realm experts." When Lu Jinyan heard Stonehammer, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he nodded and said, "So it's like this. Good, very good. If the Holy Court really sent void experts to deal with us, then we can fight against them." Stonehammer smiled faintly and said, "The City Lord is already prepared. Our Lost Soul City will also begin our investigation. First, we'll eliminate all threats in the city. Then we'll deal with the Holy Court's attack. This time, I'm afraid we won't be able to count on the other cities to help us." Lu Jinyan coldly snorted and said, "I've been disappointed with them for a long time. The Holy Court's alliance, this time, we'll know. There aren't many people who really want to go against the Holy Court. Those people might want to make up with the Holy Court, but they didn't think that making up with the Holy Court isn't an easy thing. Will the Holy Court let them go? Even if they let them go now, wouldn't they come after them in the future? A group of short-sighted people." Stonehammer smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Lu Jinyan looked at Stonehammer and said, "Isn't City Lord Zhao angry with those people? The actions of those people are really too disappointing." Stonehammer smiled and said, "The City Lord knows what those people are thinking. Those people are just afraid of the Sacred Academy. They are actually timid people, they would only side with the stronger ones. Previously, they saw that the Sacred Academy had a lot of people participating, so they joined as well. But now that the Sacred Academy is serious, they immediately became afraid. Moreover, there weren't many people who took the lead, so they started to shrink back. However, the city lord said that it's better this way, there will always be people who will stand with us against the Sacred Academy. And at this time, those who will stand with us against the Sacred Academy will be the backbone of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. Lu Jinyan nodded and said, that's true. If we didn't experience this matter, we wouldn't know what kind of character those fellows are. When they talk empty talk, they can shake the heavens. But when it's time to see the truth, they're all very honest. Stonehammer smiled faintly and said, City Lord Lu, if there's nothing else, then I'll be taking my leave. The army just arrived, I still have some things to deal with. If those people know that I'm not here, then I don't know what they'll do. I'm a bit worried, so I have to go back and take a look. Lu Jinyan nodded and said, all right, Mr. can do as you wish. If Mr. needs anything, then don't hesitate to tell me. I'll have someone deliver it to Mr. Stonehammer smiled and said, all right, thank you City Lord Lu. Then he stood up and gave Lu Jinyan a salute. Then he turned around and left the room, heading towards the barracks outside the city. Lu Jinyan looked at Stonehammer leaving. When Stonehammer's figure disappeared, he opened his mouth and said, Guohua, what do you think of Stonehammer's words? Does the Lost Soul City really have the strength to make Li Tang bow his head? Chen Guohua didn't know when he appeared behind Lu Jinyan. Upon hearing Lu Jinyan's question, Chen Guohua replied, I can't say for sure. However, Stonehammer doesn't look like he's lying. Moreover, the last time I saw Zhao Hai, I felt that he had an unfathomable aura. It seems like he has a card up his sleeve. With such a person, I shouldn't be lying. Moreover, Li Tang really didn't do anything to the Lost Soul City. Lu Jinyan said, but how do we deal with the Cranefield grass? With Cranefield grass's strength, he should be one of the Lost Soul City's experts, right? In the end, he still went to the secret realm and died inside. If the Lost Soul City had that kind of strength, then why would they send Cranefield grass to his death in the secret realm? Do you think that Li Tang retreated because of Cranefield grass? Cranefield just died in the secret realm not long ago. If Li Tang were to deal with the Lost Soul City state at this time, the people in the secret realm would not agree. Even if he were to deal with the Lost Soul City state as an elder of the Sacred Institute, those people are not fools. Chen Guohua replied, this possibility isn't impossible. However, if Zhao Hai is lying to us, then I think there's no need to do so. After all, the Sacred Academy is about to go to war with us. When the time comes, the Sacred Academy would send a Breaking River expert to participate in the war. Zhao Hai telling us such a lie wouldn't do him any good. Now that he's publicly opposing the Sacred Academy wouldn't let him off. If he doesn't have the strength, then he would be courting death. Lu Jinyan nodded and said, so, what Stonehammer said is true. It seems like the Lost Soul City is stronger than we thought. But this is also good. Having such a strong ally is a good thing for us. Chen Guohua looked at Lu Jinyan and whispered, City Lord, having such a strong ally is a good thing. However, if the ally is too strong, then it wouldn't be a good thing. What if the ally has other ambitions? Wouldn't we be in more trouble? When Lu Jinyan heard Chen Guohua, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head to Chen Guohua and said, Guohua, what do you mean? Could it be that you can see that the City of Lost Souls has greater ambitions? Chen Guohua shook his head and said, that's not it. I'm just worried that having such a powerful ally might not be a good thing for us. Moreover, when a person is strong, they would naturally have bigger ambitions. This is inevitable. I've never heard of a strong person who would be willing to be ordinary. If Zhao Hai's individual strength is strong, then that would be fine. But his strength isn't just his individual strength, it's also the strength of the entire Lost Soul City state. In this case, would he be willing to stay in the Lost Soul City state? Wouldn't he want to expand? I really don't believe it. Lu Jinyan was silent. He understood what Chen Guohua meant. He also agreed with Chen Guohua. The stronger a person is, the bigger their ambitions. Even if they don't have Zhao Hai's influence, as long as they have enough strength, they would still have big ambitions. This was very normal. If the Lost Soul City-State had the strength to force Li Tang to retreat, then this meant that the overall strength of the Lost Soul City-State couldn't be underestimated. With such strength, would Zhao Hai be willing to stay in the Lost Soul City-State? He was afraid that it was impossible. If it was him, it would be impossible as well. Thus, expansion was his only thought. However, expansion meant war. Now, Mihun City was their ally. Having such an ally was not necessarily a good thing for Puha City. Chaos, the entire spirit weapon realm was in chaos. Many city-states had internal strife. Aside from some of the city-states that were ruthless enough to quell the internal strife in the shortest time possible, the other city-states were slow to react. They just sat there and watched as the internal strife got bigger and bigger. When they wanted to quell the internal strife, they found out that the situation was already out of their control. Because of this, the entire spirit weapon realm was in chaos. And in the city-states that were close to the Lost Soul City, there were also internal strife. Several of these city-states weren't in a hurry to quell the internal strife. Because of this, the internal strife in these city-states was quite big. However, few people noticed that the cities closest to the Lost Soul City-State didn't have any internal strife. They were still very safe, and the 10 of them were very calm. Zhao Hai was sitting in the study room. Feng Lihua was standing in front of Zhao Hai. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the spies of the sacred court have already started to move. Should we make our move as well?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need to be in a hurry. Let's wait for them to make their move first before we make our move. Can we get something that can prove that they are from the sacred court?" Feng Lihua replied, "Yes, there's no problem with that. Although these people are spies, in order to make it easier for them to contact each other, they actually have an identity card on them. It's just that this identity card looks like an ordinary jade pendant. One needs to use a special method to see the information inside. Only the people from the sacred court know how to make this jade pendant." Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows and said, "Then if we want to see the contents of the jade pendant, we need a special method, right?" Feng Lihua nodded and said, "We do need a special method, but we've already mastered it. First, we need to soak the jade pendant in wine for an hour. Then, we need to adjust the angle and shine a light on it. The jade pendant will reflect light, and the light that it reflects will be the words, just like a projection." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I didn't think that the Sacred Institute would have such a method. It's good that you know this method. After we capture them, we'll interrogate them and announce their identities." Feng Lihua nodded, "Yes, young master, I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded, he waved his hand and said, "This time, we will be clashing head-on with the sacred court. The sacred court might also come to deal with us, so we need to be prepared." Feng Lihua nodded, only then did Zhao Hai allow her to leave. After Feng Lihua left, Zhao Hai stood up and walked to the door of the study room. He looked at the spiritual weapon realm's sun and muttered, "Sacred Court, I want to see how you're going to escape this calamity. Since you've made such a big deal out of this, then I won't be polite." Zhao Hai was very clear that Sacred Academy had made a bad move this time. If they were to use Sacred Academy's strength to attack Puha City-State, then even if Zhao Hai helped Puha City-State, it would still end in a situation where both sides would suffer losses. It was very difficult for such a situation to occur, and Sacred Academy might even win. This was because after so many years, Sacred Academy's reserve was still there. Currently, Lost Soul City-State could gather about 1,000 space dance experts, and this also included the people from the Mystic Realm. On the other hand, Puha City-State should have no more than 200 space dance experts. In other words, Lost Soul City-State and Puha City-State could only bring out 1,200 space dance experts. As for the Sacred Court, how many void dance experts did the Sacred Court have? This was hard to say, but what was certain was that there were a lot of them. Moreover, the Sacred Court had control over a lot of clans in the spiritual weapon realm. These clans were the clans that were causing trouble in the various city-states. If the Sacred Court secretly mobilized the experts of these clans to attack Puha City, then even if Bewildering Soul City and Puha City were to join forces, they would still lose. As long as they lose, the other city-states would immediately lean towards the Sacred Court. Even if the sacred court couldn't restore itself to its original state, it would still be able to solve their current predicament. As long as they develop in peace for a few years, they would be able to develop a group of experts based on the materials provided by the secret realm. It wouldn't be difficult for them to restore their original influence in the spiritual weapon realm. However, the sacred court didn't do this. Instead, they used another method. They made the clans that were close to the sacred court to cause trouble in the various city-states. Moreover, they made the matter so big that it completely affected the control of the various city-states. Those clans that were still on the sidelines now hated the sacred court to death. The sacred court had personally pushed these city-states to the opposite side. Moreover, this decision of the sacred court wasn't only a political failure, it was also a military failure. They made the people that were close to the sacred court to cause trouble in the various city-states. The final result was that the various city-states were angered. The various city-states' city lords' clans would attack the clans that were close to the sacred court. Both sides would become irreconcilable. Either the city-state would be replaced by the clans that were close to the sacred court, or the clans that were close to the sacred court would be destroyed. No matter which one it was, the clans that were close to the sacred court would be finished. This was because even if they occupied the city-state, their identity would be completely exposed. The other city-states would be even more afraid of the word sacred. The clans that were close to the sacred court were originally suppressed, but after this matter, they would be eliminated. It can be said that the sacred court had been too successful in the spiritual weapon world these past few years. It was because of this mentality that they were very immature in terms of politics. Whenever they do something, they would think too little. In the end, they would make a wrong decision. And with so many wrong decisions put together, it would become a big mistake that would give the sacred court a headache. On the night that Zhao Hai arranged for Feng Lihua to make a move against the sacred court spies, the sacred court's spies finally made their move. Their target this time was the Spirit Snake City's City Lord's Mansion and the Lost Soul City's bank. Naturally, some of them would also set the city on fire, creating chaos. These people attacked the City Lord's Mansion in order to create chaos. If they can kill Zhao Hai, then that would be the best. And attacking the Lost Soul City's bank was also to create chaos. They knew that the Lost Soul City's bank had a lot of gold coins. Moreover, in the Lost Soul City's bank, a lot of people would deposit their money there. As long as the bank's money was taken away, then the ordinary people of the Lost Soul City would certainly become chaotic. At that time, the Lost Soul City would be in big trouble. Zhao Hai didn't sleep, he was quietly standing in the study of the City Lord's mansion, waiting for the attack to arrive. The sacred court spies didn't expect that they would be monitored and would be caught at any time. Therefore, they still followed their original plan and divided themselves into several groups. A group of more than 20 black-clothed people headed towards the City Lord's mansion. They were all wearing black, and the weapons in their hands were the most common weapons. However, these people weren't weak. They could fly, but they didn't. Instead, they slowly made their way towards the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion's entrance was lit with lanterns, and there were also a lot of plants. Because of this, the City Lord's mansion wasn't dark. The black-cloaked people stopped in the alleys outside the mansion. They held their weapons as they quietly looked at the mansion. At the same time, they were also calculating the time. Before long, the moon was high in the sky, it was already midnight. At this time, the black-cloaked people seemed to have received a signal. They roared and then used their fastest speed to rush towards the City Lord's mansion. At the same time, the Spirit Snake City was on fire, and bursts of battle cries could be heard. A lot of people in the Spirit Snake City were awakened, but they didn't leave their rooms. Instead, those who could resist immediately took out their weapons and stood guard in front of their doors and windows. After many years of war, the people of the Spirit Snake City were already experienced in dealing with all kinds of battles. They were very clear that during times of war, the most important thing was to not let strangers enter your home. Even if the other party was a soldier, as long as they dared to enter your home, then you would have to fight them to the death. Otherwise, you would become a lamb, waiting to be slaughtered. However, the battle cries in the Spirit Snake City didn't take long before they slowly disappeared. The people in the city were startled, they didn't know what was going on outside. While they were still in shock, the sound of a gong was suddenly heard. Then a voice was heard, "Attention all residents of the Spirit Snake City, attention all residents of the Spirit Snake City. Tonight, someone attacked the City Lord's mansion and the Lost Soul City's bank. However, they have already been captured. But in order to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation, the Spirit Snake City will be under a curfew. From now on, no one in the Spirit Snake City is allowed to leave their rooms. Those who violate this order will be dealt with accordingly." When they heard this, the people of the Spirit Snake City couldn't help but let out a long breath. The situation that they were most worried about didn't happen. The city was still under the control of the City Lord. This was good, they can feel relieved. However, they were also very curious about who attacked the Spirit Snake City. Naturally, they were also angry. The reason why the Lost Soul City was able to live such a good life was all because of the City Lord. But now, there were people attacking the City Lord's mansion and the Lost Soul City's bank. Their money was all stored there. These people wanted to rob them of their money. They wanted them to live the same life as before, where they didn't have enough to eat, where they didn't have enough to wear, where they could freeze or starve to death at any time. How could they live such a life? If it weren't for the curfew order, then the people of the Spirit Snake City would have already rushed out to look for the culprits. If they really found the culprits, then they would surely tear them to pieces. At this time, Feng Lihua also arrived at the City Lord's mansion's study. Zhao Hai looked at Feng Lihua and said, "How is it? Has it been dealt with?" Feng Lihua replied, "Young master can rest assured, it has been dealt with. The other cities have also sent news. Everything is going according to plan, there weren't any mistakes." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Get ready, the public trial will begin tomorrow." Feng Lihua nodded, then she turned around and left. The next day, the people of Spirit Snake City woke up early. When the sun came up, they walked out of their homes. Last night's matter still made them feel scared. They wanted to know what happened. However, when they walked out of their homes, they discovered that the outside world was very normal. Aside from having more soldiers to maintain law and order, nothing else happened. At this time, a tender voice was suddenly heard, selling newspapers, today's new newspaper, 9 a.m. sharp, in front of the City Lord's mansion, there will be a public hearing. In front of all the citizens, we will interrogate the people who sabotaged the city last night. At the same time, we will reveal their secret identities. Selling newspapers, today's new newspaper, 9 a.m. sharp, in front of the City Lord's mansion, there will be a public hearing. In front of all the citizens, we will interrogate the people who sabotaged the city last night. At the same time, we will reveal their secret identities. Everyone, come and take a look. Upon hearing this voice, the people of Spirit Snake City immediately sold a copy of the newspaper. The price of the newspaper wasn't very expensive. On the contrary, it was very cheap. Because of this, a lot of people in Spirit Snake City bought a copy of the newspaper to read. After everyone bought the newspaper, they saw the headline written in black and bold words, 9 a.m. sharp, the entire city is on holiday. Everyone, come and interrogate the people who sabotaged our beautiful lives. After reading the content, everyone became happy. At 9 a.m., the entire city was on holiday. Everyone could go to the City Lord's Mansion's plaza and hold a public hearing. They would interrogate the people who sabotaged the city and find out their identities. When everyone saw this, they became excited. They also wanted to know who these people were and why they sabotaged Spirit Snake City. They didn't have a good impression of these people. The Lost Soul City state was different from other places. Other places had peaceful times, but in the Lost Soul City state, before it was unified by the Milky Way galaxy, there was almost no peace. There was war every moment, and every city was in turmoil. It was precisely because of this that everyone in the Lost Soul City state longed for peace and looked forward to a peaceful life. They would consider any kind of destruction as the most hateful behavior. Although Lost Soul City was about to go to war, this time, the location of the war wasn't in Lost Soul City. Although people might die, it wouldn't affect their lives. Because of this, the people of Lost Soul City didn't oppose this war. On the contrary, there were a lot of people who supported it. This was because the people of Lost Soul City didn't like the Holy Court. But now, there were people who came to Lost Soul City and sabotaged it. This was something that the people of Lost Soul City couldn't allow. They absolutely wouldn't allow their lives to be destroyed. Time passed by little by little. At 8:30 a.m., everyone was on holiday. Then everyone went to the City Lord's Mansion's plaza. At this time, a wooden platform was built in the plaza. This wooden platform was very tall, about 5 meters tall. Behind the wooden platform was a curtain wall. Nobody knew what it was for. However, no one cared about that now. Everyone wanted to see what was going on in the square. But the square was only so big. Even if the surrounding walls and the roofs were filled with people, it was impossible to fit so many people. But still, nobody left. Even if they were far away from the City Lord's mansion, they still stretched their necks and looked towards the plaza. It was as if they could see the situation there. At this time, the gates of the City Lord's mansion opened. Then a group of guards came out. Then Zhao Hai and Feng Huashuo came out and went to the platform. When the people saw Zhao Hai, they immediately saluted him and gave their greetings. But because there were too many people, nobody could hear anything. 5 meters around the platform was a restricted area. People weren't allowed to enter. Because of this, people could only stand outside the restricted area and look at the platform. After Zhao Hai went up to the platform, he took out 2 formations and placed them on the platform. Then he activated the formations and said, "Everyone be quiet, everyone be quiet. Listen to me." Zhao Hai's voice spread far and wide. Everyone in Spirit Snake City could hear him clearly. Everyone couldn't help but stare. They didn't know what was going on. Why was Zhao Hai's voice so loud? After the crowd calmed down, Zhao Hai said, "Today, we held this public trial in order to let everyone know who is trying to destroy our lives. We must not agree to those who want to destroy our lives. Today, we will use 2 formations. One is a sound amplification formation. This will ensure that every word spoken on the stage can be heard throughout Spirit Snake City. At the same time, there's also a projection formation. Once this formation is turned on, it will project everything that happens on the stage into a huge projection in the sky. This way, everyone will know what's happening on the stage. Now, let the public trial begin." Then Zhao Hai activated the projection formation. The situation on the platform was immediately projected to the sky. When people saw this, they couldn't help but exclaim. Then everyone cheered. This was the first time that people saw such a magical formation. Although they didn't know what this formation represented, they were still very happy to be able to see this public trial. At this time, only Zhao Hai and Feng Lihua were standing on the platform. Along with Zhao Hai's voice, a group of people were escorted out of the City Lord's mansion by soldiers. These people were all wearing black clothes and were tied up with ropes. It was clear that the energy in their bodies had been suppressed, making them unable to resist. There were a total of 10 people. When these people were escorted to the platform, Tai Jian also came out of the City Lord's mansion. He stood on the platform and cupped his fist to the people around him. "I'm Tai Jian, I'm in charge of this trial. This time, we're interrogating 63 people. This is the first batch of 10 people. They were part of the people who set the city on fire last night. Alright, let them raise their heads." Immediately, the soldiers raised the heads of the black-clothed people. The appearance of these black-clothed people was immediately projected to the people of the Spirit Snake City. Upon seeing these people's faces, the people of the Spirit Snake City couldn't help but exclaim. This was because there were a lot of people who recognized these people. Tai Jian looked at the people below the platform and said, "There might be some people who recognize them. They are businessmen of the Spirit Snake City. It's possible that some of you have gone to their shops before, bought things there, and even ate there. Now, I'll introduce them. From left to right, they are, first, 54. Peaceful Street, East City, manager of Lu's General Store, Lu Laishi. Second, manager of Li's Textile Store, Li Chongshun. Third, manager of Eastern Street, East City, manager of Beauty's Rouge Store, Guahonghong. Fourth. As the identities of these people were introduced one by one, cries of surprise could be heard from time to time. This was because these 10 people were all from the East City. Most importantly, the people below the platform were very familiar with these people, many of them had gone to their shops to buy things. After the 10 people were introduced, Tai Jian looked at them and said, "I know that you are using fake names. Now, in front of the people of the Spirit Snake City, I ask you to tell us your real names. If you honestly tell us who you are, then we will give you a quick release. You don't need to think about committing suicide, it's useless. The energy in your body has been sealed by the City Lord. The poison in your mouth has also been dug out by us. Now, what you need to do is to honestly tell us who you are, as well as the crimes you have committed." The faces of these people turned ashen, but they didn't say a word. Iron Sword looked at these people. It seems like this was within his expectations. He clapped his hands, then a soldier came up from below the stage. This soldier was holding a tray in his hand. The people couldn't see what was on the tray, so they all stretched their necks to see what was on it. Iron Sword took something from the tray and held it up in the air, then he said, "Everyone, look carefully. I'm holding a tooth in my hand. This tooth isn't a real tooth, it's a fake tooth. This fake tooth is very delicate, and there's a mechanism inside. As long as they use a special method to bite this tooth, the poison inside the tooth will instantly flow out and directly poison them to death. This is something that was specially researched for death warriors. When death warriors fail a mission, they will use this thing to commit suicide. But yesterday they didn't have the opportunity to do so because the City Lord personally took action and subdued them in the shortest time possible. After they were subdued, they also didn't have the opportunity to commit suicide. Otherwise, what we would have right now would only be their corpses, not their people. Then the City Lord wouldn't have killed them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to kill them." Then Tai Jian held the tooth in his hand and walked around the stage, allowing everyone to see it more clearly. At this time, not only the people in the plaza could see it clearly, everyone in the city could see it through the projection. Then Tai Jian said, "Everyone might not believe it, but I'll give it a try." Then a green light flashed in Tai Jian's hand. Then he exerted force with his 2 fingers, crushing the fake tooth. Then a black liquid immediately flowed out of the tooth. However, the black liquid was wrapped in a green energy, not a single drop spilled out. Then Tai Jian waved his hand, and someone immediately brought a horse over. Then Tai Jian wiped the black liquid on the horse's mouth. Then the horse spat out a mouthful of black blood and fell down on the stage, dying an unnatural death. This caused the people in the Spirit Snake City to cry out in alarm. Then Tai Jian waved his hand, and a few warriors came up and carried the horse away, preparing to bury it. After cleaning up the stage, Tai Jian looked at the people below the stage and said, "Everyone can see that this kind of thing, not to mention using it, no one has even heard of it before. This means that they aren't simple destroyers, they are death warriors. They are death warriors that have been nurtured by a large force. They are death warriors that have been specially trained to deal with our lost soul city." The people below the stage began to discuss. A few people who recognized the people on the stage said to the people beside them, "Isn't that so? They must have been nurtured by someone. I know that Bosley normally, when he sees people, he doesn't smile or speak. He's always very amiable. Sometimes, when he sees children, he would even give them some candy. My family's grandson even ate his candy. I really didn't think that he would be this kind of person." "That's right. I also know that Guahanghong. I bought rouge from her before. Not only is the color of her rouge very good, it also has a fragrance. It doesn't hurt the face and it's not expensive. I bought rouge from her house before. Who would have thought that a woman like her would actually be a death warrior? Moreover, she does this kind of thing, killing and arson. I really didn't expect it." This kind of discussion could be heard from time to time. People didn't think that these people would be death warriors. Moreover, they put poison in their mouths all day long. Everyone was very surprised. At this time, Tai Jian turned his head to the people below the stage and said, "Everyone, let us take a look at the things that we found in their houses. Bring them up." With Tai Jian's command, a group of soldiers came up from below the stage. Each of these soldiers had a tray in their hands. On these trays, there were some small things. Aside from a jade pendant, the other things were different. Some of them looked like ordinary household items, there was nothing special about them. Tai Jian waved his hand, then a soldier came up and took out a jade bracelet from the tray. Then he raised the jade bracelet and loudly said, "Everyone, please take a look. This is a jade bracelet. If you have been to the Beauty Rouge shop, then you might have an impression of it. This bracelet has always been on Guahonghong's hand. She almost never leaves it for a moment. In the eyes of others, this is just a simple bracelet. However, nobody knows that this bracelet actually has a secret. This bracelet is like a seal. Using this bracelet can determine a person's identity." After saying that, Iron Sword waved his hand and a soldier immediately came over with a tray. On the tray, there were sheets of white paper and an inkstone. Iron Sword picked up the bracelet and dipped it into the inkstone before imprinting it on the white paper. Immediately, an imprint appeared on the white paper. This caused the people on the stage to exclaim in surprise. After Tai Jian put down the jade bracelet, he picked up the jade pendant. He looked at the people below the stage and said, "Everyone can see this jade pendant. This jade pendant looks very ordinary, it's just for decoration. In fact, there's a mystery inside. However, we can't see it. Someone, bring us a pot of wine." Someone immediately came up with a bronze door along with a jar of wine. Iron Sword placed the jade pendant into the wine before he turned to the audience and said, "This jade pendant needs to be placed in the wine for an hour. After that, we will be able to see the mystery of the jade pendant. Everyone, please don't be impatient." When Tai Jian placed the jade pendant into the wine, the expressions of the 10 people on the stage changed. At this time, they finally felt that something was wrong. They thought that Zhao Hai was just lucky to catch them. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. It seems like Zhao Hai already knew about their identities. At this time, Tai Jian turned his head to look at them and said, "Everyone, why don't you say it now? I know how to decipher this jade pendant, and I also know that this jade pendant contains very detailed information about your identities. Even if you don't tell me, this jade pendant will tell me your identities. Don't tell me you still want to hide it?" The biggest secret of the 10 people was already known by Tai Jian. Moreover, they didn't have any strength to resist. Even if they wanted to die, it would be impossible. In this case, their minds were on the verge of collapsing. However, they still didn't say a word. Tai Jian looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Are you worried about your family? Or are you afraid of the people behind you? People like you shouldn't have any family, right? As for the people behind you, I'm not afraid to tell you that you're dead meat. Even if you tell us everything, we'll still execute you. You can rest assured that even if they want to take revenge on you, they won't be able to find you." When the 10 heard Tai Jian's words, their complexion became a bit better. One of them opened his mouth and said, "Since you know everything, then just give us a quick death." "You're right, we don't have any family members. But at our age, we already have family members. If we say anything, then our family members will die. If we don't say anything, then our family members will be fine. For the sake of our family members' safety, we won't say anything." Tai Jian raised his eyebrows and said, "I didn't think that they would be this ruthless. They wouldn't even let your family go. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. You just need to tell everyone what you did last night." This time, those people didn't disagree. In any case, they had already reached this point. What happened last night wasn't a secret. Therefore, the person nodded and told them about the order they received and what they did last night. The place they chose to set the fire last night wasn't ordinary. The place they set the fire was Spirit Snake City's school, granary, and other places. These places were very important. If something were to happen, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Spirit Snake City School didn't only teach children, it also had a lot of secret techniques and books. It can be said that if the school was destroyed, then the loss to Spirit Snake City would be incalculable. This was a loss of knowledge, a loss of civilization. As for the granary, there was no need to talk about it. Spirit Snake City's granary had a lot of food. This food was Spirit Snake City's food reserve. It was used to provide disaster relief during disasters. It was used to stabilize the price of food during wartime. If something were to happen, then no one would know what would happen to Spirit Snake City's food market. Hearing him say this, the people of Spirit Snake City were shocked. Then they became angry. Each and every one of them shouted that they wanted to execute this person. Tai Jian pressed down a few times before everyone calmed down. However, they were still angrily glaring at these people. Tai Jian looked at the people below the stage and said, "It's been an hour. Now, let's take a look at the jade pendant's secret." Then Tai Jian took the jade pendant out of the wine basin. Then he used a cloth to wipe it dry. Then he raised the jade pendant and said, "This jade pendant is made using a special method. After it's made, there's still a membrane on it. This membrane can only be removed with wine. If we don't remove this membrane, then we won't be able to see anything. As long as we remove this membrane and find the right angle, we can see the jade pendant's secret." Then he took the jade pendant and walked to the stage's curtain wall. The curtain wall was covered with a black cloth, making it look very dark. Originally, people didn't know what it was used for, but now they knew. Tai Jian held the jade pendant and adjusted the angle on the stage. After a while, he stopped. Then he slowly raised the jade pendant and let the sunlight shine on the jade pendant. Immediately, a white light shot out from the jade pendant and landed on the black cloth. Everyone widened their eyes and watched his movements. Everyone wanted to know what secrets were hidden in the jade pendant. Soon, lines of words appeared on the black cloth. Those who were close could see the words on the cloth. Those who were far away could also see the words through the projection. However, when they saw the words on the black cloth, everyone went into an uproar. Name, Guahong, codename, Rouge. Born in the year 17928 of the spirit weapon calendar. In 17937, she was adopted by the sacred character and was specially trained to be a spy. Completed a total of 21 missions, all of which were successful. Excellent evaluation. Belongs to the 5th team of the Sacred Academy's Dark Snake team. Direct leader. Black Snake. Proficient in long weapons, soft sword, rouge poison. Other than these contents, there were many other contents. However, those contents were no longer important. What was important was these contents. No one would have thought that Guahonghong was actually a member of the Sacred Academy. Then Tai Jian took out the other jade pendants and projected the contents of the jade pendants onto the curtain wall. Without exception, these people were all members of the Sacred Academy. It was unknown if the Sacred Academy was too confident or what. In short, their identity information clearly stated that they were members of the Sacred Academy. This made everyone feel surprised. Tai Jian put down the jade pendants and turned to the crowd. "Now everyone understands. These people are all members of the Sacred Academy. Not only did the Sacred Academy kill our elder Tianhe, Chao Tian, but when we opposed them, they actually sent people to burn our food and steal our money. They want us to live the same life as before. Everyone, do you think we can agree? Don't agree. Don't agree. Kill him. Kill him." Everyone shouted. At this moment, there was only one voice in the entire Spirit Snake City. When Iron Sword saw this situation, he knew that the time was right. He waved his hand and had people take Guahonghong and the others away. Then another group of people was brought up to the stage. Iron Sword used Iron Sword to interrogate them. In the end, he took out their identity jade pendants. These people finally spoke about their mission last night. Some of them were to set fire, while the majority of them were to attack the bank and the city lord's mansion. Finally, their identity jade pendants also revealed their information. All of them were from the Sacred Academy, there was not a single outsider among them. When the people of the Spirit Snake City saw that these people were all members of the Sacred Academy, they became angry. They hated them. They didn't think that these people were all members of the Sacred Academy. Originally, they didn't understand why Zhao Hai sent troops to help Pua City. But now, they immediately supported him. What kind of place was the Sacred Academy? In the eyes of these people, the Sacred Academy was a very sacred place. If the Sacred Academy didn't kill Crane Gru, then the people of the Lost Soul City wouldn't have such a bad impression of the Sacred Academy. But now, the situation was different. The people of the Spirit Snake City knew that the Sacred Academy wanted to destroy their lives. How could they hide? Even if the Sacred Academy was a sacred place, they still wouldn't agree to destroy their hard-won peaceful lives. The meaning of this public trial was very great. First of all, this public trial made the people of the Lost Soul City lose all goodwill towards the Sacred Academy. They even regarded the Sacred Academy as their enemy. Although they couldn't see it now, when the Sacred Academy goes to war with the Lost Soul City, then the people of the Lost Soul City would support Xiao Hai. For Xiao Hai, this was definitely a good thing. Secondly, this public trial slowly turned into a form. After countless years of development, this public trial slowly turned into a criminal trial in the Spirit Snake City. Slowly, it changed the legal process of the entire Lost Soul City. Xiao Hai and the others didn't think about this. After they finished interrogating Hua Honghong and the others, they immediately announced the results of the trial. At the same time, this news was sent to all the cities in the Spirit Weapon Realm. When this news came out, the entire Spirit Weapon Realm was in an uproar. At this time, the Spirit Weapon Realm was in chaos. Some of the internal conflicts were suppressed, but the losses weren't small. Some of the internal conflicts were getting more and more intense, they were already out of control. In this case, when the news of the Lost Soul City came out, it immediately caused the other cities to be dissatisfied with the Sacred Academy. Although the other cities knew that the Sacred Academy was behind this, they didn't have any evidence to prove it. But this time, Xiao Hai was able to obtain evidence. Moreover, he was caught red-handed. This caused the entire Spirit Weapon Realm to vent their dissatisfaction towards the Sacred Academy, causing the situation to change. In the past, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance had been operating in secret. But when this matter came out, many of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's city-states publicly expressed that the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance should be made public, officially opposing the Sacred Academy. To be honest, Xiao Hai didn't think about this point. He didn't think that someone would propose to make the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance public. This was good news for him. At the same time, it was also a test for those who participated in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. If the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance was made public, then all the participating city-states would have to do the same. This was equivalent to publicly breaking off their relationship with the Sacred Academy. It would be impossible for them to be hesitant. However, there were also a lot of opposing voices. These people believed that it wasn't the right time to make the alliance public. The Sacred Institute was very powerful. If they were to make the alliance public, then the Sacred Institute might really make arrangements for them. Then, the war between the Sacred Institute and the Sacred Institute would begin immediately. But they weren't ready yet. If they were to fight the Sacred Institute at this time, then even if they didn't suffer a loss, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Therefore, it wasn't the right time to make the alliance public. After all, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance wasn't a one-man show. Because of this, Xiao Hai couldn't do anything about it. But there was good news. Some of the city-states that joined the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance agreed to send troops to support Puha City. When Tai Jian placed the jade pendant into the wine, the expressions of the 10 people on the stage changed. At this time, they finally felt that something was wrong. They thought that Xiao Hai was just lucky to catch them. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. It seems like Xiao Hai already knew about their identities. At this time, Tai Jian turned his head to look at them and said, "Everyone, you still don't want to talk? I know how to decipher this jade pendant, and I also know that this jade pendant contains very detailed information about your identities. Even if you don't tell me, this jade pendant will tell me your identities. Don't tell me you still want to hide it?" The biggest secret of the 10 people was already known by Tai Jian. Moreover, they didn't have any strength to resist. Even if they wanted to die, they couldn't. In this case, their minds were on the verge of collapsing. However, they still didn't say a word. Tai Jian looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Are you worried about your family? Or are you afraid that the people behind you will retaliate? People like you shouldn't have any family, right? As for the people behind you, I'm not afraid to tell you that you're dead meat. Even if you tell us everything, we'll still execute you. You can rest assured that even if they want to take revenge on you, they won't be able to find you." When the 10 heard Tai Jian's words, their complexion became a bit better. One of them opened his mouth and said, "Since you already know everything, then just give us a quick death." "You're right, we don't have any family members. But at our age, we already have family members. If we say anything, then our family members will die. If we don't say anything and you find out, then our family members might still be fine." For the safety of our family members, we won't say anything. Tai Jian raised his eyebrows and said, I didn't think that they would be this ruthless. They wouldn't even let your family off. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. You just need to tell everyone what you did last night. This time, those people didn't disagree. In any case, they had already reached this point. What happened last night wasn't a secret. Therefore, the person nodded and told them about the order they received and what they did last night. The place they chose to set the fire last night wasn't ordinary. The place they set the fire was Spirit Snake City's school, granary, and other places. These places were very important. If something were to happen, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Spirit Snake City School didn't only teach children, it also had a lot of secret techniques and books. It can be said that if the school was destroyed, then the loss to Spirit Snake City would be incalculable. This was a loss of knowledge, a loss of civilization. As for the granary, there was no need to talk about it. Spirit Snake City's granary had a lot of food. This food was Spirit Snake City's food reserve. It was used to provide disaster relief during disasters. It was used to stabilize the price of food during wartime. If something were to happen, then no one would know what would happen to Spirit Snake City's food market. Hearing him say this, the people of Spirit Snake City were shocked. Then they became angry. Each and every one of them shouted that they wanted to execute this person. Tai Jian pressed down a few times before everyone calmed down. However, they were still glaring at these people. Tai Jian looked at the people below the stage and said, It's been an hour. Now, let's take a look at the jade pendant's secret. Then Tai Jian took the jade pendant out of the wine basin and wiped it dry with a cloth. Then he raised the jade pendant and said, This jade pendant is made using a special method. After it's made, there's still a membrane on it. This membrane can only be removed with wine. If we don't remove this membrane, then we won't be able to see anything. As long as we remove this membrane and find the right angle, we'll be able to see the jade pendant's secret. Then he picked up the jade pendant and walked to the stage's curtain. The curtain was covered with a black cloth, making it look very dark. Originally, people didn't know what it was used for, but now they knew. Tai Jian held the jade pendant and adjusted the angle on the stage. After a while, he stopped. Then he slowly raised the jade pendant and let the sunlight shine on the jade pendant. Immediately, a white light shot out from the jade pendant and landed on the black cloth. Everyone widened their eyes and watched his movements. Everyone wanted to know what secrets were hidden in the jade pendant. Soon, lines of words appeared on the black cloth. Those who were close could see the words on the cloth. Those who were far away could also see the words through the projection. However, once they saw the words on the black cloth, everyone went into an uproar. Name, Guahong, codename, Rouge, born in the year 17928 of the spirit weapon calendar. In 17937, she was adopted by the sacred and was specially trained to be a spy. Completed a total of 21 missions, all of which were successful. Excellent evaluation. Belongs to the Sacred Court's Dark Snake Team 5th Team. Direct Leader, Black Snake. Proficient in long weapons, soft sword, rouge poison. Other than these contents, there were many other contents. However, those contents were no longer important. What was important was these contents. No one would have thought that Guahonghong was actually a member of the Sacred Court. Then Tai Jian took out the other jade pendants and projected the contents of the jade pendants onto the curtain. Without exception, these people were all members of the Sacred Court. It was unknown if the Sacred Court was too confident or what. In short, their identity information clearly stated that they were members of the Sacred Court. This made everyone feel surprised. Tai Jian put down the jade pendants and turned to the crowd. Now everyone understands. These people are all members of the Sacred Court. Not only did the Sacred Court kill our elder Tianhe, Chao Tian, but when we opposed them, they actually sent people to burn our food and steal our money. They want us to live the same life as before. Everyone, do you think we can agree? Don't agree. Don't agree. Kill him. Kill him. Everyone shouted. At this moment, there was only one voice in the entire Spirit Snake City. When Iron Sword saw this situation, he knew that the time was right. He waved his hand and had people take Guahonghong and the others away. Then another group of people was brought up to the stage. Iron Sword used Iron Sword to interrogate them. In the end, he also took out their identity jade pendants. These people finally spoke about their mission last night. Some of them were to set fire, while most of them were to attack the bank and the city lord's mansion. Finally, their identity jade pendants also revealed their information. All of them were from the Sacred Academy, there was not a single outsider among them. When the people of the Spirit Snake City saw that these people were all members of the Sacred Court, they became angry. They hated them. They didn't think that these people were all members of the Sacred Court. Originally, they didn't understand why Zhao Hai sent troops to help Pua City. But now, they immediately supported him. What kind of place was the Sacred Court? In the eyes of these people, the Sacred Court was a very sacred place. If the Sacred Court didn't kill Crane Gru, then the people of the Lost Soul City wouldn't have any negative feelings towards the Sacred Court. But now, the situation was different. Now, the people of the Spirit Snake City knew that the Sacred Court wanted to destroy their lives. How could they hide from this? Even if the Sacred Court was a sacred place, they still wouldn't agree to destroy their hard-won peaceful lives. The meaning of this public trial was very great. First of all, this public trial made the people of the Lost Soul City lose all goodwill towards the Sacred Court. They even considered the Sacred Court as their enemy. Although they couldn't see it now, but in the future, if the Sacred Court were to go to war with the Lost Soul City, then the people of the Lost Soul City would fully support Zhao Hai. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely a good thing. Secondly, this public trial slowly turned into a form. After countless years of evolution, this public trial slowly turned into a criminal trial in the Spirit Snake City. Slowly, it changed the legal process of the entire Lost Soul City. Zhao Hai and the others didn't think about this. After they finished interrogating Guahonghong and the others, they immediately announced the results of the trial. At the same time, this news was sent to all the cities in the Spirit Weapon Realm. When this news came out, the entire Spirit Weapon Realm went into an uproar. At this time, the Spirit Weapon Realm was in chaos. Some of the internal strife in the city-states were suppressed, but the losses weren't small. Some of the internal strife in the city-states were getting more and more out of control. In this case, when the news about the Lost Soul City-State spread, it immediately caused the city-states to be dissatisfied with the Sacred Courtyard. Although the city-states knew that these things were done by the Sacred Courtyard, they didn't have any evidence to prove it. But this time, Zhao Hai had real evidence. Moreover, he was caught red-handed. This caused the entire Spirit Weapon Realm to vent their dissatisfaction towards the Sacred Courtyard, causing the situation to change. The Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance had been operating in secret. But when this matter came out, many of the cities in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance publicly expressed that the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance should be made public, officially opposing the Sacred Court. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't think about this. He didn't think that someone would propose to make the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance public. This was good news for him. At the same time, it was also a test for those who participated in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. If the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance was made public, then all the participating cities would have to do the same. This was equivalent to publicly breaking off their relationship with the Sacred Court. It would be impossible for them to be hesitant. However, there were also a lot of opposing voices. These people believed that it wasn't the right time to make the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance public. The Sacred Court was very powerful. If they were to make the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance public, then the Sacred Court might really make a move against them. Then the war between them and the Sacred Court would begin immediately. But they weren't ready yet. If they were to fight the Sacred Court at this time, then even if they didn't suffer a loss, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Therefore, it wasn't the right time to make the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance public. After all, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance wasn't a one-man show. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it. But there was good news. Some of the cities that joined the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance agreed to send troops to support Pua City. Lu Jingyan's face was filled with excitement as he sat in his study room. Chen Guohua was standing in front of Lu Jingyan, he was also very happy. Lu Jingyan looked at Chen Guohua and said, "Guohua, Do you think that our luck has changed? Ha ha ha, I didn't think that the Lost Soul City would help us this much. Now, I want to see what those fellows from the Sacred Institute will do. Ha ha ha, they were caught red-handed, moreover, their identities were also exposed. The Sacred Institute's expression must be very interesting. Qinguohua nodded and said, now, many city-states have decided to send troops to support us in our battle with the Sacred Academy. The situation has been reversed. The Sacred Academy no longer has the advantage in terms of military strength. Moreover, even if the Sacred Academy sends out a river-breaking realm expert to fight us, they wouldn't dare to do so. After all, they can't act rashly. If this matter really leads to a war between all the river-breaking realm experts, then whether it's the Sacred Academy or the other city-states, none of them would agree. Lu Jingyan nodded and said, the Sky Dance level forces are no longer at an advantage, and the river break level experts don't dare to move. I want to see what the Sacred Institute is going to do now. Phew, Guohua, I can finally relax. Qinguohua said, City Lord, now is not the time to relax. Although the other city-states said that they would send troops to support us, we still haven't seen any reinforcements besides the Lost Soul City. If the Sacred Institute suddenly attacks us at this time, then it would be too late for them to come. Lu Jingyan nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a voice, who is it? This is Puha City, flying in the sky is prohibited. Don't you know? But then the sound of fighting was heard. Lu Jingyan and Qinguohua's complexion couldn't help but change. The two figures moved and rushed out of the study room. Then they went outside and looked at the sky. Their complexion couldn't help but change. At this time, there were two groups of people fighting in the sky. One group was the Sky Dance experts of Puha City while the other group was wearing black warrior clothes. They had the insignia of the Sacred Institute on their clothes. When Lu Jingyan saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snored and said, it seems like they don't have any other way to deal with us. That's good, it's better to solve this matter early. Then Lu Jingyan's figure moved and was about to fly up and fight with the Sky Dance experts of the Sacred Institute. However, Qinguohua pulled him back and said, City Lord, you mustn't act rashly. Their target is you. If you go up now, they will certainly attack you with all their strength. It's too dangerous. I'll go and command them. City Lord, please stay in your mansion. Then Qinguohua flew up to the sky. Lu Jingyan felt that Qinguohua's words were reasonable, so he didn't move. But at this time, Stonemer suddenly appeared beside Lu Jingyan. When Lu Jingyan saw Stonemer, he couldn't help but stare. Then Stonemer immediately said, City Lord Lu, please allow my Lost Soul City's army to enter the city and help. I ask City Lord Lu to send people to guard the transmission formation. If necessary, City Lord Lu can retreat to Lost Soul City. My Lost Soul City can also send reinforcements. If the transmission formation is destroyed, then it would be troublesome. Lu Jingyan didn't think about it, he immediately said, all right, I'll do as you say. Take my token and go to the city gate. Let the Lost Soul City's army enter the city. I'll leave the transmission formation to you. Then Lu Jingyan took out a token and gave it to Stonemer. Stonemer wasn't polite, he received the token and cupped his fist towards Lu Jingyan. Then his figure disappeared from the city lord's mansion. Not long after he left, a burst of bugle call was heard from outside the city. Then a torrent of troops entered the city. At the same time, the city's defenders were also mobilized. A large number of divine defenders guarded the city lord's mansion, making it impenetrable. Although these defenders weren't Sky Dance experts, they were still equipped with large ballistas. If one were to say that these people couldn't fly, then the only weapon that could pose a threat to Sky Dance experts would be the ballistas. These ballistas could shoot 5 arrows at a time. Each arrow was more than 2 meters long, just like an iron spear. These arrows were all shot out from the ballistas, and the ballistas were powered by 5 giant bows. Once these arrows were shot out, the might of the ballistas would be very great. Naturally, these arrows couldn't be shot too high. If a Sky Dance realm expert flew too high, then the ballistas wouldn't be able to do much. But if a Sky Dance realm expert flew too high, then the ballistas wouldn't be able to do much. But if a Sky Dance realm expert flew at a low altitude of 300 meters, then the ballistas would be able to pose a threat to them. If it was 200 meters, then the ballistas would be able to kill a Sky Dance Realm expert who didn't use energy to protect their body. If it was 100 meters, then even if a Sky Dance Realm expert used energy to protect their body, they would still be killed by the ballistas. Therefore, even if they couldn't fly, it didn't mean that they couldn't do anything to Sky Dance Realm experts. Lu Jingyan City Lord's mansion had been under defense for a long time. Since he knew that the Sacred Academy was going to attack him, Lu Jingyan had ordered some troops to enter the City Lord's mansion. At this time, he just opened all the defense facilities. Lu Jingyan stood inside the City Lord's mansion, looking at the battle in the sky. This time, a lot of people came from the Holy Court. There were nearly 500 Sky Dance Realm experts. This number was absolutely astonishing. On the other hand, the Puha city had less than 200 Sky Dance Realm experts. Compared to them, the Puha city's forces were naturally at a disadvantage. However, they were still able to resist. After all, Sky Dance Realm experts weren't that easy to kill. At this time, Stonemer came to Lu Jingyan's side. Lu Jingyan turned his head to look at Stonemer. Stonemer looked at Lu Jingyan and said, "City Lord Lu can rest assured. Our army has already entered the city. Moreover, all the ballistas have been prepared. I have already sent a letter to the City Lord. I believe that it wouldn't take long before the City Lord would send reinforcements." Lu Jingyan nodded, then he looked at the sky and let out a long breath. "I didn't think that the Sacred Academy would have so many Void Dance Realm experts. Amazing, really amazing. If we didn't prepare ahead of time and transferred all of our Void Dance Realm experts to Puha City, then I'm afraid we would be in danger right now." Stonehammer frowned and said, "That's not right. Why do I feel like something is wrong? As far as I know, the Void Dance experts of the Sacred Academy aren't just this few. There should be a lot of them. Why are there only these few?" When Lu Jingyan heard Stonemer, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Could it be that the Lost Soul City had received news about the Sacred Institute? How many Sky Dance Realm experts does the Holy Court have?" Stonemer shook his head and said, "We didn't get any specific information, but we can be sure of one thing. The Holy Court definitely doesn't only have these few Sky Dance Realm experts. They still have a lot of them. And this time, the Holy Court seems to be aiming for your life. They shouldn't have only sent these few people. This isn't right. What's wrong?" "It's nothing more than creating a diversion." A dull voice was suddenly heard. Both Stonemer and Lu Jingyan stared. Lu Jingyan quickly turned his head towards the direction of the voice. He discovered that the person who came wasn't too far away from him. Moreover, this person's stature was very tall. When he stood there, he looked like a mountain. It seems like there was nothing that could shake him. Upon seeing this person's stature and aura, Lu Jingyan immediately determined the identity of this person. Lu Jingyan cupped his fist and said, "I have seen City Lord Zhao Hai." This Lu gives his greetings. Naturally, the person who came was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai gave Lu Jingyan a salute and said, "City Lord Lu is too polite. At this time, there's no need to be so polite. I think we need to prepare. It won't be long before the Holy Courtyard's attack arrives." Lu Jingyan nodded and said, "City Lord Lu is too polite." Lu Jingyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I asked City Lord Zhao to explain. Hasn't the Holy Court's attack already begun? Why are you saying that the Holy Court's attack is coming? Also, what did you mean by creating a diversion?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "City Lord Lu doesn't need to worry. In fact, this is very easy to understand. The Holy Court's attack on Puha City isn't news anymore. They have already released the news. Since City Lord Lu isn't an idiot, then you should have made some preparations. The Holy Court is also very clear that it's impossible for them to send an army to deal with you. Therefore, they can only use Void Dance experts. But City Lord Lu should also be able to think of this point. But between Puha City and the Holy Court, the ratio of Void Dance experts is certainly different. Puha City certainly can't compare to the Holy Court. In this case, City Lord Lu can only use ground troops to deal with Void Dance experts. And there's only one way for ground troops to deal with Void Dance experts, and that is to use bed ballistas. After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. He looked at the defense of the City Lord's mansion and then nodded. The defense of the City Lord's mansion was Very good. There were no blind spots in the sky, it was very well done. However, he still continued, the merits and demerits of the ballistas, everyone knows about them. This isn't a secret. The advantage of the ballistas is very obvious, they are very powerful. However, their weakness is also very obvious. That is, their movement speed is very slow. They can only be used as a fixed firing point. Moreover, the angle of their movement is very small. City Lord Lu must have thought of this point, therefore, you arranged a large number of ballistas around the City Lord's mansion for defense, making it impossible for the people of the Holy Court to attack. However, such a simple reason should be known by the people of the Holy Court. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to move unhindered in the spiritual weapon world for so many years. Therefore, the attackers in the sky are only there to attract our attention. The real attack of the Holy Court shouldn't come from the sky, but from the ground. As soon as Lu Jinyan and Chui heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Zhao Hai just said that it was impossible for the Holy Court to send an army to deal with them. But now, he said that the fatal attack would come from the ground. What was going on? Wasn't there some contradiction in his words? Could it be that the Holy Court sent a large number of ground troops to attack the City Lord's mansion? But where did these troops come from? How did they enter Puha City? Why didn't Lu Jinyan get any information about this? Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and knew what he was thinking. Zhao Hai knew that Lu Jinyan's thoughts were crooked, so he smiled faintly and said, "Don't think too much. Although Sky Dance Realm experts can fight in the sky, can't they walk? Can't they fight on the ground?" Lu Jinyan and Stonehammer stared, then the two of them couldn't help but pat their heads. They knew that they were wrong. For a long time, Wu Sky Realm experts would fight in the sky. This made them accustomed to Wu Sky Realm experts flying in the sky. However, they never thought that Wu Sky Realm experts were also ordinary warriors who grew up little by little. They could also fight on the ground. Zhao Hai looked at the two and knew that they understood. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you understand now? The other party used the Sky Dance Realm experts in the sky to attract our attention. Then they would send a group of Sky Dance Realm experts to attack the City Lord's mansion from the ground. At this time, everyone's attention would be focused on the sky. All the ballistas would be facing the sky, allowing them to seize the opportunity to attack the City Lord's mansion." Lu Jinyan nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then according to City Lord Zhao, what should we do?" Zhao Hai said, "Stonehammer, go and call our army to defend the City Lord's mansion. There's no need to worry about the transmission formation, Iron Sword and the others are guarding it." Stonehammer nodded, then he immediately went to call for people. But at this time, a burst of battle cries was heard. The defenders of the City Lord's mansion were in a panic. This was because they discovered that their enemies came from the ground. Moreover, these enemies were very powerful. Lu Jinyan didn't panic, his complexion changed as he said, "I didn't expect them to come so quickly." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "City Lord Lu, you command the guards in the mansion. I'll go outside and take a look." Then his figure moved and disappeared from Lu Jinyan's side. Lu Jinyan took a deep breath and shouted, "Don't panic. Everyone, hold your positions. Don't move. Get into formation to defend against the enemy." His voice was very loud, it spread far and wide. When the City Lord's mansion's guards heard his voice, they slowly calmed down. After all, Lu Jinyan was the City Lord, which meant that he was the commander of an army. If the commander didn't panic, then the soldiers wouldn't panic either. The guards of the City Lord's mansion slowly calmed down and began to form a defensive formation. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared outside the City Lord's mansion. At this time, there were about 300 people attacking the City Lord's mansion. Although the defenders were no longer in a panic, they still had a lot of strength. They simply had no way to deal with these attackers. This was because these attackers were very strong. When Zhao Hai saw these attackers, he knew that his guess was right. These people were all Sky Dance Realm experts. Moreover, even among Sky Dance Realm experts, they were still very strong. Zhao Hai's hand moved as a long sword appeared in his hand. Then he went straight towards these people. When these Sky Dance Realm experts saw Zhao Hai's figure, they stared. Then they immediately guessed Zhao Hai's identity. One of the Sky Dance Realm experts said, "Zhao Hai, do you really want to be enemies with our holy court? What benefits do you get from being enemies with our holy court? I think it's better if you don't get involved in this matter. Zhao Hai looked at this person and smiled faintly. What benefits do I get? As long as I can disrupt your holy court's operation, that would be the greatest benefit for me. I'll take care of this matter. The person's eyes flashed with a cold light, then he sneered and said, Zhao Hai, do you really think that our holy court is afraid of you? Since you're here, we'll deal with all of you together. Let's see who else dares to oppose us. Kill. Then these people brandished their weapons and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't show any weakness. At the same time, the long sword in his hand flew up and down, blocking several people. However, Zhao Hai was only one person. He was now using the identity of Zhao Hai, so he couldn't use the golden book. This was because his other identity, Crane Grass, was using the golden book. If he were to use the golden book, then he would be suspected. Because of this, he could only fight against these people by himself. After all, the area he could defend was limited. The other Void Dance stage powerhouses were still able to launch attacks on the governor's mansion. Furthermore, they were Void Dance stage powerhouses themselves, and could fly at various altitudes. This way, their attacks would be much more flexible. As such, the governor's mansion guards could only defend against them. Right at that moment, a series of orderly footsteps rang out. The Void Dance stage powerhouses turned to look, only to see a group of ironclad soldiers marching towards them. These ironclad soldiers' footsteps were extremely orderly, and the weapons in their hands were also of high quality. Their formation was also extremely neat, like a stream of iron slowly moving towards them. The Void Dance stage powerhouses started, but they didn't think too much about it. They could already tell that these people weren't Void Dance stage powerhouses, and most of them weren't even consolidating equipment stage powerhouses. They were just ordinary soldiers. Towards such soldiers, they didn't have anything to worry about. The ironclad soldiers stopped about 100 meters away from them. After that, they reorganized their formation slightly, and the soldiers started to advance. Amongst the Void Dance stage powerhouses, about 100 of them split off to meet the ironclad soldiers. However, before they could reach them, the ironclad soldiers suddenly threw out spears one after another. These spears rained down on the Void Dance stage powerhouses. These Void Dance stage powerhouses had never faced such an attack before, and they couldn't help but start. However, they quickly brandished their weapons to deflect the spears. However, they discovered that the javelins were very heavy. Although they could block the javelins, it was impossible for them to get close to the iron-armored army. This was because they could feel the strength of the javelins. If they ignored the javelins and directly attacked the iron-armored army, then the javelins would be able to injure them. As soon as the Void Dance stage powerhouses deflected the first batch of spears, another batch of spears flew towards them. They had no choice but to deflect them once more. Just as they were deflecting the third batch of spears, the ironclad soldiers stopped throwing spears. Standing at the front of the ironclad soldiers were the spearmen. These spearmen all raised their spears and advanced slowly, pushing forward like a wall. The Void Dance stage powerhouses felt that these ironclad soldiers were a little strange. The fighting style of these ironclad soldiers was different from the fighting style they were familiar with. This kind of mountain-like advancing style, as well as the throwing spears, these were things that had never appeared in the armies of the spirit weapon world before. This caused them to be rather surprised. However, they didn't think too much about it. In their opinion, no matter what the other party's fighting style was, in any case, they weren't Void Dance stage powerhouses. The Void Dance stage powerhouses all moved and rushed towards the ironclad soldiers. However, at this time, they suddenly heard the sound of wind breaking. These Void Dance stage powerhouses stared blankly, they couldn't help but look up. They couldn't help but be startled as they saw a black cloud pressing down on their heads. These Void Dance stage powerhouses were startled, they quickly brandished their weapons to meet it. These Void Dance stage powerhouses could clearly see that there wasn't a black cloud above their heads, it was clearly a flying axe. These flying axes had short handles and were very large. These flying axes could be classified as heavy weapons. If a person was hit by these flying axes without any defense, then they would certainly be split in half. This wave of flying axes came too quickly, and the void dance stage powerhouses were not prepared. Adding on the weight of the flying axes, a few of them were actually injured by the flying axes. However, this injury caused the void dance stage powerhouses to be even more enraged. They had not expected that as void dance stage powerhouses, they would actually be injured by someone who hadn't even reached the consolidating equipment stage. This caused them to feel like they had lost a great deal of face. Their bodies flickered, and they flew up into the air. However, they didn't fly very high, only about 10 meters or so, before charging towards the ironclad soldiers. However, these void dance stage powerhouses had not expected that as soon as they flew up, what greeted them was a rain of arrows. This time, the arrows that were shot out were not ordinary arrows, but long arrows shot out from ballistas. Each arrow was like a long spear, and extremely powerful. The skydance experts weren't able to react in time, so several of them were hit by the large arrows. These large arrows were all shot at close range, so they were very powerful. They pierced through several people in an instant. Afterwards, the large arrows didn't stop, they just kept flying forward. No one knew where they flew to. As for those void dance stage powerhouses who were hit by the arrows, they cried out miserably as they fell from the skies. After falling to the ground, they only struggled for a few moments before they stopped moving. Clearly, they were not going to survive. This gave the void dance stage powerhouses a huge fright, and they were enraged. They had never expected that they, void dance stage powerhouses, would actually fall at the hands of these seemingly weak ironclad soldiers. The void dance stage powerhouses all roared in anger as they charged towards the ironclad soldiers. However, they did not dare to fly up into the air. The distance between the two sides was not far, and the void dance stage powerhouses quickly reached the ironclad soldiers. Following that, they immediately sent out a burst of sword chi towards the ironclad soldiers. However, the ironclad soldiers did not move at all. With a shout, the first row of ironclad soldiers raised the spears in their hands and stabbed forward. With a bang, the sword chi of the void dance stage powerhouses chopped down on the spears. Some spears were cut off on the spot, and some ironclad soldiers were also killed on the spot. However, the void dance stage powerhouses weren't happy at all. This was because they discovered that the result of their attack was far from what they had expected. They thought that their sword chi would be able to kill all of the ironclad soldiers on the spot. However, they didn't expect that their sword chi would only kill a few people before disappearing. There was only one possibility for this: the opponent's defense was very strong, and the consumption of sword chi was very high. To put it bluntly, sword chi was a very sharp energy. Although this energy was very sharp, after it was released, there was a lack of energy. It was just like electricity in a battery, it was a consumable. If the energy used was very high, then it wouldn't take long before the battery would run out. Sword chi was the same. If the enemy's defense wasn't strong, then the sword chi would be able to kill them on the spot. However, if the enemy's defense was too strong, then the sword chi would be consumed very quickly. It might not even be able to cut through the enemy's defense. Naturally, this kind of situation was very rare. But now, the sword chi of the sky dance experts simply couldn't kill the ironclad soldiers. They immediately realized that the enemy's armor was very strong. Because of this, their sword chi was being consumed very quickly. While they were in a daze, the ironclad soldiers in the back row had already replaced the dead in the front row. Then they continued to press forward. The skydance experts suddenly discovered that there weren't many ways to deal with these fearless and defenseless soldiers. Their defenses were very strong, and they couldn't jump into the enemy's formation to kill them. Because of this, they could only rush forward. However, the enemy were spearmen. Their spears were like a forest, and the spears themselves weren't as long as their weapons. If they wanted to rush forward and engage in close combat with the spearmen, it wouldn't be easy. This was because the spearmen didn't only have one row. The spearmen in the back had their spears extended from the gaps between the first row, forming a second forest of spears. At this time, even if you were to block the first row of spears, the ones in the back would still stab you. It was almost impossible for you to engage in close combat. At this time, the skydance experts could only send their sword chi towards the spearmen. However, they discovered that the sword chi that they sent out was getting worse and worse. After the spearmen discovered that they were sending out sword chi, the spearmen who were facing the sword chi would simultaneously stab their spears. Their spears also contained energy, and their spears were very hard. Because of this, the sky dance experts were only able to cut the enemy's spears and leave scratches on their armor. They couldn't even kill the enemy. This made the sky dance experts very depressed. They didn't understand why they, as dignified sky dance experts, couldn't do anything to these weak ironclad soldiers. In fact, these Wu Sky Realm experts had fallen into a misconception. Although these Wu Sky Realm experts were cooperating in the battle, they weren't a real army. Moreover, their numbers were very small. Even if they were strong, they would still be at a disadvantage when facing an army that had set up a battle formation. Their advantage was that they could attack the enemy's general. It can be said that they were like the martial arts masters of ancient China. When these people were fighting one-on-one, they were definitely stronger than ordinary soldiers. But when the soldiers set up a battle formation, these experts were simply no match for the army. They were completely using the enemy's weakness to attack the enemy's strength. It would be strange if they didn't suffer a loss. Nearly 300 sky dance experts actually used this much time to attack the city lord's mansion. This was something that they didn't expect. What made them even more surprised was that not only were they unable to attack the mansion, they were also being suppressed by the Iron Armor Army. If someone told them this in the past, they would have thought that it was a fantasy. But now, it was a bloody fact. The corpses of the sky dance experts were still lying on the ground. At this time, in order to cooperate with the Iron Armor Army, the city lord's mansion's garrison had already returned to the mansion. They were using the walls of the mansion to defend. At the same time, they also began to adjust their ballistas in order to deal with the sky dance experts outside the city. However, these ballistas couldn't be used unless it was necessary. This was because these ballistas weren't like humans. The ballistas wouldn't recognize their targets. If they weren't careful, then they might injure the Iron Armor Army. At this time, Zhao Hai and Lu Jingyan appeared on the walls of the city lord's mansion. Although the city lord's mansion was inside the city, it still had good defensive capabilities. The walls weren't very high, only about 10 meters high. However, they were very sturdy. At this time, there were a lot of troops on top of it. Lu Jingyan looked at the battle between the Iron Armor Army and the sky dance experts. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't think that the Lost Soul City's army would be this strong. I really admire them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's just that the sky dance experts didn't react in time. If they did, then the Iron Armor Army wouldn't be this relaxed. But it seems like the sky dance experts are going to be defeated today. As long as we have a day of buffer, then we can relax a bit." Lu Jingyan nodded and said, "Right, the other city-states were also planning to send reinforcements. But before their reinforcements arrived, the Sacred Court's attack had already arrived. As long as today passes, I believe that the other city-states' reinforcements would arrive as well. This way, we wouldn't just be in a defensive position, we might even be able to fight them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "Let's see what the Sacred Academy will do next. To be honest, I'm grateful to them. If the Sacred Academy didn't send so many people to cause trouble, then the other city-states wouldn't be able to send reinforcements so quickly. At that time, we would have to face the Sacred Academy alone, and that wouldn't be good. Now that the Sacred Academy has caused trouble, the other city-states would be even more afraid of the Sacred Academy. They would certainly send reinforcements in the shortest time possible. This is definitely a good thing." Lu Jingyan nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "I didn't think that I would face the Sacred Academy this quickly. I was still a student of the Sacred Academy back then, the world is truly unpredictable." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Sacred Academy is too greedy, too arrogant. For so many years, they have been relying on their influence in the spiritual weapon realm to do whatever they want. Now it's time for them to pay the price." Lu Jingyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, I have something to ask, but I don't know if it's appropriate." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "City Lord Lu doesn't need to be polite. Go ahead and ask." Lu Jingyan nodded, then he said, "I want to ask about Mr. Tian Cranegrass. It can be said that without Mr. Tian's resistance, the Sacred Academy wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't dare to rebel against the sacred academy. Moreover, I heard that Mr. Tian died in the secret realm. Elderly Tang personally went to City Lord Zhao to ask for reinforcements from the Lost Soul City. However, you didn't give them any face and even forced Elderly Tang to retreat. I don't understand, if City Lord Zhao has such strength, why did you let Mr. Tian Cranegrass enter the secret realm? That's a place where 9 out of 10 people die. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jingyan, then he smiled bitterly and said, there are 2 reasons for letting Mr. Tian enter the secret realm. First, Mr. Tian himself wanted to enter the secret realm. He's a person who can't stay idle, he wanted to see what the legendary secret realm is like. Moreover, he's very stubborn, I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to. Second, we didn't have enough strength at that time. If Elderly Tang, Qiao Ming, and Kuhi went to the Lost Soul City, we wouldn't have been able to force them to retreat. Although our Lost Soul City had several elders who had entered the Broken River level, they had just broken through and their realms weren't stable. Letting them fight with Elderly Tang and the others at this time was no different than letting them die. Therefore, Mr. Tian entered the secret realm. When Lu Jingyan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, so it's like this. When we heard that Mr. Tian entered the secret realm, we were all surprised. Is this also the doing of the sacred court? Zhao Hai looked at the situation on the battlefield. The Skydance realm experts were already thinking of retreating. They also knew that they wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation today, so they wanted to go back and think of a way. The Skydance experts were very clear that today's action was due to the element of surprise. Once they lost the element of surprise, it would be impossible for them to deal with Lu Jingyan in a short period of time. Therefore, they could only take their time in the future. It was also because of this that those Skydance realm experts were preparing to retreat. Seeing that the situation outside didn't change much, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, right, I heard that it was the sacred court who recommended Mr. Tian to the secret realm. If it weren't for this, then I wouldn't have such hatred towards the sacred court. Lu Jingyan nodded, he also looked at the battlefield outside. The losses of the iron-armored army weren't very big, Lu Jingyan also noticed this. One must know that the iron-armored army was currently fighting against Skydance realm experts. In this case, the iron-armored army didn't suffer any losses, this made Lu Jingyan very surprised. Lu Jingyan was also an expert, so he immediately saw that there were 2 reasons why the iron-armored army didn't suffer any losses. The first was the iron-armored army's tactics. The iron-armored army's tactics weren't too fancy, they were just straightforward. However, it was precisely because of this tactic that the Skydance realm experts didn't have any chance to retaliate. The second reason was the equipment of the iron-armored army. This equipment included weapons and armor. The weapons of the iron-armored army were divided into several types, javelins, flying axes, and other long-range weapons. They also had spearmen, axes, sword-shield soldiers, and so on. The coordination between these types of soldiers was very good. Naturally, the most important thing was their equipment. Whether it was spearmen or other types of soldiers, their weapons were very good. Moreover, their armor was also very good. Because of this equipment, their losses were very small. To be honest, when Lu Jingyan saw the equipment of the iron armor army, he couldn't help but drool. One must know that in a medium city-state like Puha city-state, even the most elite soldiers wouldn't necessarily be equipped as well as the iron armor army. Moreover, in a medium city-state like Puha city-state, there weren't a lot of elite soldiers. Taking Puha city-state as an example, the number of elite soldiers in Puha city-state was less than 10,000. In other words, the number of elite soldiers in Puha city-state was almost the same as the number of iron armor army. Naturally, Lu Jingyan didn't think that Zhao Hai would help Puha city by sending all the elites of Lost Soul City. This was absolutely impossible. After all, Lost Soul City was Zhao Hai's domain. In any case, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to send all of his elite troops. In other words, in the Lost Soul City state, there were a lot of troops like the Iron Armored Army. There might even be troops stronger than the Iron Armored Army. This was shocking. Lu Jingyan let out a long breath. Then he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was looking up at the battle in the sky. The situation of the battle in the sky wasn't very good. Puha City's Sky Dance Realm experts were few in number, so they didn't have the advantage in numbers. Therefore, they could only take a defensive stance from the beginning. But at this point, the advantage in numbers had already been revealed. The scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the Sacred Academy. If the Sacred Academy's team won the battle in the sky, then they would have won. After all, they had killed a lot of Puha City's experts. Lu Jinyan also noticed this situation, but he didn't have a good way to deal with it. At this time, the Sky Dance Realm experts from both sides were entangled in the sky. In this case, the ballistas in the city were just decorations. You wouldn't dare to launch them because you might injure your own people. However, it was impossible to make the Sky Dance Realm experts in the sky retreat. The Sky Dance Realm experts of the Sacred Academy weren't fools. They wouldn't just let the Sky Dance Realm experts of Puha City retreat. They would certainly entangle with them. This would only make things more troublesome. Lu Jinyan also didn't have a good way to deal with it. At this time, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he turned his head to Lu Jinyan and said, "Our Lost Soul City's reinforcements have arrived. 100 Sky Dance Realm experts. I'll lead them to support the people in the sky. I'll leave this place to City Lord Lu." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and flew towards the sky. At the same time, 100 silhouettes soared from the city's transmission formation. They went straight towards the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Sacred Academy. Although the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Sacred Academy were numerous, they were still tired after fighting for so long. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the other Sky Dance Realm experts of the Lost Soul City were fresh troops. When they joined the battle, the situation of the battlefield changed. Although Zhao Hai and the others couldn't repel the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Sacred Academy, at least the situation was stabilized. Upon seeing this situation, Lu Jinyan couldn't help but let out a long breath. He waved his hand and called someone over. Then he said, "Have you sent out the request for reinforcements to the city lords? What's their reply?" The person immediately replied, replying to Sir, "The request for reinforcements has already been sent out. However, we still haven't received a reply." Lu Jinyan nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "I know. You can leave. Keep an eye on them. If there's a reply, then immediately inform me." The person nodded, then he turned around and left. Lu Jinyan called over a messenger and said, "Pass down my order. The army of the city lord's mansion, don't just pay attention to the people in the city. They should also pay attention to the situation in the sky. Empty some ballistas and place some arrows on them. If there's a chance, kill the enemy's Sky Dance Realm experts. I'll allow them to freely attack, but they must ensure the defense of the city lord's mansion." The messenger nodded and immediately went to pass down the order. The Sky Dance Realm experts of the Sacred Courtyard found that their movements were getting more and more strenuous. The Sky Dance Realm experts in the city could only defend, but even their defense wasn't very good. After all, they were too few in number. Therefore, they could only retreat step by step. The city lord's mansion wasn't a threat at all. In fact, if they weren't cooperating with the people in the sky, then they would have already retreated. The situation of the Sky Dance Realm experts in the sky wasn't very good. Zhao Hai and his reinforcements joined the battle. Although they still had the advantage in numbers, they were still tired. On the other hand, the opponents were still fresh. Because of this, the Sky Dance Realm experts were now in a stalemate. They couldn't do anything to the other party. However, they soon discovered that their situation was getting worse. They had a lot of people, so they had to surround the other party and attack. Originally, the other party wouldn't dare to move their ballistas because it would disturb their own people. But now, the Sky Dance Realm experts discovered that the ballistas were moving. It wasn't a large-scale attack, but rather a single arrow attack. This kind of attack wouldn't pose any threat to the Sky Dance Realm experts, but now it was different. They were on the battlefield. While they were fighting the enemy, they also had to be on guard against arrows that might come out of nowhere. This made them feel very distressed. What made them feel the most headache was that ever since Zhao Hai and the others joined the battle, all the Sky Dance Realm experts in Puha City began to descend to the ground bit by bit. This allowed them to get closer and closer to the city lord's mansion. At the same time, the ballistas were getting more and more accurate. Their might was also getting more and more powerful. At this point, the Sky Dance Realm experts were already on tenterhooks, fearing that they would suddenly get hit by an arrow. However, they had no choice but to follow. This was because if they didn't follow Xiao Hai and the others, then Xiao Hai and the others would seize the opportunity to leave the battlefield. When that time comes, the Sky Dance Realm experts would have to welcome the baptism of the ballistas. To be honest, the Sky Dance Realm experts didn't dare to do this. If they did, then their casualties wouldn't be small. But if they continued to drag on like this, then it would be even more disadvantageous for them. Thinking of this, the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Holy Institute also had thoughts of retreating. They also wanted to leave. Xiao Hai and the others were still slowly descending to the ground. They didn't dare to descend too fast, nor did they dare to get too close to the ground. If they were too close to the ground, then the Sky Dance experts of the Sacred Academy might suddenly attack them. Because of this, although Xiao Hai and the others were descending to the ground, they still maintained a certain height. This was to allow the ballistas of the City Lord's mansion to support them. One had to say that Xiao Hai's plan was very successful. Although the ballistas didn't provide much support to Xiao Hai and the others, it was enough to make the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Holy Institute scared witless. Because of this, they wouldn't be able to use 100% of their strength to deal with Xiao Hai and the others. This made it much easier for Xiao Hai and the others to deal with them. The Sky Dance Realm experts of the Holy Institute knew that they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage today. Therefore, the Sky Dance Realm expert of the Holy Institute suddenly issued a whistling sound. Along with his whistling sound, the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Holy Institute immediately scattered and fled. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sky of Puha City. The ballistas of the City Lord's mansion simply didn't have the opportunity to fire. Because the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Holy Institute were too scattered, the ballistas couldn't find a target. Moreover, they were afraid of hurting their own people, so the ballistas didn't fire. Just as the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Holy Institute began to flee, the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Holy Institute on the ground also issued whistling sounds. Then they directly rushed into the houses of Puha City. After that, they passed through the houses and entered the alleys of Puha City. Then in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that they had already made a plan to retreat. Therefore, their retreat was very fast. They simply didn't give Xiao Hai and Lu Jinyan any chance to chase after them. However, Lu Jinyan wasn't in the mood to chase after them. As long as the people of the Holy Institute retreated, he was already very happy. When the people of the Holy Institute disappeared, all the people of Puha City cheered. At this time, Xiao Hai and the others arrived at the City Lord's mansion. Lu Jinyan personally went to greet them. Lu Jinyan cupped his fist towards Xiao Hai and said with an excited expression, "City Lord Zhao, this Lu thanks you for your rescue. If it weren't for you, our Puha City would have been in danger." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "City Lord Lu doesn't need to be polite. Army Hun City has already said that this time, it's our alliance against the Holy Institute. The matter between the Holy Institute and the Holy Institute isn't just a matter between Puha City and the Holy Institute. It's only right for us to provide support. I can see that a lot of brothers were injured today, so we don't need to be polite." Lu Jinyan nodded, then he said, "All right, then City Lord Zhao, please follow the servants to the guest room to rest. After I've arranged for everyone, I'll talk with City Lord Zhao." Xiao Hai nodded, then he left with the servants arranged by Lu Jinyan. After that, Lu Jinyan immediately arranged for everyone to be treated. This time, the Sky Dance experts of Puha City went all out. Almost all of them were injured, some of them weren't lightly injured. Because of this, treating them was a troublesome matter. While Xiao Hai was sitting in his guest room, Stonehammer arrived. When Xiao Hai saw Stonehammer come in, he immediately said, "How is the army?" Stonehammer smiled and said, "Very good, young master. The army's morale is very high. Although there were several hundred casualties, everyone is still very happy. This is because our army repelled a void dance expert." Void dance experts, for the people in the army, they used to look up to them. But this time, they actually repelled them. This is something they didn't expect, so everyone is very happy. Stonehammer smiled and said, "Yes, young master." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Good, as long as the army's morale is high, the wounded should be treated as soon as possible." Also, the soldiers should be dealt with and the corpses should be transported back. The families of the soldiers who died in battle must be compensated. As for our sky dance experts, let them stay with the army for now. Stonehammer nodded, then he turned around and left. It took Lu Jinyan a while to deal with the sky dance level experts. At the same time, he arranged a barracks for the iron-armored army in the city and let them rest in the city. After dealing with these matters, Lu Jinyan arranged for the kitchen to prepare food. At the same time, Lu Jinyan and Chen Guohua went to the study room. After the two sat down in the study room, Lu Jinyan looked at Chen Guohua and said, "Guohua, is your injury all right?" Chen Guohua's injury was on his arm, it has already been bandaged. He moved his injured arm and said, "Don't hurt yourself, it's just a flesh wound, it's nothing. Today was really dangerous. I didn't think that those guys from the Sacred Institute would send a void dance expert to attack the city lord's mansion from the ground. I almost fell into their trap. You don't know, but when I saw those void dance experts attacking the city lord's mansion, I was very anxious. But at that time, we were also entangled by those guys from the Sacred Institute, we couldn't get away. Fortunately, you're all right, otherwise our Puha city would be finished. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble." Lu Jinyan let out a long breath and said, "Our luck is good. If City Lord Zhao didn't come, then we would be in trouble. I didn't think that the army City Lord Zhao would send would be this strong." Chen Guohua said, "Right, I didn't think that this army's fighting strength can't be underestimated. They were able to block the attack of sky dance experts and even counterattack. In the end, they were able to force those sky dance experts to retreat." The Supreme Elder was surprised. Lu Jinyan let out a long breath and murmured, "All these years, I always thought that our Puha city's development was very good. But this time, compared to the Lost Soul City, it's really far behind. Did you notice the equipment of the Lost Soul City's army? Their equipment is really too advanced. It can be said that the reason why the Lost Soul City's army was able to block the attack of sky dance experts was because of their equipment. Take a look at this." After saying that, Lu Jinyan stood up and walked to his desk. He picked up a broken spear from the desk and walked to Chen Guohua, handing the broken spear to Chen Guohua. Chen Guohua received the broken spear and couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Iron spear. This is actually an iron spear?" That's right, what Chen Guohua was holding in his hand was actually an iron spear. One must know that the spear was one of the simplest weapons. Every city's army was equipped with a large number of weapons. Speaking of which, this spear was really simple. It was nothing more than a spearhead and a wooden handle. More particular armies would have a longer spearhead and sturdier, and the wood used for the spear shaft would also be better. Less particular armies would only have a wooden stick with a sharpened iron head. It wasn't anything special at all. However, there was a type of spear that was very strong, and that was the iron spear. The iron spear was a heavy weapon, and its entire body was made of metal. People with weak strength simply wouldn't be able to use it. Naturally, this iron spear was very powerful and wasn't easy to break. However, the average city didn't have the financial resources to equip it with iron spears. This was because the amount of iron required was too much. In the world of spirit weapons, almost everyone had to cultivate. Because of this, even if one used an iron spear, there wouldn't be anyone who couldn't use it. However, because of the production process and other reasons, the production of iron in the world of spirit weapons wasn't high. The reason why the average city would equip a large number of spearmen was because the spear was very economical with iron. As long as it was a spearhead, it wouldn't take a lot of iron. However, the amount of iron used in an iron spear was several times more than other weapons. Even swords, shields, and axes might not necessarily use as much iron as an iron spear. If an army were to fully equip themselves with iron spears, then it would be a very extravagant matter. At the same time, this also meant that a city that could equip itself with iron spears would have astonishing financial resources. It was precisely because of this reason that Chen Guohua couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the iron spear. Lu Jinyan looked at Chen Guohua, then he nodded and said, "Right, all of them are iron spears. This is the equipment of the Lost Soul City's army. The spears that they use are all iron spears. This is too shocking, isn't it?" Chen Guohua nodded and said, it's really surprising. The Lost Soul City can actually equip themselves with iron spears. No wonder they could withstand the attacks of the sky dance experts. Lu Jinyan let out a long breath and said, that's right. Who would have thought that the soldiers of the Lost Soul Mountain, which is the poorest and most chaotic place in our memories, would have the best equipment in the entire world of spirit weapons? Isn't this too shocking? Chen Guohua looked at Lu Jinyan and said, City Lord, what do you think? The stronger Zhao Hai is, the better it is for us. But after the war, the stronger they are, the worse it will be for us. Lu Jinyan nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, 10,000 people, 10,000 people, all of them are equipped like this. Look at their fighting style, throwing spears, flying axes, all of these weapons are made of iron. To be able to use such weapons, it means that they don't care about those things. And I'm sure that these 10,000 people aren't the main force of the Lost Soul Mountain City. Guohua, think about it, would Zhao Hai send all of his forces to us? Impossible, it's impossible for them to ignore their home and come here to help us. They've already offended the Holy Court. If they really don't care about their home, then it's possible that the Holy Court would raid it. Chen Guohua's expression turned serious, in other words, their strength is stronger than what we thought. Lu Jinyan nodded, then he said, today, I had a chat with Zhao Hai. He has already become the city lord. Behind the Lost Soul Mountain City, there are now several Broken River grade experts. The reason why Crane Field went to the secret realm was because he wanted to go, and also because their Broken River grade experts weren't stable at that time. Now that their Broken River grade experts have stabilized, they have the qualifications and ability to not listen to the Holy Court. Chen Guohua nodded and said, so it's like that. City Lord, what do you think? Lu Jinyan said, I want to contact the ancestor and see what he thinks. Chen Guohua also knew that Puha City-State had a Broken River ancestor, but he had never seen him. Moreover, Lu Jinyan had never contacted their ancestor before. Chen Guohua didn't expect that Lu Jinyan would contact their ancestor at this time. It seems like Lu Jinyan was somewhat uncertain. Chen Guohua didn't say anything else. The influence of a city-state was too great. Once the old ancestor spoke, few people would dare to disobey. Lu Jinyan glanced at Chen Guohua and said in a low voice, I always feel that Zhao Hai came to help us this time not only because of his enmity with the Sacred Academy. He might hate the Sacred Academy, but with their strength, would they give up on expanding? However, our Puha City-State isn't close to the Lost Soul City-State. Even if they want to expand, it would be impossible for them to lay their hands on our Puha City-State. The distance is too far, making it difficult to manage. Even if we have a transmission formation, it wouldn't be easy to control. Therefore, I don't think they want to attack our Puha City-State. However, I don't understand why they would actively help us if they don't want to attack us. This really doesn't make sense. Chen Guohua nodded and said, it's a bit strange. There are a lot of places between Lost Soul City and our Puha City. If they really want to expand, then they shouldn't have chosen our Puha City. If they didn't want to annex us, then it would be unreasonable for them to help us. Chen Guohua nodded and said, what do you think? Lu Jinyan let out a long breath and said, all right, we won't be able to figure it out even if we stay here. Since the matters outside have been dealt with, you should go treat your wounds, change your clothes, and accompany me to have a meal with Zhao Hai. No matter what, they have helped us a lot today. It would be unreasonable if we don't invite them. Chen Guohua nodded, then he turned to Lu Jinyan and said, City Lord, if the other city-states send reinforcements tomorrow, what should we do? Lu Jinyan thought for a moment before he said, when the other city-states send reinforcements, we'll arrange their accommodations first. Now that Zhao Hai and I are here, those people shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. I think that the other city-states' reinforcements shouldn't be led by their city lords, right? Chen Guohua nodded and said, all right, but I'm not afraid that some people will be unreasonable. After all, they are here to support us. If they use this as an excuse to make unreasonable requests, then it would be troublesome. Lu Jinyan replied, if it's reasonable, then we can agree to their requests. We can give them the best treatment. But if they are unreasonable, then we don't need to be polite. They are here to support us, not to be arrogant. Chen Guohua nodded, then he said, City Lord, then I'll go change my clothes first. Lu Jinyan nodded, then he waved his hand, allowing Chen Guohua to leave. After Chen Guohua left, Lu Jinyan immediately wrote a letter. Then he went to the back of the study, where there was a lounge. This lounge wasn't very big, it only had a soft couch and a bookshelf. Lu Jinyan went to the bookshelf and looked at it. Then he took a book from the shelf. After taking the book down, the bookshelf silently split to two sides, revealing a staircase below. Lu Jinyan went down the stairs. This was a small secret room. Apart from some food and water, there was also some medicine and a disc-like object. Lu Jinyan went to the disc and placed the letter on it. Then a white light flashed on his hand as he directly pressed the disc. The disc also flashed with white light before the letter disappeared. Seeing the letter disappear, Lu Jinyan let out a long sigh of relief. Then he didn't wait in the secret room. Instead, he directly left the secret room and went to the back of the house. After changing his clothes, he came out. When he came out, he saw Chen Guohua, who had already changed his clothes, walking over. Lu Jinyan nodded to Chen Guohua, then the two went towards the guest room. Before long, they arrived in front of Zhao Hai's door. Zhao Hai's door was open. Stonehammer and Zhao Hai were talking inside. When Stonehammer saw Lu Jinyan and Chen Guohua, he immediately whispered something to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also turned his head to look at the two. When he saw the two, he immediately stood up and greeted them. When Lu Jinyan saw Zhao Hai greet him, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, how can I let you greet us? You're too polite." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What are you talking about? City Lord Lu personally came here, isn't that more polite?" Lu Jinyan laughed, then he cupped his fist and said to Zhao Hai, "Many thanks to City Lord Zhao. If City Lord Zhao didn't come in time, then we would have been in danger." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. This time, we're facing a common enemy. Therefore, I didn't help much, I just did what I should do." Lu Jinyan smiled faintly and said, "City Lord Zhao, Mr. Sure, I've already prepared a meal. Let's talk while eating." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, City Lord Lu, please." Lu Jinyan also did the same, then the four of them walked towards the dining hall. Before long, the group arrived at the dining hall. The dining hall was already filled with food and wine. Lu Jinyan invited Zhao Hai to sit down, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, I really have to thank you today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to keep my life." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, Puha City's officers and soldiers are willing to sacrifice their lives. Even if the Sacred Institute used some tricks, it would still be impossible for them to hurt you." Lu Jinyan smiled faintly, then he waved his hand. Immediately, a servant came up and served them wine. Lu Jinyan raised his glass and said to Zhao Hai, "If this Lu were to say thanks, then it would seem too fake. I've said too many words of thanks today, so I won't say any more. City Lord Zhao, please drink up. My Puha City is very grateful to the Lost Soul City." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he raised his glass and said, "City Lord Lu doesn't need to be so polite. The alarm still hasn't been lifted. Let's discuss how to deal with the Sacred Institute." Lu Jinyan smiled and said, "Let's drink first." Then he drank the wine in his glass. Zhao Hai and the others also drank their wine. After the group put down their glasses, Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "City Lord Lu, how are we going to attack the Holy Continent?" Lu Jinyan replied, "I've already sent a request for reinforcements to the other city-states of the Anti-Sacred Institute Alliance. I believe that their reinforcements will arrive in a few days. When they arrive, no matter what kind of attack it is, we should be able to deal with it." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "This is hard to say. Because of what the Sacred Academy did some time ago, the other city-states in the Alliance might send reinforcements. However, it's hard to say what the Sacred Academy's attack will be like. Currently, there are some city-states in the Alliance that have internal rebellions. In this case, if the Sacred Academy sends people to attack their city-states, then those people would certainly return. They might even send troops to attack our Lost Soul City. When that time comes, I'm afraid that we would have to go back and take a look. Once the other city-states return, then the Sacred Academy would suddenly attack our Pool River City, which would only make things more troublesome for you." When Lu Jinyan heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. If the Sacred Institute really did what Zhao Hai said, then they would be in danger. After all, the other city-states didn't want to support them. It was just that they were angered by the Sacred Institute. If the Sacred Institute really did what Zhao Hai said, then they would certainly return to their city-states. At that time, they wouldn't be able to count on these reinforcements. If the Sacred Institute were to attack them, then they would be finished. Chen Guohua's expression also changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, since you've already thought of this, then you should have a way to deal with it." "City Lord Zhao, may I ask how we should deal with this situation?" Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "To be honest, this situation isn't easy to deal with. The Sacred Institute is now on the offensive side. They can attack us from any direction at any time. Moreover, we have too many places to defend. In this case, no matter what we do, we'll be in a passive position. Because of this, I don't have any other way. We can only wait and see what the Sacred Institute does and then think of a way to deal with them." Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, is there really no other way to deal with this?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's not that there's no other way. Unless we can mobilize all the Sky Dance Realm experts and have them act as one. If they really dare to divide their forces to attack other city-states, then we can concentrate all our forces and support them. It would be best if we can deal a lot of casualties to their Sky Dance Realm experts. As long as we hurt them, then they wouldn't dare to divide their forces. This way, no matter which city-state they attack, we can go and support them. But I think that this method won't be easy to achieve because those people are from other city-states. If their city-states give them an order, then they would certainly leave." Lu Jinyan understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted to gather all the Sky Dance Realm experts and then wait for the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Sacred Institute to attack other city-states. Then they would concentrate all their forces and eliminate the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Sacred Institute while ignoring the other Sky Dance Realm experts. Although this would hurt the Sacred Institute, the city-states that didn't receive any support would certainly suffer heavy losses. In this case, those city-states wouldn't agree. Lu Jinyan frowned and didn't speak for a long time. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "Forget it, don't think too much about it. We don't know if the Holy Academy will do what I said. If they only attack Puha City, then we can easily deal with them." Lu Jinyan frowned and didn't say anything. When Lu Jinyan heard Zhao Hai, he wasn't happy. On the contrary, his frown deepened. This was because he knew that the Sacred Institute wouldn't be easy to deal with. Lu Jinyan knew how cunning the Sacred Institute was. The plan that Zhao Hai proposed wasn't a great plan, it was something that most people could think of. Therefore, it was very likely that the Sacred Institute would do this. If the Sacred Institute really did this and they couldn't think of a way to deal with it, then the unlucky ones would be them. However, they didn't have any other way, they could only slowly think of a way. If they can come up with a way to deal with it, then that would be the best. If they can't, then Puha City would still be in danger. On the other hand, Chen Guohua thought of something else. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, if the Holy Courtyard attacks our Great River City-State, and the reinforcements return to their own city-states, would Lost Soul City's Iron Armor Army retreat?" Zhao Hai looked at Chen Guohua. Upon hearing Chen Guohua, Lu Jinyan's eyes couldn't help but light up. He had seen the fighting strength of the Iron Armor Army today. Even if the reinforcements of the other city-states were to return, as long as the Iron Armor Army and the ordinary army of Puha City were there, Lu Jinyan was confident that he could fight against the Void Realm experts of the Sacred Institute. After all, the Iron Armor Army's fighting strength was already there. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, the Iron Armor Army won't withdraw. When the war is over, the Iron Armor Army will return to Lost Soul City. If the war isn't over, then the Iron Armor Army won't withdraw." Lu Jinyan and Chen Guohua let out a sigh of relief. They were very clear about the strength of the Iron Armored Army. If Zhao Hai transferred the Iron Armored Army back to Lost Soul City State, then if the Holy Court really attacked Puha City State, then all of their reinforcements would withdraw. Now that Zhao Hai agreed to leave the Iron Armor Army behind, Lu Jinyan and Chen Guohua finally had some confidence. They finally had the confidence to fight against the Holy Court. Looking at Lu Jinyan and Chen Guohua, Zhao Hai couldn't help but say, "I say, the two of you shouldn't place your bets on the Third Army, the Iron Armored Army. After all, the Third Army is just a ground unit. Although the ballistae can pose a threat to sky dance level experts, and can even cause them casualties, when they attack with all their might, it won't be easy to stop them on the ground. After all, there are too many restrictions on the ground, and they can't be as flexible as sky dance level experts. Therefore, the best way to deal with sky dance level experts is to use them. Lu Jinyan nodded, then he sighed and said, "We still don't know what the Sacred Academy will do next. But we still have to prepare for the worst." To be honest, City Lord Zhao's performance today really opened my eyes. I didn't think that the Iron Armored Army would be this strong. Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "All right." Zhao Hai said, "My Mihun City's army wasn't formed for a long time. In the past, the Mihun City's army wasn't well equipped, and their morale was very high as well. Such an army didn't have any fighting strength. Later on, I changed their equipment and increased their training. I also increased their salaries and pensions. But speaking of which, they are really good. After all, the Mihun City used to fight every day, so the quality of the army is very good. As long as they are well trained and their morale problem is solved, then their fighting strength would immediately increase." Lu Jinyan nodded, then he sighed and said, "Your method is simple, but just the preparation of the army would cost a lot of money. I just saw that the Iron Armor Army wore iron armor, and their weapons were all made of metal. How much money would it cost? Our Puha City can't afford to raise such an army." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "Lu Jinyan was right, raising an army, aside from the initial investment, there was another thing that was terrifying, and that was the continuous investment in the later stages. Most city-states could afford the initial investment, but the continuous investment in the later stages made them afraid. The more the army, the higher the investment. If a city-state's income wasn't very high, then the investment in the military would make them nervous. If they encounter a battle and the casualties were too high, then they wouldn't even be able to afford pensions. For a medium-sized city-state like Puha City, their taxes weren't very high. First, it was because they controlled very few cities. Second, it was because the businesses in these cities weren't very developed. In this case, it was impossible for them to collect too much tax. Therefore, even if Puha City wanted to raise an army like the Iron Armor Army, they wouldn't be able to afford it." Zhao Hai took a sip of wine, then he let out a long sigh and said, "Actually, I couldn't afford it. But later on, I obtained a treasure from the Heavenly Sword Empire. Then I invested all the money into the construction of the Lost Soul City. Only then was I able to raise the army." Lu Jinyan nodded and didn't say anything. In fact, they had already guessed this, but nobody was able to confirm it. Now that Zhao Hai said it, nobody doubted it anymore. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Actually, I admire Mr. Even if you give them a lot of money, they still wouldn't be able to do what you did. To be able to change the entire Lost Soul City in such a short period of time, this isn't something that ordinary people can do." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, this isn't a big deal. The Lost Soul Mountains have always been in chaos, so the people there longed for peace. I gave them peace, but at the same time, I also gave them hope. I also took out money to improve their lives. All they need to do is to be obedient. In this case, how could the people of the Lost Soul City not be obedient?" Lu Jinyan nodded, then he sighed. He knew that the miracle of the Lost Soul City couldn't be replicated. Therefore, he could only listen to Zhao Hai's words. Afterward, the group didn't talk about such a heavy topic. They just chatted while eating and drinking. After eating and drinking, Zhao Hai returned to his room to rest. Lu Jinyan and Chen Guohua went to Lu Jinyan's study. After the two sat down in Lu Jinyan's study, Lu Jinyan looked at Chen Guohua and said, "Guohua, do you think that the Holy Court will do what Zhao Hai said? If they really did that, then wouldn't they become enemies with all the other city-states? Would they really do that?" To be honest, Lu Jinyan really didn't want the Holy Court to do that. If the Holy Court really did that, then their Puha City would be in an unprecedented crisis. Chen Guohua smiled bitterly and said, "City Lord, although I also don't want the Holy Court to do that, it's very likely that they will. At worst, before they do that, they would release a statement saying that the other city-states are helping us deal with the Holy Court, making them enemies of the Holy Court. If they want to deal with enemies, then they would naturally attack the other city-states. Lu Jinyan frowned and said, if that's really the case, then our troubles wouldn't be small. Although Zhao Hai promised that the Iron Armored Army would stay, just like Zhao Hai said, the Iron Armored Army is still a ground force. Using ground forces to deal with Sky Dance Realm experts is a huge disadvantage. We still need to think of other ways. Chen Guohua nodded, then he said, actually, City Lord Zhao's idea of unifying all Sky Dance Realm experts is very good. However, I'm afraid that the other city-states wouldn't agree. Just like City Lord Zhao said, if the other city-states are attacked by the Holy Court, then they would certainly recall their Sky Dance Realm experts and wait for the Holy Court to attack us. Even if they know about it, they wouldn't come to support us. This is because they are afraid that their city-states would be attacked again. Lu Jinyan nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, you can leave first. I want to think about it first. Chen Guohua nodded, then he turned around and left. Lu Jinyan waited for Chen Guohua to leave before he turned around and entered the lounge at the back. Then, he entered the secret room. As soon as he entered the secret room, Lu Jinyan's expression darkened. He hadn't seen any message on the teleportation array of the secret realm. This meant that the patriarch hadn't replied to him. Upon seeing this, Lu Jinyan's heart sank. One must know that he had an agreement with his family's ancestor. Once he sends a message to the ancestor would reply within an hour. If the ancestor didn't reply, then it meant that something had happened to the ancestor. Although river-breaking realm experts didn't appear in the spirit weapon realm, this didn't mean that these experts didn't eat the food of the mortal world. In fact, there was a legend that all river-breaking realm experts would go to a mysterious place and live there. They would only come out if something happened to their family. And in that place, there were also servants. Every river-breaking realm expert had their own servants. Therefore, even if they were in seclusion, even if they didn't see the letter sent by their family, their servants would still be able to see it. Then their servants would write back to their family, telling them that they were in seclusion. This way, their family could think of another way. It was precisely because of this that Lu Jinyan made an agreement with their family's ancestor. After Lu Jinyan sent a letter to their family's ancestor, the ancestor would reply within an hour. If the ancestor couldn't reply within an hour, then it would mean that something had happened to their ancestor. If something really happened to their ancestor, then the servant would leave, and the ancestor wouldn't be able to receive the letter that Lu Jinyan was sending. Lu Jinyan had an agreement with his family's ancestor. After he sent a letter to the ancestor would reply within an hour. If the ancestor couldn't reply within an hour, then it would mean that something had happened to their ancestor. Lu Jinyan and Zhao Hai ate for a long time, more than an hour. But in such a long time, the ancestor didn't reply to his letter. This made Lu Jinyan feel that something bad was going to happen. A river-breaking realm ancestor was the foundation of a city-state. Without a river-breaking realm ancestor, it would be very difficult for a city-state to survive. Sooner or later, it would be swallowed up by other city-states. Lu Jinyan had always felt that the Sacred Institute's attack on the Puha city-state was a bit strange. Their Puha city-state also had their own old ancestor, but the Sacred Institute had threatened to destroy their Lu family. Wasn't this not giving face to their old ancestor? Was the Sacred Academy not afraid of their ancestor's revenge? But now that Lu Jinyan saw that their ancestor didn't reply, his heart sank. He thought of a terrible possibility, that their ancestor might have met with an accident. If their ancestor really met with an accident or passed away, then the Sacred Institute would receive the news. And because of this news, the Sacred Institute would attack the Puha city-state. Because of this, the Sacred Institute knew that if they destroyed the Puha city-state, no one would retaliate against them. As for the Sacred Academy's claim that they found evidence that Puha City was the murderer of Tang Fei, Lu Jinyan believed it before. But now, he didn't. This was because the Sacred Academy didn't have any evidence. They only said that they had evidence, but as for what kind of evidence, they didn't take it out. Lu Jinyan thought that the Sacred Academy didn't want to take out evidence so early. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case at all. The reason why the Sacred Academy wanted to deal with Puha City was because their ancestor had met with an accident. They needed a city-state to establish their prestige. Because of this, the Sacred Academy didn't want to take out any evidence. But now, it seems like the Sacred Academy didn't have any evidence at all. The reason why the Sacred Academy wanted to deal with Puha City was because their ancestor had met with an accident. They needed a city-state to establish their prestige. Because of this, the Sacred Academy didn't want to take out any evidence. So what if they found the real murderer and found out that Puha City was wronged? Who would take revenge for the Lu family? Lu Jinyan sat in the secret chamber for several hours. If the Lu family's ancestor wasn't in trouble, then he would have received a reply. But now, there was nothing. Lu Jinyan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He now thoroughly understood that the proof was nothing but a lie. The reason why the Holy Court chose him was because the Lu family's ancestor was gone. Even if the Lu family's ancestor was destroyed, no one would stand up for them. They wouldn't bring any trouble to the Holy Court. However, the people of the Holy Court didn't expect that Zhao Hai and the others would intervene. This completely disrupted their plan. If there wasn't an anti-Holy Academy alliance, then the Puha city would have been destroyed by now. But now, the problem was that the Lu family's ancestor was gone. How could the Puha city survive? Not only did they have to consider the issue of survival, but they also had to consider the survival of the Lu family. This was definitely not an exaggeration. In the world of spiritual weapons, everything was so realistic. If your clan had a river-breaking realm expert, then your clan would prosper in a short period of time and could even snatch other people's city-states. If your clan's river-breaking realm expert passed away or died in an accident, then you would have to think carefully about what your clan would do in the future. In such a situation, there were generally only two ideas. 1. Find a backer, a very big one, so that others would not dare to touch you. 2. When others came to deal with you, don't resist and just give everything in your hands to them. Perhaps they would even give you face and let you become a rich man. This was the world of spiritual weapons. But now, the one who wanted to deal with them was the Holy Court. And the Holy Court had already said that they killed Tang Fei. This meant that the Lu family had a great enmity with the Holy Court. The Holy Court would absolutely not let them go. In this case, if they surrendered, then there was only one consequence, and that was death. The Holy Court wouldn't hesitate to kill them in order to establish their prestige. As for finding a backer? In this world, was there a stronger backer than the Holy Court? Originally, finding the Holy Court as a backer was the best choice. But now, the Holy Court was attacking them. Even if he wanted to find a backer, he couldn't find the Holy Court. If he didn't find a backer, then not only would he be unable to protect Puha City, but the Lu family would also be finished. Although Lu Jinyan's face was ashen, his head didn't stop moving. He was thinking about how to deal with this situation. Lu Jinyan couldn't help but sigh. Then he left the secret room and returned to his study room. He sat there in a daze. The accident of the Lu family ancestor seemed to have drained Lu Jinyan's spirit. Although he was desperately trying to think of a way, his mind was a mess, and he couldn't think of anything. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside Lu Jinyan's study. Then, a voice said, "City Lord, there's an important news." When Lu Jinyan heard it, it was Chen Guohua's voice. He weakly said, "Come in." Chen Guohua nodded, then he pushed the door and entered the study room. Upon entering the study room, Chen Guohua stared. This was because he saw Lu Jinyan sitting on a chair. The current Lu Jinyan was completely different from the Lu Jinyan he saw a few hours ago. Although Lu Jinyan had a sad expression on his face, his spirit was very good, and he was full of fighting spirit. But now, Lu Jinyan looked completely different. His spirit seemed to have been drained. Although he was sitting there with no expression on his face, his temperament had completely changed. Chen Guohua could clearly feel the decadent aura coming from him. This made Chen Guohua's expression change. Chen Guohua looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "City Lord, what happened to you?" Naturally, Chen Guohua was startled. He knew that if Lu Jinyan gave up at this time, then everything would be over. Lu Jinyan looked at Chen Guohua and sighed, "Guohua, you're the person I trust the most. I don't need to hide anything from you. While I was eating with Zhao Hai and the others, I sent a letter to the old ancestor. However, I haven't received a reply yet. I have an agreement with the old ancestor. If he doesn't reply within an hour, then it means that something has happened to him. It's been a few hours since I sent the letter to the old ancestor, but I still haven't received a reply. You should know what's going on now. Chen Guohua nodded, then he looked at Lu Jinyan. You should know now. Chen Guohua stared, then his expression changed. He looked at Lu Jinyan and said, City Lord, is what you said true? Lu Jinyan nodded, then he sighed and said, Do you think that I would joke about this at this time? You should understand now. Even if we escape the calamity of the sacred courtyard, Puha City would still be in danger. Not only Puha City, I'm afraid that our Lu family would be in danger as well. Guohua, I think you should make a plan early. Chen Guohua certainly understood Lu Jinyan's intentions. Lu Jinyan wanted him to leave as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be implicated. However, Chen Guohua didn't want to leave just like that. He had received Lu Jinyan's great kindness. Moreover, after becoming Lu Jinyan's aide, Lu Jinyan trusted him very much. No matter how big or small the matter was, Lu Jinyan would always discuss it with him. Now that Lu Jinyan was in trouble and needed him, if he left at this time, then Chen Guohua wouldn't be alone. Chen Guohua didn't respond to Lu Jinyan's words, he just frowned and stood there. After some time, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he looked at Lu Jinyan and said, City Lord, I'll tell you the news that I just received. This news might surprise you. Lu Jinyan looked at Chen Guohua's appearance and couldn't help but be puzzled. After hearing the news, although Chen Guohua was startled at first, he calmed down quickly. This made Lu Jinyan feel surprised. However, Lu Jinyan still looked at Chen Guohua and said, What's the matter? Tell me, I really want to hear what other news can surprise me. Chen Guohua looked at Lu Jinyan's appearance and smiled faintly. I just received news that around the Lost Soul City-State, 15 cities suddenly announced that they would leave their original city-states and voluntarily join the Lost Soul City-State. The Lost Soul City-State's acting city lord, Feng Lihua, has also received the applications of these cities. In addition to changing the garrison of these cities and making them abide by the laws and regulations of the Lost Soul City-State, the city lords of these cities would be able to retain their positions. Lu Jinyan stared blankly at Chen Guohua, he was still somewhat puzzled. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, You mean to say that 15 cities left their original city-states and voluntarily joined the Lost Soul City-State? Chen Guohua nodded and said, Right, it can be said that the Lost Soul City-State didn't have to spend a single soldier to obtain 15 cities. Now, the Lost Soul City-State has already sent troops to those cities to take over their defenses. Jiao Hai nodded and said, That's right. It can be said that the Lost Soul City-State didn't have to spend a single soldier to obtain 15 cities. Now, the Lost Soul City-State has already sent troops to those cities. Lu Jinyan suddenly stood up and muttered, Too crazy, too crazy. I knew that Jiao Hai would help us because he has a purpose. He wants to use this opportunity to expand. Everyone's eyes are focused on us. Although this news is big, I'm afraid that the other city-states wouldn't care about it. After this war, Jiao Hai would have already digested all of the city-states. Nobody would be able to take them away from him. Fierce, brilliant, such a fierce method. What a brilliant move. After speaking up to this point, Lu Jinyan suddenly stopped. Then he looked at Chen Guohua and said, No, you wouldn't suddenly talk about this news for no reason, especially at this time. Do you want to? Chen Guohua looked at Lu Jinyan, then he smiled faintly and said, City Lord, the city lords of those cities have already joined the Lost Soul City-State. Now, they have become the city lords of Lost Soul City-State, moreover, this position is hereditary. If you also join the Lost Soul City-State, then your position would certainly be higher than theirs. Even if you can't control Puha City-State like you do now, I'm sure that the Lu family can be preserved. If Jiao Hai's mind is big enough, then you might even be able to retain your city lord position. Lu Jinyan didn't say anything, he just kept pacing around the room. He was thinking about Chen Guohua's words. Lu Jinyan understood Chen Guohua very well. Chen Guohua can be said to be resourceful. Most importantly, he was very loyal. Although Chen Guohua's proposal made Lu Jinyan's position as city lord become someone's subordinate, one must know that this was the best method so far. The death of the Lu family's ancestor would cause a lot of things to happen. Even if they managed to repel the attack of the sacred court, what would the other city-states do when they know that the Lu family's ancestor was dead? they would certainly try to divide the Puha city-state. At that time, what would happen to the Puha city-state? The Lu family wouldn't be able to do anything about it. If things went wrong, the Lu family would be ruined. Perhaps some people would say that the Puha city-state still had a lot of Void Dance Realm experts. Lu Jinyan could organize these Void Dance Realm experts to fight against those who wanted to annex the Puha city-state. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could at least make them feel some heartache. At that time, maybe he could rely on his own strength to defend the Puha city-state. Even if the Puha city-state was occupied, it would still be better than being someone else's subordinate. However, Lu Jinyan didn't think of this from the beginning. The reason why he didn't think of using those Void Dance Realm experts to stabilize the Puha city-state was because he knew that once those Void Dance Realm experts knew that the Lu family's ancestor was dead, their loyalty would be greatly reduced. Maybe the first ones to betray the Puha city-state and the Lu family would be those Void Dance Realm experts. This kind of thing happened more than once or twice in the spirit weapon world. In the spirit weapon world, although it was very difficult for the lower to defeat the upper, it wasn't completely impossible. Just like in the Puha city-state, this kind of thing could happen. When those Void Dance Realm experts heard that the Lu family's ancestor was dead, they wouldn't be able to suppress them. Maybe they would turn around and kill the Lu family. Even if they couldn't snatch the position of the Lord of the Puha city-state, they would still be able to snatch it. From then on, they would be able to live a free life and go to another city to establish their own family. This kind of situation was very likely to happen. In a place like the spiritual weapon world that had been in chaos for a long time, the loyalty of people was really not much. Of course, there was no lack of loyal people in troubled times. It was just that compared to those vile people, there were much fewer loyal people. Lu Jinyan had seen countless dramas of subjugation. Of course, he would not naively believe that those Sky Dance Realm experts in Puha City would all be as loyal to him as Chen Guohua. After knowing the truth of the matter, they would still help him find a way to get through this difficult situation. People like Chen Guohua were too few. In the spirit weapon world, this kind of thing happened a lot. A city-state was fine and had some Sky Dance experts. These Sky Dance experts were very loyal to the City Lord's family. But when the City Lord's river-breaking ancestor died, these Sky Dance experts would immediately turn around and attack the City Lord's family. These City Lord's family members weren't destroyed by other city-states, but by their loyal subordinates. This was the spirit weapon world. Chen Guohua's idea was to have Lu Jinyan surrender to Zhao Hai. They now knew that the Lost Soul city-state didn't only have one Broken River expert. With so many Broken River experts, it can be said that the Lost Soul city-state was as stable as Mount Tai. If they really become a part of the Lost Soul city-state, then the Lost Soul city-state would have to protect them. At that time, whether it was the Holy Courtyard or those who wanted to attack the Great River city-state, they wouldn't just have to face the Lost Soul city-state, they would have to face the Lost Soul city-state as well. Of course, there was another important point. If Lu Jinyan were to surrender to Lost Soul City, then his contribution would be huge. This was because he was the one who led the other cities to surrender to Lost Soul City. This would be a huge boost to Lost Soul City's prestige. However, Chen Guohua's words made it clear. If they surrender to the Lost Soul City, then the final result would depend on Zhao Hai's breadth of mind. If Zhao Hai's breadth of mind was broad, then Lu Jinyan would be able to obtain a lot of power. But if Zhao Hai's breadth of mind wasn't enough, then Lu Jinyan would only be able to become a rich man. Lu Jinyan also understood Chen Guohua's meaning. It was precisely because he understood that he couldn't make a decision. He was now the city lord of a city-state with countless subordinates. A single word from him could decide the life and death of countless people. This feeling of power was very good. He was somewhat reluctant to give it up. Naturally, he was also worried. He was the city lord of Pool River city-state, so he could surrender to Zhao Hai. However, Pool River city-state and Lost Soul city-state didn't share a border. In other words, even if Pool River city-state surrendered to Lost Soul city-state, it would still be considered an enclave. Lost Soul city-state's control over Pool River city-state would be relatively low. If one was a suspicious person, then they would think that Lu Jinyan had lost a Broken River expert in his family, so he would be able to borrow Lu Jinyan's strength to deal with his enemies. Then when his enemies wouldn't dare to deal with him, he would still be the city lord of Puha City. He would become a state within a state, while Lu Jinyan would be treated as a fool. This was also what Lu Jinyan was worried about. For someone like Lu Jinyan, surrendering had always been difficult, and that was power. Should you hold on to power and not let go, or should you let go? If you held on to power and not let go, then the other party would suspect that you had ulterior motives and might deal with you. But if you completely let go of your power, then it would be even more dangerous. At that time, you would be a fish on the chopping block. When the time comes, you wouldn't even know how you died. Chen Guohua looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "City Lord, I think we should wait until after the war with the Sacred Court. There's no need to be anxious." Lu Jinyan couldn't make a decision in a short time. Therefore, when he heard Chen Guohua, he immediately nodded and said, "All right, let me think about this matter. I'll make a decision after the battle with the holy character." "Right, you said that 15 cities submitted to the Lost Soul City-State, and the Lost Soul City-State took over their defenses. What are the reactions of the city-states of those 15 cities?" Chen Guohua smiled faintly and said, "Their reaction is a bit funny. They are arguing with the City of Bewitching Souls, thinking that the City of Bewitching Souls is occupying their territory." However, the City of Bewitching Souls also replied. The people of Bewitching Soul City said that it wasn't them who wanted to rob the cities, but the cities who joined them voluntarily. When Lu Jinyan heard Chen Guohua, he couldn't help but laugh. Voluntary? What was voluntary? This was just a pretense. Actually, everyone knew what was going on. However, the Lost Soul City also said that they voluntarily joined the Lost Soul City. Naturally, they couldn't do anything to the Lost Soul City. When Lu Jinyan thought about this, he couldn't laugh anymore. He sighed, then he turned to Chen Guohua and said, "Guohua, this is strength. If the Lost Soul City didn't have this kind of strength, then why would those people argue with them? I'm afraid they would have already sent troops to attack them. But now, those people don't dare to send troops and can only argue. This is a matter of strength." Chen Guohua nodded and said, "Right, City Lord, it's a matter of strength. City Lord, in the past 2 days, I've been thinking about the Lost Soul City as well as its development process. I've discovered something, but this is just a thought, it can't be taken seriously. Today, I'll tell the City Lord about it." Lu Jinyan trusted Chen Guohua, so he nodded and said, "Go ahead." Chen Guohua nodded, then he said, "City Lord, ever since the establishment of the Lost Soul City, they have experienced a lot of things. However, their strength is getting stronger and stronger. First, they unified the Lost Soul Mountains. I think everyone knows what happened there. Although the Lost Soul Mountains were in chaos before, everyone knows that the reason why it was chaotic wasn't because they were poor or because they didn't have any profits. The reason why the Lost Soul Mountains was chaotic was because they were too rich. The Lost Soul Mountains have almost all kinds of resources. Moreover, there are also some resources that are unique to the Lost Soul Mountains. All of these things are worth money. Who are the people who control the cities in the Lost Soul Mountains? Why did these people from the various great clans control the Enchantment Mountains? Benefits, the war in the Lost Soul Mountains was for these benefits." Chen Guohua paused for a moment, then continued, "Then Zhao unified the Lost Soul City-State. Let's not talk about where he got the money to build it, but what he did after unifying the Lost Soul City-State was to sell all the good things that were produced there. This was equivalent to controlling the entire trade system of the Lost Soul City-State. Then he improved the living standards of the people in the Lost Soul City-State. This was equivalent to controlling the people in the Lost Soul City-State. In fact, the reason why the people in the Lost Soul City-State was so poor was because all the good things that were produced in the Lost Soul City-State had been taken away by others. Now, those things were used for their own people. This was also the reason why the Iron Armor Army's equipment was so good." Chen Guohua nodded, then he said, "Zhao Hai unified the Lost Soul City-State. Let's not talk about where he got the money to build the Lost Soul City-State." Lu Jinyan nodded, but he still didn't understand why Chen Guohua was talking about this. Chen Guohua looked at Lu Jinyan and continued, "The Lost Soul City-State has always been low-key to the outside world. But after the crane grass incident, the other city-states no longer dared to look down on them. Moreover, when the people who did business in the Lost Soul City-State came back and told them about the situation in the Lost Soul City-State, the common people started to treat the Lost Soul City-State as a paradise. The 15 cities that surrendered to the Lost Soul City-State might have been invaded by the Lost Soul City-State, but the common people didn't resist. It can even be said that they were very happy to accept the rule of the Lost Soul City-State. This means that the common people have long been looking forward to living in the Lost Soul City-State. This is also the popular sentiment. The Lost Soul City-State is using the mouths of the merchants to win over the hearts of the people. The people of the world. When Lu Jinyan heard Chen Guohua's words, he finally understood what Chen Guohua meant. However, his eyes were still wide open as he looked at Chen Guohua, as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. Chen Guohua looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "I don't know if City Lord Zhao Hai did this intentionally or unintentionally. But no matter what the situation is, time will move forward. Everything will push him forward. I'm afraid that in the end, he will have no choice but to take this step. City Lord, the spiritual weapon realm has been divided for too long. The common people have been suffering from the chaos of war. But now that there are so many city-states in the spiritual weapon realm, how can it be peaceful? Moreover, the sacred court has been instigating discord, making it difficult for the various city-states to get along with each other. But in my opinion, the emergence of the Lost Soul City-State is an opportunity to unify the world." Lu Jinyan looked at Chen Guohua and said, "Guohua, did you think of this?" Chen Guohua nodded and said, "City Lord, these are all my thoughts. I don't know if I'm right or not. I don't know if I'm just imagining things." Lu Jinyan said, "Regardless of whether you're right or not, your analysis is reasonable. But it's still too early to talk about it. Let's deal with the matter of the eye first. We'll talk about it after the battle with the Sacred Institute." Chen Guohua nodded and said, "Yes, City Lord. Everything can wait until after the battle with the Sacred Court. But the battle with the Sacred Court isn't a good one. What plans does the City Lord have?" Lu Jinyan smiled bitterly, then he shook his head and said, "Plans? What plans can I have? I can't do this and I can't do that. What else can I do?" Sigh. Fortunately, City Lord Zhao agreed to let the Iron Armored Army stay. If he did, then I wouldn't have any plans at all. I'll just slit my throat or hang myself. Chen Guohua looked at Lu Jinyan and smiled faintly, "City Lord, I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it." When Lu Jinyan heard Chen Guohua, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Guohua, what's wrong with you today? Why do you always speak half of the words? What can't you say to me? Just say it." Chen Guohua smiled faintly and said, "City Lord, if you really want to join the Lost Soul City-State, then why don't you treat this matter as a test? Although we can't tell City Lord Zhao Hai that we want to join the Lost Soul City-State, we can ask him for help. Tell him that the entire Puha City-State will listen to him. We can ask him to help the Puha City-State get through this crisis. When the time comes, we'll see what City Lord Zhao Hai will do. If he can really solve this matter, then it wouldn't be a big deal for us to join the Lost Soul City-State. After all, the strength of the Lost Soul City-State is there, and the ability of the Zhao Hai City-State is also there. There's no harm in joining the Lost Soul City-State." When Lu Jinyan heard Chen Guohua, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "That's a good idea. I just don't know if Zhao Hai City-State will agree." Chen Guohua smiled faintly and said, "I think City Lord Zhao Hai will certainly agree. This is because regardless of whether he has the ambition to annex our Puha City-State or not, there's one thing that cannot be changed, that is the hatred between the Sacred Court and Mr. Tian Cranegrass. It can be seen that City Lord Zhao Hai holds a very important position in Zhao Hai's heart. Mr. Tian Cranegrass's death in battle made City Lord Zhao Hai hate the Sacred Court to the bone. And now, our Puha City-State is the battlefield for the battle against the Sacred Court. City Lord Zhao Hai shouldn't give up on this battlefield, so I think he will certainly agree." Lu Jinyan took 2 steps forward, then he nodded and said, "That makes sense. Alright, let's do it this way. It's already late, you should go and rest early. Tomorrow, I'll pay a visit to City Lord Zhao Hai and tell him about this matter. Let's see how he responds." Chen Guohua nodded, then he gave Lu Jinyan a salute before he turned around and left. After Chen Guohua left, Lu Jinyan sat on his chair and sighed. He knew that Chen Guohua was doing this for his own good, for the good of Puha City-State, for the good of the Lu family. However, seeing Chen Guohua working so hard to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the Lost Soul City-State, Lu Jinyan couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. However, Lu Jinyan was also very clear that Chen Guohua wouldn't betray him. Even if the Lu family were to be destroyed, Chen Guohua would still follow. The reason why Chen Guohua did this was for the good of the Lu family. But it was precisely because of this that Lu Jinyan felt uncomfortable. Thinking about it, one day, they were on equal footing, and the next day, the other party became your superior, even having control over your life and death. Nobody would like this feeling, and Lu Jinyan naturally didn't like it. But no matter what, this was still a method. If someone really wanted to attack the Lu family, then Chen Guohua's method could be considered as a way to retreat. This made Lu Jinyan somewhat happy. People like Lu Jinyan who had been in the chaos of war for a long time were very realistic. Protecting one's family and protecting oneself was the most important thing. Power and money were secondary. Because of this, Lu Jinyan didn't blame Chen Guohua. Stonemer and Zhao Hai were sitting in the room drinking tea. When Stonemer saw that Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all, he couldn't help but ask, "Young master, isn't it a bit too hasty to make a move now?" Naturally, Zhao Hai knew what Stonemer was talking about. What Stonemer was talking about was the 15 cities joining the Lost Soul City-State. Now that the war had just started in Puha City, the other cities were already joining the Lost Soul City-State. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhao Hai wanted to use this opportunity to expand his territory. Zhao Hai replied, "In any case, we'll have to make a move sooner or later. If we make a move now, then after the battle with the Holy Court, everyone would forget about this matter. If we make a move later, then when the Holy Court retreats, they would immediately remember this matter. At that time, we would be in big trouble." Zhao Hai nodded, "That's right." Stonemer nodded, he wasn't very worried. He was just afraid that this would affect Zhao Hai's reputation. Now that Zhao Hai said this, he naturally wouldn't say anything. Stonemer looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, how do we deal with the situation in Puha City? If the Holy Court really sends troops to attack the Lost Soul City-State, then what should we do?" Zhao Hai replied, "You don't need to worry about this, I've already made arrangements for the family. We still have more than 100 void dance experts in the family. These experts are now concentrated in Spirit Snake City, but we don't care about the other cities. Currently, there are troops stationed in each city. Even if the Holy Court sends people, it would be impossible for them to capture the other cities. When the time comes, even if our void dance experts go to support them, they wouldn't have any benefits. Don't think that the Holy Court has a lot of void dance experts, it's impossible for them to gather all of their experts to deal with us. Moreover, even if they do gather all of their experts to deal with us, there's no need to worry. When Wenhai and the others are stationed in the mountain base. When necessary, they would immediately provide support. However, I still don't want them to expose themselves so quickly." Stonemer nodded, he now understood Zhao Hai's plan. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, there's no need to worry about the family. What about here? How are we going to deal with the situation in Puha City?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to worry about this. Let's just drag it out. If the Holy Court can't take down Puha City, then they wouldn't be satisfied. We don't need to rush back. As long as we're here, Puha City will certainly fight the Holy Court to the end. With them here, it's impossible for the Holy Court to focus all of their attention on us. Let's see if the Holy Court can afford to drag it out." Stonemer said, "But dragging it out won't do us any good. We can afford to drag it out, but can Puha City do the same? I'm afraid that they won't be able to afford it. If they surrender, then what should we do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They won't surrender. This time, the Holy Court clearly wants to use them to establish their prestige. How could they surrender? Moreover, the crime that the Holy Court used this time is the death penalty for killing Tang Fei." Lu Jinyan was very clear that from the moment he was charged with this crime, there was no possibility of him surrendering. He can only walk this path to the end. "Stonemer, do you know why I'm dragging it out? If I'm not dragging the Holy Court, then I'm dragging Puha City." Stonemer stared, then his expression changed as he said, "Young master, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm afraid that no one would think that I'm planning to take over Puha City. We're too far away from Puha City. Even if we take over Puha City, it wouldn't be easy for us to manage it. But what they don't know is that we can make portable transmission formations, many of them. Ha ha ha. As long as we have portable transmission formations, what difference would there be between Puha City and the other cities in Lost Soul City? Therefore, what we need to do now is to delay the Puha City state. If the Puha City state can't afford to delay any longer, then they only have two options left. First, they can surrender to the Sacred Institute. But we already said that this is impossible. So the only option left for them is to surrender to us. Stonehammer's eyes lit up, then he said, I understand. But young master, Puha City also has a river-breaking ancestor. How can they surrender to us so easily? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, so what if they have a river-breaking ancestor? Do you think we don't have one? We certainly have more river-breaking experts compared to them. Therefore, their best option is to surrender to us. Moreover, even if they don't surrender to us, we won't lose anything. We've already earned our reputation, right? Stonehammer nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, young master, you should rest early. Maybe there will be reinforcements tomorrow. Moreover, I can see that City Lord Lu is relying on you. I'm afraid you'll be busy. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, you can go rest. Stonehammer nodded, then he turned around and left. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early. Naturally, a servant brought him breakfast. After eating, Zhao Hai was about to go outside when he suddenly saw Lu Jinyan walking towards him. This made Zhao Hai stare. Yesterday, Lu Jinyan came looking for him to have a meal together. But today, Zhao Hai already had breakfast, so what was Lu Jinyan doing here? Shouldn't he be busy with a lot of things right now? Although Zhao Hai didn't understand Lu Jinyan's intentions, he was still in Puha City. Lu Jinyan was the city lord, so Zhao Hai had to give him some face. Zhao Hai quickly greeted Lu Jinyan and said, City Lord Lu, why did you come here? If there's something you need, you can just send someone to look for me. Why did you come here personally? Lu Jinyan replied, City Lord Zhao, let's talk inside. Zhao Hai looked at Chen Guohua behind Lu Jinyan and nodded. Then he led the two into the room. At this time, Stonehammer wasn't here. He had already gone to the army camp yesterday. There were still a lot of things for him to deal with. After the three sat down in the room, Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, City Lord Lu, if you have something to say, please say it. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and took a deep breath. Then he said, City Lord Zhao, I came here today because I have something to ask of you. I hope that City Lord Zhao can agree to it. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, City Lord Lu, please speak frankly. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, City Lord Zhao, you should be aware of the current situation in Puha City. To be honest, my ability is limited. I don't have any way to deal with the Holy Quartz attack. Therefore, I came here today to ask City Lord Zhao to stay and help me deal with the Holy Quartz attack. I guarantee that from today onwards, City Lord Zhao will be our leader. I hope that City Lord Zhao can help us. Zhao Hai stared blankly. He looked at Lu Jinyan, wanting to see some clues from his face. However, Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai with a straight face. It didn't seem like he was trying to trick him. This made Zhao Hai stare blankly. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, City Lord Lu, I can help you. But from what I heard, it seems like you want me to take full command of the army? This is Puha City. If I take full command, wouldn't that be overstepping my authority? I can't agree to your request. If I agree, what would others think of me? What kind of person would I, Zhao Hai, become? No, absolutely not. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, City Lord Zhao, you have seen how the Holy Quartz attack is. To be honest, if you didn't remind us yesterday, we would have been in danger. I really don't have any ability to command. Now that we have a common enemy, the Holy Court, dealing with the Holy Court is our top priority. Therefore, I hope that you can take command. Also, this is Puha City, I asked you to take command. What qualifications do other people have to say? Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan. He discovered that Lu Jinyan wasn't joking, he really wanted him to take command. This made Zhao Hai's heart turn cold. He suspected that this was Lu Jinyan's scheme. Did Lu Jinyan discover that he wanted to swallow Puha City, so he deliberately made such a scheme? Then Zhao Hai paid attention to Chen Guohua's complexion. Naturally, he didn't openly stare at Chen Guohua. On the contrary, he used his spiritual force to observe Chen Guohua. Zhao Hai knew that Lu Jinyan trusted Chen Guohua. If Lu Jinyan had a scheme, then Chen Guohua would certainly know about it. Lu Jinyan didn't have any flaws, but that didn't mean that Chen Guohua didn't have any flaws. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to see if he could find any flaws in Chen Guohua. Chen Guohua also didn't have any flaws. This made Zhao Hai ponder. To be honest, if Lu Jinyan didn't do this, then he would have followed his original plan and dragged Puha City to see if he could swallow it. But now that Lu Jinyan did this, Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. Lu Jinyan gave Zhao Hai full command and also said that everyone in Puha City would listen to Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai feel embarrassed. In this case, if he were to drag things out, then he would be too unreasonable. But if he didn't drag things out, then it would change his plan. Moreover, even if he were to help Puha City defeat the Holy Court, he would still be blamed by the people in Puha City. However, Zhao Hai was such a person. If Lu Jinyan didn't ask him nicely, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have any psychological burden. But now that Lu Jinyan did this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel embarrassed. If he were to take command, then he would certainly do his best to help Puha City defeat the Holy Court. As for the matter of annexing Puha City, Zhao Hai was afraid that he would have to put it aside. However, Zhao Hai still looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "City Lord Lu, did you really decide to give me full command of the battle against the Holy Court? Will everyone in Puha City listen to me? Don't you regret this?" Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, although I, Lu Jinyan, am not a heroic figure, but I still keep my word. I said that I will give you full command of the battle, so I will give you full command. Please don't doubt me. As long as you nod, I will immediately announce this matter to the public. I won't regret it." When he heard Lu Jinyan, Zhao was completely relieved. If Lu Jinyan only told Zhao about it, then he might regret it. But if Lu Jinyan made this matter public, then it would be completely different. Lu Jinyan didn't say anything, but he didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "All right, since City Lord Lu trusts me, then I won't be polite. For the time being, I'll be in charge of Puha City. Now, City Lord Lu can go and make the announcement. After that, I'll have a task to assign." Lu Jinyan suddenly stood up, then he laughed and said, "All right, I've been waiting for Mister's words. Mister, let's go." Then he grabbed Zhao Hai's hand and walked out. One must know that to hold someone's hand like this, one must have a very good relationship. It must be known that the two of them had a very good relationship, just like brothers. Before long, Lu Jinyan led Zhao Hai to the city lord's mansion's meeting room. Then Lu Jinyan summoned all the officials of Puha City, as well as Sky Dance Realm experts, to the hall. Fortunately, this hall was equivalent to the imperial family's meeting room. It was big enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hold so many people. After everyone arrived, Lu Jinyan led Zhao Hai and Chen Guohua into the hall. At this time, Stonemer, as the representative of Lost Soul City, also arrived. After Lu Jinyan arrived at the hall, he looked at the people inside and said, "Everyone knows what happened. The Sacred Academy said that we killed their people and used force against our Puha City. Yesterday, they even attacked us several times. We can't swallow this, but I have to say that the current situation is very unfavorable for us. Yesterday, I made a mistake in my command, allowing the enemy to take advantage of a loophole and almost broke into the city lord's mansion. Everyone, don't think that the Sacred Academy will be fine just because they killed me. This time, the Sacred Academy has accused us of killing their people, and it's impossible for me to do it alone. So even if they kill me, they won't let anyone off. This time, we have no way to retreat, we can only fight to the death with the Sacred Academy. We have no choice but to kill the Sacred Academy." Although Lu Jinyan's words sounded strange, it was exactly what the people of Puha City were thinking. In fact, there were still some experts from Puha City who didn't want to be enemies with the Sacred Academy. They still wanted to make peace with the Sacred Academy. But now that Lu Jinyan said this, they understood that they didn't have the qualifications to negotiate with the Sacred Academy. Even their fate was already decided by the Sacred Academy. When they attacked Tang Fei's team, they already had no way out. Lu Jinyan looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, to be honest, my command ability isn't enough to deal with the Sacred Academy's attack. Yesterday's matter is proof of that. But fortunately, City Lord Zhao Hai came to our aid and we managed to survive a day. But I also know that I'm no longer suitable to command everyone. If I were to command everyone, then our losses would be even greater. Therefore, I have decided that from today onwards, I will hand over the command to City Lord Zhao Hai. Everyone in Puha City, including myself, will listen to City Lord Zhao Hai's command. Does anyone have any objections?" Upon hearing Lu Jinyan, the crowd went into an uproar. They didn't think that Lu Jinyan would say such a thing. This made them very surprised. Lu Jinyan looked at the crowd and said, "Quiet down. If anyone has any objections, then speak to me one by one." Everyone looked at each other, they didn't know what to say. Yesterday, they saw Zhao Hai coming to their aid. To be honest, they were very grateful to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai didn't come to their aid in time, then they would have been in danger. Moreover, they had also seen Zhao Hai's command ability. To be honest, letting Zhao Hai command them was the best choice. If you want to say that Zhao Hai wasn't a citizen of Puha City State, then it wouldn't make sense that he couldn't command them. Puha City State belonged to the Lu family, and now that Lu Jinyan had agreed to accept Zhao Hai's command, could it be that Zhao Hai cared more about Puha City State than Lu Jinyan? Since City Lord Lu agreed to let someone else command them, then wouldn't it be too high profile if you opposed it? Moreover, if you opposed it, then you would offend Zhao Hai. From the looks of it, Zhao Hai's command was already a foregone conclusion. If you offend Zhao Hai at this time, then what would you do if he gave you a certain death mission? The reason why everyone was in an uproar was because this news was too sudden. They didn't have time to react. Now that they reacted, then they would naturally consider the pros and cons. Seeing that nobody was speaking, Lu Jinyan opened his mouth and said, "Alright, since nobody opposed it, then it's settled. From now on, everyone in Puha City will listen to City Lord Zhao Hai. City Lord Zhao Hai's words are my words. If anyone doesn't listen, then I won't spare them." Everyone bowed. Shi Chui was also shocked by the sudden change. However, he was only stunned for a moment, he didn't show it. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and waited for Zhao Hai's instructions. First, from today onwards, all of the garrisons in the other cities of Puha City State will be transferred to Puha City. All of the other cities' operations will be temporarily handed over to minor officials. Second, the family members of the high-ranking officials of Puha City State must be brought to Puha City as soon as possible. Third, evacuate a portion of Puha City's populace, the elderly and the weak, as much as possible. Fourth, gather all of the provisions and other war materials in Puha City and use the transmission formations in all the cities. Let's do these 4 things first. Along with Zhao Hai's words, the entire Great Hall became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Nobody thought that Zhao Hai would give these 4 orders. Some of these 4 orders were understandable, but some of them were incomprehensible. A city lord of Puha City looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, why do you want to transfer the troops of the other cities to Puha City? I don't understand. Do you want us to give up on those cities?" The other people of Puha City also looked at Zhao Hai, they wanted to see what Zhao Hai would say. They were all people of Puha City, they didn't want to give up on the other cities. If Zhao Hai really wanted to give up, then they wouldn't agree. Lu Jinyan didn't say anything, he also wanted to listen to Zhao Hai's explanation. To be honest, he was also dissatisfied with Zhao Hai's orders. As the city lord of Puha City, he naturally didn't want to give up an inch of land. Zhao Hai looked at the man and said, "This isn't giving up, it's just that we don't want to be too passive. Since everyone still doesn't understand, I'll explain it to everyone in detail. Our opponent this time isn't the other city-states, we aren't fighting for territory, cities, population, and resources. Because the Sacred Courtyard wants to take revenge, they attacked us. The Sacred Courtyard is different from the other city-states, it's impossible for them to occupy a city and not leave. They only want to deal with us. Therefore, we decided to concentrate all of our troops in Puha City in order to fight the Sacred Courtyard to the death. Since the other cities don't have any troops, the Sacred Courtyard wouldn't use this as an excuse to attack other cities. In fact, by concentrating all of our troops in Puha City, the other cities would be safer. Zhao Hai looked at the man and said, the sacred courtyard is different from the other city-states. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they stared. Then they thought about it and felt that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. Therefore, they nodded and didn't object. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, naturally, this doesn't rule out the possibility of other city-states taking advantage of the situation. But right now, we are facing the Holy Academy, the common enemy of the Holy Academy Alliance. At this time, the other city-states wouldn't reach out to Puha City. Even if they attack those cities, they wouldn't be able to defend them. As long as we can repel the Holy Academy, then we can take back those cities. But if we don't gather our people in Puha City, then the Holy Academy Alliance would have an excuse to attack those cities. They would say that there are enemies in those cities, so they can attack those cities. As a result, those cities would be in even more danger. Moreover, they would also injure our strength, which would also have a huge impact on the morale of our ordinary troops. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, but if we don't gather our people in Puha City, then the Holy Academy Alliance would have an excuse to attack those cities. This will greatly affect the morale of our troops. Everyone was speechless. Zhao Hai's words were right, but in fact, this was also a very shameless approach. Didn't the Sacred Institute always act like a saint? Alright, apart from Puha City, the other cities don't have any garrisons. If you have the guts, then go ahead and attack those cities. I want to see how you will explain this to the world. In this case, the Sacred Institute will absolutely not attack those cities. Aside from attacking Puha City, they don't have any other good methods. And in Puha City, almost all the troops of Puha City were concentrated there. Even if the other city-states didn't come to support them, they could still rely on these troops to fight against the Sacred Institute. And with the cooperation of the Wu Sky Realm experts, it would be very difficult for the Sacred Institute to deal with them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone's expression and said, this is the first step. If the Holy Academy intends to fight a protracted war with us, then we will suffer a lot. They might even divide their army and attack other city-states, forcing the other city-states' reinforcements to return to their own city-states. But I think that in order to deal with this situation, if we blindly follow the Holy Academy's arrangements, then we will certainly suffer a loss. Therefore, if the reinforcements are willing to listen to us, then we won't support the other city-states that are under attack by Puha City. We won't even have to fight with the void dance experts of the Holy Academy. Instead, we will concentrate all our experts and attack the Holy Academy directly. When the time comes, I want to see how the void dance experts of the Holy Academy will respond. Everyone stared. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would come up with such a method. However, they had to admit that this method might really work. Yes, the defensive line of the alliance against the Sacred Academy was too long. The Sacred Academy could attack any city at any time, so they had no choice but to defend themselves. This would lead to a situation where there were loopholes everywhere. But at the same time, the Sacred Academy wasn't without weaknesses. Everyone knew that if they really attacked the Sacred Academy, then they would definitely find their target. It's just that nobody thought about attacking the Sacred Academy. After all, the Sacred Academy was a sacred place in everyone's heart. Even if everyone was unhappy with the Sacred Academy, nobody thought about attacking it. But now, Zhao Hai's words seemed to have opened Pandora's box. It opened everyone's mind. They suddenly discovered that they were now enemies of the Sacred Academy. So attacking the Sacred Academy wasn't a problem at all. Everyone was silent for some time, but their eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He knew that he had succeeded. Lu Jinyan let out a long breath, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, City Lord Zhao has already explained to everyone. Does anyone have anything else to say? Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Lu Jinyan and said, City Lord Zhao has already explained to everyone. Everyone shook their heads. Lu Jinyan looked at everyone and said, if there's nothing else to say, then do as City Lord Zhao said. Gather the troops of each city. Guohua, I'll leave the migration of the civilians to you. Make sure that everyone is willing to leave. Chen Guohua nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Chen Guohua and said, Mr. Chen, if there's a problem with the migration of the civilians, then you can send them to the Lost Soul City-state. I'll have the Lost Soul City-State prepare to receive them. When Chen Guohua heard Zhao Hai, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Mr." Chen Guohua thanked Zhao Hai. It wasn't without reason. Transferring the people from the city wouldn't be a problem, but after transferring them, what would happen to their livelihood? The people of Puha City lived in Puha City. Their livelihood was also in Puha City. Making them leave their homes was the same as making them give up their livelihood. In the spiritual weapon realm, civilians didn't have any savings. When they arrived in a new city, they would need to spend money on food and clothing. Even if they had some savings, they wouldn't be able to support themselves for a long time. If they don't have a livelihood, then they can only wait to starve to death. It was precisely because of this that any city that accepted these people would face a lot of pressure because these people were a burden no matter which city they went to. At this time, the Lost Soul City-State was willing to accept these people. This in itself wasn't an easy matter. Because of this, Chen Guohua thanked Zhao Hai. Actually, Zhao Hai also had his reasons for doing this. The Lost Soul City-State was developing very well. They didn't lack money, but they lacked people. After many years of war, the Lost Soul City-State lost a lot of people. Because of this, the Lost Soul City-State was now lacking people. Although there were a lot of people from other city-states who moved to the Lost Soul City-State, most of them were merchants. There weren't many civilians. This was because unlike the Lost Soul City-State, the Lost Soul City-State's transmission formation was free. However, the other city-states' transmission formations required money. A lot of civilians simply couldn't afford to use the transmission formations. If these civilians couldn't afford to use the transmission formations, then they wouldn't be able to go to the Lost Soul City-State. This was a big problem for the Lost Soul City-State. Now that the Puha City-State wanted to move people outside, these people might be a burden in other cities, but not in the Lost Soul City-State. On the contrary, for the Lost Soul City-State, these people were exactly what they needed. The other people from the Puha City-State also left. They still had a lot of things to take care of, so they couldn't stay here all the time. Therefore, they gave Zhao Hai and Lu Jinyan a salute before they turned around and left. After Zhao Hai looked at these people leave, he turned to Lu Jinyan and said, "City Lord Lu, you also have a task today. It's to receive the reinforcements from the other city-states. This matter belongs to City Lord Lu." Lu Jinyan smiled faintly and said, "All right, leave this matter to me. It seems like City Lord Zhao really knows how to command better than me. With your arrangement, even if there are no reinforcements, it wouldn't be easy for the sacred court to attack us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's not that easy. If I was the sacred court, then I would have to think of another way." Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What way?" "City Lord Zhao, can you tell me about it?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know what to do. I don't know what those fellows from the sacred courtyard can do. In fact, the sacred courtyard has already made more than one mistake. If they didn't make any mistakes, then our days would be even more difficult. Forget it, let's wait and see what they do next." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about that." Lu Jinyan nodded, then he said, "City Lord Zhao, please come to my study today. Once they're done with their matters, they'll report back to you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, City Lord Lu, please come with me to my study. After all, this is the Puha City-State. Although I'm commanding everyone, if there's anything I can't think of, then I'll have to ask City Lord Lu to remind me. After all, you're much more familiar with the Puha City-State compared to us." Lu Jinyan smiled and said, "All right, let's go together. I'll have someone brew a pot of tea. We'll drink and chat." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, "All right, but I'll have to make arrangements for the Lost Soul City-State. Stonehammer, you'll have to arrange a team of 50 void experts to go out of the city and scout. See if you can find the location of those holy characters." Stonehammer nodded, then he turned around and left. After he said that, Zhao Hai followed Lu Jinyan to the study. Lu Jinyan immediately had someone serve tea. The two drank tea while chatting. Before long, a servant came to report that reinforcements from other cities had arrived. Lu Jinyan immediately went to greet them, but Zhao Hai didn't. Not long after Lu Jinyan left, he brought someone back to the study. When the person followed Lu Jinyan to the study, he saw Zhao Hai drinking tea. The person looked at Zhao Hai, then he immediately cupped his fist and said, "Galloping Horse City's Lu Jun has seen City Lord Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai quickly stood up and returned the greeting, "Mr. Lu is too polite. Zhao Hai is also too polite." Lu Jinyan smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat." Then he pulled the two to sit down. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai turned to Lu Jun and said, "Our Lost Soul City has a lot of cooperation with Benma City. I heard from the people of Benma City that Mr. Lu is very famous in Benma City. Mr. Lu's name is like thunder in my ears." Lu Jun nodded and said, "You're a member of the Benma City gang." Lu Jun smiled and said, "City Lord Zhao is too polite. My insignificant reputation can't be compared to City Lord Zhao's. This is the first time City Lord Zhao stood up and publicly criticized the Sacred Academy. You're also the first to support Puha City. You're really a role model." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, "Mr. Lu is too polite. Puha City State is a member of the Anti-Holy Alliance, and our Lost Soul City State is one of the organizers of the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance. Now that Puha City State is in trouble, how can we just ignore it? As for publicly criticizing the Holy Academy, that doesn't count for much. We already organized the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance, so why would we care about adding another accusation?" Lu Jun laughed and said, "There are several organizers of the Anti-Holy Alliance. However, the first to stand up and publicly criticize the Sacred Academy and support Puha City was the Lost Soul City. This is something that no one can compare to." Lu Jinyan smiled and said, "Mr. Lu is right. If it weren't for City Lord Zhao's timely arrival, then we would have been in danger. Yesterday, the Holy Academy's army divided into two groups. One group came from the sky, which we sent people to block. However, this also attracted our attention. The other group came from the ground, and they were all sky-grade experts. At that time, we didn't think that if City Lord Zhao didn't arrive in time to remind us, and if the Lost Soul City's army didn't fight to the death, then it would have been hard to say what would have happened to Park River City State." When Lu Jun heard Lu Jinyan, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao is really fierce, this one admires you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he quickly said, "Mr. Lu is too serious. City Lord Lu is just being polite. Even if I didn't come, nothing would have happened. City Lord Lu is too kind." Lu Jinyan shook his head and said, "No, I'm not exaggerating. Mr. Lu, I still have something to tell you. After yesterday's matter, I felt that my ability to command is not good, and my ability to adapt is limited. Therefore, I discussed with the people of Puha City and decided to give Mr. Zhao Hai command of the battle against the Sacred Academy. Everyone in Puha City, including myself, will listen to Mr. Zhao Hai's command." Hiss. Lu Jun sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't think that Lu Jinyan would make such a decision. Lu Jinyan was giving up his authority as a city lord. One must know that when Puha City and the Sacred Academy went to war, the other city-states came to support Puha City. Naturally, they would listen to Lu Jinyan's words. Now that Lu Jinyan said this, it was tantamount to telling everyone that they had to listen to Zhao Hai. Although Lu Jinyan didn't say it explicitly, Lu Jun wasn't a fool. He naturally understood the meaning behind Lu Jinyan's words. This was also the reason why he was surprised. A city lord of a city-state handing over his people to another city lord. Moreover, this was in his own territory. What kind of determination was this? Wasn't he afraid that Zhao Hai would treat the people of Puha City as cannon fodder? Lu Jun turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. He really wanted to know what method Zhao Hai used to make Lu Jinyan hand over Puha City to Zhao Hai. But after a moment of silence, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I wonder what City Lord Zhao has in mind for us?" Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jun and said, "There's no need to worry about this. Mr. Lu, how many people did you bring this time? Only by knowing the strength of these people can I make arrangements for Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu can rest assured that I will be fair and impartial. I absolutely won't deliberately use anyone as cannon fodder." Lu Jun looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "This time, our Galloping Horse City State has 50 people under my lead. All of them are at the Void Realm. It's not that our Galloping Horse City State doesn't want to send more people, it's just that we don't have the means to do so. Our Galloping Horse City-state has just experienced a rebellion. Although the rebellion has been quelled, we still need to leave enough people to guard the city. Therefore, we can't send more people. Please forgive me. Lu Jinyan quickly replied, I'm already very happy that the Galloping Horse City is coming to support us. I wouldn't dare to blame Mr. Lu for saying this. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jun and nodded, 50 people should be enough. Now I have 2 things that I need Mr. Lu to do. First, I need Mr. Lu to immediately send a letter to Ben Horse City-state, telling them to be more vigilant. Ben Horse City-state's reinforcements should be known by the Holy Academy very soon. When the time comes, the Holy Academy might send troops to attack Ben Horse City-state. I need your city lord to give me a message. If the Holy Academy attacks Ben Horse City-state, what would your city-state do? Would you be allowed to stay here or would you be allowed to return? You need to give me an accurate message so that I can make appropriate arrangements. When Lu Jun heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment. Then his eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, Does the Holy Court really dare to attack the Galloping Horse City? Even if we come to support them, if they attack the Galloping Horse City, then they would have a death grudge with the Galloping Horse City. Do they really dare to do that? The Galloping Horse City wasn't a small city. Its strength could be considered to be above average. Therefore, in Lu Jun's opinion, the Holy Court should be wary of the Galloping Horse City. Otherwise, the Holy Court would become the enemy of the Galloping Horse City. Zhao Hai replied, It's just a possibility. Those people from the Holy Court are unpredictable. Anything is possible, so I hope that Mr. Lu can remind your city lord to be prepared. If the Holy Court really makes a move on the Horse City and you are not prepared at all, you will be at a disadvantage. Lu Jun thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, All right, I understand. What's the second matter? Zhao Hai continued, The second thing is that I ask Mr. Lu to go back and rest. Once you've rested, Mr. Lu can lead your people to scout outside Riverpool City and see where the holy character is. I've already sent people from Lost Soul City to scout. If Mr. Lu encounters people from Lost Soul City, please don't make a move. If you encounter people from Lost Soul City who are fighting with the holy character, please help them. Right, people from Lost Soul City wear gray clothes with the word Lost Soul embroidered on them. Mr. Lu, it's best if you tell your people to have a uniform symbol. This way, everyone will know who is friend and who is foe. Zhao Hai nodded. Lost Soul City's people are wearing gray clothes with the word Lost Soul embroidered on them. After sending Lu Jun off, Zhao Hai and Lu Jinyan returned to the study room. After the two sat down, Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Didn't City Lord Zhao plan to gather everyone and attack the Holy Word? Now that City Lord Zhao told Lu Jun this, what if Lu Jun and the others leave? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I told them this because I'm afraid that they would leave. Now that we've made it clear to them, if the Holy Court really attacks the city, then they would be prepared. Otherwise, if the Holy Word really attacks the city and they aren't prepared, then I'm afraid the city wouldn't even need to send them a letter, they would just run back. When the time comes, we would be in a more difficult situation. Lu Jinyan thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, That's the only thing we can do right now. If other reinforcements come, should we tell them the same thing? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Right, if other reinforcements come, then we'll tell them the same thing. This matter needs to be made clear so that we can make arrangements in the future. Otherwise, if the supervisor gets involved, then it would be more troublesome. Lu Jinyan nodded, then he looked outside and said to Zhao Hai, City Lord Zhao, do you think that the Holy Court will attack again today? Zhao Hai replied, It should be. The people from the Sacred Academy should also know about the situation here. They should also know that the longer they delay, the more reinforcements would arrive. This would be disadvantageous for them. Although they can divide their forces to attack the various city-states, they would also be taking risks. After all, they only have 1,000 people. They would have to face the majority of the city-states in the spirit weapon realm. If these city-states were to gather their strength, then the Sacred Academy wouldn't be a match for them. Lu Jinyan nodded, then he said, The Sacred Court has a lot of subordinates. Moreover, there are some forces in the city-states that are close to them. If they can gather all of these forces, then their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, If they can do that, then their strength shouldn't be underestimated. But can they do it? I'm afraid that it would be very difficult. Hehe, the Holy Court made a wrong decision. Now, they'll have to pay the price for it. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, wrong decision? What decision? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the rebellion that occurred in the other city-states must have something to do with the holy character. It might even be related to the strength of those who are close to the Holy Court. The biggest mistake of the holy character was to let the forces close to the Holy Court rebel. This was their biggest mistake. Not only did they push the other city-states to the position of the enemy, they also exposed the forces close to the Holy Court. The other city-states discovered that the forces close to the Holy Court would pose a threat to them. Therefore, when they quell the rebellion, they would use all their strength to attack the forces close to the Holy Court. In this case, it's hard to say how many of the forces close to the Holy Court would be left. Therefore, it would be very difficult for the Holy Court to organize the forces close to the Holy Court. This is because the forces close to the Holy Court must have suffered heavy losses in this operation. Even if they want to help the Holy Court, they wouldn't be able to do so. Lu Jinyan nodded as he listened to Zhao. After Zhao finished, he let out a long breath and said, if that's the case, then that would be the best. That way, we would have fewer enemies. Zhao nodded. Lu Jinyan nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the reason why those people from the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance are on our side is because of this matter. Therefore, I think that the Holy Academy made a wrong decision. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's because of this that the Holy Academy Alliance decided to stand on our side. Lu Jinyan nodded, then he said, right, how should I put it? Now that we're facing the sacred court, we'll have to wait and see what the final result will be. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right, it's useless to talk about it. In the end, it still depends on who has the bigger fist. The one with the bigger fist will naturally have the last laugh. As long as we do our own things and don't make any mistakes, then we can deal with all kinds of changes. Although the Holy Courtyard isn't weak, it's still an academy. In the past, they still needed to rely on the support of the city-states. Even if they have some savings now, they can't get much support from the city-states. It can be said that they are sitting and eating. I think that even if we slowly drag it out, the Holy Courtyard would still be able to collapse. Lu Jinyan smiled bitterly and said, if we drag it out slowly, we might be able to collapse the sacred courtyard. However, we can't afford it, especially our Puha city-state. Our Puha city-state is a medium-sized city-state, we don't have the funds and resources to drag it out. It would be best if we can solve it quickly. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry. If you want money, then we'll give you money. If you want things, then we'll give you things. Now that the Holy Academy has officially declared war against the Holy Academy Alliance, we must meet them head-on and fight them to the death. If we win this time, then even if the Holy Academy wants to counterattack, we're confident that we can beat them back. If we lose this time, then the Holy Academy might take the opportunity to revert back to its previous state. This is something that we don't want to see. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, City Lord Zhao, I still don't understand why you're helping us. Is it because of the hatred between you and the Holy Court? I don't think so. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, do you want to hear the truth? I'm afraid that I'll scare you if I tell you the truth. Lu Jinyan laughed heartily. City Lord Zhao, you're underestimating me. I, Lu Jinyan, am also a city lord. I really don't know what can scare me. If there's anything you want to say, please speak your mind. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan, then he smiled faintly and said, all right, then I'll tell you the truth. The reason why I want to deal with the Holy Institute isn't just because of the enmity between us. More importantly, the Holy Institute is the biggest obstacle to the development of the spirit weapon world. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, I don't quite understand this. Please speak frankly. Zhao Hai nodded and said, first of all, the Holy Court has a lot of information left behind by the Heavenly Sword Empire. They have been hiding these information and conducting their own research. But from the current situation, the results of their research don't seem to be great. Otherwise, the spiritual weapon world wouldn't be unable to popularize a transmission array. Even a portable transmission array would be considered a treasure. The word holy contains a lot of information about the Heavenly Sword Empire, but they have never made it public. This is the biggest obstacle to the development of the spiritual weapon world. Lu Jinyan nodded, but he didn't fully agree with Zhao Hai's words. The word holy did contain a lot of information about the Heavenly Sword Empire, but these information were equivalent to the property of the word holy. Would you just casually give away your property to others? Obviously not, and the Holy Court naturally wouldn't. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, City Lord Lu, do you think that I'm being unreasonable? Those information are the property of the Holy Court. How could they give their property to others? If someone were to ask me to give my property to others, I wouldn't be happy, right? Lu Jinyan smiled faintly and didn't say anything. But clearly, he didn't say that Zhao Hai's words were wrong, which meant that he agreed with Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai said, I don't necessarily want the Holy Court to take out the information. But every year, the continent would send students to the Holy Court to study. But aside from the 50 void dance experts that the Holy Court nurtured, the others were all sent to the secret realm to die. Could it be that among those people, no one could become a void dance expert? Could it be that other than cultivating, those people had nothing else going for them? Not necessarily. Those who go to the Sacred Institute to study are the smartest children of their respective clans. Even if they can't become void dance level experts in a short period of time, they can still become void dance level experts in the future. Moreover, they might have talent in formations, or they might have talent in refining. After all, everyone's talent is different, who can say for sure? But the Holy Court not only didn't nurture their talents, but also sent them to their deaths. Even if they were void dance experts that were nurtured by the word holy, besides becoming a void dance expert, what else did they learn? Formations? Refining? Medicine? What did they learn? None of them. Then what else can the Holy Court teach them? City Lord Lu, you also came from the Holy Court, right? Tell me then, other than recognizing teleportation arrays and knowing how to use them, how much do you know about teleportation arrays? Besides knowing some medicinal materials, how much do you know about refining? You paid a huge price to go to the Holy Court, but you only learned these things. As for those who weren't nurtured, in the end, they were sent to their deaths for the Holy Court. Is this fair? The Holy Court is clearly using everyone to serve them. Lu Jinyan nodded. This time, he had to admit that Zhao Hai was right. The things that the Holy Court taught weren't much. As for those who weren't nurtured, it was a pity. Lu Jinyan was very clear that there were some people who were more talented than him. But because of their family background or other reasons, they weren't able to be nurtured. In the end, they died in the mystic realm. It really wasn't worth it. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, this is only one aspect. The other aspect is what the Holy Court did. Although I just unified the Lost Soul City, I still know a bit about the other cities in the spiritual weapon world. No matter which city it is, the Holy Court would nurture some forces in the city. With their support, these forces would develop very quickly. And because they have the Holy Court behind them, the City Lord's family wouldn't dare to go too far with these forces. In the end, these forces would become too powerful. They would even directly squeeze out the City Lord's family and become the new City Lord. In this way, these forces would naturally listen to the Holy Court. But what about the original City Lord's family? Did anyone think about them? And all of this was caused by the Holy Court, right? Lu Jinyan nodded again. This was because what Zhao Hai said was true. This kind of thing happened more than once or twice in the spiritual weapon world. The main reason why the city-states in the spiritual weapon realm formed an alliance against the Sacred Academy because of the fight between the Heavenly Crane Grass and the Sacred Academy was because the Sacred Academy's reach was too long. Many city-states of the spirit weapon realm were controlled by the Sacred Academy just like what Zhao Hai said. Even some of the city-states that formed an alliance against the Sacred Academy were supported by the Sacred Academy in the beginning. Then, they took over the original City Lord's family and became the master of the city-state. However, after these clans became City Lord's clans, they wanted to have the final say. They didn't want to listen to the Sacred Academy anymore. Naturally, the Sacred Academy wouldn't allow this to happen. Therefore, they reenacted the old play. Thus, new clans that were supported by the Sacred Academy appeared. Naturally, the city lords' clans also understood the Sacred Academy's plan. Naturally, the conflict between the two sides intensified. Because of this, when the matter of the crane grass came out, an alliance against the Sacred Academy was formed. Zhao Hai wasn't a person from the spirit weapon realm. Therefore, he only saw that the Sacred Academy wanted to control the city-states and subvert them. He didn't know about the twists and turns in this matter. However, Lu Jinyan was a native of the spirit weapon realm. Naturally, he was very clear about these matters. In fact, this was how the Lu family became the city lord of Puget River City. Because of this, Lu Jinyan was able to enter the Holy Academy to study. Because of this, his understanding of the dark secrets of the Holy Academy was much deeper than Zhao Hai. On the surface, the Sacred Academy treated all students equally. But in fact, there were a lot of things going on. Aside from the Sacred Academy leaving some spots for the children of teachers, the other spots were generally given to those who were close to the Sacred Academy. For ordinary people, it was simply a dream to get a spot. Some clans who were close to the Sacred Academy would even ask the Sacred Academy to specially recruit some genius disciples from their enemy clans. Then, they wouldn't give them a place to focus on cultivation and would send them to their deaths. They would use this method to attack their enemy clans. This was also the case for the various city-states. If you're not satisfied, then I'll support your subordinates and have them kick you out. If the person they supported doesn't listen to them, then they'll support another person. This way, they'll maintain their influence over the various city-states. Zhao Hai glanced at Lu Jinyan and said solemnly, "This is only one aspect. If the spirit weapon world wants to develop, the best way is to unify it." Lu Jinyan stared, then his eyes flashed as he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "A unified and stable environment is very beneficial for development. Therefore, if we want the spirit weapon world to develop, then we need to unify it as soon as possible. Even if we can't unify it, we need to have some order. We can't always fight, otherwise, we won't be able to develop. But a unified and peaceful environment isn't in line with the interests of the Sacred Academy. Think about it, if the spirit weapon world was still under the rule of the Heavenly Sword Empire, would the Sacred Academy still be able to maintain its transcendent status? Facing a unified empire, would the Sacred Academy still dare to use such methods? Wouldn't they be afraid of being destroyed? Therefore, the Sacred Academy can't allow the spirit weapon world to be unified. It can even be said that they will make the spirit weapon world even more chaotic. The more chaotic it is, the more benefits they will have. This is because they can maintain their transcendent status, receive support, and use all kinds of methods to control the various city-states. This is in line with their interests. Therefore, the Sacred Academy's shadow is behind many of the city-states in the spirit weapon world. Lu Jinyan nodded again. At this moment, his expression was somewhat stiff. He already knew what Zhao Hai said. However, he wasn't willing to think about it in the past. First, it was because even if he wanted to, he couldn't do anything about it. Second, it was because their relationship with the word sacred wasn't at the point of being incompatible with each other. Therefore, they didn't think about it. But now that Zhao Hai said it out loud, Lu Jinyan had no choice but to pay attention to it. He also discovered that his previous thoughts were somewhat wrong. The people didn't care and didn't do anything. This was exactly what the Sacred Academy wanted. These people might look glorious, ruling their own city-states and calling the wind and summoning the rain. However, in fact, they were just making a wedding dress for the Sacred Academy. The one who got the most benefits was still the Sacred Academy, not them. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "For their own interests, the Sacred Academy instigated the city-states and made them fight. This caused the spirit weapon world to be in a state of chaos. This is the biggest obstacle to the development of the spirit weapon world." At this point, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "I'm not saying this to show how great I am or how dedicated I am to the people. I'm saying this because of two things. First, I obtained part of the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Empire. I want to restore the glory of the Heavenly Sword Empire. Second, it's for the secret realm." Lu Jinyan could accept Zhao Hai's first reason. This was because there were too many city lords in the Spirit Empress realm who had the same idea. Restoring the glory of the Heavenly Sword Empire was the dream of every city lord. Think about it, hundreds of millions of disciples prostrating at your feet. In the entire spirit weapon world, only your voice could be heard. What kind of feeling was that? What kind of momentum was that? As for Zhao Hai's second reason, Lu Jinyan couldn't understand it. Therefore, he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. He didn't know why Zhao Hai mentioned the secret realm. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "City Lord Lu, what kind of place is the secret realm that you know of?" Lu Jinyan thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "The mystic realm is an extremely dangerous place. There are some extremely powerful enemies there and they are constantly thinking of invading the spirit weapon world. And in the Sacred Academy, there is an entrance to the mystic realm that leads to the spirit weapon world. In order to prevent the enemies in the mystic realm from attacking the spirit weapon world, the Sacred Academy will constantly send troops into the spirit weapon world to resist the enemies there. This is where the disciples of the Academy who aren't focused on cultivating go." Zhao Hai nodded. He then looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "Do you believe these words?" Lu Jinyan was stunned by Zhao Hai's question. Then, his expression changed. To be honest, he had never doubted such a statement. Why didn't he doubt it? This was because this matter didn't have much to do with him. His family didn't have anyone to enter the secret realm. What the secret realm was like had nothing to do with him. Because of this, he didn't think about whether these words were true or not. As the saying goes, if you don't care about it, then you can just let it go. But now that Zhao Hai asked this question, Lu Jinyan felt that something was wrong. First of all, where did he hear these words from? Naturally, he heard it from the sacred institution. If it was when he first entered the sacred institution, then he wouldn't have doubted these words. This was because at that time, the sacred institution was still very sacred in his eyes. He believed that the sacred institution wouldn't lie. Therefore, he didn't doubt its words. But now, it was impossible for him to fully believe these words. When he became the city lord of Puha City, he came in contact with the sacred institution. When he started to have conflicts with the sacred institution, Lu Jinyan finally saw the true face of the sacred institution. Because of this, it was impossible for him to believe the sacred institution's words. Moreover, there was also a flaw in the sacred institution's words. That was the passage to the secret realm. If it was only a passage to the spiritual weapon realm, then this passage shouldn't be big. Otherwise, he would have been able to see it when he was studying in the sacred institution. However, he didn't see it at that time. This meant that the passage wasn't big. A passage that wasn't big, and it was only to prevent the enemy from attacking the spiritual weapon realm. Was there a need to send troops into the secret realm? Was there a need for so many people to die every year? Inviting 1 or 2 Broken River realm experts to guard the entrance of the passage would be enough to block it. Naturally, there was no need to worry about the enemy from the secret realm entering the spiritual weapon realm. Such a flaw was too obvious. Therefore, when Zhao Hai asked Lu Jinyan if he believed this, Lu Jinyan immediately discovered this flaw. Therefore, Lu Jinyan didn't agree with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "You don't believe it, right?" This was because there were too many flaws in these words. They said that the enemy in the secret realm was very strong. Then why did they only send people who hadn't even reached the void dance realm? They said that the enemy wanted to invade the spiritual weapon realm. But after so many years, have you heard of an invasion? If the enemy was really strong, then with the sacred institution's strength, would they be able to stop them? Also, you have been in contact with the sacred institution for a long time. You should be very clear about what the sacred institution is like. Is the sacred institution really as sacred as they say? Are they really above the common populace? No, absolutely not. On the contrary, the sacred institution is very greedy. They are the kind of people who are insatiably greedy. They would never do anything for the sake of benefits. Then, is there something in the secret realm that attracted the sacred institution? Those who were sent to the secret realm by the sacred institution, are they working for the sacred institution's benefit? Also, City Lord Lu, you are also a person who studied in the sacred institution. Did the sacred institution give you something that you can't see in the spiritual weapon realm? And those things are very beneficial for cultivation. I don't know if there is such a thing. Lu Jinyan's complexion finally changed. He had never thought about these questions before, especially when it came to the mystic realm. But now that Zhao Hai mentioned it, he thought about what he had seen in the holy court. Lu Jinyan immediately understood that the mystic realm must have something good that attracted the students of the holy court. Bone beads, pills, these things were all used by Lu Jinyan. When they studied in the sacred institution, they also used these things. At that time, the people of the sacred institution told them that they used a special method to refine these things. These things were very beneficial for cultivation. The method of refining these things was passed down from the Heavenly Sword Empire. With the sacred institution's ability, they couldn't refine them in large quantities. Therefore, they could only give them so much. Now it seems like the sacred institution was just talking nonsense. The things that the sacred institution gave them were produced in the secret realm. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, he let out a long breath and said, "Yes, there are things like that. I used it when I was studying at the Holy Academy. At that time, the Holy Academy would give us pills as well as jade-like beads. There were a lot of pills, but there were very few jade beads. At most, we would get one a month. However, these things are very useful, they're very helpful to one's cultivation." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan in surprise. He didn't expect Lu Jinyan to talk about the bone beads. As for Lu Jinyan not knowing the name of the bone beads, this was also normal. This was because the Holy Academy wouldn't tell them about the origin and name of the bone beads. Otherwise, it would arouse Lu Jinyan's suspicion. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "So there really are such things. This means that the secret realm isn't as terrifying as the Holy Academy described it to be." The reason why they described the secret realm as terrifying was because they wanted to monopolize it. Lu Jinyan let out a long breath, then he said, "Although I'm not sure about what you said, there are too many doubtful points. I'd rather believe you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "What I'm curious about is the situation inside the secret realm. The living environment of the spirit weapon realm isn't very good. If the secret realm is really good, then can we transfer some of the people from the spirit weapon realm to the secret realm?" Lu Jinyan stared, then his expression couldn't help but change. Then he stared at Zhao Hai and said, "You think so? Transfer people to the secret realm? How is that possible? If it's possible, then wouldn't the Holy Academy have already done it?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "But we haven't been to the mystic realm yet. We don't know what it's like. Therefore, I want to go to the mystic realm to take a look. After all, many people from the spirit weapon realm have died in the mystic realm, right?" Lu Jinyan nodded. Although Lu Jinyan didn't know the exact number of people who died in the secret realm, he knew that it wasn't a small number. At the very least, of those who went to the Holy Academy to study, other than those who were heavily nurtured, none of them came back. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "No matter what the reason is, we must remove the mountain that is the holy courtyard. This is because this mountain is blocking the path of the spirit weapon realm." Lu Jinyan nodded. Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, footsteps could be heard from outside. Then a voice was heard, "City Lord, the people from the Holy Academy have arrived." Zhao Hai and Lu Jinyan suddenly stood up and walked outside. Before long, the two arrived outside the study. When they arrived outside, the two immediately flew up and looked around. Before long, they discovered a group of Sky Dance Realm experts flying towards Puha City. This group of Sky Dance Realm experts had at least 1,000 people. They were in a simple formation as they directly flew towards Puha City. It was as if they didn't put anyone in their eyes. Around this group of Sky Dance level experts, there were two other groups of people. Each of these two groups had about 50 people. They maintained a certain distance from the Sky Dance level experts, following them as they slowly flew forward. Upon seeing these two groups of people, Zhao Hai knew that they were the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Disaster City. They were sent to monitor the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Holy Academy. At this time, more than 100 Sky Dance level experts flew out from Puha City. Among them were Lu Jun's group of 50 people, while the remaining 100 were Sky Dance level experts of Puha City. Of course, the number of Sky Dance level experts in Puha City wasn't this small, but they had a lot of tasks to do today, so many of them weren't in Puha City. Therefore, they could only gather these Sky Dance level experts. When these people saw Zhao Hai and Lu Jinyan floating in the air, they immediately came over. Even the people from Bewildering Soul City who were monitoring the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Holy Academy also came over to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai looked at the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Holy Academy. The Sky Dance Realm experts of the Holy Academy were flying very high. It was clear that they didn't want to be shot by the ballistas. When Zhao Hai saw that everyone had gathered around him, he immediately said, lower your altitude to the range of the ballistas. Then he went down first. Stonemer and the others immediately followed. Lu Jinyan and the others stared, then they followed Zhao Hai and lowered their altitude. Once they lowered their altitude, the Holy Academy would still maintain their original altitude. This way, the people of the Holy Academy would look down on them while they would need to look up to the people of the Holy Academy. To be honest, this feeling made Lu Jinyan and the others feel very uncomfortable. This feeling of looking up at people was very uncomfortable. However, there was no other way. At this time, the one in command was Zhao Hai. What Zhao Hai told them to do was what they had to do. Otherwise, Zhao Hai's prestige would be gone. Lu Jinyan needed to maintain Zhao Hai's prestige. Therefore, they lowered their altitude, making them look up to the people of the Holy Academy. When the people of the Holy Academy were about 100 meters away from Zhao Hai's group, they all stopped. Then one of them looked at Zhao Hai's group and laughed. People say that the City Lord of Bewildering Soul City is a hero. But after seeing you today, I can see that you're just a coward who dares to hide in the range of the ballistas. Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, you seem to have forgotten that we're in a time of war. We're fighting a war, not a duel. Lu Jinyan looked at the person and said, I didn't think that the one leading the troops would be you. Wu Tianxi, we haven't seen each other for a long time. We were good friends in the past, good classmates. But now, we've become enemies. Things are hard to predict. Wu Tianxi looked at Lu Jinyan and sighed, Old Lu, we could have been good friends. But why did you go against the Holy Academy? If you listened to the Holy Academy, then we would have been good friends. But now, we can't be good friends anymore. Lu Jinyan laughed and said, listen to the Holy Academy? Then what's the point of being the City Lord of Puha City? I might as well be a student of the Holy Academy. Puha City is the foundation of my Lu family. Why should I listen to the Holy Academy? Wu Tianxi coldly snorted and said, foundation of the Wu family? Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? How did your Lu family obtain Puha City in the past? Don't tell me you don't know? Without the support of the Holy Academy, your Wu family is just a small family in Puha City. How could you become the City Lord of Puha City? I didn't expect that after you became the City Lord of Puha City, you would be so ungrateful. You don't listen to the Holy Academy anymore. Moreover, you killed the grandson of our dean. Lu Jinyan, you deserve to die. Lu Jinyan coldly snorted and said, is it our Lu family that's disobedient? Yes, the Sacred Institute had supported our Wu clan in the past. However, after our Wu clan obtained the Puha City, we gave the Sacred Institute a lot of benefits. The resources that the Sacred Institute needed, we gave them everything. How could the Sacred Institute's demands be a small amount? That's half of Puha City's taxes. Do you know what we're going to do with these taxes? Every time we go to war with other city-states, a lot of people will die. We can't even pay for the pensions of the dead soldiers, let alone improve the livelihood of the people. Moreover, you also meddle in the internal affairs of our Puha City state, treating us, the Lu family, as a puppet. To be honest, when I first entered the Sacred Academy, I really thought that the Sacred Academy was a very sacred place. But when I returned to the Puha City state and truly took over the Puha City state, I realized that the Sacred Academy wasn't a sacred place at all. You are simply a group of greedy vermin. You put the money that should be used on the people into your pockets, but you just watched the people live in misery. Do you even have a little bit of conscience? What reason do I have to listen to such a holy academy? Whether it's for the people of Puha City, or for my Lu family, I can no longer listen to the Holy Academy. That's impossible. Humph, don't talk about the death of those lowly people. When Wu Tianxi heard Lu Jinyan, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, just say that you're doing this for the sake of power. You've tasted the taste of power after becoming the City Lord, so you want to listen to the Holy Academy. If you listen to the Holy Academy, then the Holy Academy will help you if anything happens to Puha City. When the time comes, who would dare to touch you? Don't push the blame to the Holy Academy. Lu Jinyan looked at Wu Tianxi, then he suddenly laughed. However, one couldn't hear any joy in his laughter. On the contrary, it made people feel sad. After some time, Lu Jinyan stopped laughing, then he looked at Wu Tianxi and said, "Lowly people? You're saying that those ordinary people are lowly people? Wu Tianxi, do you have a noble background? Yes, your Wu family is very prosperous now, you're a family of teachers. However, is your Wu family's background really that noble? Wu Tianxi, you might have long forgotten that your Wu clan was nothing more than a lowly commoner in your eyes. You walked step by step to your current position." At this point, Lu Jinyan paused for a moment, then he looked at the people of the Holy Academy and said, "It's the lowly people that you call lowly people that raised you. It's the lowly people that you call lowly people that have been feeding you vermin. Without these lowly people, what would you be like? But you guys are turning a blind eye to their contributions and calling them lowly commoners. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Is this the sacred institute that I respected so much from the start? Is this the sacred institute that I thought was a sacred place? Bullshit Holy Academy, it's just a group of arrogant idiots, a group of vermin that only knows how to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor." Good. Well said. Zhao Hai waited for Lu Jinyan to finish speaking, then he loudly said, "City Lord Lu is right. Ha ha ha, is the Holy Academy that great? How come I don't see it? What is the Holy Academy? It's just an academy. What qualifications do you have to order the various city-states around? Let me tell you, all of us are against the Sacred Academy. If the Sacred Academy wants to be like before, the days of ordering the various city-states around in the spirit weapon world are over." Wu Tianxi's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhao Hai. The person he hated the most was Zhao Hai. In fact, in the entire Holy Academy, there wasn't anyone who didn't hate Zhao Hai. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, the Holy Academy wouldn't have reached its current state. Wu Tianxi didn't bicker with Zhao Hai anymore, he changed his target and looked at Lu Jun who was standing at the side, then he coldly snorted and said, "I didn't expect that someone from the Galloping Horse City would also come. Lu Jun, what is the meaning of your Galloping Horse City? Do you want to be enemies with the Holy Academy?" Lu Jun looked at Wu Tianxi and coldly said, "So what if we're enemies with you? Our Galloping Horse City is an anti-Holy Academy alliance. Moreover, what's the matter with the rebellion of the Galloping Horse City? This matter is only known to the heavens and earth, you and I know about it. Does the Holy Academy blame us for being enemies with you?" Wu Tianxi was speechless for a moment. He also knew about the actions of the Holy Academy in the various city-states. He was very clear that the internal strife of the Galloping Horse City was instigated by the Holy Academy in order to prevent the Galloping Horse City from supporting the Puha city-state. He didn't expect things to go the other way. Originally, the Galloping Horse City wasn't very concerned about supporting the Puha city-state. However, when they attacked the Galloping Horse City managed to pacify the internal strife in the shortest time possible. Then they sent troops to support the Puha city-state. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Tianxi, then he sneered and said, "Wu Tianxi, what else do you have to say? Your Holy Academy attacked other city-states for no reason, is this how you do things? Humph, you're really making people laugh at you. Alright, it's useless to talk about this. Let's see who's the real deal. So, do you dare to attack?" Wu Tianxi coldly snorted and said, "Attack? Do you think I'm an idiot? Zhao Hai, if you have the guts, then stay in the city as a coward for the rest of your life. I want to see what you cowards can do to our holy court." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Do you think that scolding me will be useful? Just like you said, do you think we're idiots? We'll run out and fight you." Wu Tianxi coldly snorted and said, "If you don't have the guts, then you don't have the guts. Zhao Hai, I want to see if you can really hide in the city. Today, we'll let you go. Let's go." Then he waved his hand and led the people of the Holy Academy to leave. Seeing Wu Tianxi's group leave, Lu Jinyan and the others became restless. They wanted to chase after Wu Tianxi's group and attack them. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just stood there and watched Wu Tianxi's group leave. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to attack, but he discovered that Wu Tianxi's group wasn't very fast. Although they looked like they were leaving, they were actually holding weapons in their hands. It was clear that Wu Tianxi wanted to lead them to attack. Zhao Hai wasn't that stupid. The people from the sacred institution retreated. They didn't retreat very quickly, but it was precisely because of this that the people from the sacred institution felt even more aggrieved. To be honest, they would rather fight the people from the sacred institution, even if they die in battle. They didn't want to see the people from the sacred institution leave so arrogantly, as if they didn't care about them at all. Zhao Hai calmly stood there and watched the people from the sacred institute leave. After they left, he opened his mouth and said, "Let's go back." Then his figure flashed as he flew towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Lu Jinyan and the others didn't say anything as they followed Zhao Hai back to the mansion. They were in a bad mood, but they didn't say anything. Before long, the group returned to the mansion. Zhao Hai gathered everyone in the conference hall. During the entire process, Lu Jinyan and the others didn't say anything. After everyone arrived at the conference hall, Zhao Hai looked at everyone. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Does everyone want to curse?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. However, no one spoke. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I know that everyone thinks that the people from the Sacred Institute are too arrogant and that we should fight them. But what I want to tell you is that the Sacred Institute is just acting. They're waiting for us to rush up. Once we rush up, they would immediately counterattack and entangle with us. When the time comes, we can only fight them to the death." Everyone remained silent. In fact, they had already thought about what Zhao Hai said. However, they were still very angry. They still wanted to fight the Sacred Institute. This was an emotion, it had nothing to do with reason. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The reason why I didn't let everyone attack is because I'm afraid of losing people if we get entangled with the people from the Sacred Institute. But I also thought about something else. If we die or lose, what will happen? There are only two possibilities. First, because of our defeat, the people of the various city-states have the same hatred towards Kai. They once again send reinforcements to fight against the people with the word Sheng. But what do you think is the probability of this happening? The second possibility is that they are afraid. When they see us all die in battle, they will be afraid. They will remember that their previous life was good. Although the Sacred Institute is a bit greedy, as long as we listen to the Sacred Institute, we can still maintain our ruling position. As for the life and death of the lowly commoners, it has nothing to do with us. What do you think is the possibility?" Nobody spoke. This time, it wasn't because they were dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. Instead, it was because they were thinking about Zhao Hai's words. They were thinking that if they were really defeated and died, which scenario would the other city-states choose? After thinking about it, everyone suddenly felt dejected. This was because they discovered that the second scenario was more likely. Especially for people like Lu Jun, they were sure that the second scenario would happen. This was because Lu Jun was very clear that if the Sacred Institute didn't suddenly attack Ben-Hor City, causing internal strife, then the Ben-Hor City wouldn't send reinforcements to Puha City. Why? Is there a need to ask? Because they're afraid of losses. The spirit weapon world wasn't a peaceful place. If the various city-states wanted to maintain their rule, there was no other way. There was only one thing, and that was strength. As long as the city lord still had enough strength, he could rule over a city-state. On the other hand, if the city lord's strength was gone, then he would be replaced. This was the reality. In this reality, even if the city lords didn't like the Sacred Institute, in order to maintain their rule, they wouldn't easily intervene. This was because they were afraid. Although Wu Tianxi was a hateful person, there was one thing he said that made sense. That was the taste of power. Once you have tasted it, you wouldn't want to let it go again. Everyone stopped talking, they knew that they were too impulsive. If they really rushed forward and got entangled by the Sacred Institute, then they would be in trouble. Their defeat was almost certain, but if they were defeated, then what would happen to the Puha city? How would the other city-states react? These were all predictable. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, "I don't think I need to say more. Everyone should understand that we cannot fail. We are gathered here, attracting the attention of the entire spirit weapon world. This isn't just a test, it's also a test of the courage of the various city-states. It wasn't easy for the various city-states to muster up their courage to fight against the Holy Academy. Once we lose, their courage would completely disappear. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the situation of the spirit weapon world would be worse than before. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said. Everyone was silent. Of course, they knew that Zhao Hai was speaking the truth. However, these words sounded very cruel. Not only were they testing the other city-states, they were also testing the other city-states' courage. These words weren't wrong at all. Lu Jun took a deep breath, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, City Lord Zhao, I'm sorry. We were a bit emotional just now. Please don't take offense, we understand what you mean. Rest assured, we don't blame you. The others also had the same reaction. Lu Jinyan didn't say anything, but he still had a smile on his face. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he waved his hand and said, But to be honest, today's matter is really frustrating. But you don't need to worry, we will vent our anger sooner or later. Everyone loudly applauded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, Alright, I don't think the people from the Holy Courtyard would come today. But everyone should go and rest. We need to prepare, there might be a battle tonight. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, City Lord Zhao, why do you think that there will be a battle tonight? It's too dark at night, we can't see anything. How can we fight? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, It's precisely because of the dark at night that it's possible for a battle to take place. Everyone, tell me, does the dark at night have a greater effect on Sky Dance Realm experts or on the ballistas? When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their complexion couldn't help but change. They knew that although the night had an effect on Sky Dance experts, the effect wasn't very big. This was because Sky Dance experts had more or less spiritual force. Although their spiritual force was very rough and small, with this spiritual force, Sky Dance experts were still able to carry out some actions in the dark. However, the ballistas were different. The users of the ballistas were people from Pu River. As for the people from the spirit weapon world, their nutrition wasn't that good. Many of them had night blindness to begin with. Once night fell, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Under such circumstances, the ballistas weren't of much use. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, Moreover, attacking at night has another advantage for the Holy Academy. This is because they are the attacking side, and they want to attack a big city like Puha City. It can be said that everyone here is their enemy. Therefore, they can attack with ease, and destroy with ease. Therefore, attacking at night has a lot of advantages for the Holy Academy. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, Actually, attacking at night has a lot of advantages. Everyone stared, then their complexion changed. They didn't know what to say. This was because they discovered that what Zhao Hai said was true. If the Sacred Institute were to attack at night, then their troubles wouldn't be small. At this time, the number of Sky Dance Realm experts in Puha City was at a disadvantage. How could they deal with this situation? Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, Everyone, with so many benefits, how could they not attack? However, their attack isn't impossible to break. Everyone needs to do a few things. First, we need City Lord Lu to personally make the ordinary people leave Puha City as soon as possible. Even if they can't leave through the transmission formation, they should still leave through the city gates. Even if they live in the wilderness, it would still be safer than living in the city. Lu Jingyan nodded and said, Alright, I'll handle this matter. I'll make sure that all the ordinary people in the city leave by today. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Second, all the soldiers must be stationed at the edge of the city walls. No one can be stationed in the city. Everyone stared for a moment, but they still nodded. This kind of thing had to be arranged by Lu Jingyan and the others. Everyone was waiting for Zhao's next order. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, Third, in the city, pile up a lot of wood in the city's main square. The more the better. At the same time, burn some kerosene. This needs to be done immediately. Lu Jingyan nodded. Zhao Hai's request wasn't excessive. Moreover, with the fire, they would be able to see the enemy clearly. This was also a good thing for them. Zhao Hai didn't stop, but he continued. Fourth, immediately passed down the order to adjust the angle of the ballistas. At least half of them should be facing the ground instead of the sky. Especially at the height of the buildings, we need to arrange enough ballistas. When Lu Jinyan and the others heard Zhao Hai, they recalled Zhao Hai's previous order. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then they suddenly became excited. Lu Jinyan's eyes shined as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, what do you mean? Attack those guys from the Sacred Institute?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course, if we don't attack them and hurt them, then how can we vent today's anger? This time, we don't need to leave anyone in the city. All of our sky dancing experts are to stay on the city walls. Our goal isn't to attack those guys from the Holy Courtyard, but to protect the ballistas. If those guys from the Holy Courtyard want to attack the ballistas, then we must protect them. Right, City Lord Lu, you need to arrange how many bonfires are lit in the city and adjust the angles of the ballistas. When night falls, we'll first use fire arrows to light the bonfires." The sky turned dark. The night had finally arrived in the spiritual weapon realm. At the same time, the entire Puha city was also completely dark. Originally, Puha city would be very lively at night. This was because Puha city's business was very good, so there would be a lot of people coming out to play at night. But today, Puha city was different. The people of Puha city were all evacuated by Lu Jinyan. Lu Jinyan's prestige in Puha city was very high. This was because the people of Puha city had a good impression of Lu Jinyan. Therefore, Lu Jinyan personally ordered these people to leave as soon as possible. The commoners of Puha city immediately packed up their belongings and left. Fortunately, Puha city had a lot of gates. Moreover, Lu Jinyan also told them that there might be a battle happening tonight. Therefore, the people of Puha city quickly left. Because everyone had left, Puha city was now very dark. There was no light at all. No, it couldn't be said that there was no light at all. There were still lights in Puha city, but these lights were very few. Only the city lord's mansion was illuminated. One could also see some silhouettes. The entire Puha city was like a ghost city. At this time, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from the sky. Then a voice was heard, "Brother Wu, the commoners of Puha city have already left during the day. Therefore, there aren't many people in the city right now. The only place with light is the city lord's mansion. I think that Zhao Hai and the others should be there." Wu Tianxi nodded and said, "I didn't expect Lu Jinyan to sympathize with those commoners. But even if he sympathizes with them, it's useless. How can those commoners compare to the dignity of our sacred courtyard? Don't worry about him. Remember, attack the city lord's mansion with all your strength. We must break through it in the shortest time possible." The person beside him immediately responded. The group was wearing black clothes. They slowly flew towards Puha city under the night sky. They didn't fly too high because they were afraid that they would be attacked by the ballistas of Puha city. When they arrived at the top of Zipa River City and saw the city lord's mansion that was lit up, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, they immediately became nervous because the battle was about to begin. Wu Tianxi looked at everyone and waved his hand, "Let's go. Remember, your attacks must be fierce and fast." Under Wu Tianxi's lead, everyone flew in the direction of the city lord's mansion in Puha city. Soon, they entered the shooting range of the bedbugs of Puha city. Their hearts were raised, but they soon relaxed, because they didn't encounter any attacks. Puha city's city lord's mansion was getting closer and closer. They could already see the guards inside the city lord's mansion. These guards were standing there motionlessly. Beside them, there were ballistas with arrows on them. Wu Tianxi and the others weren't in the mood to care about this. They were all staring at the city lord's mansion. They were getting closer and closer. Now, they were less than 100 meters away from the city lord's mansion. This kind of distance was nothing for a sky dance realm expert. Moreover, they were falling from the sky. Wu Tianxi also shouted, "Kill! Don't leave a single one alive." Then he took the lead and sped up. In the blink of an eye, they had already entered the city lord's mansion. At the same time, he slashed his sword towards a guard. However, when Wu Tianxi's sword cut through the guard's armor, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The guard didn't scream, and there was no blood flowing out of his body. Most importantly, Wu Tianxi, who had killed before, could clearly feel that his sword didn't feel like it was cutting through a person's body. Wu Tianxi quickly looked at the guard who was lying on the ground. He discovered that it wasn't a guard at all, it was just a scarecrow wearing armor. Seeing the scarecrow on the ground, Wu Tianxi felt his scalp go numb. But before he could give an order, a few flames suddenly shot into the city from the walls of Puha City. Then a few rumbling sounds were heard. These sounds weren't explosions, it was just the sound of a fire burning fiercely. Along with these sounds, Puha City was suddenly lit up by a group of flames. The speed of these flames was very fast, illuminating the entire Puha City. This made Wu Tianxi and the others' eyes adapt to the darkness, causing them to be blinded for a short while. However, this was enough. Just when Wu Tianxi and the others were blinded, they heard the sound of wind breaking. Wu Tianxi was startled, he immediately moved and flew towards the sky. At the same time, he brandished the weapon in his hand, forming a protective net around himself. Wu Tianxi felt that his long sword seemed to have cut something, but he didn't know what it was. Then, he heard an even more violent sound of wind breaking, accompanied by a burst of screams. Wu Tianxi still couldn't see his surroundings clearly. This was because when his eyes adapted to the light, he was already flying. But when he flew up, he was once again in the darkness. Although he couldn't see anything, he had already thought of a way. The dancing weapon in his hand was still brandishing, but it was moving faster and faster. When Wu Tianxi finally adapted to the brightness, he looked down and was stunned. He didn't think that he would see such a scene. Inside Puha City, there were dozens of huge piles of lumber. These lumber were burning fiercely, illuminating the entire city. Most importantly, these lumber were piled high, just like burning hills. Naturally, Wu Tianxi wasn't paying attention to these. What he was paying attention to was the people inside the city. He didn't see anyone inside Puha City, but there were a lot of people inside the city, especially the city lord's mansion. These people were all wearing black clothes. Looking at their attire, Wu Tianxi knew that they were his companions from the sacred court. There were about 100 people inside the city. Wu Tianxi's eyes were about to split open because he could see that the people who were still at the city lord's mansion were all dead. Their bodies had at least a few similar-looking huge arrows nailed into them. There was simply no possibility of them surviving. Wu Tianxi looked up to the sky and roared, "Zhao Hai, Lu Jinyan, you two despicable villains. Come out, I want you dead." However, the reply he got was another volley of arrows. These arrows were like rain as they flew towards them. Wu Tianxi immediately brandished his weapon to block these arrows. However, he could hear some screams coming from not too far away. Then several silhouettes fell down from the sky. Wu Tianxi became even angrier, but he suppressed his anger. He knew that it was useless to be angry. If he were to shout here, then he would only expose his position. Then they would only receive more arrows. However, Wu Tianxi immediately shouted, fly out of the range of the arrows, quickly." While shouting, Wu Tianxi flew up. Before long, he flew out of the range of the arrows. Then Wu Tianxi immediately said, "Gather around me, quickly." The sound of wind breaking was heard as the people of the sacred court flew to Wu Tianxi's side. After everyone gathered around him, Wu Tianxi looked at Puha City, his eyes were spitting fire as he said, "Zhao Hai, Lu Jinyan, I won't let you off. Just you wait, I will tear you to shreds. I'll be waiting." A very dull voice was heard from Puha City. However, Wu Tianxi didn't know where this voice came from. Wu Tianxi angrily roared, then he loudly said, "Let's go." Then he turned around and flew back, disappearing in a blink of an eye. The bonfire in Puha City was still burning, but there wasn't a single person in the city. The entire city was as quiet as a ghost town. Just like that, the night passed. The next morning, Zhao Hai stood on the city wall for the entire night. Then he said, "Pass the order, have the army enter the city and collect the corpses. Extinguish the bonfire and prepare food and drinks. Arrange for people to be on guard. Everyone else can go and rest." Lu Jinyan, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, nodded. Then he turned around to make arrangements. At this time, Lu Jinyan didn't look like a city lord at all. On the contrary, he looked more like a subordinate of Zhao Hai. Lu Jinyan's attitude had changed since last night, especially after repelling Wu Tianxi and the others. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai with a shocked expression. At the same time, he automatically placed himself in the position of Zhao Hai's subordinate. Following Lu Jinyan's order, Puha City finally became lively. A large number of troops entered the city. They looked very energetic because most of them slept last night. Therefore, they didn't look tired at all. These people cleaned up the corpses of the people from the Sacred Institute near the city lord's mansion. Then they replaced the troops who didn't rest last night. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the city lord's mansion. Just as they arrived, they heard a voice, "City Lord Zhao, those people from the Sacred Institute came again? What should we do?" This person was a guard that Zhao Hai left in the sky. He was there to observe the people from the Sacred Institute and see when they would attack. When Zhao Hai heard this, he nodded and said, "I don't have time to deal with them today. Inform the troops on the wall that if they dare to come, then use arrows to greet them. If they don't enter the range of the arrows, then don't bother with them. Leave 50 people to be on guard while the others go to sleep. If they want to curse, then let them be. If they don't want to listen, then just cover your ears." The guard nodded and then went silent. At this time, everyone returned to the city lord's mansion. Zhao Hai, Stonehammer, Lu Jinyan, and Lu Jun went to the study room. After they sat down, Zhao Hai turned his head to Stonehammer and said, "Stonehammer, have you arranged the people to be on guard?" Stonehammer nodded and said, "It has been arranged. Young master can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to Lu Jinyan and Lu Jun and said, "Yesterday's resentment has been vented. But I don't know if there will be reinforcements from the other city-states." Lu Jinyan's face was filled with excitement as he said, "They should be coming. I'm sure that they'll send some people. We had a great victory yesterday. I wonder how many people we killed this time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll know when Guohua comes back." While they were talking, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from the door. However, the group wasn't surprised. This was because they could tell that it was Chen Guohua's footsteps. Sure enough, the door was pushed open as Chen Guohua walked in. He looked at Zhao Hai with a happy expression and said, "Good news. This time, we killed more than 100 people, 121 of them. Ha ha ha, a total of 121 Sky Dance Realm experts." When everyone heard Chen Guohua, they stared for a moment before their faces were filled with joy. They were very happy that they managed to kill more than 100 Sky Dance Realm experts. This kind of loss wasn't small. Naturally, the most important thing was that these people weren't killed by Zhao Hai and the other Sky Dance Realm experts. They were killed by ordinary soldiers using ballistas. The significance of this was completely different. After some time, everyone calmed down. At this time, another set of footsteps could be heard as a person came in. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, the Sky Dance Realm experts have already retreated." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Besides those on guard duty, everyone else can rest." The person nodded before he turned around and left. After he left, Zhao Hai turned to Lu Jinyan and Chen Guohua and said, "City Lord Lu, Mr. Chen, I'll have to trouble the two of you. The matter of transferring troops to Puha City needs to continue. Also, the people who went out of the city yesterday need to be taken care of. We can't let them fend for themselves outside the city. If possible, transfer them to the city and then use the transmission formation to send them away." Lu Jinyan nodded and said, "All right, I understand. You can rest assured that you'll arrange it well. However, there are still some people who will be sent to the Lost Soul City." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It doesn't matter. I've already informed the Lost Soul City. You can send people over at any time, don't worry." Lu Jinyan nodded, "In order to prevent the holy character from attacking at night, make sure to send as many people as you can to the other cities. If you can't send them out today, don't let them enter the city. Guohua, I'll leave this matter to you." Chen Guohua nodded. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief. "Next, we just have to stall for time. Let's see how long we can stall for and see how the Sacred Academy reacts. We need to think of a way to deal with them." The group nodded. This was the best method so far. Naturally, they wouldn't oppose it. They were still at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Defending the city was fine, but if they were to fight outside of the Sacred Academy, then they would be the ones to lose. Therefore, they could only deal with the changes by sticking to the status quo. But what Zhao Hai and the others didn't know was that at this time, Wu Tianxi was about to go crazy. Their attack last night was plotted against, this made them furious. When they counted the casualties, Wu Tianxi almost went back to attack Zhao Hai and the others. There was no other way, their casualties were too high. 121 casualties, and all of them were sky dance level experts. This kind of casualty number was the largest in the history of the Sacred Academy. What made Wu Tianxi the most furious was that they didn't die in a direct battle with the enemy, but were schemed against, shot to death by someone with a ballista. One must know that in the world of spirit weapons, there was an unwritten rule for void dance experts. If a void dance expert were to die under a ballista, then it was an absolute disgrace. No matter what the reason was, if you died under a ballista, then it meant that you weren't skilled enough. Fortunately, the surrounding people persuaded Wu Tianxi to wait until daybreak before attacking. Wu Tianxi also listened to their advice, so they waited until daybreak before attacking Puha City. Wu Tianxi also listened to their advice, so they waited until daybreak before attacking Puha City. But when they arrived outside Puha City, they discovered that Puha City was already prepared. Although there were void dance experts here, these void dance experts were just sentries. As long as they didn't enter the range of the ballista, then nobody would pay attention to them. As long as they enter the range of the ballista, then they would immediately be attacked by the ballista. No matter how much Wu Tianxi and the others insulted them, the void dance experts of Puha City acted as if they didn't hear anything. This made Wu Tianxi so angry that smoke came out of his head, but he couldn't do anything about it. Wu Tianxi led everyone to their temporary resting place. It was located on a mountain not far from Puha City. This was their temporary resting place. After Wu Tianxi led the group to the mountain, he couldn't help but curse, "Shameless bastard, coward, coward." Everyone looked at Wu Tianxi and didn't say anything. After a while, someone opened his mouth and said, "Big brother Wu, what should we do next?" When Wu Tianxi heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at everyone and saw that although it had only been a few lifetimes, everyone seemed to be in low spirits. This made Wu Tianxi startled. He knew that this was a sign of low morale. This was definitely not a good thing. Wu Tianxi took a deep breath and restored his calm. Then he turned his head and said, "Now it's clear that Zhao Hai and Lu Jinyan are cowards. With our numbers, if we want to attack their city, then we won't have a good time. We are all elites. If one of us dies, then we will lose a portion of our strength. But this isn't the case for them. If we want to attack, then we must first destroy their ballistas. This will make us pay a big price, so we can only think of another way." Everyone nodded. Then Wu Tianxi said, "When we came out, the dean had already instructed me. The dean thought that they might have reinforcements, but they might also defend to the death. So what we need to do is to repel their reinforcements and then deal with them." These people looked at Wu Tianxi in confusion. They didn't know what he meant by repel their reinforcements. They also didn't know how to repel the reinforcements from Puha City. Wu Tianxi looked at everyone and said, "Puha City only has Lu Jun's group as reinforcements. However, I'm sure that they have more reinforcements than this. Therefore, we shouldn't be in a hurry to attack. Let's wait and see how many reinforcements they have. Once their reinforcements arrive, we'll see which city-states they are from. Then we'll attack their city-states. When the time comes, those city-states will certainly call back their reinforcements. Once their reinforcements leave, we'll slowly clean up Puha City." Wu Tianxi looked at everyone and said, "What do you think?" A person beside Wu Tianxi opened his mouth and said, "Big brother Wu, what about the Lost Soul City?" "What about the Lost Soul City?" Wu Tianxi's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Of course we need to deal with Lost Soul City State, but not now. Lost Soul City State's strength isn't weak. They still have more than 100 sky dance experts, as well as their ordinary army. Therefore, we don't need to rush to deal with Lost Soul City State. Wait until we deal with Lost Soul City State's reinforcements, then we'll deal with Lost Soul City State's gang. Once we deal with Lost Soul City State, then we'll deal with Lost Soul City State. As long as we deal with Lost Soul City State, then we'll deal with Lost Soul City State. Once we've dealt with the Lost Soul City, we'll deal with the Lost Soul City. Everyone nodded. They were all Sky Dance Realm experts, their strength was formidable, and their hearts were as hard as stone. The reason why their morale was low before was because of the death of more than 100 people. Now that they had recovered, Wu Tianxi had successfully enraged them, causing them to shift their hatred towards Zhao Hai. Seeing that everyone's spirit was much better than before, Wu Tianxi opened his mouth and said, "Alright, everyone should go back and rest first. Later on, we'll go to Puha City every day. I think that when their reinforcements arrive, they would certainly respond. You should know that these reinforcements aren't their people, it's impossible for them to let their reinforcements follow them back to their own city." Everyone nodded, then Wu Tianxi looked at them and said, "Alright, that's it. Everyone can go and rest." Everyone nodded, then they turned around and left. After everyone had left, Wu Tianxi summoned one of his confidants and whispered, "In a moment, go back to the council and explain the situation here to them. Ask them if they have any instructions. If they do, then we'll follow their instructions. If they don't have any instructions, then tell them to send more people. Right now, we don't have enough people. Even if the other party uses human wave tactics, they'll be able to crush us to death." The person nodded, then he turned around and left. After he left, Wu Tianxi looked at their backs and muttered, "Zhao Hai, Lu Jinyan, I'll tear you to pieces in order to relieve my hatred. Just you wait." At this time, Zhao Hai and Lu Jinyan, who were being hated by Wu Tianxi, were receiving the reinforcements from the other cities. The reinforcements from the other city-states had finally arrived. For Zhao Hai and the others, this was definitely a good thing. Naturally, after the reinforcements arrived, Zhao Hai had Lu Jinyan explain everything to them. First, it was about the command. Lu Jinyan already told them that Zhao Hai was the commander-in-chief here. Everyone had to listen to Zhao Hai. When they heard this news, the reinforcements from the other city-states were very surprised. However, since they were here to provide support, they naturally couldn't say anything. If they had to listen to Zhao Hai's command, then they would listen to Zhao Hai's command. Otherwise, they would have to listen to someone else's command. The second matter was about the Sacred Courtyard's attack on their city-states. This matter attracted their attention, so they immediately sent a letter to their own city-states. Some of the smaller city-states were afraid, so they immediately withdrew their reinforcements. Regarding this point, Zhao Hai and Lu Jinyan didn't say anything. The two of them could understand this. After all, not all city-states wanted to go all out against the Sacred Courtyard. Also, not all city-states could be like Galloping Horse City, where they could take out 50 Sky Dance Realm experts without affecting the defenses of their city-states. In addition to receiving these reinforcements, they also had to gather the troops in Puha City. At the same time, they had to send the civilians outside the city in batches. Some of these civilians went to other cities of Puha City to seek refuge with their relatives and friends, while some chose to go to Lost Soul City. It must be said that Zhao Hai and the others really had to thank Wu Tianxi. If Wu Tianxi didn't give them these few days, then they wouldn't have been able to calmly arrange everything. They also wouldn't have been able to send away all the civilians outside Puha City, and the reinforcements from the other city-states wouldn't have arrived so smoothly. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others weren't naive enough to think that they would be able to relax once the reinforcements from the other city-states arrived. In fact, when the reinforcements from the other city-states arrived, the battle had just begun. On Wu Tianxi's side, the Sacred Courtyard's command arrived. This time, not only did the Sacred Courtyard send 500 people to support them, the commander was also changed. This time, the person who came was actually the second-in-command of the Wu clan, Wu Ye. Wu Ye was the second-in-command of the Wu clan. He was also a half-step Broken River Realm expert. Wu Yuan's strength was very strong, he was even known as the strongest expert under the Broken River Realm. Wu Ye's arrival naturally replaced Wu Tianxi's command position. Wu Tianxi's group of more than 1,000 people could only be considered as juniors in the Sacred Courtyard. The Sacred Courtyard thought that by sending more than 1,000 Sky Dance Realm experts, they would be able to easily destroy Puha City. However, they didn't expect that they would encounter such a strong resistance and even suffer a big loss. Therefore, the Sacred Courtyard immediately sent people over. Naturally, all of them were veteran experts. Whether it was combat experience, combat skills, or individual strength, these people were much stronger than Wu Tianxi and the others. The arrival of Wu Ye's group also signified the start of the Sacred Courtyard's attack. However, Wu Ye and the others didn't know that their operation this time was being monitored by Zhao Hai. And the person who was monitoring them was none other than Tai Jian. Originally, Tai Jian didn't come to Puha City. However, Zhao Hai called him over. At this time, Tai Jian's underground traversing technique was very important. Therefore, he was sent to look for the Sacred Courtyard's people and monitor them at the same time was the best choice. After Tai Jian discovered the arrival of Wu Ye's group, he immediately returned to Puha City and informed Zhao Hai. After hearing this news, Zhao Hai immediately had Lu Jinyan invite the representatives of the various city-states to the conference hall. The conference hall of Puha City had now been turned into a huge conference room. There were tables and chairs here, and everyone was sitting while talking. This was also the proposal of Zhao Hai. Although he was now the commander of these people, he was very clear that these people were all from the various city-states. They were here to support the Sacred Courtyard, so they should show proper respect to these people. Lu Jinyan was now very obedient to Zhao Hai. He had no choice but to do so because Zhao Hai's ability to command as well as his strength had convinced Lu Jinyan. Therefore, Lu Jinyan was now like a follower of Zhao Hai. Every day, he would follow behind Zhao Hai and listen to Zhao Hai's commands. Zhao Hai sat at the head of the hall, he looked at the people and said, "Today, I called everyone here because I have some news to tell you. The Holy Courtyard has sent reinforcements. Currently, the Holy Courtyard's forces outside the city have reached 1,500 people. Moreover, among the reinforcements, there are a lot of veteran experts. I heard that their leader is someone called Wu Ye." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but stare, then their complexion changed. Lu Jinyan said, "City Lord Zhao, are you sure that person is called Wu Ye?" Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan's complexion and couldn't help but stare. Because he just received this news, he didn't have time to ask Wen Hai and the others. Therefore, he didn't have any information about this Wu Ye. But looking at Lu Jinyan's reaction, this Wu Ye seems to be a famous person. Zhao Hai turned his head to Lu Jinyan and said, "Who is this Wu Ye? Is he very famous?" Lu Jinyan let out a long breath and said, "Wu Ye's nickname is Beast Fong. The reason why he has such a nickname is because he is very ruthless and his fighting strength is incomparable. Therefore, he was given such a name. He is the representative of the veteran experts of the Xing family, moreover, he is the second in command of the Xing family. Whenever a Broken River level expert of the Wu family comes out, he would be the one to take care of it. I heard that when he was young, he had the potential to become a Broken River level expert. But later on, he was seriously injured in a battle. Although his injury was healed, he was still unable to enter the Broken River level. However, his strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. A lot of people believe that he is the strongest person under the Broken River level expert. I heard that he also fought a Broken River level expert alone without falling into a disadvantageous position." Zhao Hai stared blankly, then his eyes lit up as he said, "This is the first time I've heard of this. Wu family, Wu family has a great enmity with Army Hun City. This is an opportunity." Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at everyone and said, "Now, the number of Sky Dance Realm experts gathered in Puha City has reached 1,000. It's not that we don't have the strength to fight them, but we will suffer heavy losses. Therefore, I'm not prepared to do so." Everyone stared blankly, then they looked at Zhao Hai with puzzled expressions. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was going to do, but they also knew that if they went out of the city and fought the Holy Institute, then they would certainly suffer losses. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, although the people from the Holy Courtyard have been patrolling the periphery of Puha City from time to time, they haven't attacked the city. Do you know why?" Everyone shook their heads. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Holy Institute, they are waiting for reinforcements. The last time they attacked Puha City, they suffered a big loss. Therefore, they are waiting for reinforcements. As long as the reinforcements arrive, then they can attack us." Lu Jun also said, "Not only that, I think they are also waiting for our side's response. Once our reinforcements arrive, they will take action. Just like what I said before, they will certainly attack the other city-states in order to disperse our forces and force us to retreat to our own city-states. This way, they will be able to deal with Puha city wholeheartedly. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I think this is the reason. Therefore, we will follow the plan we made before. We will concentrate all our forces and deal with them once or twice. This way, they won't dare to divide their forces. As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, they understood what he meant. Zhao Hai had already told them about his plan. If the Holy Institute divided their forces to deal with the city-states, then they would concentrate their forces and deal with one or two groups of people from the Holy Institute. They would eliminate a part of the Holy Institute's strength and force the Holy Institute to not divide their forces. Then they would slowly drag the Holy Institute down, forcing the Holy Institute to attack their heavily guarded cities. Zhao Hai had already told this information to all the city-states. Now, all the city-states were ready. Although they didn't have that many Sky Dance Realm experts, they still had a large number of troops. These troops were ready to deal with the Holy Institute's attack. Therefore, no matter which city-state the Holy Institute attacked, they would face the fate of attacking the city. And once they attacked the city, Zhao Hai and the others would be able to send reinforcements through the transmission formation in the shortest time possible. And no matter which city they attack, Zhao Hai and the others would have the support of Puha city's soldiers. This way, they would be able to make up for their disadvantage in numbers. Everyone nodded, they didn't oppose Zhao Hai's plan. This was because they would be able to reduce the number of casualties. To be honest, it was 1,000 against 1,500. And the other side also had a ruthless person like Wu Ya. They couldn't afford to be careful. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, Everyone, since your city-states sent you here, it means that they have decided to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Holy Institute. In other words, the Holy Institute will certainly deal with you. Therefore, you shouldn't have any illusions, we have already shed all pretense of cordiality with the Holy Institute. With the temperament of the Holy Institute, they would absolutely not let you off. Therefore, it isn't as simple as Puha City going to war with the Holy Institute, all the other city-states will also go to war with the Holy Institute. When they heard Zhao Hai, everyone's expression changed. However, they didn't say anything. This was because they knew that Zhao Hai was right. Those who sent reinforcements but were afraid that the Sacred Academy would attack them would withdraw their people. It was possible for them to maintain a lukewarm relationship with the Sacred Academy until they were destroyed or even resist the Sacred Academy. On the other hand, those who didn't have any intention of retreating were already openly shedding all pretense of cordiality with the Holy Institute. They would no longer have the opportunity to peacefully coexist with the Holy Institute. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew that they understood what he meant. Because of this, he continued, we don't have a way out. There's only one path left, and that is to defeat the Holy Courtyard and establish the Anti-Holy Courtyard Alliance. We need to make the Anti-Holy Courtyard Alliance into a force that can compete with the Holy Courtyard. Only in this way can we have a way to survive. At this point, Zhao Hai stood up and looked at everyone, defeating the Holy Courtyard isn't that simple. All of our city-states need to unite. Therefore, I ask everyone to send their most reliable people back to your city-state and discuss with your city lords. Have them transfer their troops to your cities in order to prepare for the Holy Courtyard's attack. We need to turn every city under our control into a fortified city. No matter which city the Holy Courtyard attacks, we need to make them pay a heavy price in blood. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the crowd and said, as soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, their expressions changed. They knew that only by doing what Zhao Hai said would they have a chance to win. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, I ask everyone to discuss this with your city lords. This is the only way to deal with the Sacred Courtyard. The people of the Sacred Courtyard still have some faith, so they won't lay their hands on ordinary civilians. This has already been proven in Puha City. When we moved Ping Jin outside the city, even if they were about to go crazy, they still didn't lay their hands on the civilians. This isn't because the Sacred Courtyard loves the civilians, on the contrary, they are doing this for their own dignity and faith. But no matter what the reason is, they won't lay their hands on civilians who can't resist. Therefore, I ask your city lords to tell them that if they don't have any strategic value, then they shouldn't hold on to those small cities. They should concentrate their forces in order to fortify those big cities. We want the people of the sacred courtyard to suffer heavy losses in those big cities. What do you think? Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, this is the only way to deal with the sacred courtyard. What do you think? Everyone calmly replied, yes, everything will be decided by Mr. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he cupped his fist and said, everyone, this time, we are fighting against the Holy Institute, not only because of the enmity between our lost soul city and the Holy Institute, but also because we are rebelling against the Holy Institute. After so many years, the word holy in the spiritual weapon world has already become famous. Dare I ask, is there any city that doesn't have enmity with the Holy Institute? Which city hasn't been angered by the Holy Institute? In the past, we didn't dare to speak out because we weren't united. If we were united, then what would the Holy Institute be? They are nothing. Therefore, this time, we aren't just going to take revenge, we are also going to fight for our dignity. In order to get rid of the Holy Institute forever, I ask everyone to do their best. Everyone stood up, then they cupped their fist towards Zhao Hai and said in unison, yes. Without any superfluous words, they turned around and left. Now, only Zhao Hai and Lu Jinyan were left in the hall. Lu Jinyan waited for everyone to leave the hall before he let out a long sigh and said, this time, we have to thank Mr. To be honest, I'm very lucky. If I had Mr. as the commander, I don't know what would have happened here, let alone dealing with the sacred court. Lu Jinyan nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, things aren't that simple. The reason why I'm telling everyone this is to increase their confidence. Once they are confident, they would have the courage to fight against the Holy Court. As for what the Holy Court would do in the future, I don't know. Zhao Hai sighed and said, I'm not sure. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai, he didn't believe him. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, I'm afraid Mr. already has a plan but doesn't want to say it. Mr., please tell me. In any case, there are only the two of us in the hall. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, I have some ideas. But I don't know if the Holy Academy would do what I said. I don't want to say anything until I'm sure. Lu Jinyan nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai. Lu Jinyan nodded. After being in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time, he had some understanding of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't speak empty words, as long as he said something, he would do it. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai gave people a feeling of steadiness. This was also the reason why Lu Jinyan listened to Zhao Hai. However, Lu Jinyan still said, Mr., please tell me. I just want to know what Mr. Speculation is. If I'm from the Holy Institute, then I wouldn't have any way to deal with the situation. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, it's actually very simple to solve this situation. Now that we've shed all pretense of cordiality with the Holy Courtyard doesn't need to hide anymore. If it's someone from the Holy Courtyard, then I'll send troops to help the city-states in the shortest time possible. I'll directly turn those city-states into city-states that listen to the Holy Courtyard's words the most. I can even unify those city-states and gather their strength to attack us. When Lu Jinyan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, Mister, are you kidding? If the Holy Court really does this, then wouldn't they officially step onto the stage? If that's the case, would the city-states listen to them? Zhao Hai replied, why wouldn't they? Aren't there a lot of clans that listen to the word holy? The Holy Court has a lot of influence in some city-states. As long as they give enough support to these clans, then they would be able to control these city-states in the shortest time possible. As for the river-breaking experts in these city-states, naturally, the Holy Court would deal with them. How many river-breaking experts did the Holy Court cultivate in the past few years? Does anyone know? Lu Jinyan stared blankly at Zhao Hai. After some time, he said, how is that possible? Is the Holy Court really going to do this? Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, I don't know if the Holy Court will do this or not. But if I'm from the Holy Court, then I'll do the same. In any case, we've already fallen out. The city-states that aren't part of the alliance are either on the side of the Holy Court or on the side of the Holy Court. If we can block the Holy Court's attack and even defeat them, then the best thing for the Holy Court to do at this time would be to take control of these city-states in the shortest time possible. This would give them enough strength to deal with all of this. Otherwise, if we really joined forces, then the Holy Court would be finished. Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, although the Holy Court has a lot of experts, they have a fatal weakness, which is that they have very few ordinary soldiers. Once we join forces, then how many soldiers would we have? Even if the Holy Court has a lot of experts, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to block our army. Don't forget, if we really push the Holy Court to this point, then would those who are on the side of the Holy Court still listen to them? Would those fence-sitters also turn to us? At that time, the Holy Court would have to face the entire spiritual weapon realm. If it were you, would you be willing to face this situation? No one would. Therefore, the best way is to have ordinary soldiers. This way, they would be able to contend against us. Because of this, it's necessary for them to take control of some city-states. Lu Jinyan drew in a deep breath and spoke in a heavy voice, what you said makes sense. I wonder if the Sacred Academy has the power to force them to do so. If they don't, they actually have another choice. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, are you talking about the secret territory? Lu Jinyan nodded and said, right, I'm talking about the secret territory. We don't know what the secret territory is like, only the Holy Court knows. If the Holy Court retreats to the secret territory, then it wouldn't be easy for us to attack it. The entrance to the secret territory can't be too big. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to miss it when we were studying in the Holy Court. Zhao Hai nodded, he naturally thought of this result. However, if the Holy Court entered the secret territory, then he wouldn't be worried at all. This was because they were already able to freely enter and exit the secret territory. Naturally, he couldn't tell Lu Jinyan this reason. Therefore, Zhao Hai said, in the end, I don't think that the Holy Court would do this. Because once they retreat to the secret territory, it would be difficult for them to come out unless they have the courage to abandon everything in the spiritual weapon realm. If they do, then why don't they take control of some city-states and fight against us? Lu Jinyan stared, then he nodded and said, what you said makes sense. However, it's still too early to talk about this. I'm afraid that even we don't know when we'll be able to force the Holy Court to that point. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, footsteps could be heard from outside. Then Chen Guohua came running in. Upon entering the hall, he immediately cupped his fist and said, City Lord Zhao Hai, the Holy Court's people have come to attack. This time, they really did come. 1,500 people, led by Wuya. They're about to enter the attack range of the bed ballista. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's within my expectations. They did this to see if there's an opportunity to capture Pu River City. If they can't, then they can also observe which city-states our reinforcements came from. After they return, they would be able to deal with those city-states. Zhao Hai nodded. Lu Jinyan said, let's go out and take a look. I want to see how these guys will attack. Then the three went out of the hall and directly flew up. At this time, the other sky dance experts in the city also flew up one after another. The group of people stopped within the attack range of the bed ballista. They quietly looked at the group of people that was slowly approaching. There were more than 1,000 people in this group, all of them were wearing black clothes. Each and every one of them had an extraordinary aura. Before long, the group of people stopped about 1 li away from Zhao Hai's group. They were already within the attack range of the bed ballista when they were still alive. Therefore, they didn't move. Zhao Hai looked at these people, and these people also looked at Zhao Hai's group. Among these people, the leader was an old man who looked to be around 50 years old. This old man was currently looking at Zhao Hai. This old man looked very thin and had a head full of white hair. His entire person gave off the feeling that he was alone, which was somewhat terrifying. The old man also looked at Zhao Hai's tall stature. Zhao Hai's stature stood out among the crowd. He looked like a giant who had mistakenly entered the dwarven kingdom. The old man was the first to speak, you are Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai looked at the old man and faintly smiled, this one is indeed Zhao Hai. I presume this one must be Mr. Wuya, the one with the nickname Beast Tooth? This one has heard of Mr. Wuya's name, but I never had the chance to meet you. Being able to meet Mr. Wuya this time is truly an honor for this one. Wuya looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, what honor is there to see me? If my friends see me, then I would be honored. If my enemies see me, then I don't know what's there to be honored about. After all of my enemies who saw me are already dead. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so that's how it is. But this one's life is very tough. Since this one's debut, this one has seen countless people who wanted to take this one's life. But in the end, none of them succeeded. Wu Yi sneered and said, that's because you haven't offended me before. If you had offended me earlier, then you would have already died. Kid, I think it's better if you end your own life so that this old man doesn't have to do it himself. Zhao Hai smiled and said, this one is a warrior. How can I end my own life? This one has heard a saying before, it's better to be beaten to death than to be scared to death. If this one really commits suicide, then wouldn't it be the same as being scared to death? I think Mr. Wu Yi really doesn't have the ability to do so. Wu Yi looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, you think that just because you're standing there with so many ballistas protecting you, I won't be able to do anything to you? Kid, I'll give you one last chance, kill yourself and I'll spare the lives of the people around you. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, this one will say it again, this one won't be scared to death. If Mr. Wu Yi wants my life, then please take it yourself. Naturally, this one's life isn't for nothing. If you can't take it, then this one will have to compensate you. And this compensation is Wei Wei's life. Ha ha ha, arrogant kid, this old man hasn't heard such words for many years. Your courage isn't small. Hee hee, that's nothing. Our Mr. Tian Cranegrass from the Lost Soul City State can't kill 2 river-breaking realm experts by himself. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to enter the secret realm to take a look, even the name of the secret realm wouldn't scare our Lost Soul City State. As the city lord of the Lost Soul City State, I naturally can't lose to the elder. Good, good, good. Kid, there aren't many interesting youngsters like you nowadays. If you weren't this old man's enemy, then this old man would have wanted to have a drink with you. But now, you can die. Just as Wu Yi's voice fell, his figure turned blurry and in the next moment, he appeared beside Zhao Hai. At the same time, his hands turned red as if they were on fire. Then he went straight for Zhao Hai's chest. Boom! Old Wu Yi's palms landed on Zhao Hai's chest. Along with a loud explosion, Wu Yi's body disappeared once again. In the next moment, his figure reappeared among the Holy Institute's team as if he didn't do anything. He was coldly looking at Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Zhao Hai looked a bit distressed. On his chest, there were 2 palm prints. These palm prints were black as if they were burned by high temperature. Wu Yi stood there and looked at Zhao Hai, then he said in a deep voice, Kid, you have been hit by my fire palm. Your internal organs are burning, your blood will also slowly dry up. I will make you suffer endless pain and then slowly die. How do you feel now? Do you feel your body is getting hotter and hotter? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Hai stood there without moving. It seems like he was frightened by Wu Yi's words. It seems like Wu Yi's words were true. The fire palm had already started to take effect. Lu Jinyan and the others' complexion greatly changed as they looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that a famous person like Wu Yi would actually launch a sneak attack. Moreover, Wu Yi's method was indeed very powerful. Even though Lu Jinyan was standing beside Zhao Hai, he didn't notice how Wu Yi got close to Zhao Hai and how he left. All he saw was Wu Yi attacking Zhao Hai. This really shocked them. They didn't think that things would turn out like this. Wu Yi actually attacked Zhao Hai in front of their eyes and they didn't even react. For Lu Jinyan and the others, this was an absolute disgrace. Lu Jinyan looked at Wu Yi and angrily said, despicable. Wu Yi, I didn't think that a famous person like you would launch a sneak attack. You're too despicable. Wu Yi looked at Lu Jinyan's expression and coldly smiled, despicable? Am I? We are now in a time of war, what despicable or not? You can hide in the city like a tortoise, but we can't launch sneak attacks. You can only blame yourselves for being too stupid. Hearing Wu Yi's words, the people of the Holy Institute burst into laughter. But at this time a fist suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yi. This fist became bigger and bigger before it finally hit Wu Yi's throat. A cracking sound was heard as Wu Yi's eyes popped out. Then he reached out his hand to grab his throat. His face turned red, blue veins popped out on his forehead, making him look very terrifying. This unforeseen event made everyone stare. This was because they didn't see who hit Wu Yi. They only saw a shadow flash in front of Wu Yi and then Wu Yi's throat was hit. They didn't even see who hit Wu Ye. While everyone was still in shock, a voice was heard, "You launched a sneak attack on me, I also launched a sneak attack on you, we are even now." This voice was very ordinary, but when everyone looked towards the direction of the voice, they discovered that the one who spoke was Zhao Hai. This made everyone stare blankly. Zhao Hai was now standing there with a calm expression. Aside from the 2 black handprints on his chest, he didn't seem to be injured at all. When Lu Jinyan and the others saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they were startled. Lu Jinyan immediately said, "City Lord Zhao, are you alright?" He was really surprised. He was standing beside Zhao Hai before, he clearly saw that Zhao Hai was hit by Wu Ye's palm. The handprints on his chest were left behind at that time. How could he be alright? Moreover, he can still fight back. What's going on? Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "I'm fine, don't worry, I'm fine. Just now, I almost got hit. Look, my clothes are torn, it was a close call." At this time, Wu Ye was still struggling. The people of the Holy Institute were busy trying to save Wu Ye. There were also some people who wanted to rush towards Zhao Hai. The Holy Institute's formation was messed up. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Ye's appearance and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. Haha, if I didn't have a few tricks up, I would have fallen into your trap." At this time, Lu Jinyan also saw that Zhao's clothes were indeed torn, but only the outermost layer was torn, the inner layer was still intact. But what happened just now? Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, what's going on? How come you're fine?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "It's not only him who is fast, I'm also not slow. This move of mine is called Human Shadow, it's a profound movement technique." When Lu and the others heard Zhao Hai, they felt relieved. Actually, they didn't know that Zhao Hai was able to achieve this result not only because of his movement technique, but also because of his teleportation ability. Zhao Hai's teleportation ability was something he learned from the ginkgo tree, but he didn't use it very often. But this time, Wu Ye's movement technique was too wonderful. Not only was his movement technique amazing, he also seemed to have a teleportation ability. Zhao Hai was a little careless before, so he almost fell into Wu Ye's trap. Wu Ye even managed to get close to Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai's clothes were also torn apart by Wu Ye's palm. However, when Wu Ye got close to him, Zhao Hai had already noticed him. Therefore, he quickly retreated and used both his hands to block Wu Ye's attack. This way, although his clothes were torn, he was still fine. After Zhao Hai blocked Wu Ye's attack, he immediately thought of a method. Zhao Hai then threw out a consolidating equipment array, making it look as if he was really hit by Wu Ye. Meanwhile, he was already at the back of the group, standing there with his body curled up, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Wu Ye didn't disappoint him. This move of Wu Ye's had never failed before. Therefore, he thought that he would succeed this time as well. Just as he and Lu Jinyan were feeling complacent, Wu Ye had already let down his guard. At that moment, Zhao Hai suddenly teleported in front of him and punched him in the throat before retreating. All of this happened in a very short period of time. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's teleportation, if it wasn't for Zhao Hai's battle experience, if it wasn't for Zhao Hai's extremely fast speed, and if it wasn't for Zhao Hai's rich experience, he wouldn't have been able to do all of this. Not to mention launching a sneak attack to kill Wu Ye, even he himself would have been killed by Wu Ye's sneak attack. At this time, Wu Ye was already dead. His throat had been shattered by Zhao Hai's punch. It was extremely difficult for him to survive. In fact, Wu Ye was very strong. If he didn't think that Zhao Hai was dead and let down his guard, even if Zhao Hai used his teleportation technique, it would be very difficult for him to succeed. Unfortunately, he was too careless. He was even more careless than Zhao Hai. Therefore, he died. With Wu Ye's death, the people of the Holy Court went crazy. Each and every one of them had blood-red eyes. The leader of the group shouted, "Avenge Big Brother Wu!" Then he immediately rushed over. However, Zhao Hai had been paying attention to them. When he saw them entering the range of the ballistas, Zhao Hai immediately shouted, "Fire!" Following his command, the sky was covered with arrows as they shot towards the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Holy Court. At this time, Lu Jinyan and the others were also nervous. Each and every one of them stared at these people. The soldiers of the spirit weapon realm used ballistas to deal with sky dance realm experts. Because of this, they were also very experienced. Their arrows wouldn't stop. Not all of the arrows were shot at once, but they were shot in batches. The arrows were divided into several batches. After the first batch was shot, they would immediately reload. After that, the second batch would immediately follow, followed by the third batch, and then the fourth batch. In total, the arrows were divided into 15 batches. 15 batches of arrows wasn't a small number. There was no other way, the process of reloading arrows wasn't fast. Being able to reload arrows after 15 batches of arrows was already considered fast. The arrows from Puha City were like rain. One wave after another, there was almost no gap between them. Moreover, the range of the arrows was very long, and we were still 1 li away from them. When these people were about to attack, Zhao Hai had already led his people to slowly retreat. Because of this, the people of the Holy Court could only receive the baptism of arrows one after another. After receiving 10 batches of arrows, the people of the Holy Court couldn't help but retreat. These 10 batches of arrows caused them to lose at least a few dozen people. This was under the condition that they were fully prepared, and also because they had just entered the range of the arrows. If they continued to chase, then the arrows would become more and more powerful, and their speed would also become faster and faster. Because of this, they couldn't help but retreat. After those people retreated, Zhao Hai led everyone back to the city lord's mansion. At this time, the way everyone looked at Zhao Hai had completely changed. Before, besides Lu Jinyan and Lu Jun, the new reinforcements hadn't seen Zhao Hai in action, nor had they seen his command. It was impossible for them to completely submit to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai had Lu Jinyan's support, and after all, this was Puha City, Lu Jinyan's territory. Even if they weren't convinced, they still had to give Lu Jinyan some face, so they listened to Zhao Hai's command. But after this matter, they were completely convinced by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was able to safely escape from Wu Ya's sneak attack, and even killed the famous Wu Ya. With such strength, they had no choice but to accept it. After everyone arrived at the conference hall, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, follow the previous plan. When you notify your city-states, make sure to tell them that we have killed Wu Ya, an important person of the Holy Court. The Holy Court wouldn't let this matter rest, so make sure to prepare for it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Everyone complied, then turned around and left. After they left, Zhao Hai turned his head to Lu Jinyan and said, "Wu Ya is dead. I believe that the Holy Court will send more people. Moreover, their revenge will be even more crazy, so we must be careful." Lu Jinyan nodded, but his face was still filled with joy. There was nothing he could do about it, today's battle strength was too hidden. Wu Ya, a famous expert, had actually died in this place, how could he not be happy? Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan's expression and said, "City Lord Lu, I think it's best if you inform the Breaking River ancestor of Puha City. The conflict between us and the Holy Court is getting more and more intense. The Holy Court will certainly make a move against your Lu family's Breaking River ancestor. Don't fall into their trap." Hearing Zhao Hai, the happy expression on Lu Jinyan's face slowly receded. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, at this time, I'm not afraid to tell you. Our Lu family's Breaking River ancestor has already passed away." When Zhao Hai heard Lu Jinyan, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Lu Jinyan with a puzzled expression and said, "Passed away? When did this happen?" Lu Jinyan shook his head and said, "I don't know. I tried to contact my husband using our special communication method, but I didn't get a reply. So I know that our old lord was either killed or passed away. In any case, he's no longer here. Otherwise, the Holy Court wouldn't dare to deal with our Puha City so brazenly." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "So that's how it is. No wonder the Holy Court insisted that you killed Tang Fei. So it's because of this reason. I still find it strange." Lu Jinyan let out a long breath and said, "Actually, that's not necessarily the reason. It's also possible that the Sacred Institute discovered something. Tang Fei was indeed killed by us. When they came to our Puha City, we didn't give them any face, so Tang Fei wanted to retaliate against us. I have a certain understanding of Tang Fei. Tang Fei is the grandson of Head Lu of the Sacred Institute. If you went back and said bad things about us to the dean, then the dean would certainly deal with us. Because of this, I wanted to kill Tang Fei. Tang Fei went to your Lost Soul City, but you didn't even let him in. When he returned to the Yalong City, I personally led people to kill him. I didn't expect that the Sacred Institute would still think that I did it. Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes flashed. Then he looked at Lu Jinyan and smiled. I didn't think that it was really you who did it. But this isn't important. You made your move after Tang Fei and the others went to the Lost Hun City. I'm afraid you wanted to shift the blame for their deaths to the Lost Hun City, right? Lu Jinyan nodded. Yes, that's what I meant. I want you to take the blame for Tang Fei's death because I can see that the Lost Soul City State and the Sacred Academy have a great enmity. You won't get along with the Sacred Academy peacefully. Otherwise, you wouldn't have worked so hard to establish the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. Although our Puha City also hates the Sacred Academy, I know that our strength isn't enough to deal with the Sacred Academy. Moreover, seeing the attitude of the other city-states in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, I know that if we become enemies with the Sacred Academy, we won't be able to get any help from everyone. The possibility of that happening is very high, so I want you to take the blame. First, the strength of the Lost Soul City State is very good. Second, the Lost Soul City State is one of the initiators of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. If you are attacked by the Sacred Academy, the other city-states that have joined the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance might come to your aid, so you can only take the blame. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan in surprise. He didn't think that Lu Jinyan would admit it. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "Tell me, what do you want to do?" You shouldn't have told me what you just said. Why did you tell me? Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Let's start from when I discovered that our ancestor had passed away. At that time, you had just arrived and we had just repelled the Sacred Court's attack. I sent a letter to our ancestor, but I didn't get a reply. This was what we agreed on. If our ancestor didn't reply, then it meant that something had happened to him or that he had passed away. Therefore, I immediately knew that something had happened to our ancestor. In the spiritual weapon world, if a clan's river-breaking ancestor was no longer around, then the consequences would be dire. If other people knew about this, then our Lu clan would be finished. Fortunately, only me and Guohua knew about this matter. Later on, Guohua gave me an idea, which was to surrender to the Lost Soul City State. Coincidentally, I received the news that the 15 cities of the Lost Soul City State had voluntarily joined. Only then did I understand why the Lost Soul City State was willing to let us go to war with the Sacred Court. It was because the Lost Soul City State needed us to attract everyone's attention. But this also gave us a good choice, we could also join the Lost Soul City State. That way, we would have a backer and would be able to save our Lu clan's life. However, I was also a bit afraid. At that time, I didn't know much about City Lord Zhao and didn't know what kind of person you were. I was afraid that you wouldn't treat our Lu clan well. Therefore, I decided to wait until the Sacred Court retreated before deciding whether or not to join the Lost Soul City State. Lu Jinyan's words made Zhao Hai stare. He didn't think that Lu Jinyan would have such an idea. He actually wanted to join the Lost Soul City State. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Aren't you surprised that we want to join the Lost Soul City?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm indeed surprised. Our Lost Soul City has just been established, so there shouldn't be anything that would attract you. But why do you want to join the Lost Soul City?" Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai as if he was looking at an idiot. Then he said, "You're saying that the Lost Soul City doesn't have anything that would attract me? I say, City Lord Zhao, are you joking? In the entire spirit weapon world, which commoner doesn't want to join the Lost Soul City? If it weren't for the fact that most of the commoners don't have the money to use transmission formations, and that walking to the Lost Soul City is too far, then I'm afraid that your Lost Soul City would have already been crowded by commoners." Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled and said, "Of course I know this, I'm talking about you. You're not a commoner, so what does our Lost Soul City have that would attract you?" Lu Jinyan let out a long breath, then he said, "There are too many things that would attract me. First of all, the Lost Soul City can become the backer of our Puha City. Just this alone is enough to attract me. Actually, the Lost Soul City's treatment is too good. With my status, if I were to join another city, then even if I don't get killed, I wouldn't have a good life. But in the Lost Soul City, even if I'm a commoner, I would still be able to live comfortably. Since you're so good to commoners, then you shouldn't be too bad to me. Therefore, I want to join the Lost Soul City. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Lu Jinyan and said, now that you're telling me this, does it mean that you're ready to join the Lost Soul City? Lu Jinyan nodded and said, right, I'm ready to join the Lost Soul City. After these days of observation, I can see that City Lord Zhao's ability and strength are enough to make me submit. And with the strength of the Lost Soul City, I'm ready to join the Lost Soul City. I'm ready to bring the entire Puha city to join the Lost Soul City as well. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Lu Jinyan and said, alright, if you want to join Lost Soul City State, then I'll certainly welcome you. However, this matter can't be said right now, we'll have to wait until after this matter is over. Otherwise, the flavor of this matter would change. I can guarantee that as long as you surrender to Lost Soul City State, then you'll still be the City Lord of Puha City. You can even manage Puha City's affairs. However, we'll have to send people to occupy Puha City's cities. At the same time, we'll station troops in Puha City. The army of Puha City will have to be rebuilt and will also listen to the orders of Lost Soul City State. In Lost Soul City State, the military and government are separated. In other words, the people of Puha City will still be under your control, but the army will no longer be under your control. Lu Jinyan didn't hesitate to nod and said, of course I accept. I don't want to be the city lord anymore. I want my Lu family to be a rich man. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, let's talk about this later. As long as you agree, then I'll feel relieved. At the same time, I'll also need to make some adjustments to the plan for Pujiang City. In fact, we were already prepared to swallow Pujiang City after this matter. I didn't expect you to make the first move. When Lu Jinyan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, does the city lord really want to swallow our Riverpool city-state? What if we resist? As long as we close the transmission formation, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy for you to attack us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's not difficult. Don't you know that there's something called a portable transmission formation in this world? Moreover, our Lost Soul City already has the ability to set up a large-scale transmission array at any time. As long as we send people over, we can set up a large-scale transmission array outside the city or somewhere in the city. Then, we can directly send experts into Puha City. At that time, all the ballistas will be useless and it will be much easier for us to deal with you. Lu Jinyan nodded. He wasn't angry with Zhao Hai just because he wanted to swallow Puha City. In fact, Lu Jinyan was very happy when he heard Zhao Hai's words. First, it meant that Zhao Hai trusted him. Of course, there was also the intention to beat him up. However, Lu Jinyan didn't have any disloyalty, so there was no need to beat him up. Second, it was because of Zhao Hai's ambition. Lu Jinyan wasn't like what he said, that he didn't want to do anything. He just wanted to be a rich man, but that was just an excuse for others to hear. He was still in his prime. At this time, how could he not want to do something? How could he guard his skills and eat, drink, and play every day? Especially for someone like him who was a city lord, he wasn't willing to be ordinary. However, Lu Jinyan was also very clear that his strength and ability weren't enough for him to become an overlord. Especially after this matter, Lu Jinyan clearly understood his own shortcomings. He also knew the gap between himself and Zhao Hai. Because of this, Lu Jinyan had already given up on his ambition to dominate the world. However, this didn't stop him from wanting to do something. Because of this, Lu Jinyan has been trying to be one of Zhao Hai's subordinates. Anyone who wants to be successful and famous, if they want to gain more power, besides rebelling, they also need to make their superiors more powerful. Because of this, Lu Jinyan didn't blame Zhao Hai for being ambitious. On the contrary, he wanted Zhao Hai to be ambitious. If Zhao Hai wasn't ambitious, then Lu Jinyan would be very disappointed. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, alright, let's stop talking about this matter. Let's talk about our next move. Lu Jinyan nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, what do you think? Lu Jinyan replied, the city-states that send reinforcements should cooperate with us. Then we just need to follow the previous plan. However, I don't know how many reinforcements the Sacred Academy will send this time. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, I think we should have those city-states inform their broken river-level ancestors. Tell them to be careful and make preparations. As long as those broken river-level ancestors work together, we wouldn't need to be afraid of the Sacred Academy. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I think we should have those city-states inform their broken river-level ancestors. Lu Jinyan nodded and said, I'll make the arrangements later. City Lord, we said before that if the Sacred Academy dared to send troops to deal with the other city-states, we'll give them a good beating. Is this plan worth it? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Of course we'll carry it out. Otherwise, how would we repel them? But this plan can't be led by me. You'll be the one leading the troops. If the Sacred Academy wants to deal with a city-state, then you'll lead the troops to deal with that city-state. I'll take some people and stay here. In any case, we can't let them break through, otherwise, it would affect our morale. Lu Jinyan nodded and said, All right, I'll lead the troops. But I'm afraid that once they return to their city-states, they won't listen to me. What if they don't listen to me? Zhao Hai replied, They won't. Among the reinforcements, there aren't a lot of people from any city-state. With the people from Puha City and our Lost Soul City, they should be able to suppress the situation. Moreover, the other city-states wouldn't listen to them. Therefore, you don't need to worry about this. Lu Jinyan nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, Killing Wuya this time, although we can vent our anger, it will also arouse the anger of the Holy Court. The Holy Court will definitely come for revenge, but I don't know how they will retaliate. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, You go and arrange it. After we send a letter to the other city-states, we'll gather everyone. Then we'll go out and take a stroll. We'll attract those people for a few days so that the other city-states can prepare. Right, when you tell them about this, make sure to tell them about this as well. Lu Jinyan nodded and said, All right, I'll go arrange it immediately. If we don't entangle the Sacred Academy, then I'm afraid they'll retaliate. The other city-states won't have time to prepare, when the time comes, it would be troublesome. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Go and arrange it, we'll go out in a while. Since the Sacred Academy's anger hasn't subsided, we'll make them even angrier. Lu Jinyan chuckled, then he turned around and left. Before long, Lu Jinyan returned, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, It's been arranged. After an hour, we'll gather at the City Lord's mansion. I've already told them that our attack this time was to attract the Sacred Academy's people, giving the other city-states time to prepare. At the same time, we'll also inform the other city-states to send a letter to their Broken River experts, lest they suffer from the Sacred Academy's evil schemes. Zhao nodded. Good. We should let them know what we're doing. Doing good things without leaving a name isn't our style. At this time, if we don't clearly state the purpose of everything we do, then if something goes wrong, they will blame us. Zhao nodded. That's good. Zhao nodded. What do you think? Zhao nodded. Lu Jinyan said, But if we go out this time, what if the casualties are too high? The Sacred Academy's people are already mad, they'll certainly attack us. When the time comes, if they attack us with all their might, then our losses wouldn't be small. Zhao Hai said, Besides us, we'll also send 10,000 ordinary soldiers to go out with us. As long as we cooperate, the Sacred Academy's people won't be able to do anything to us. Lu Jinyan stared, then his complexion changed as he said, Let the Prussian soldiers go out with us? Is this okay? One couldn't blame Lu Jinyan for being skeptical, there had never been such a case in the world of spirit weapons. Letting ordinary soldiers and sky dance experts fight together, and even cooperating with each other, was something that had never happened before. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, How would we know if we don't try? Right, let's have the Iron Armor Army go. They have received training in this field, the other soldiers haven't. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Let's go. When Lu Jinyan heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything. He just nodded and went to arrange it. The gates of Puha City that had been closed for a long time were slowly pushed open. Groups of armored soldiers came out of the gates and quickly arrived outside of the moat. Then they lined up in formation. The outermost group were spearmen. Every group of spearmen had a few axemen to protect them. In the middle of the group were bed guards. The bed guards of these soldiers were a bit special. These bed guards didn't look very big, but they seemed to be very refined. They were all mounted on carriages and had been adjusted at a good angle. Next to the bed guards were some sword-shield soldiers. They were responsible for protecting the bed guards. In front of the army, there was also a group of cavalry. However, this group of cavalry was quite special. They didn't have a uniform. They only had a white strip of cloth tied to their clothes to identify them. Moreover, they seemed to be of all ages, which made them look a bit strange. The speed of this group of cavalry wasn't fast. They maintained the same speed as the army behind them as they slowly moved forward. However, there were no enemies in front of them. These people were naturally Zhao Hai's group. This time, Zhao Hai proposed a joint attack with Puha City's soldiers. Lu Jinyan and the others finally agreed. This was because they were at a disadvantage when facing the experts of the Sacred Institute. If they couldn't use ordinary soldiers to resist this disadvantage, then they might suffer a loss in the hands of the Sacred Institute. Right now, they were fighting on their home ground. Naturally, they had to take advantage of their home ground advantage. And their home ground advantage, aside from the terrain, was naturally these ordinary soldiers. If an ordinary soldier were to face a single sky dance expert, then they would definitely die. Even if 100 ordinary soldiers were to face a sky dance expert, then even if they had bed guards, they would still lose without a doubt. However, when 1,000 ordinary soldiers were to face 100 sky dance experts, it wasn't that they didn't have the strength to fight. If they were given enough nourishment, then they would definitely be able to resist the attack of a sky dance expert. Naturally, the prerequisite was that they were well-trained elite soldiers. But now, they had 10,000 soldiers. In addition, they had enough ballistas. Even if they were to face 1,000 sky dance realm experts, they would still have the strength to fight. This was the advantage of numbers. Ordinary soldiers were easy to train, but void dance experts weren't that easy to come by. Even in the spiritual weapon realm, where the Sacred Academy was constantly training void dance experts, there weren't many of them. This was because in the spiritual weapon realm, there would always be all kinds of wars, and these void dance experts would often be injured or killed in the war. However, in the history of the spirit weapon world, there had never been an example of a sky dance realm expert working together with an ordinary soldier. Therefore, Lu Jinyan and the others had some doubts about Zhao Hai's suggestion. But this time, Lu Jinyan didn't come along. He stayed in the city to keep watch. This was because Lu Jinyan was afraid that the people from the sacred courtyard would see them leave the city and send troops to attack the city. If the people from the sacred courtyard were to attack the city, then Lu Jinyan wouldn't be able to escape. Zhao Hai and the others kept moving forward. At the same time, the formation behind them was also slowly changing. This was because the road was different from the road outside the city. Ordinary roads wouldn't be able to accommodate the formation, it wasn't that wide. When marching and fighting, the formation naturally wouldn't be the same. Zhao Hai was very clear about this point. After Zhao Hai took over the Lost Soul City, he began to train them in this aspect. Not only did he train them in marching, he also trained them in how to enter combat mode in the shortest time possible. Naturally, the most important training was how to deal with Sky Dance Realm experts while marching. He even trained them to cooperate with Sky Dance Realm experts. Zhao Hai rode his horse in the front. It was his idea to have all the Sky Dance Realm experts ride horses. There were strong and weak Sky Dance Realm experts. If everyone used their energy to fly, then how would they fight? Because of this, Zhao Hai proposed to have everyone ride horses. Although everyone felt that it was strange, they still agreed. Although Sky Dance Realm experts could fly, it was impossible for them to fly all the time. If they had to travel a long distance and didn't have a transmission formation, then they could ride horses, carriages, and ships. They weren't stupid, so they weren't unfamiliar with riding horses. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would go out of the city to fight against the sacred court. This made them feel very surprised. They slowly moved forward and quickly left the range of Puha City's ballistae. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop and kept moving forward. Before long, they heard a sound coming from the nearby woods. Everyone immediately became nervous and took out their weapons. At this time, a sound was heard from the woods. Then a figure rushed out of the woods and directly arrived in front of Zhao Hai's horse. Everyone stared. Just as they were about to make their move, Zhao Hai said, "Are they still there?" The person replied, replying to the young master, "They are still there. However, they seem to be very angry. Moreover, they are preparing to send people to Puha City. They want to carefully investigate the situation before attacking at night." When everyone heard the conversation between the two, they knew that the person who came was actually one of their own. They looked at the person and saw that he was wearing black clothes. He didn't have any special features, but he looked very spirited. He gave people a feeling that he was very capable. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, you can go. Continue to monitor those people, but don't let them discover you. Go." The person nodded, then his figure moved and entered the woods. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Naturally, this person was Iron Wire. How could Zhao Hai give up on monitoring those people from the Sacred Institute? Letting Iron Wire monitor them was the best choice. Not only because Iron Wire can escape, but also because Iron Sword can turn into Iron Wire Grass. Iron Wire Grass was a physical plant, it was no different from an ordinary plant. For people who haven't seen magic plants before, Iron Wire was the best choice to scout for information. After Iron Wire left, Zhao Hai said, "Pass down the order. Get ready for battle, but don't stop. Keep moving forward and pretend that you don't know about the Sacred Institute's attack." Stonemer, who was by Zhao Hai's side, nodded. Then his figure moved and went to the back to pass down the order. The others were looking at Zhao Hai's movements. They didn't expect to meet the enemy this quickly. They also didn't think that Zhao Hai would give such an order. However, they also knew that Zhao Hai brought soldiers from the Lost Soul City. Therefore, they didn't say anything. The army was still slowly moving forward. However, everyone's spirit was raised as they paid attention to the sky. After less than 10 minutes, black dots appeared in the distant sky. Then more and more black dots appeared. In the end, the number of black dots reached 100. These black dots were flying forward at a very fast speed. However, these black dots quickly discovered Zhao Hai's army. After all, more than 10,000 people were moving together. It was impossible for them not to be discovered. After these 100 black dots discovered Zhao Hai's army, half of them immediately flew back. The rest flew towards them, but they stopped far away. They were still monitoring Zhao Hai's army. Zhao Hai looked at these black dots and said, "Pass down the order. Everyone stop and get ready for battle." The order was quickly passed down, and the iron-armored army was ready to fight at any time. However, Zhao Hai didn't fly up. He was still sitting on the carriage. The other Sky Dance grade people were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. Now that the enemy had discovered them and they were ready for battle, why didn't they fly up? Zhao Hai and the others just stood there. Before long, black dots appeared in the sky. These black dots gathered together with the black dots that were monitoring Zhao Hai's army. Then they flew straight towards Zhao Hai's army. Zhao Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the black dots flying towards them. Then he said, "They're really arrogant. It seems like we didn't hit them enough today. Get ready for battle." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and flew up. The others also followed suit and flew up. Then they arranged themselves in a very simple formation. Then they slowly retreated until they reached the top of the army. At this time, the people from the Holy Institute also stopped. They stopped outside of the range of the arrows. However, the range of the arrows wasn't short, it was more than a kilometer. Therefore, they stopped 2 li away from the army. When the people from the Holy Courtyard stopped, they immediately shouted to Zhao Hai, "Zhao Hai, you're finally willing to come out of your turtle shell. You killed Sir Wuya, our Holy Courtyard will definitely not let you off. We'll tear you to pieces and destroy your Lost Soul City. We'll make sure that you don't have a good death." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Threats are useless. As long as you have the strength, you can kill me or cut me up. But if you don't have the strength, then I'm sorry. What you're saying now is just nonsense. I think you should save your strength." The leader of the Holy Institute looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, don't be arrogant. You're dead today. If you were in the city, we might not be able to do anything to you. But since you came out, then you'll die. Don't think that those ballistas can save you. They won't be able to save you, you're dead." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then why don't you try?" Zhao Hai could hear that the other party's tone was full of hatred. At the same time, there was also a little bit of fear. This couldn't be blamed on the people from the Holy Institute. Wu Yi dared to be called the strongest person under Broken River, then he must be very strong. He might even be the strongest person in the Holy Institute army. But such a strong person was killed by Zhao Hai. For these people, the impact was very big. These people didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. Therefore, although they wanted to kill Zhao Hai, they were still afraid of his strength. One couldn't blame the people from the Holy Courtyard for being afraid of Zhao Hai. Although they hated Zhao Hai, they also knew about Wu Yi's strength. It can be said that Wu Yi has never failed in his ambushes. Everyone who was ambushed by him would be killed. Even the Broken River experts couldn't do anything to Wu Yi because of his profound movement technique. Wu Yi calmly retreated from the battlefield. But today, they fell in the hands of Zhao Hai. They were actually killed by Zhao Hai's sneak attack. Although this made the people of the Sacred Court hate him even more, it also made them afraid of him even more. It was precisely because they were afraid of Zhao Hai that they spoke so much and didn't immediately attack. However, the people of the Sacred Court also knew that this was the best time to deal with Zhao Hai. If they couldn't kill Zhao Hai and let him return to Puha City, then they wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhao Hai. Although they didn't know why Zhao Hai came out this time, this was indeed an opportunity. Therefore, although they saw that Zhao Hai and the others were prepared, they still wanted to attack. But how to fight was a problem. To be honest, even the people of the Sacred Court didn't encounter so many experts in a large-scale battle. This made things difficult for them. The people of the Sacred Court looked at Zhao Hai and the others. This time, Zhao Hai and the others came out with 900 people. However, there were still 10,000 people below them. Moreover, the ballistas in the army were already loaded and ready to attack at any time. Although the people of the Sacred Court said that they didn't care about the ballistas, in fact, they didn't dare to not care about the ballistas. Zhao Hai's current position was very special. He was currently above the army, and although they were in formation, their formation was very loose. There was a certain distance between each person, and this distance was enough for a crossbow arrow to fly through. Zhao Hai's group was currently in a very special position. Although they were in formation, their formation was very loose. There was a certain distance between each person, and this distance was enough for arrows to fly through. Therefore, no matter which direction the people of the Sacred Court came from, Zhao Hai and the others would have to face the ballistas first. This wasn't something that the people of the Sacred Court wanted to encounter. The people of the Sacred Court looked at Zhao Hai and finally decided to divide the army. 1,500 people would be divided into 4 teams and attack Zhao Hai and the others from 4 directions. This was equal to surrounding Zhao Hai and the others. Naturally, the main reason for doing this was to avoid the ballistas. The people of the Sacred Court weren't fools. They knew that when Zhao Hai and the others came out, there wouldn't be a lot of ballistas left. Once they divided their forces, the ballistas would shoot in 4 directions. If 100 ballistas were to shoot in one direction, then there would be a difference in firepower. It was because of this that the people of the Sacred Court decided to attack Zhao Hai and the others from 4 directions. When the people of the Sacred Court divided their forces, Zhao Hai immediately saw it. He immediately turned to Stonemer and said, "Stonemer, pass down the order. Have the army shoot in front and behind. They don't need to worry about the left and right sides." Stonemer nodded and then went to pass down the order. At the same time, Zhao Hai also passed down an order to the Sky Dance Realm experts, divide 600 people, 300 in each direction. These 2 directions aren't very big, so 300 people should be enough to block the gap. The remaining 300 will block the front and back. Cooperate with the army below and block the attack of the Sacred Court. The Sky Dance Realm experts immediately divided their forces. When the people of the Sacred Court saw Zhao Hai and the others' movements, they knew that it was impossible to change their formation. They could only attack. Then someone from the Sacred Court shouted, "Attack!" Along with his order, the people of the Sacred Court immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai and the others. At the same time, Zhao Hai and the others were also prepared. The ballistas below also adjusted their angles in the shortest time possible, waiting for the other party to enter their shooting range. Zhao Hai's ballistas were different from the ballistas used in the spirit weapon realm. The ballistas used in the spirit weapon realm could only hold 5 arrows at a time. Moreover, after these 5 arrows were shot, they needed to be shot back one by one. The speed was very slow. The spirit weapon realm used something like a ship's rudder to pull the bowstring bit by bit. Only then could the ballista be shot a second time. After the ballista was shot once, it would take a long time for it to be shot a second time. Moreover, it would take at least 10 people to do it. On the other hand, the ballistas used in the Lost Soul City had been improved by Zhao Hai. There were several changes to the ballistas. First, the number of arrows on the ballistas increased from 5 to 7. Second, the ballistas used something like a magazine. After firing once, they only needed to change the magazine when reloading the arrows. This saved a lot of time. Third, in the process of pulling the ballistas, Zhao Hai and the others used a gear and spring structure. In the process of connecting the ballistas, they only needed to move a few rods to connect the bowstring. The fourth improvement was the use of a large number of metal components on the ballistas. This greatly increased the ballista's lifespan. At the same time, it also allowed the ballistas to shoot further. Don't underestimate these improvements. These improvements greatly increased the ballista's performance as well as their firing speed. The people of the Sacred Academy had a certain understanding of the ballistas. And because of this understanding, they underestimated the ballista's performance. The people of the Sacred Academy who were attacking Zhao Hai and the others were met with an overwhelming number of arrows. These arrows were much more powerful and faster than the arrows they had encountered before. This caused them to suffer a loss. Several Sky Dance Realm experts were careless and turned into hedgehogs as they fell from the sky. On the other hand, the Sky Dance Realm experts on the left and right were met with resistance from other Sky Dance Realm experts. Both sides were entangled together. When the people of the Sacred Academy saw that the people on the left and right were entangled with Zhao Hai's group, they immediately felt that those two sides had some benefits. Therefore, the people of the Sacred Academy immediately retreated and went around the left and right sides. But when they saw that they were going around the left and right sides, Stonehammer, who was commanding the army, immediately gave the order to have some of the ballistas turn and fire towards the left and right sides. This was also an improvement of the Lost Soul City's ballistas. Their ballistas were equipped with a steering wheel that allowed them to turn 360 degrees at will. Their turning speed was very fast. The people of the Sacred Academy didn't expect Zhao Hai's ballistas to turn this fast. Moreover, their firing was also very accurate. A lot of people were shot down by the ballistas. Moreover, Zhao Hai began to withdraw his forces. This made the Sacred Academy's attack more concentrated. This gave the army below an opportunity to fire the ballistas again and again. And each time the ballistas were fired, the people of the Sacred Academy had to be careful. But even so, they were still shot by the ballistas. This was because their formation was too dense. Zhao Hai was actually quite impatient. In his opinion, if these people were able to learn the cube formation, then not to mention 1,500 people, even 2,000 people wouldn't be enough to kill them. In a battle like this, they still needed the cooperation of the ballistas. And yet, they were still able to fight to this degree. This made people speechless. But in any case, although there were some casualties, the number of casualties was very small. On the other hand, the Sacred Academy's casualties were very high. From the beginning of the battle until now, they had already lost more than 100 people. Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't be long before they couldn't hold on anymore. Sure enough, after fighting for half an hour, the people of the Sacred Academy finally couldn't hold on anymore. Their casualties had already exceeded 100, going straight to 200. This number of casualties was too large. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's group only lost a few dozen people. Most of them were injured, only a few died. The difference in casualties was too big. One must know that Zhao Hai's group only had a few hundred people less than them. If their casualties were too high, then they wouldn't be able to get anything from Zhao Hai's group. The people of the Sacred Academy retreated like a tide. Zhao Hai didn't chase after them. The people of the Sacred Academy stopped outside of Zhao Hai's group. Their complexion was very ugly. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's group would be able to block their attack. Moreover, they also caused a lot of casualties. At this point, they can see that Zhao Hai's decision to lead the army was absolutely correct. This was because the arrows of the army were the main culprit of their casualties. It wasn't that they didn't try to attack the army below. However, it was impossible. Zhao Hai's group was now in a very delicate position. They could support the army below at any time. This ensured the safety of the army below. And when the army's safety was guaranteed, they could continue to shoot arrows. This caused the casualties of the Sacred Academy. The people of the Sacred Academy gathered together with ugly expressions. One of them opened his mouth and said, "Brother Liu, what do we do now?" This person called Brother Liu was the commander of the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Sacred Academy. Originally, Wu Yu was the commander. However, Wu Yu died when he arrived. This Brother Liu was called Liu Baishao. He was very strong, second only to Wu Yu. Because of this, he naturally became the commander of the Sacred Academy. However, he didn't think that he would suffer such a big loss in his first battle with Zhao Hai's group. Liu Baishao looked at Zhao Hai's group and said, "Let everyone take a rest. Surround them, but don't attack. We'll just surround them. The reason why they can fight us like this is because of the cooperation of the army below. From what I can see, their army doesn't seem to have a lot of supplies. 10,000 people isn't a small amount. If we don't attack them, they won't be able to hold on for more than a few days. As long as they retreat, their ballista's power will be greatly reduced. When the time comes, we'll attack them." When the people of the Sacred Academy heard what Liu Baishao said, they felt that it was reasonable. As long as the army moves, their ballistas wouldn't be able to shoot normally. At that time, their biggest threat would be eliminated. They believed that without the ballistas, Zhao Hai's group wouldn't be their opponent. But at this time, Zhao Hai and the others began to move. Their carriages slowly turned, then the army slowly retreated towards Puha City. When Liu Baishao saw that Zhao Hai's group was about to retreat, he immediately said, "Attack, don't let them escape." Then he took the lead and rushed forward. But when they rushed forward, they were greeted by a wave of arrows. Liu Baishao and the others were startled. This was because they discovered that this wave of arrows wasn't any less than the previous wave. This made them very puzzled. They couldn't understand why Zhao Hai's group could still shoot arrows at this time. But before long, they discovered the problem. Zhao Hai's carriage was very special. The carriage looked very heavy, but it was very stable. Moreover, the carriage was very big. The people inside could stand on the carriage and shoot arrows. Even if the carriage was moving forward, it wouldn't affect them too much. Seeing this situation, Liu Baishao waved his hand and said, "Stop, retreat." Following his order, the people of the sacred courtyard finally retreated. At this time, everyone knew that the attack had failed. Liu Baishao's face was pale as he looked at Zhao Hai's group slowly retreating. There was nothing more depressing than this, but they couldn't do anything to the other side. Their numbers were now less than 1,300, while Zhao Hai's group still had nearly 900 people. Although there was a gap of a few hundred people between the two sides, because the other side had arrows, this gap was enough to offset it. Liu Baishao, who was on the offensive, was at a disadvantage. The person beside Liu Baishao opened his mouth and said, "Brother Liu, what do we do now? They have retreated back to the city. If we attack the city, it would be even more difficult. What do you think?" Liu Baishao let out a long breath and said, "Return to the camp and immediately contact the sacred courtyard. Tell them about the situation here. At the same time, write down the names of those who came to support Puha City. Tell the sacred courtyard where they came from and wait for further instructions." After saying that, Liu Baishao waved his hand and led the people of the sacred court back to the camp. After this matter, their morale was even lower. After Liu Baishao's group returned to the camp, the person who talked to Liu Baishao immediately took out a transmission formation and wrote a letter. Then he used the transmission formation to send it back to the sacred courtyard. Because of this, the sacred courtyard specially equipped them with transmission formations. This made it more convenient for them to communicate with the sacred courtyard. After the letter was sent back, the camp fell into a strange silence. Everyone had lost interest in talking. After several failed attacks, not only did they suffer heavy losses, but they also couldn't do anything to the enemy. This made the people of the Sacred Academy feel very disappointed. In the past, the Sacred Academy was very popular in the continent. Nobody dared to oppose them. They had been very successful. And this kind of success also caused the people of the Sacred Academy to be arrogant and conceited. Even now, there were many void dance experts of the Sacred Academy. Although they had reached the void dance realm, their fighting strength wasn't very good. In this case, it was normal for their morale to be low. Before long, a white light flashed on the transmission formation as a letter appeared. After receiving the letter, the person immediately handed it over to Lu Baishao. After Lu Baishao received the letter, he immediately opened it and looked at the contents of the letter. Then he turned to the person and said, "The meaning of the letter is that we shouldn't attack Puha City for the time being. Aside from Puha City, there are no other cities in Puha City State. In other words, aside from Puha City, there are no other cities in Puha City State. In this case, if we attack Puha City, it would be tantamount to fighting against the entire army of Puha City State. This would be too disadvantageous for us. The meaning of the letter is that we should first attack Zhaohai City States and bring back their reinforcements. After that, we can deal with the Lost City Gang. As long as we can force Zhaohai back, then cleaning up Puha City State would be much easier." As soon as he heard Lu Baishao, the person nodded and said, "Brother Lu, did the academy tell us how to deal with the city-states that came to support Zhaohai?" Lu Baishao replied, "Divide them into teams of 300 people. Each team will be responsible for one city-state. We'll deal with the medium-sized city-states first. Then we'll deal with the larger city-states." That person didn't rebel. Right now, they already knew that if they wanted to deal with a city-state, it wasn't just because Sky Dance level experts had the advantage that everything could be settled. That was obviously impossible. Ground troops were also very important. In the past, the Holy Court didn't pay too much attention to the construction of ground troops. This was because the Holy Court itself was an academy. Moreover, its location was in a mountainous area. It was impossible to support too many people. In fact, even now, the Holy Court's supplies were mainly dependent on the city-states. What they produced was very little. Because of this, there were almost no ground troops composed of ordinary people. Therefore, although they had a lot of experts, they didn't have any ground troops. This time, when Lu Baishao sent the letter to the Holy Court, he also mentioned this issue. However, he could only raise this issue. As for how to deal with the Holy Court, it would depend on the decision of the higher-ups of the Holy Court. However, after listening to Lu Baishao, the person didn't leave. Instead, he looked at Lu Baishao and said, "Brother Lu, do you think that the academy can mobilize the people from the secret realm?" When Lu Baishao heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Shunning, think about it, where did the people from the secret realm come from? Aren't they from the various forces of the spiritual weapon realm? If we release them from the secret realm and they learn about the situation in the spiritual weapon realm, what would happen? Would they still listen to the command of the Holy Court? Your Chai family also has people in the secret realm. You should also know about the situation in the secret realm. There was already an anti-saint faction in the secret realm. However, the backbone of this faction was dealt with by the elders of the secret realm. Because of this, they didn't cause any trouble. If we release them and they cause trouble, what can we do?" When Shunning heard Lu Baishao, he couldn't help but nod. Then he sighed and said, "I didn't think that things would turn out like this. All of this is because of the Lost Soul City. Sooner or later, we will destroy the Lost Soul City." Lu Baishao coldly replied, "We must destroy the Lost Soul City State, but now isn't the time to deal with them. Didn't you notice that a lot of people from the academy aren't here? They are all in the Lesser Dragon City State. The Lesser Dragon City State's attitude towards the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance is very ambiguous. They didn't join the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, but they also didn't express their opposition to it. Additionally, the Lesser Dragon City State's internal situation is unstable, so it's easy for some unforeseen events to occur. Because of this, a lot of the Academy's forces have been concentrated in the Lesser Dragon City State in order to prevent the Lesser Dragon City State from suddenly joining the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance." When Shunning nodded and said, "The Yalong City State is indeed a bit troublesome. Although the city lord of the Yalong City State has a Breaking River level ancestor, The other big clans in the Yalong city-state also have a breaking river-level ancestor. These people aren't of one mind and still have enmity with each other. In this case, the Yalong city-state's situation is very complicated. The direction of the Yalong city-state isn't something that those breaking river-level ancestors can decide. It's right for us to send people over. If the Yalong city-state really joins the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, then the other city-states that are still on the sidelines will also join. At that time, our days will only be more difficult. Lu Baixiao nodded and said, right. Therefore, most of the Academy's attention is focused on the Lesser Dragon City. The Lesser Dragon City has always been known as the #1 city in the spirit weapon realm. If we can get the Lesser Dragon City to join us, then we'll have the strength to deal with Zhao Hai's group. We can even mobilize a large number of other cities to help us deal with Zhao Hai's group. At that time, they'll be finished. When Shunying nodded and said, Brother Lu, then shouldn't we prepare? If we can deal with them and support Zhao Hai's city, it would also be a form of support to the Academy. Lu Baixiao nodded and said, right, that's what I meant. Alright, let's divide the people and then rest for 2 days. After that, we'll make our move on the other cities. When Shunying nodded and then went to make arrangements. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already returned to the city. After arriving, Zhao Hai gathered the representatives of the various cities in the conference hall. Lu Jinyan was also present. Everyone was excitedly talking about today's events. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Then he looked at the crowd and said, everyone, today's attack was very successful. But I think this is our only chance. The next time we attack, I'm afraid that those fellows from the Holy Courtyard wouldn't attack us. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but turn silent. They were now convinced by Zhao Hai. 2 battles with the Sacred Court, and both times he was able to defeat the Sacred Court. This made them have a lot more confidence in Zhao Hai. Seeing that no one spoke, Zhao Hai continued, our attack this time was to take advantage of Wu Yi's death and the fact that those fellows from the Holy Courtyard are still angry. Therefore, when we go out, they would certainly attack us. This way, we can cooperate with the army and repel them. But the next time we attack, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be so easy. The people from the Holy Courtyard are all sky dancing experts, their speed is very fast. On the other hand, although our army is equipped with carriages, it's still impossible for us to catch up to them. We can only wait for them to attack us. Everyone nodded, they agreed with Zhao Hai's words. They were also aware of their own weakness, which was their slow speed. This was especially true for the army, it was impossible for them to compete with them. Because of this, they could only defend. Seeing that nobody objected, Zhao Hai continued, the people from the Holy Courtyard aren't fools. Since they can't use this method to attack us, they will think of other methods. I think they will move on to the other city-states. Because of this, when you go back, you should immediately send a letter to your city-states. Tell them to prepare for the upcoming battle. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their hearts turned cold. Nobody objected to Zhao Hai's words. This was because they knew that there was nothing wrong with being careful. Even if it was a false alarm, it was still better than not being prepared at all. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, I think everyone already knows about our plan. This time, the Holy Academy will deal with the city-states. I think they will divide their forces and deal with the medium city-states first. They won't easily deal with the large city-states because the large city-states have deep foundations. Therefore, they will certainly target the medium city-states. This is because the medium city-states have limited strength. They don't need to concentrate all their forces to deal with a medium city-state. They can divide their forces and attack several medium city-states at the same time. This will cause the city-states to panic. The more scared the city-states are, the faster they will call everyone back. What we need to do is to concentrate our forces and destroy 1 or 2 of their squads first. When the time comes, the Holy Academy's forces won't be much more than ours. Even if we face the Holy Academy head-on, we won't suffer any losses in terms of military strength. Then we'll have City Lord Lu explain to everyone. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned to Lu Jinyan and said, City Lord Lu, tell everyone about the Lesser Dragon City. The Sacred Court is still going all out to deal with us. They have a lot of people gathered in the Lesser Dragon City. Let City Lord Lu tell everyone about it. Lu Jinyan nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, ever since the Sacred Academy announced that they would attack our Puha city, the Lost Soul City went all out to support them. In addition to the statements made by the other cities, the situation in the Lesser Dragon City has become unstable. I think everyone is very clear about the situation in the Lesser Dragon City. The Lesser Dragon City can be divided into 3 factions. One is the City Lord's clan. Although the City Lord's clan is weak, they still have a Broken River ancestor. Moreover, they have been in business for many years, so they have a lot of strength. They also have an army that is loyal to them, so they can't be underestimated. But because the City Lord is still young, the City Lord's clan has been very low-key. Everyone has been ignoring them, but in fact, they aren't weak. When everyone heard Lu Jinyan, they stared, then they nodded. They were also aware of the situation in the Lesser Dragon City. Just like what Lu Jinyan said, they didn't pay much attention to the City Lord's clan these days. This was because the City Lord's clan was too low-key. Basically, nobody paid attention to them. Everyone's attention was attracted by the great clans of the Lesser Dragon City. Everyone seemed to have forgotten that even if the great clans were powerful, they still hadn't rebelled. The Lesser Dragon City was still under the control of the City Lord's clan. This was enough to show that the City Lord's clan couldn't be underestimated. Lu Jinyan looked at everyone and then said, the second force should be those who are on the side of the Sacred Academy. However, there aren't a lot of these people in the Lesser Dragon City. They are too close to the Sacred Academy. Because of this, the City Lord's clan and the other clans don't like them. However, since they have the support of the Sacred Academy, they shouldn't be underestimated. Everyone could understand this point. The Lesser Dragon City was different from the other city-states. It was the largest city-state in the entire spiritual weapon realm. They had their own pride. Even the Sacred Academy didn't dare to go too far with the Lesser Dragon City. Because of this, the clans in the Lesser Dragon City didn't like those who were on the side of the Sacred Academy. They even suppressed them. Lu Jinyan looked at the crowd and said, the third force is the clans of the Lesser Dragon City. They don't like the Holy Court and aren't loyal to the City Lord's clan. On the contrary, they have formed an alliance. The strength of this alliance isn't weak, it can even be said that it's the biggest force in the Lesser Dragon City. But even if they don't like the Holy Court, they are still indifferent towards the alliance. However, since the Holy Court officially announced that they would send troops to us, they became more enthusiastic towards us. It's precisely because of this reaction that the people of the Holy Court became nervous. Currently, a lot of experts of the Holy Court are in the Lesser Dragon City, including Xianxia and the others. Zhao Hai nodded and then said, now that everyone knows the general situation of the Lesser Dragon City, I think that the Lesser Dragon City is worth fighting for. This is because whether it's the City Lord's clan or the Alliance of Clans, their relationship with the Sacred Academy isn't very good. The Sacred Academy is too strong. I even heard that the Lesser Dragon City's current situation has something to do with the Sacred Academy. The old City Lord of the Lesser Dragon City didn't have a good impression of the Sacred Academy. At that time, there was no one in the Lesser Dragon City who was on the Sacred Academy's side. Everyone stared, this was the first time they heard about this. They couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, then he said, you might not know this, but I've investigated this matter. When the City Lord was still in power, he was very strong. Moreover, in just a few years, his body completely collapsed. This is very abnormal. I heard that the City Lord was very strong, his body shouldn't have collapsed so quickly. After the death of the City Lord, several clans suddenly appeared in the city. Among these clans, there was one that was worth paying attention to. This clan was originally a servant clan of the City Lord's mansion. They were responsible for purchasing things for the City Lord's mansion. A lot of things used by the City Lord's mansion were bought by them. But after the sudden death of the City Lord, this clan suddenly became a clan of the Holy Court. Don't you think that this matter is strange? Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, then he said, you might not know this, but I've investigated this matter. When the City Lord was still in power, he was very strong. Moreover, in just a few years, his body completely collapsed. This is very abnormal. I heard that the city lord was very strong, his body shouldn't have collapsed so quickly. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but change. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, not only that, the most loyal clans of the Lesser Dragon City-State had a lot of experts suddenly die in accidents. This caused these clans to go into decline. Naturally, the strength of the City Lord's clan declined a lot. At the same time, some clans that were originally dissatisfied with the City Lord's clan suddenly prospered. These flourishing clans were the predecessors of the clan alliance in the Lesser Dragon City-State. However, the clans that were truly loyal to the Holy Court were the last ones to appear. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, that's right. After speaking up to here, Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, I think everyone should understand what I mean now. Don't think that the death of the Lesser Dragon City Lord is a simple matter. Similarly, don't think that the Lesser Dragon City Lord's death is a simple matter. I think that the death of the Lesser Dragon City Lord might be related to the Sacred Institute. The decline of those families who were loyal to the City Lord's family must be related to the Sacred Institute. Only the Sacred Institute can make so many experts die in such a short period of time. As for those family alliances, they might have received some support from the Sacred Institute. However, they still have their own pride and refuse to be controlled by the Sacred Institute. In the end, the Sacred Institute supported those families. Everyone nodded. Although this was only Zhao Hai's guess, they felt that Zhao Hai's guess might be correct. This was because the chaos in the Yalong city didn't last long. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, in fact, I also heard a piece of news that confirmed this matter. I heard that when the city lord of the Yalong city passed away, the Holy Courtyard imposed martial law for a period of time. Moreover, all the experts were summoned, ready for war. At that time, the students of the Holy Courtyard weren't allowed to communicate with their families. It wasn't until the city lord of the Yalong city died that the martial law was slowly lifted. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then what happened to Yalong city was most likely the work of the Holy. However, what made them even more surprised was how Zhao Hai knew about this. In fact, Zhao Hai knew a lot of things about the Holy Courtyard. This was because there were a lot of people waiting in the Lost Soul Mountain base. All of them were from the Holy Courtyard. Although it was impossible for them to know too much about the Holy Courtyard, they still knew some simple things. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, I think that the people from the inferior dragon city should know about this matter. Therefore, I think that we should also take action against them. In any case, we need to win over at least one of these three forces. My opinion is that we should win over the City Lord's family. What does everyone think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Everyone stared. Lu Jinyan frowned and said, win over the City Lord's clan? It won't be that easy, right? Zhao Hai replied, it shouldn't be that difficult. We don't need to think about the Holy Courtyard. This force is irreconcilable with us. On the other hand, the family alliance is very strong. Moreover, they haven't reached a critical point yet. Therefore, I'm afraid that they won't easily agree to our request. On the other hand, the City Lord's clan is in a disadvantageous position. Even if they aren't weak, they still don't dare to show themselves. This is because the Holy Courtyard and the Family Alliance don't want them to get too powerful. Therefore, the City Lord's clan should be in need of a powerful ally. And since we meet this condition, we are most likely to become their ally. Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, we'll go to the Yalong city-state at this time in order to attract the attention of the Holy Academy. This way, we can relax a bit. Additionally, the Yalong city-state is known as the continent's largest city-state. This title isn't just for show, they're very strong. If we don't intervene, then the Yalong city-state might turn towards the Holy Academy. At that time, we would be in big trouble. This trouble wouldn't only come from the Yalong city-state itself, it would also come from the influence of the Yalong city-state. At this point, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he said, there are a lot of city-states in the continent that haven't joined the Holy Courtyard Alliance. Why didn't they join us? It's because they don't have enough confidence in us. They are still waiting and watching. The Yalong city is the largest city-state in the continent, so they have always been observed by other city-states. Their every move would be considered as a wind vane by other city-states. If the Yalong city were to join the holy courtyard, then I'm afraid that other city-states would follow suit. When that time comes, our days won't be easy. Everyone nodded. Then Lu Jinyan said, "Alright, I'll send Guohua to the Yalong city and see if he can get in touch with the Long family. If he can, then that would be the best." The city lord of the Yalong city was the Long family. This was something that everyone knew. Therefore, when Lu Jinyan said that he would send Chen Guohua to contact the Long family, everyone knew who he was talking about. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that won't work. The situation in Wyvern City is too tense. Any slight movement would cause a series of reactions. Guohua is your right-hand man, and he isn't a nobody in the spirit weapon realm. If you let him go, I'm afraid that he would be discovered. This would be very disadvantageous to our next step. How about this, I'll contact the Long family. There are still some unfamiliar faces in Lost Soul City. I believe that I can get in touch with the Long family." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Alright." Lu Jinyan didn't oppose, he nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll leave this matter to you, City Lord Zhao." "City Lord Zhao, aside from the Yalong city, do you think that we should also cause trouble for the holy courtyard?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We can't do that right now. If we want to cause trouble for the holy courtyard, then small troubles wouldn't be enough. If we want to cause trouble for the holy courtyard, then we'll need manpower. Since we can't divide our manpower, we need to be careful." Lu Jinyan nodded. Then he looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, let's call it a day. Go back and rest. Also, tell your city-states about what happened today. Tell them to be prepared so that they won't be ambushed by the holy court." Everyone nodded, then they stood up and gave Zhao Hai and Lu Jinyan a salute before they turned around and left. After they left, Lu Jinyan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord, how confident are you in contacting the Long family? Although the Long family seems to have fallen, their river-breaking experts should still be there. Moreover, they should be very strong. Otherwise, the clans in the Yalong city wouldn't have done this much. If we can win over the Long family, then that would be great." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Not only that, if we can win over the Long family, then we would have a righteous cause. When the time comes, we can use the Long family's name to unify the Yalong city as soon as possible. After all, the Long family is the city lord's family. You can leave the matter of contacting them to me. I think there shouldn't be any problems." Long Tianlin was 16 years old today. He was the current city lord of the Yalong city. However, he knew that his position was only in name. His decrees couldn't go out of the imperial palace. Aside from a few loyal retainers, he couldn't command anyone else. Although he was the city lord of the Yalong city in name, it was only in name. In fact, he couldn't do anything. Long Tianlin became the city lord of the Yalong city when he was 6 years old. At that time, he was still a child and didn't know anything. He only knew that his position as the city lord should have been his father's. However, his father died shortly after becoming the city lord. Then his elder brother died shortly after becoming the city lord. His father and elder brother didn't even last for 3 years before Long Tianlin became the city lord. Although Long Tianlin was only 6 years old when he became the city lord, nobody knew that his father and elder brother spent a lot of time teaching him how to be a good city lord. They also taught him how to get along with his retainers. Because of this, Long Tianlin knew a lot even though he was very young. It was precisely because he knew a lot that when he became the city lord, he played around like an ordinary child. But at the same time, with the help of his loyal retainers, he was slowly recovering his strength. Although the city lord's family was still very low-key, their strength was still very strong. However, Long Tianlin had been hiding this strength, so nobody knew about it. Long Tianlin was currently sitting in his study room. Next to him was an old man. This old man's hair was already white. He wore gray clothes and had age spots on his face. He stood there with his eyes half closed, as if he was asleep. He looked like an ordinary old man with one foot in the grave. However, Long Tianlin was very clear that this old man was very formidable. Although he wasn't very strong, he was very low-key in front of outsiders. Only Long Tianlin knew that this old man's true strength wasn't his strength, but rather his strategy. He was definitely the best advisor. Long Tianlin didn't know that this old man's true strength wasn't his strength, but his strategy. Long Tianlin looked at the piece of paper in the old man's hand and smiled faintly. Great-grandfather, look, it's very lively outside. But our place is still very calm. It seems like nobody has noticed us. It's very interesting. The old man didn't speak. Long Tianlin was already used to this. Therefore, he put down the paper in his hand and said, finally, someone dares to deal with the sacred court. Our Long clan's enmity can finally be avenged. Young master, you have to remember, compared to revenge, revitalizing the Long clan is more important. As long as our clan is strong enough, we can destroy a small sacred court. Great-grandfather, I know. But I'm still very happy to see someone deal with the sacred court. Great-grandfather, what do you think will happen to Lu Jinyan, Zhao Hai, and the others? It's very unlikely. The sacred court's strength can't be underestimated. Although I heard that Zhao Hai and Lu Jinyan took advantage of the situation several times, don't forget that there are still a lot of experts from the sacred court here. If the sacred court didn't send their forces to us, then Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't have an easy time. This Lu Jinyan is a bit interesting. He actually put down his status as the city lord and handed over command to Zhao Hai. This is beyond my expectation. Oh? Great-grandfather, why do you say that? I think that Zhao Hai is very powerful. Zhao Hai is indeed formidable. I can't see through this person. In a short period of time, he managed to unify the city-states in the Lost Soul Mountains. Moreover, he managed to complete the integration in a short period of time. This made the Lost Soul city-state the best environment in the spirit weapon realm. This is really beyond my expectations. Moreover, there's too little information about this person, so we can't judge him. Great-grandfather can't see through people? Then this Zhao Hai is even more interesting. By the way, I heard that there was an expert in the Lost Soul Mountain city-state called Crane Field who died in the secret territory. Great-grandfather, if the Lost Soul Mountain city-state really has the strength to challenge the sacred court, why did they send Crane Field to the secret territory? No one can say for sure. But I can see that Zhao Hai is a very powerful person. However, he won't easily give up his subordinates. Therefore, there must be some inside story for him to send Crane Field to the secret territory. Just like the rumors outside that Zhao Hai and Crane Field don't get along, in my opinion, it's pure nonsense and can't be trusted. Why do you say that, great-grandfather? What if Zhao Hai and Crane Field really have a conflict? Then Zhao Hai can send Crane Field to his death. Young master, you have to remember that an emperor shouldn't use conspiracy. If an emperor wants to use it, he should use it openly. You have to let people know what you're thinking, but they can't stop you from doing so. Young master, Zhao Hai has the image of an emperor. He can stretch and shrink, take and give, advance and retreat, be firm and soft. Young master, don't forget that the Lost Soul Mountain city-state was just established not long ago. Crane Field fought with the sacred court before, and Crane Field was sent to the secret territory last time. This is obviously the sacred court's revenge. If Zhao Hai still betrays Crane Field at this time, then who will follow him in the future? Therefore, it would be strange if there isn't some secret behind this matter. But great-grandfather, when Crane Field was fighting with the sacred court, the Lost Soul Mountain city-state released a statement saying that they no longer have any relationship with Crane Field. Doesn't this mean that they don't care about Crane Field anymore? That's not the same. It's just a statement. Even if they say that they don't care about Crane Field anymore, and that Crane Field has nothing to do with them, who would know that they are helping Crane Field behind the scenes? If the Lost Soul Mountain city-state really doesn't have any relationship with Crane Field, then why was Crane Field taken away by the people of the secret territory? Doesn't this clearly tell us that Crane Field is still related to the Lost Soul Mountain city-state? Oh, so that's how it is. Then it seems that the Lost Soul Mountain city-state and the sacred court have a great enmity. It's reasonable for the Lost Soul Mountain city-state to actively deal with the sacred court. This is just one aspect. Young master, didn't we receive news some time ago that more than a dozen cities near the Lost Soul Mountain city-state voluntarily joined the Lost Soul Mountain city-state? The Lost Soul Mountain city-state wants to use the war between Puha city-state and the Sacred Court to attract everyone's attention and then work hard to expand their territory. Is that really the case? This Zhao Hai is really insidious. You can't say that. Zhao Hai is actively fighting against the Sacred Court because he wants the other city-states in the continent to have the courage to stand up against the Sacred Court. This way, they wouldn't be the only enemy of the Sacred Court. They would also have a lot of allies, which would lessen the pressure on them. Zhao Hai is taking advantage of this opportunity. Some time ago, the other city-states were very dissatisfied with the Sacred Court, so they took advantage of this opportunity to make everyone fight against the sacred word more fiercely. This is very advantageous for them. This Zhao Hai is really fierce. Great-grandfather, what do you think will happen if we face Zhao Hai in the future? Upon hearing Long Tianlin, the old man was silent for a moment. After some time, he sighed and said, "Young master, I hope that this day will never come. This Zhao Hai is too ruthless." When Long Tianlin heard the old man, he couldn't help but stare. Ever since he could remember, they had encountered all kinds of enemies. And when the old man faced these enemies, he was very calm, as if he didn't put them in his eyes. It was also because of the old man's command that the Long family was able to survive crisis after crisis. Long Tianlin had never seen the old man speak like this before. This was really surprising. When the old man saw Long Tianlin's expression, he knew what Long Tianlin was thinking. He looked at Long Tianlin and said, "Young master, I'm old, but Zhao Hai is still young. Moreover, this person is very powerful. Not to mention the current situation of the Long family, even if the Long family was at its peak, we would still need to be very careful when facing Zhao Hai. Not to mention now, I really don't want us to face Zhao Hai, it wouldn't be good for us." Long Tianlin nodded. At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. When Long Tianlin heard these footsteps, his expression couldn't help but become serious. Then, he slowly relaxed and returned to the appearance of a young man with a mischievous smile. However, the old man once again stood there with his eyes half closed as if he had fallen asleep. At this time, the footsteps arrived outside the door, then a voice was heard, "City Lord, someone came to see you." Long Tianlin said, "Who is it? Don't you know that when I'm in my study, I don't see anyone?" Replying to the city lord, "The person who came is Umo, Boss Yu. Boss Yu is a big merchant in our Yalong city. He's also one of the main suppliers of the city lord's mansion. He said that he obtained a rare treasure today and wants to present it to the city lord." "Oh? At least he's considerate. Let him in then." The person outside the door responded, then turned and left. Hearing the footsteps go away, Long Tianlin frowned and said, "Great-grandfather, what does this Umo want to do? Isn't he very close to those fellows from the family alliance? Why did he suddenly come to see me? And how did this Umo become one of the main suppliers of the city lord's mansion? When did he become one of our main suppliers?" The old man replied, "That person has been our main supplier for a long time. This person is very good at doing business. The things he supplies are all of the best quality, and the price is also very fair. As for the people from the family alliance, they seem to be very close. But in my opinion, he's just using them to make it easier for him to do business. He shouldn't have any relationship with the people from the family alliance. If we can win him over, then maybe we can get some inside information about the family alliance. The family alliance is no longer the same as before, the people from the family alliance aren't as strong as they used to be." Long Tianlin nodded, then he said, "If that's the case, then we should really see this Boss Yu." Just as his voice fell, footsteps could be heard from outside. Then a servant's voice was heard, "City Lord, Boss Yu has arrived. Let him in." Long Tianlin was sitting behind the table, his body was crooked, he didn't know how to sit properly. The person outside the door nodded, then the door was pushed open and a person came in. This person was around 50 years old, he was somewhat thin, but he gave off a very spirited feeling. This person was Umo. When Umo entered the room, he immediately knelt down and gave Long Tianlin a salute. This lowly Umo greets the city lord. "Good day to the city lord." Then he bowed several times to Long Tianlin. Long Tianlin looked at Umo and said, "Umo, are you the one who wanted to see me? I heard that you obtained a rare treasure. Take it out and show it to this city lord. If it's really good, then this city lord will definitely give it a try. If it's not good and you dare to deceive this city lord, then this city lord will definitely punish you heavily. When Long Tianlin spoke, he didn't have the shrewdness that he had before. He looked like a child who didn't understand anything, he only knew how to cause trouble. Umo was still kneeling. When he heard Long Tianlin, he quickly replied, "This lowly one wouldn't dare." How could this lowly one dare to deceive the city lord? This lowly one really obtained an extraordinary item. But this item is said to be a murder weapon. It's still outside, so this lowly one can't bring it in. Oh? It's a murder weapon? Does that mean that it's a weapon? Quickly, bring it in for me to see. Long Tianlin's last sentence was shouted towards the outside. A servant immediately responded, then the servant pushed the door open and came in. In his hand was a long box. Then the servant carried the box to the table. Long Tianlin said, "Put it on the table, you can leave." The servant nodded and placed the box on the table. Then he slowly left the room. Long Tianlin stood up and opened the box. Inside the box was a sword. It was a long black sword with a black hilt and a black scabbard. The scabbard didn't have any decorations, it looked very ordinary and very simple. Long Tianlin looked at the sword in the box and couldn't help but be disappointed. He looked at the kneeling Umo and said, "Umo, this is the treasure you found? Such a pitch-black sword is the treasure you were talking about? I think you haven't seen anything good. You dare to treat this broken sword as a treasure? I think you're here to play with the city lord." "City lord, I'm innocent. Even if I had the courage of the heavens, I wouldn't dare to play with you." "City lord, this sword is truly a rare treasure. Please take it out and you'll know. This lowly one wouldn't dare to deceive you." Umo repeatedly kowtowed. Long Tianlin looked at Umo and saw that he didn't seem to be lying. He couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "You wouldn't dare to deceive the city lord. I want to see how powerful this sword is." Then he reached out and took the sword out of the box. Then he pulled the sword out. But when the sword was pulled out, Long Tianlin couldn't help but become angry. Long Tianlin held a sword in his hand. However, the sword was completely black and didn't have any light on it. It didn't look like a treasure sword at all. If this sword was thrown to the ground, nobody would pick it up. Long Tianlin looked at the sword in his hand, then his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Umo and said, "Umo, this is the treasure you were talking about? This broken sword is the treasure you were talking about? Where's the treasure? How come I can't see it?" Umo looked at Long Tianlin and said, "City lord, please don't be angry. Although this sword doesn't look very impressive, as long as the city lord injects his power into the sword, something unimaginable will happen. I ask the city lord to trust this lowly one." Long Tianlin looked at Umo and coldly snorted. Then he injected his energy into the sword. As soon as the energy entered the sword suddenly lit up. Then a flame appeared on the sword, turning it into a flaming sword in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Long Tianlin couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He immediately took back his energy and the flame on the sword disappeared. However, when Long Tianlin looked at the black sword, his expression completely changed. He gently touched the sword. Although the sword was on fire, it wasn't hot at all. Long Tianlin muttered, "This is a magic sword." That's right, this time, Umo brought a magic sword. This sword was made by the people in the mystic realm. This time, in order for Umo to get close to Long Tianlin, Zhao Hai gave Umo this sword so that he could give it to Long Tianlin as a gift. Long Tianlin looked at the sword, then he carefully looked at Umo. Then he sheathed the sword and looked at Long Tianlin and said, "Long Tianlin, this sword is really good. But how did you get it? Why did you give it to me?" Umo glanced at Long Tianlin, then at the old man who seemed to be asleep. Finally, he glanced outside the room. Seeing Umo's actions, Long Tianlin knew what Umo meant. Umo wanted to have a secret talk with him. Long Tianlin said in a deep voice, "Everyone outside, go down." Immediately, a few voices came from outside, followed by the sound of footsteps, all of them went down. Long Tianlin looked at Umo and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Umo immediately said, "Yes, City Lord. Actually, I'm here under orders to see you. This sword is a gift from my lord to City Lord." Long Tianlin looked at the long sword in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Giving such a valuable gift for the first time, your family's lord is very generous. However, I don't know who your family's lord is and why he gave the City Lord a gift." Umo smiled faintly and said, "My lord City Lord, you must have heard of him. My lord's surname is Zhao Hai, the City Lord of Lost Soul City." When Long Tianlin heard Umo, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes narrowed as he looked at Umo and said, "Isn't your family's lord fighting against the sacred court? Why did he suddenly send you here?" Umo smiled faintly and said, "My family's lord said that a battlefield isn't necessarily a place where swords are exchanged. The Wyvern City is also a battlefield. If we want to fight against the sacred court, then how could we give up on this battlefield?" Long Tianlin looked at Umo, then he smiled faintly and said, "Interesting, your family's lord is very interesting. Then tell me, why did your family's lord send someone to see me? I'm just a puppet City Lord. Now that I'm in the Wyvern City, nobody would listen to me." "Alright, you don't need to kneel, stand up and talk." Umo expressed his gratitude, then he stood up and looked at Long Tianlin. Then he smiled faintly and said, "City Lord's words are wrong. My family's lord said that the only person in the Wyvern City that he can take a liking to is you. You ascended to the City Lord's position at a young age and even now, you're still sitting there. Let's not talk about how much power you control, just your patience is enough to make people admire you. Therefore, my family's lord wants to form an alliance with you." Long Tianlin raised his eyebrows, then he looked at Umo and said, "I've always felt strange. You're just a merchant in the Wyvern City. Moreover, you're very close to the clan alliance. But now you suddenly came here and told me that you're Zhao Hai's man. How can I believe you?" Umo smiled faintly, then he took out a jade pendant from his chest and placed it on the ground. Then he looked at Long Tianlin and said, "City Lord, do you know what my family's lord looks like?" Long Tianlin looked at Umo with a puzzled expression, then he nodded and said, "Of course I know what City Lord Zhao Hai looks like. What do you want to do?" Umo smiled faintly and said, "City Lord Long might not know, but my family's lord obtained a part of the Heavenly Sword Empire's inheritance. From there, my family's lord learned a lot of things. Naturally, the most important thing was that he learned a lot of formations. My family's lord learned a very special formation. This formation is called the Image Formation. This formation was used during the Heavenly Sword Empire's era. Naturally, this formation can also be used for other purposes, just like this time." After he said that, Umo crushed the jade pendant on the ground. As soon as the jade pendant broke, a person's figure suddenly appeared in the room. This person was very tall, but when Long Tianlin saw this person, he immediately recognized that this person was Zhao Hai. Long Tianlin looked at Zhao Hai, and at the same time, Zhao Hai also looked at Long Tianlin. Then Long Tianlin heard Zhao Hai's voice. "Being able to release this image means that Umo has met City Lord Long. City Lord Long, this lowly one is Zhao Hai. This time, I had Umo contact City Lord Long in order to form an alliance with City Lord Long to deal with the Holy Court. Naturally, we will also do our best to help City Lord Long control the Lesser Dragon City and restore the Long family to its former glory." Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai's image paused for a moment before he continued, "City Lord Long doesn't need to say that you don't want to recover or that you don't have the ability. I believe that after so many years, the Long family should have already recovered some of its strength. City Lord Long also doesn't need to say that the Long family has no enmity with the Holy Court. I don't believe those words. The old City Lord of the Lesser Dragon City was very strong, how could he die in just a few years? Later on, the other City Lords of the Lesser Dragon City also died after ascending the throne. I don't believe that there isn't a conspiracy behind all of this. Moreover, after you ascended the throne, the food supplier of the Lesser Dragon City Lord's Mansion became a great clan in the city in just a few years. Moreover, the Lesser Dragon City Lord is very close to the Holy Court. I don't believe that there isn't a connection between these two. Therefore, City Lord Long and I have a common enemy." Long Tianlin calmly looked at Zhao Hai's image. However, he couldn't help but have a shocked expression on his face. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to think of these things. These things were told to him by the elders around him. Only then did he understand that the Holy Court was the real culprit behind the Long family's destruction. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to say it out loud. Zhao Hai didn't stop. Instead, he continued, I also want to tell the city lord something. When the Long family city lord died, there was a period of martial law in the Holy Court. Moreover, they were also prepared for battle. This coincides with the death of the old city lord. I wonder what city lord Long would think after hearing this news. At this point, Zhao Hai paused, then he continued, the Long family wants to restore their rule over the Yalong city-state, but this isn't easy. First of all, there are a lot of clans in the Yalong city-state that aren't weak. It's impossible for them to watch the Long family unify the Yalong city-state. This isn't in line with the interests of the Holy Court. Look, we now have a common enemy. The second is the alliance of clans in the Yalong city-state. These clans are dissatisfied with the Long family. When they first came to power, they were already dissatisfied with the Long family. Moreover, these clans have been suppressing the Long family in the past few days, allowing them to taste the taste of power. Therefore, if the Long family wants to unify the Yalong city-state, they would definitely not support it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, the Long family wants to restore their rule over Yalong city-state. At this point, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, City Lord Long, you have been enduring for so many years and have been accumulating strength. However, I'm afraid that your current strength isn't enough to deal with the Holy Court and the alliance of clans at the same time. If City Lord Long does this, then it's very likely that both sides will join forces to deal with you. Even the Holy Court might intervene. Although the Holy Court's attention has been diverted by us, I believe that City Lord Long wouldn't have a good time if they were to intervene in the Yalong city. If City Lord Long doesn't seize this opportunity to cooperate with us and overthrow the Holy Court, then you would have missed a golden opportunity and it would be even more difficult for you to unify the Yalong city. Therefore, at this time, the Long family needs an ally, a powerful ally. And we can become the Long family's ally because we don't have any conflict of interest with the Long family. Whether the Yalong city is unified or not, it doesn't matter much to us. On the contrary, if the Yalong city is unified and you are close to us, then it would be more advantageous for us. This is because the Holy Court wouldn't be able to deal with us with all their strength. They would also shift their attention to you. This is also good for us. After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment before he continued, therefore, we need the Long family to be our ally, and the Long family also needs us to be your ally. You and I are on the same side. If we cooperate, then both of us will benefit. Because of this, I sincerely hope that City Lord Long can consider my proposal. UMO is my representative. At this time, the battle between the Holy Court and the Yalong city is very lively, so I can't personally visit City Lord Long. I hope that City Lord Long can consider my proposal. Then Zhao Hai's image bowed to Long Tianlin before it slowly disappeared. Long Tianlin looked at Zhao Hai's image as it slowly disappeared. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to tell him so much. Especially when Zhao Hai revealed some information that he didn't know about, such as the martial law of the Holy Court. Long Tianlin didn't think that Zhao Hai would tell him so much. After some time, Long Tianlin recovered. He looked at UMO and said, Boss Yu, I can now confirm that you are one of City Lord Zhao's people. But what I want to know is if what Mr. Zhao said is true, including the part about the holy word. Long Tianlin nodded and said. UMO replied, City Lord Long can rest assured, this matter is definitely true. My lord wouldn't lie about this matter. In fact, my lord never lies because he disdains to do so. Of course, it's unavoidable for him to lie to his enemies. Because they are our enemies, we need to fight them. So no matter what method we use, it's understandable. But for people who might become allies, my lord would never lie because that would cause us to lose our allies. Long Tianlin nodded, then he looked at UMO and said, Mr. Yu, this matter is very important. I need to think about it, so I'll have to ask Mr. Yu to leave first. UMO wasn't in a hurry, he smiled faintly and said, of course. City Lord, then this one will take his leave. My shop is still in the city, and I'm still a supplier of the City Lord's mansion. If the City Lord needs anything, you can still summon this one. This one will take his leave now. Then UMO bowed to Long Tianlin before he turned around and left. After Mo left, Long Tianlin let out a long breath. Then he said, "Grandfather, what do you think about this matter? Do you think that Zhao Hai is telling the truth?" The old man replied, "Young master, whether this matter is true or not isn't important. What you should think about is whether forming an alliance with Zhao Hai is a good thing or a bad thing for us." Long Tianlin nodded, then he lowered his head and said, "Grandfather, I think that it's a good thing. We can form an alliance with Zhao Hai." The old man glanced at Long Tianlin and said in a deep voice, "Young master, why do you say that? Do you really believe Zhao Hai's words?" Long Tianlin shook his head and said, "That's not the case. However, I do believe in Zhao Hai's analysis. Just like Zhao Hai said, we need them as an ally, and they also need us as an ally. Therefore, if we form an alliance now, it would be good for both of us. If we can use Zhao Hai and the others to unify the Lesser Dragon City, then it would be a good thing for us. At the same time, if we help Zhao Hai and the others attract the attention of the Sacred Court, then Zhao Hai and the others would have an easier time dealing with the Sacred Court, right?" The old man nodded and said, "Young master, you're right. I'm even sure that if we form an alliance, then our Long family would be able to unify the Lesser Dragon City. At the same time, Zhao Hai and the others would be able to defeat the Sacred Court. But young master, I'm still worried. If Zhao Hai and the others defeat the Sacred Court, then what would they do at that time? Zhao Hai wasn't a good person, he would still expand the city. What if one day, because of this expansion, we have to face the city? What would happen then?" Zhao Hai didn't think that Zhao Hai would take this opportunity to expand the city. Zhao Hai didn't think that Zhao Hai was a good person. With Zhao Hai's means, would we be able to defeat them? Long Tianlin thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "Great-grandfather, you're worried about that. But at the same time, we should also think about another point. If we don't form an alliance with Zhao Hai, then what would Zhao Hai do? As far as I know, the family alliance still hasn't joined the Sacred Court. If we don't form an alliance with Zhao Hai, then would Zhao Hai form an alliance with the family alliance? At that time, what should we do?" The old man nodded and said, "Young master, you're right. I'm also worried about this point. Therefore, in our current situation, forming an alliance with Zhao Hai is the best option. Not only would we have another ally, we would also be able to unify the Lesser Dragon City. This is good for us. As for the future, we can worry about it later. You should know that the Sacred Court isn't easy to deal with. If the Sacred Court could be defeated that easily, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have formed an alliance with us." Long Tianlin nodded, then he said, "All right, then I'll summon Mo Lai in 2 days and tell him that we're willing to form an alliance with them. But shouldn't they give us something in return?" The old man said, "Young master, do you want Zhao Hai to provide us with supplies?" Long Tianlin smiled faintly and said, "Even if we ask Zhao Hai for people, he wouldn't give it to us. Didn't he just say that the Sacred Court and the people from the Sacred Court are in a fierce battle?" "I think that's true. I heard that the Sacred Court sent 1,500 people to deal with Zhao Hai's group. Moreover, all of them are Sky Dance Realm experts. Their leader is Wu Ye. The Sacred Court really thinks highly of Zhao Hai." The old man nodded and said, "Right, they really do think highly of Zhao Hai. However, I think that it would be difficult for them to gain any advantage over Zhao Hai. At this point, there are a lot of city-states that have gone to support Zhao Hai. With these people supporting Zhao Hai shouldn't be afraid of the Sacred Court." Long Tianlin nodded and said, "All right, then this matter is settled. But I'm still worried, if our alliance with Zhao Hai were to be made known to the family alliance, then they might turn towards the Holy Courtyard. If that happens, then Yalong City would be finished." Long Tianlin nodded and said, "All right." The old man nodded and said, "We can tell Mo that even if we form an alliance, we can't tell anyone about it. We have to form an alliance in secret. If outsiders know that we have formed an alliance with them, then this alliance would immediately lose its use. Young master, what do you think?" Long Tianlin nodded and said, "Right, let's do that. Although our Long family's strength has been restored, it's still lacking if we want to fight against the family alliance and the Sacred Court. This time, we just need to do something to attract the attention of the Sacred Court. There's no need for us to participate in this matter." The old man nodded and said, "It's good that the young master thinks this way. This matter isn't something that we can manage. Long Tianlin nodded, then he said, but Zhao Hai is right, this is indeed an opportunity. If we can take advantage of it, then our Long family would be able to regain control of Yalong City. Long Tianlin nodded, then he said, but Zhao Hai is right, this is indeed an opportunity. The old man nodded, his heart was burning with passion. Regaining control of the Lesser Dragon City was his lifelong wish. This person was different from Long Tianlin. Long Tianlin was taught to take control of the Lesser Dragon City as his own responsibility. However, the old man had seen the glorious past of the Lesser Dragon City. He knew how powerful the Long family was in the past. It was precisely because of this that he hoped that the Long family could regain control of the Lesser Dragon City. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were already prepared. They had already shared all the results with the other city-states. They wanted to let the other city-states know that the Holy Academy would definitely take action. Zhao Hai and the others were also prepared. At the same time, the Sacred Court was also preparing to make a move. Because Liu Baixao failed twice, he didn't immediately attack the city-states. Instead, he let everyone rest for 2 days to recover their strength. The injured were also treated. At the same time, Liu Baixao used these 2 days to incite hatred in the hearts of these people, making them temporarily forget about the previous 2 defeats. After 2 days, the people of the Sacred Court were finally able to take action. At this time, they had more than 1,300 people. If each team has 300 people, then they can be divided into 4 teams. Liu Baixao also followed his plan and divided everyone into 4 teams, each team having 300 people. Then they chose 4 medium-sized city-states and prepared to attack them. They didn't leave people to guard Puha City because it wasn't necessary. Liu Baixao also saw that even if all the reinforcements were sent back, as long as the people of Lost Soul City and Puha City were there, it would be very difficult for them to take Puha City. And even if the people of Lost Soul City left, it wouldn't be easy for them to take Puha City. Zhao Hai's plan to centralize the troops was very annoying. Because of this, instead of leaving some people here, it would be better for them to attack other city-states. This way, they would be more confident and safer. If these people were to know that they were attacking other city-states, then they would send people to attack those who were left behind. At that time, there would be casualties on their side. However, Liu Baixao and the others also knew that attacking other city-states wouldn't be easy. At the very least, they would need to hurry on their journey. They couldn't use transmission formations like before. This was because no matter which city-state it was, there would be people guarding the transmission formations. If they found out that it was Liu Baixao and the others, then they would immediately attack. Moreover, the people guarding the transmission formations were all experts. If Liu Baixao and the others wanted to use the transmission formations to go to other city-states, then they would be courting death. While Liu Baixao and the others began to move, Long Tianlin also summoned Umo to the city lord's mansion. Umo entered Long Tianlin's study room and gave Long Tianlin a proper salute. Then Long Tianlin sent the other servants away. Then Long Tianlin looked at Umo and said, "Mr. Yu, I've thought about what you said before. It's very good. Our Long family is willing to form an alliance with the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance." Umo smiled faintly, then he cupped his fist towards Long Tianlin and said, "Thank you, City Lord Long. This one will be able to reply to Mr. Long's letter." Long Tianlin looked at Umo's calm appearance and said, "Don't worry. Although I agreed to form an alliance with the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, there are conditions. If City Lord Zhao Hai doesn't agree, then I can only refuse to form an alliance with City Lord Zhao Hai." Umo smiled and said, "City Lord Long, please speak your mind." Long Tianlin looked at Umo and said in a low voice, "First, the matter of our alliance must not be leaked. It must be kept to a minimum. If outsiders know about our alliance, this alliance will automatically be dissolved. Does Mr. Yu agree to this?" Umo nodded and said, "I agree. My Mr. also has the same idea. This matter won't be known by too many people. City Lord Long can rest assured." Seeing Umo agree so quickly, Long Tianlin couldn't help but be confused. He looked at Umo and said, "City Lord Zhao, don't tell me that you want to spread the news of our alliance to attract the attention of the Holy Court." Umo smiled faintly and said, "Of course not. My lord said that if City Lord Long wants to form an alliance with us, then the other clans in the alliance would side with the Holy Institute and deal with us together. This is something we don't want to see. Therefore, my lord doesn't want our alliance to be known to the public. It would seem like there's no benefit to us if we form an alliance with you. Actually, this isn't the case. My lord said that if the Long family doesn't side with the Holy Institute, then the Holy Institute wouldn't agree to it. But now, the situation is different. If there's no force in the inferior dragon city that supports us, then we'll be in a passive position. Umo smiled faintly and said, of course. Not. Long Tianlin nodded, then he looked at Umo and said, City Lord Zhao is truly a genius of his generation. It's rare for someone like you to be here. Alright, then I won't be polite. I have another condition. If you agree, then we can immediately form an alliance. Umo replied, City Lord Long, please speak. Long Tianlin nodded and said, actually, it's very simple. Although our Long family has been developing well these days, we still need to keep a low profile. Additionally, the Alliance and the Holy Court are monitoring us too closely. Because of this, our Long family is lacking in supplies. I hope City Lord Zhao can provide us with some. Umo nodded and said, this isn't difficult. But where should we send these supplies? And how should we send them? Long Tianlin looked at Umo and said in a deep voice, Mister, you agreed so quickly? Don't you need to ask City Lord Zhao? Umo shook his head and said, there's no need. My lord has already told me that if City Lord Long needs supplies, then it means that City Lord Long really wants to form an alliance with us. If City Lord Long doesn't want supplies and only wants people, then it means that City Lord Long doesn't want to form an alliance with us. We have plenty of supplies, so giving some to our allies isn't a problem. This can also increase the Long family's fighting strength, isn't it good? Long Tianlin took a deep look at Umo, then he let out a long breath and said, City Lord Zhao is really talented, I'm not as good as you. Alright, here are the coordinates of a transmission formation. You can send the goods there. Then Long Tianlin took out a piece of paper and handed it over to Umo. Umo took a look at the paper, then he put it inside out. Then he looked at Long Tianlin and said, City Lord Long Tianlin's agreement, I have 2 requests. Long Tianlin nodded and said, of course, please speak. Umo nodded and said, first, my lord hopes that City Lord Long can help us monitor the Lesser Dragon City. If they want to form an alliance, then I ask City Lord Long to inform us immediately. Long Tianlin nodded and said, of course. If they form an alliance, then we'll be the first to go against them. Therefore, we should deal with them. Umo nodded and said, second, if Lord Long thinks that there's a chance, you can sow discord between them. It would be best if you can make the family alliance and the family alliance fight. That would be the best. Long Tianlin nodded and said, alright, I'll do the same even if you don't mention it. Is there anything else? Umo said, third, my lord hopes to borrow some history books from the Long family. Naturally, the books that my lord wants to borrow aren't ordinary books. I think that the Long family has been running the Lesser Dragon City for so many years, so they should have a lot of rare books. I think that Lord Long loves to read. If City Lord Long can lend some books to my lord, then that would be the best. Of course, if it's about the Long family or some confidential books, then my lord wouldn't lend them. We only want to borrow some rare books. Long Tianlin stared for a moment, then he looked at Umo and nodded, alright, that's not a problem. But we can't do it now. Those books need to be sorted out. When we're done, then we'll give them to you. Umo stood up, then he looked at Long Tianlin and said, thank you City Lord Long. Then I'll take my leave. After I return, I'll inform my lord as soon as possible. Then Umo gave Long Tianlin a salute before he turned around and left. After Umo left, Long Tianlin turned to the old man and said, Great-grandfather, Umo agreed so quickly, do you think that he'll sell us out? If they say that they're in an alliance with us, then we won't be able to explain it clearly. The old man shook his head and said, I don't think so. Zhao Hai is truly a character. Just like what he said, he formed an alliance with us in order to win over the Lesser Dragon City. It seems like they're very confident in dealing with the Holy Court. Actually, this is understandable. Young master, think about it, how many people are in the alliance right now, and how strong are they? As long as they're sincere in fighting against the Holy Court, then it wouldn't be difficult to deal with the Holy Court. Moreover, young master, did you forget that we just received news that Wuya died? Long Tianlin nodded and said, right, Wuya actually died. This is really unexpected. Wuya is known as the strongest person under the Broken River domain. Who would have thought that he would die like this? The old man nodded and said, right, who would have thought that Wuya was really strong? If he wasn't injured, then he would have already become a Broken River domain expert. Who would have thought that he would die outside of Pua City? It seems like the Holy Court has found a very difficult opponent this time. Long Tianlin nodded and said, right. But no matter what, today's matter is beneficial to us. Now, let's see if Zhao Hai will send us supplies. The old man nodded. He also wanted to see if Zhao Hai would send them supplies. This time, they didn't give Zhao Hai a list of supplies, they only said that they needed a batch of supplies. They wanted to see what kind of things would be sent to them by Zhao Hai. From the things that would be sent, they would be able to see Zhao Hai's attitude towards them. At this time, Zhao Hai was inside the Puha City Lord's mansion, gathering the representatives of the various city-states. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I just received news that the Holy Court's people outside the city have left. Naturally, they didn't retreat but instead divided into 4 groups to attack the other city-states. Judging from their direction, the 4 city-states that they will attack should be the Roaring Tiger City, Deer Cry City, Stone Ox City, and Blood Knife City. After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. The people below began to discuss, especially the people from the 4 city-states, they couldn't sit still. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the 4 city-states and said, these 4 city-states aren't big, they're all medium-sized. I think this is the reason why they want to attack them. Alright, I'll talk about my plan. I'm not too worried about Howling Tiger City. It can be said that Howling Tiger City is the strongest of the 4. Although Howling Tiger City doesn't have a large population, it's still very dangerous. The people from Howling Tiger City are also very tough. It wouldn't be easy for the Holy Courtyard to take them down. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the 4 city-states and said, the 4 city-states aren't big, they're all medium-sized. I think this is the reason why they want to attack them. Everyone nodded. The Roaring Tiger City-State was known for its valiant soldiers. The representative of the Roaring Tiger City-State also looked around proudly, as if he was very lucky. Zhao Hai continued, Stone Ox City and Blood Knife City have their own unique cultivation methods. Their cultivation methods are especially suitable for ordinary soldiers. Because of this, the soldiers of these 2 city-states are very strong. As long as they are prepared, I'm afraid that the Holy Courtyard wouldn't be able to deal with them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I'm afraid that the Holy Courtyard wouldn't be able to deal with them. Everyone nodded again. The ordinary soldiers of the Stonebowl City-State and the Bloodman City-State were indeed very powerful. This was something that everyone agreed upon. Zhao Hai continued, the fighting strength of the Deer City is also very strong. It can even be said that they are the richest and have the most soldiers among the 4 city-states. However, the Deer City has been peaceful for a long time. I'm really worried about the fighting strength of their soldiers. Therefore, I think that we should first support the Deer City. First, we should defeat the people of the Holy Court who attacked the Tangming City, and then support the other city-states. Does anyone have any opinions? Everyone shook their heads. Even the representative of the Deer City didn't say anything. It was precisely because he came from the Deer City that he knew the situation of the Deer City better. The fighting strength of the ordinary soldiers of the Deer City was indeed a little weak. He was very clear about this, so he was very supportive of Zhao Hai's plan to support the Deer City. In fact, the reasons that Zhao Hai had mentioned before were only superficial reasons. He hadn't mentioned the real reason yet. The real reason was that the Deer City was the city-state where Wen Wenhai's family, the Wen family, was located. He had heard that the Wen family seemed to have also participated in this operation against the Holy Court. They had to participate. After all, they were in the Deer City. If they didn't agree, they wouldn't be able to stay in the Deer City. Zhao Hai didn't want anything to happen to the Wen family. They were Wen Wenhai's family. If something really happened to the Wen family, then it was really hard to say what Wenhai would do. Therefore, the dear city must be saved. Moreover, the reason that Zhao Hai had mentioned before was not wrong. Although the dear city had the largest number of soldiers among the 4 city-states, if a war really broke out, the loser would most likely be dear city. The reason was very ridiculous. It was because the dear city was too rich, richer than the average city-state. It was also because they were too rich that their soldiers didn't have the courage to fight to the death. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, they should save the dear city first. This could be seen from everyone's reaction, because no one objected. When Zhao Hai saw that no one objected, he opened his mouth and said, "Okay, since no one objects, then let's do it. Our first target is the dear city, but not now. Mr. Liu, please first contact the people in your city-state. As long as the people of the Sacred Academy arrive, tell them to immediately inform us. Then we will use the transmission formation to go to the dear city and properly deal with the people of the Sacred Academy. This is to prevent the people of the Sacred Academy from using the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain to lure us away from the Puha city and then turn around to deal with us." Everyone nodded, and the representative of the dear city also stood up, cupped his fists at the crowd, and said with a wry smile, "We have made a fool of ourselves. The fighting strength of the ordinary soldiers of the dear city is a little weak. I, old Liu, am ashamed." Everyone hurriedly responded politely. This old Liu was called Liu Mingliang, a member of the Liu family of the dear city lord family. He was also the representative of the Liu family this time. This person was not bad, daring to fight, and always had a sense of sincerity in his words. Among the representatives of the various city-states in Puha city, he was one of the more popular ones. Zhao Hai glanced at the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, everyone go and rest. We shouldn't have anything to do in the next few days. Apart from the necessary vigilance, everyone should have a good rest and maintain your best condition. When the time comes, we can give those guys of the Sacred Academy a fierce blow. These days, we have been in a defensive state, while they have been in an offensive state. This time, we can finally reverse the situation." Everyone laughed. Yes, these days, the people of the Sacred Academy had been in an offensive state, while Zhao Hai and the others had been in a defensive state. Even the last time they went out to fight with the people of the Sacred Academy, it was to lure the people of the Sacred Academy to fight and delay them. Strictly speaking, they were also in a defensive state. It was like they were in a defensive state, and the result of their counterattack this time was very good. If they hadn't gone out to fight, the people of the Sacred Academy wouldn't have been able to rest outside the city for 2 days. Although they didn't delay the Sacred Academy for a long time, 2 days was enough for the various city-states to prepare. After everyone left, Lu Jinyan and Zhao Hai went to the study of the city lord's residence. After the two sat down, Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City lord, how is the situation in the Yalong city? Did you get in touch with the Long family?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I got in touch with them. The Long family also agreed to form an alliance with us. However, we can't tell anyone about this, we have to keep it a secret. How about this, we can send people to contact the family alliance and see if we can form an alliance with them. This way, we can divert the attention of the Sacred Academy." When Lu Jinyan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "This is a good idea. We can contact the family alliance on the surface and secretly form an alliance with the Long family. This way, the Sacred Academy's attention will be attracted to the family alliance and not the Long family. This can be considered as a protection for the Long family. However, we still need to make this clear to the Long family so that they don't misunderstand." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we can form an alliance with the Long family. However, we need to be careful when forming an alliance with the family alliance. Although the Long family and the Holy Court aren't weak, they are still lacking compared to the family alliance. We can support the weak, but we can't let the strong become a threat to us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. We can form an alliance with the Long family." When Xianxia was sitting in the study of his family, when Wenjiang and Wen Wenhe were standing opposite him, the strength of the Wen family could only be considered average. When Xianxia had reached the Sky Dance realm, and when Wenhe had also reached the Sky Dance realm. Only when Wenjiang wasn't. He didn't have any talent in cultivation. Wen Chuanya looked at Wen Wenjiang and said, Wenjiang, how is the family business? Wen Wenjiang said in a deep voice, Father, everything has been handled. We can leave at any time. Father, why don't we leave now? Wen Chuanya sighed and said, if we leave now, the people of Deer City will know, and the people of the Sacred Institute will also know. That will only make things more troublesome. So we can't leave now. Fortunately, your strength is not enough. This time you weren't recruited. You can take care of the family. Wen Wenjiang looked at his father and said in a deep voice, Father, this time we are going to fight against the Sacred Institute. Those guys in the secret territory won't be able to protect us. You must be careful. Wen Chuanya nodded and said, Don't worry, nothing will happen. Now that Deer City is preparing to fight against the Sacred Institute, we have also joined. The secret territory itself is wearing the same pants as the Sacred Institute. They naturally won't help us. Wen Wenha said, Father, why do I feel that the people of Deer City seem to be targeting us? Wen Chuanya smiled bitterly and said, Little Hai is a person of the secret territory. The people of Deer City are afraid that we are colluding with the Sacred Institute. Naturally, they will target us. If we don't agree this time, I'm afraid they won't let us go. Wen Wenha said angrily, This is too infuriating. Those guys from the Sacred Institute are really not good people. Little Hai is working for them in the secret territory, and now they are implicating us. Wen Chuanya said in a deep voice, Well, let's not talk about these useless things. Get ready. Wenjiang, we will leave the family to you. When he may go to war at any time. You must be careful, understand? Wen Wenjiang replied. At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside. Then a voice was heard, Master, the officials from the City Lord's mansion are here. They want Master and second young Master to go to the City Lord's mansion immediately. It seems like there's going to be a war. Wen Wenjiang and Wen Wenha had a flustered expression on their faces. Wen Chuanya looked at the two and said, Why are you panicking? This day will come sooner or later. Wenjiang, take care of the house. Wenha, let's go. Your little brother Wenhai is a top figure in the secret realm. We can't lose face for him. Then Wen Chuanya stood up and led Wen Wenha outside. After a while, the two arrived at the front hall. There were a few people standing there. Among these people, the leader was wearing a scholar's robe. He was drinking tea in the hall, and beside him were several soldiers wearing iron armor. These soldiers looked very impressive, but Wen Chuanya was very clear that the strength of these soldiers was limited. The truly powerful one was the scholar. The scholar was called Lu Feiyong. He was a guest of the City Lord's mansion. He was also a well-known figure in Deer City. His nickname was Lu Wuying, describing his incomparably fast movement technique. When he moved, it was as if there was no shadow. As soon as Wen Chuanya entered the hall, Lu Feiyong immediately stood up. He cupped his fists towards Wen Chuanya and said, Greetings Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen, the City Lord invites Mr. Wen and second young Master Wen to the City Lord's mansion. We just received news that a team of several hundred void dance experts with the word saint is heading towards our dear city. The City Lord invites De Kong to go to the City Lord's mansion and make preparations to fight at any time. Wen Chuanya nodded and said, Okay, I'm really sorry to trouble Mr. Lu to come here. Let's go. Lu Feiyong looked at Wen Chuanya and said with a faint smile, Mr. Wen, please. Then he led the two people out of the Wen mansion. Soon, the group of people left the Wen mansion. After leaving the Wen mansion, Lu Feiyong seemed to casually say to Wen Chuanya, Mr. Wen, I heard that you recently dealt with the Ma family's businesses? May I know why? Wen Chuanya heard Lu Feiyong's words and hurriedly said, Yes, I recently dealt with the family's businesses. These days, the people in the secret realm have been watching us, not allowing us to leave. This time, we finally stopped watching us when we started a war with the Sacred Academy. During this period of time, we've been doing medicine business with Tangxing. I heard that the Lost Soul City is very good, and there, the secret realm won't be watching us. So we want to take this opportunity to deal with the businesses, and then move to the Lost Soul City. In the future, we can escape the surveillance of the secret realm. Mr. Lu, you don't know, but living under surveillance really doesn't feel good. When Lu Feiyong heard Wen Chuanya's words, he raised his eyebrows. He turned to look at Wen Chuanya and said, Mr. Wen wants to move to the Lost Soul City? Why? Now that our dear city has also joined the alliance against the Sacred Academy and is preparing to go to war with the Sacred Academy, haven't you thought of staying? Wen Chuanya sighed and said, It's not that I haven't thought of staying, but I don't want to cause trouble for our dear city. This time, we've started a war with the Sacred Academy, so the people in the secret realm are no longer watching us. But what if the war ends? Right now, the secret realm and the Sacred Academy are still nominally separated. When the secret realm comes looking for us, how will Dear City deal with us? If Dear City doesn't care about the secret realm, then what will happen if the secret realm starts a war with us? For the sake of our Wen family, will the entire Dear City fall into war? I really can't do that, but the Lost Soul City is different. I heard that the Lost Soul City doesn't care about the secret realm. The elders of the secret realm went there, but they were all sent away by City Lord Zhao Hai. It can be seen that they aren't afraid of the secret realm, so it's safer for us to stay in the Lost Soul City, and we won't cause any trouble for Dear City. Lu Feiyang glanced at Wen Chuanya and said with a smile, So, Mr. Wen is still thinking about Dear City? Wen Chuanya shook his head and sighed. No, I'm also thinking about the Wen family. What if Dear City can't withstand the pressure of the secret realm? Our Wen family can only wait for death. It seems that the Lost Soul City won't bow down to the secret realm, so we'll be safe. Moreover, the ordinary people in the Lost Soul City are treated very well. Even if our Wen family doesn't do anything there, we can at least be rich people. Lu Feiyang nodded. What Wen Chuanya said this time was something that Lu Feiyang agreed with. To be honest, Lu Feiyang understood City Lord Lu better than Wen Chuanya. City Lord Lu didn't want to join the alliance against the Sacred Academy at first, but if you don't join, the Sacred Academy will still attack you. Some time ago, there was a rebellion in Dear City, and this rebellion was instigated by the families of the Sacred Academy, which made City Lord Lu very angry. Then, in a fit of anger, he sent people to Puha City to provide support. He didn't expect that the people of the Sacred Academy would immediately fight with them. Now, even if City Lord Lu wanted to retreat, he couldn't. He could only fight with the Sacred Academy to the end. The situation of the Wen family was more special. The Wen family didn't offend the Sacred Academy, but the secret realm. Although now everyone knew that the secret realm and the Sacred Academy wore the same pants, but now the Sacred Academy and the secret realm didn't recognize them, so they were still considered two different forces. Moreover, the prestige of the secret realm was much stronger than the Sacred Academy. With City Lord Lu's temper, could he withstand the pressure of the secret realm? I'm afraid not. At that time, what would the Wen family do? Wait for death? No one would wait for death at home. Then there was only one way, and that was to leave. The place they would go was of course the Lost Soul City. Lu Feiyang sighed and said, Mr. Wen, I can understand your concerns. Your choice is not wrong, but what you're doing now will make the City Lord even more suspicious of you. To be honest, I'm afraid that this time your family will be in danger. I heard that your family's third young master has been staying in the secret realm and can't come back. In these years, your Wen family has been kind to others in Dear City. I can't bear to see you get into an accident, so I can only tell you one thing. If your Wen family wants to leave Dear City, then there is only one way, and that is to find a way to talk to City Lord Zhao Hai. If City Lord Zhao Hai can protect you, then your Wen family will not have a problem going to the Lost Soul City. Wen Chuanya was taken aback. He thought that Lu Feiyang knew about their relationship with Zhao Hai. He immediately said, I can talk to City Lord Zhao Hai? How is that possible? I don't know him. Lu Feiyang didn't doubt him, but said in a deep voice, This time we are going to war with the sacred institution. I heard that City Lord Zhao Hai may bring people to support us. At that time you will be able to meet City Lord Zhao Hai. Tangxing's business in the Lost Soul City is not small, so he should know City Lord Zhao Hai. At that time if you can meet City Lord Zhao Hai through Tangxing, and if you can talk to City Lord Zhao Hai and get City Lord Zhao Hai to say a few words for you, then you will not have a problem going to the Lost Soul City. City Lord Lu will not be an enemy of City Lord Zhao Hai, and if you go to the Lost Soul City and not to the sacred institution, City Lord Lu should not object. I will also say a few good words for you in front of City Lord Lu. When Wen Chuanya heard Lu Feiyang, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Lu Feiyang would come up with this idea. He turned to Lu Feiyang and said, "Mr. Lu, I don't understand. Why would Mr. Lu help my Wen family?" Lu Feiyang looked at Wen Chuanya and sighed, "Mr. Wen, to tell you the truth, your Wen family has helped me before. You might not remember it, but that's not important. What's important is that you have helped me before. Today, I'll return the favor. Mr. Wen, don't make any movements for the next few days. You can have your family contact Tang Xing. Please come with me." Then Lu Feiyang led Wen Chuanya into the city lord's mansion. Then he arranged a place for Wen Chuanya and Wen Wenhe to stay. Wen Chuanya glanced around. The place they were staying in was a high-class guest room in the city lord's residence. On their left and right, there were several other people. Wen Chuanya was very familiar with these people. They were also the patriarchs of several families in Deer City. Their strength had also reached the sky dance level. These people also saw Wen Chuanya. They all gave a wry smile and greeted him, before returning to their own rooms. Wen Chuanya was sitting in the study of his family. Wen Wenjiang and Wen Wenhe were standing opposite him. The strength of the Wen family could only be considered average. Wen Chuanya had reached the sky dance realm, and Wen Wenhe had also reached the sky dance realm. Only Wen Wenjiang wasn't. He didn't have any talent in cultivation. Wen Chuanya looked at Wen Wenjiang and said, "Wenjiang, how's the family business?" Wen Wenjiang said in a deep voice, "Father, it's all settled. We can leave at any time." "Father, why don't we leave now?" Wen Chuanya sighed and said, "If we leave now, the people of Deer City will know, and the people of the Sacred Institute will also know. That will only make things more troublesome, so we can't leave now. Fortunately, your strength is not enough. This time you weren't recruited. You can take care of the family." Wen Wenjiang looked at his father and said in a deep voice, "Father, this time we are going to fight against the Sacred Institute. Those guys in the secret territory won't be able to protect us. You must be careful." Wen Chuanya nodded and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Now that Deer City is preparing to fight against the Sacred Institute, we have also joined. The secret territory itself is wearing the same pants as the Sacred Institute, so they naturally won't help us." Wen Wenhe said, "Father, why do I feel that the people of Deer City seem to be targeting us?" Wen Chuanya smiled bitterly and said, "Little Hai is a person of the secret territory. The people of Deer City are afraid that we are colluding with the Sacred Institute, so they will naturally target us. If we don't agree this time, I'm afraid they won't let us go." Wen Wenhe said angrily, "It's too infuriating. Those guys of the Sacred Institute are really not good people. Little Hai is working for them in the secret territory, and now they are implicating us." Wen Chuanya said in a deep voice, "Well, let's not talk about these useless things. Get ready. Wenjiang, I'll leave the family to you. Our Wenhe may go to war at any time. You must be careful, understand?" Wen Wenjiang replied. At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside. Then a voice was heard, "Master, the officials from the city lord's mansion are here. They want Master and second young master to go to the city lord's mansion immediately. It seems like there's going to be a war." Wen Wenjiang and Wen Wenhe had a flustered expression on their faces. Wen Chuanya looked at the two and said, "Why are you panicking? This day will come sooner or later. Wenjiang, take care of the house. Wenhe, let's go. Your little brother Wen Hai is a top figure in the secret realm. We can't lose face for him." Then Wen Chuanya stood up and led Wen Wenhe outside. After a while, the two arrived at the front hall. There were a few people standing there. Among these people, the leader was wearing a scholar's robe. He was drinking tea in the hall, and beside him were a few soldiers wearing iron armor. These soldiers looked very impressive, but Wen Chuanya was very clear that the strength of these soldiers was limited. The truly powerful one was the scholar. The scholar was called Lu Feiyang. He was a guest of the city lord's mansion. He was also a well-known figure in Deer City. His nickname was Lu Wuying, describing his incomparably fast movement technique. When he moved, it was as if there was no shadow. As soon as Wen Chuanya entered the hall, Lu Feiyang immediately stood up. He cupped his fists towards Wen Chuanya and said, "Greetings, Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen, the city lord invites Mr. Wen and second young master Wen to the city lord's mansion." We just received news that a team of several hundred void dance experts with the word saint has come to our dear city. The city lord invites Dekong to go to the city lord's mansion and make preparations to fight at any time. When Xianxia nodded and said, "Okay, I'm really sorry to trouble Mr. Lu to come here. Let's go." Lu Feiyang looked at Wen Xianxia and said with a faint smile, "Mr. Wen, please." Then he led the two people out of the Wen mansion. Soon, the group of people left the Wen mansion. After leaving the Wen mansion, Lu Feiyang seemed to casually say to Wen Xianxia, "Mr. Wen, I heard that you recently dealt with the Ma family's business? May I know why?" Wen Xianxia heard Lu Feiyang's words and quickly said, "Yes, I recently dealt with the business of my family. These days, the people in the secret realm have been watching us, not allowing us to leave. This time, we finally stopped watching us because of the war with the sacred court. During this period of time, we've been doing medicine business with Tangxing. I heard that the Lost Soul City is very good, and there, the secret realm won't be watching us. So we want to take this opportunity to deal with the business, and then move to the Lost Soul City. In the future, we can escape the surveillance of the secret realm. Mr. Lu, you don't know, but living under surveillance really doesn't feel good." Lu Feiyang raised his eyebrows when he heard Wen Xianxia's words. He turned to look at Wen Xianxia and said, "Mr. Wen wants to move to the Lost Soul City? Why? Now that our dear city has also joined the alliance against the sacred court and is preparing to go to war with the sacred court, haven't you thought of staying?" Wen Xianxia sighed and said, "It's not that I haven't thought of staying, but I don't want to cause trouble for our dear city. This time, we've started a war with the sacred court, so the people in the secret realm are no longer watching us. But what about after the war? Right now, the secret realm and the sacred court are still nominally separated. When the secret realm comes looking for us, how will Dear City deal with us? If Dear City doesn't care about the secret realm, then what will happen if the secret realm starts a war with us? For the sake of our Wen family, will the entire Dear City fall into war? I really can't do that, but the Lost Soul City is different. I heard that the Lost Soul City doesn't care about the secret realm. The elders of the secret realm went there, but they were all sent away by City Lord Zhao Hai. It can be seen that they aren't afraid of the secret realm, so it's safer for us to stay in the Lost Soul City, and we won't cause any trouble for Dear City." Lu Feiyang glanced at Wen Xianxia and said with a smile, "So, Mr. Wen is still thinking about Dear City?" Wen Xianxia shook his head and sighed. "No, I'm also thinking about the Wen family. What if Dear City can't withstand the pressure of the secret realm? Our Wen family can only wait for death. It seems that the Lost Soul City won't bow down to the secret realm, so we'll be safe. Moreover, the ordinary people in the Lost Soul City are treated very well. Even if our Wen family doesn't do anything there, we can at least be rich people." Lu Feiyang nodded. What Wen Xianxia said this time was something that Lu Feiyang agreed with. To be honest, Lu Feiyang understood City Lord Lu better than Wen Xianxia. City Lord Lu didn't want to join the alliance against the Sacred Academy at first, but if you don't join, the Sacred Academy will still attack you. Some time ago, there was a rebellion in Dear City, and this rebellion was instigated by the families of the Sacred Academy, which made City Lord Lu very angry. Then, in a fit of anger, he sent people to Puha City to provide support. He didn't expect that the people of the Sacred Academy would immediately fight with them. Now, even if City Lord Lu wanted to retreat, he couldn't. He could only fight with the Sacred Academy to the end. The situation of the Wen family was more special. The Wen family didn't defend the Sacred Academy, but the secret realm. Although now everyone knew that the secret realm and the Sacred Academy wore the same pants, but now the Sacred Academy and the secret realm didn't recognize them, so they were still considered two different forces. Moreover, the prestige of the secret realm was much stronger than the Sacred Academy. With City Lord Lu's temper, could he withstand the pressure of the secret realm? I'm afraid not. At that time, what would the Wen family do? Wait for death? No one would wait for death at home. Then there was only one way, and that was to leave. The place they would go was of course the Lost Soul City. Lu Feiyang sighed and said, "Mr. Wen, I can understand your concerns. Your choice is not wrong, but what you are doing now will make the city lord even more suspicious of you. To be honest, I'm afraid that this time your family will be in danger. I heard that your family's third young master has been staying in the secret realm and can't come back, And these years, your Wen family has been kind to others in Deer City. I can't bear to see you get into trouble, so I can only tell you one thing. If your Wen family wants to leave Deer City, then there is only one way, and that is to find a way to talk to City Lord Zhao Hai. If City Lord Zhao Hai can protect you, then your Wen family will not have a problem going to the Lost Soul City. When Xianxia was taken aback. He thought that Lu Feiyang knew about their relationship with Zhao Hai. He immediately said, I can talk to City Lord Zhao Hai? How is that possible? I don't know him. Lu Feiyang didn't doubt him, but said in a deep voice, this time we are going to war with the sacred institution. I heard that City Lord Zhao Hai may bring people to support us. At that time you will be able to meet City Lord Zhao Hai. Tangxing's business in the Lost Soul City is not small, so he should know City Lord Zhao Hai. At that time if you can meet City Lord Zhao Hai through Tangxing, and if you can talk to City Lord Zhao Hai and get City Lord Zhao Hai to say a few words for you, then you will have no problem going to the Lost Soul City. City Lord Lu won't be an enemy of City Lord Zhao Hai, and if you go to the Lost Soul City and not to the sacred institution, City Lord Lu won't object. I will also say a few good words for you in front of City Lord Lu. When Xianxia heard Lu Feiyang, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Lu Feiyang would come up with such a method. He turned to Lu Feiyang and said, Mr. Lu, I don't understand. Why would Mr. Lu help my Wen family? Lu Feiyang glanced at Xianxia and sighed, Mr. Wen, to tell you the truth, your Wen family did me a favor before. Maybe you don't remember it, but that's not important. What's important is that you did help me. Today, I'll return the favor. Mr. Wen, don't do anything these days. You can let your family contact Tangxing. Please come with me. Please come with me. Then Lu Feiyang led Xianxia into the City Lord's mansion. Then he arranged a place for Xianxia and Wenhe to stay. Xianxia glanced around. The place they were staying in was a high-class guest room in the City Lord's residence. On their left and right, there were several other people. Xianxia was very familiar with these people. They were also the patriarchs of several families in Deer City. Their strength had also reached the void dance level. These people also saw Xianxia. They all greeted him with a wry smile and returned to their own rooms. Xianxia and Wenhe entered the room. Wenhe carefully looked outside and then went to each room to check. He didn't find anything special, nor did he find anything monitoring them. Xianxia then opened his mouth and said, Little he, do you think Mr. Lu's words can be carried out? Wenhe replied, it shouldn't be a problem. Father, third brother said that he has a good relationship with Zhao Hai. If there's anything, we can look for Mr. Zhao Hai. If Mr. Zhao Hai really comes to support us, then it shouldn't be a problem to ask him to say a few words for us. Moreover, we'll use Tangxing to pull the strings. This way, no one would suspect us. Xianxia nodded and said, I also think that it's feasible. How about this, have someone contact your family. Have your elder brother contact Tangxing. Have Tangxing contact Mr. Zhao Hai and ask Mr. Zhao Hai to speak a few words for us. In any case, I don't want to stay in Deer City anymore. Wenhe nodded and said, Father, rest assured, I'll take care of this matter. Father, do you really think that we can stop the Sacred Court's attack? What if the Sacred Court brings out the people from the secret territory? Xianxia replied, we can only hope for this. If we can't defeat the Sacred Court, then we have no hope. Let's fight. I believe that Mr. Zhao Hai and the others should be prepared. Wenhe nodded. After a while, he let out a long breath and said, those guys from the Sacred Court are too hateful. I hope that we can defeat them this time. Xianxia didn't say anything. In fact, his thoughts were the same as Wenhe's. At this time, Lu Feiyang also arrived at the study of City Lord Lu. City Lord Lu was a fat man who looked to be in his 40s. He was wearing very luxurious clothes. He didn't look like a city lord, but more like a businessman. City Lord Lu was indeed more like a businessman than a city lord. After he became the city lord, the business of Deer City had developed very well. The reason why Deer City became so rich and good in business had a lot to do with this fat city lord. Moreover, the city lord's interest in doing business was far greater than expanding his territory. Therefore, Deer City hadn't experienced any victories over the years. Lu Feiyang bowed to City Lord Lu and said, "Greetings, City Lord. City Lord, Wen Chuanya and Wen Wenha of the Wen family have been brought to the residence and arranged accommodations for them." City Lord Lu nodded and looked at Lu and said, "Mr. Lu, did you ask them why they want to dispose of their family's business? Where do they want to go?" Lu Feiyang said in a deep voice, replying to City Lord, "I've already asked." Wen Chuanya said that he wants to settle down in the Lost Soul City. "I don't think he's lying." City Lord Lu looked at Lu Feiyang and said, "Why do you say that? If they say that they want to settle down in the Lost Soul City, will they really settle down in the Lost Soul City? Can't they just go to the Holy Court?" Lu Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't think they'll go to the Holy Court. If they really want to go, they would have already left when the Holy Court and the Anti-Holy Court Alliance started to fight. Moreover, the Wen clan didn't have a good impression of the Holy Court. When Wen Hai was the most outstanding disciple of the Wen clan, he was also Wen Chuanya's favorite son. The reason why Wen Chuanya sent Wen Wenhai to the Holy Court was because he wanted Wen Wenhai to come back and make the Wen clan prosper. But obviously, he miscalculated. Not only did Wen Wenhai fail to come back, he even died in the secret realm. It would be strange if Wen Wenhai had a good impression of the Holy Court. Wen Chuanya, Wen Wenjiang, and Wen Wenha aren't very strong, but they're very talented in business. They could have helped the Wen clan develop. But because when Wenhai entered the secret realm, the people there began to monitor them. They even started to criticize the Wen clan. This made the Wen clan unable to develop. I think the Wen clan has long been dissatisfied with the Holy Court's secret realm. In this case, it's even more impossible for them to go to the Holy Court. City Lord Lu quietly listened to Lu Feiyang's words, then finally nodded and said, "What Mr. said makes sense. Do you think we should let them go?" Lu Feiyang said in a deep voice, "We should. City Lord, the Wen clan has not done anything wrong to our dear Cry City State. Of course, this is not a reason to let them go, but if we keep the Wen clan around, it may not be good for our dear Cry City State. This time, we participated in the alliance against the Sacred Academy. Even if we defeat the people of the Sacred Academy in the end, we can't destroy the Sacred Academy. As long as the Sacred Academy is not destroyed, nothing will happen to the Mystic Realm. Moreover, the Mystic Realm and the Sacred Academy are still nominally separate and are two different organizations. Based on the situation of the battle between the Sacred Academy and us this time, the Mystic Realm did not participate in this battle. If we fight with the Sacred Academy and the Mystic Realm comes looking for us to punish the Wen clan, what should we do? If we let the Wen clan be casually punished by the Mystic Realm, what will the other families in the city-state think? After all, the Wen clan has not done anything wrong to our dear Cry City State, but if we don't agree to the Mystic Realm punishing the Wen clan, will the Mystic Realm use this as an excuse to deal with our dear Cry City State? At that time, will the other city-states come to help us? We have joined the alliance against the Sacred Academy, not the alliance against the Mystic Realm. If someone uses this as an excuse, what should we do? Therefore, in my opinion, we should let the Wen clan leave. If the Wen clan goes to the Lost Soul City, then they would have nothing to do with us. The Lost Soul City's affairs would be handed over to the Lost Soul City. Moreover, the Lost Soul City and the Secret Realm and the Sacred Courtyard don't get along well with each other. When Elderly went to the Lost Soul City, he told Zhao Hai not to participate in the matter of the Sacred Courtyard, but Zhao Hai didn't give him any face. It can be seen that the Lost Soul City isn't afraid of the Secret Realm. This way, the Wen clan would be very grateful to us. Moreover, we can use this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Lost Soul City. City Lord Lu gently tapped the table with his finger, as if he was thinking about the gains and losses of this matter. After a while, he stopped. He glanced at Lu Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "If the Wen clan really wants to go to the Lost Soul City State, then it's fine as long as they don't go to the Sacred Academy. We have now fallen out with the Sacred Academy. If the Wen clan runs to the Sacred Academy at this time, it will have a great impact on our morale." Lu Feiyang said in a deep voice, "City Lord, there is a way to test this. This time, the Sacred Academy is going to attack us. Didn't City Lord Zhao Hai say that he will bring people to support us? When the time comes, we can see the Wen clan's performance. If the Wen clan really wants to move to the Lost Soul City State, then then they will certainly find a way to contact City Lord Zhao Hai. If they don't want to move, then they won't do so. This way, we can see if they really want to move to the Lost Soul City state or not. Upon hearing Lu Feiyang, City Lord Lu stared, then he nodded and said, "That's a good idea. Alright, let's do that. I want to see if the Wen clan really wants to move to the Lost Soul City state or not." Lu Feiyang didn't say anything, but he let out a long breath and sighed. He understood City Lord Lu very well, he knew when to say what. It was precisely because of this that he was able to succeed. At this time, when Xianxia and Wen Wenhe were asking the servants of the city lord's mansion to send a letter to the Wen family, asking Wen Wenjiang to come to the mansion. This was something that couldn't be helped. After when Xianxia and the others arrived at the mansion, they couldn't go out as they pleased. However, their family members could still visit them. If Wen Xianxia wanted to carry out his plan, then he would need Wen Wenjiang to come to the mansion. Letting the servants pass the message wouldn't work, it would only reveal their plan. There were a lot of servants in the city lord's mansion, and these servants were very familiar with Wen Xianxia. These servants wouldn't offend Wen Xianxia, so when Wen Xianxia asked them to pass on a message, these servants easily agreed. 3 hours after Wen Xianxia entered the city lord's mansion, when Wen Jiang entered the mansion under the guise of giving Wen Xianxia a change of clothes and met with Wen Xianxia. Wen Xianxia brought Wen Wenjiang to the living room, then he had Wen Wenhe look outside. Then he said, "Wenjiang, after you go back, you need to find a way to contact Tang Xing. Tell him to help us contact City Lord Zhao Hai. If our Wen family wants to settle down in the Lost Soul City state, then we can go through him. If City Lord Zhao Hai can help us say a few words, then the Wen family can settle down in the Lost Soul City state." When Wen Wenjiang heard Wen Xianxia, he stared, then he immediately said, "Alright, this matter shouldn't be difficult. After I go back, I'll immediately contact Tang Xing. I'm sure Tang Xing will help us." "Father, is it really necessary to go to the Lost Soul City state right away? Isn't it a bit too hasty?" Wen Xianxia shook his head and said, "There's no need to be hasty. We must move to the Lost Soul City state as soon as the war with the Sacred Court is over. Otherwise, what if the secret realm comes after us? If we leave at that time, our relationship with the Lost Soul City state will be exposed. If we don't leave, then we'll be in danger. You should know that the secret realm and the Sacred Court are in cahoots, but they are still nominally separate. If the secret realm wants to deal with us, then I'm afraid that the dear city won't be able to protect us. Go and make the arrangements." Wen Wenjiang nodded and then left the city lord's mansion. After Wen Wenjiang left, Wen Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Now that he had arranged everything, he just needed to see if everything would go smoothly. If everything went smoothly, then they would be able to go to the Lost Soul City state. Maybe they would be able to see Wen Wenhai there. Thinking of this, Wen Xianxia couldn't help but feel happy. He really wanted to reunite with Wen Wenhai and live in a relatively stable environment. These days, under the surveillance of the secret realm, they had been living in fear. Even when they were sleeping, they didn't dare to talk in their sleep. He really didn't want to live like this for another day. "Are you sure that the people of the Sacred Court have arrived?" "Yes, City Lord. The people of Creek River City have already discovered a group of more than 300 sky dance experts flying past them. They didn't hide their tracks and should not be too far away from Deer City. It seems that they want to directly attack Deer City." "Good, those guys from the Sacred Court really think that our Deer City is a soft persimmon. Have you sent a letter to City Lord Zhao Hai? Did he give an accurate reply?" "We've already sent a letter. City Lord Zhao Hai said that they're already prepared. They can't come over right now, so we should prepare to receive them. The most important thing is to not let too many people know about their arrival. They want to annihilate the Holy Courtyard's people. Their ambition is not small, but I like it. Pass down the order, there are enemies coming to invade the city. Send people to guard the transmission array. Don't let anyone see the surroundings of the transmission array. Send a letter to City Lord Zhao Hai and tell them that they can come. Oh right, send Wen Xianxia to receive Mr. Zhao Hai. You also go with him." "Yes, City Lord. After Mr. Zhao Hai and the others arrive, arrange for them to rest there. Bring them directly to the City Lord's residence. I've already prepared a place for them to rest. Go." Lu Feiyang responded. Then he left City Lord Lu's study and went to make arrangements. Not long after, a large number of troops entered Deer City, so the people on the streets were all driven back to their homes. The transmission array square was even more guarded. When the people of Deer City saw this situation, they knew that something important must have happened. They didn't dare to stay outside and immediately ran back to their homes. At this time, Lu Feiyang called out Xianxia and Wenwenhe. When Xianxia saw Lu Feiyang, he immediately bowed to Lu Feiyang. Lu Feiyang waved his hand, looked around, and said to Xianxia in a low voice, "Are you ready? The city lord wants you to receive Mr. Zhao Hai. You have to be ready." When Xianxia heard Lu Feiyang, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Lu Feiyang and said, "Mr. Lu, why does the city lord want me to receive Mr. Zhao Hai?" Lu Feiyang looked all around, discovering that no one was paying attention to them. Only then did he say, "I've already spoken to the city lord. You can leave Deer City, but this matter must first be approved by Mr. Zhao Hai." Xianxia looked at Lu Feiyang gratefully and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will never forget Mr. Lu's kindness. However, Mr. Tangxing is the one pulling the strings. Can you ask Mr. Tangxing to come as well?" Lu Feiyang nodded and said, "All right, I'll immediately send someone to invite him. You know your limits." Then Lu Feiyang didn't speak again. Xianxia also didn't speak. Before long, the two arrived at the transmission formation plaza. Not long after, Tangxing arrived. Tangxing first greeted Lu Feiyang and then stood beside Xianxia. Xianxia whispered to him, "Mr. Tang, City Lord Lu has already agreed to let our Wen family leave. But only City Lord Zhao Hai can do it. What do you think?" Tangxing nodded and said, "I'll talk to the City Lord about this matter. You don't have to worry." Then Tangxing didn't say anything. Xianxia also didn't say anything. He just stood there with Wenwenhe and looked at the transmission formation. Everyone waited for about half an hour before a white light flashed on the teleportation formation. Then a group of people appeared. As soon as this group appeared, everyone's attention was immediately attracted by one of them. This person was standing at the front of the group. Naturally, what attracted everyone's attention wasn't his position, but his height. This person was too tall, over 2.5 meters tall. He was like a giant standing there. Ordinary people standing in front of him seemed to only reach his waist. It was too terrifying. When people saw this giant, they immediately knew his identity. He was Zhao Hai. There was no mistake. This was because Zhao Hai's height had always been his most famous symbol. Lu Feiyang, Xianxia, and Tangxing immediately greeted him. Lu Feiyang cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Guest Elder Lu Feiyang of Deer City greets City Lord Zhao Hai. Tangxing greets City Lord Zhao Hai. Xianxia of Deer City greets City Lord Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai glanced at the three people. He first cupped his fist towards Lu Feiyang and said, "Greetings, Mr. Lu." Then he turned to Tangxing and said with a smile, "So it's you, Tangxing. I heard that you've recently received a lot of goods. It seems like your business is booming. Oh, Mr. Wen, are you the one who cooperated with you? I heard that Mr. Wen's family also went to the secret territory. Did they also die in the secret territory?" If these words were said by someone else, Xianxia wouldn't give them a good face. But since these words were said by Zhao Hai, Xianxia didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. He just smiled bitterly and said, "Yes." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We're in the same boat. I heard from Tangxing that the people in the secret territory recently stopped monitoring your family. You don't want to be monitored by the people in the secret territory anymore, so you want to move to the Lost Soul City? As long as City Lord Lu agrees, there won't be any problems. We're in the same boat. Plus, with Tangxing's guarantee, there won't be any problems. You can send your family members to the Lost Soul City to buy property there at any time." After saying that, Zhao Hai turned to Lu Feiyang and said, "Mr. Lu won't blame me, right? It's just that Tangxing did tell me about this matter, so I can't refuse. If City Lord Lu doesn't agree, then just treat it as if I didn't say anything." Lu Feiyang immediately said, "City Lord Zhao, Mr. Wen is a resident of Deer City, but he can come and go freely. How can we restrict him? In fact, Mr. Wen also told City Lord Lu about this matter. City Lord Lu said that as long as Mr. Wen doesn't go to the sacred court, he can go anywhere in the world. Ha ha ha, good, City Lord Lu is right. As long as he doesn't go to the sacred court, he can go anywhere in the world. Mr. Lu, what does City Lord Lu have to say to us? City Lord Zhao, please come with me. City Lord Lu is waiting for you at the City Lord's residence. Originally, City Lord Lu was going to come out to greet you in person, but you also know that people like City Lord Lu will be noticed no matter where they go. And this time, City Lord Lu can't be noticed, so City Lord Lu stayed at the City Lord's residence. Please. Of course, if City Lord Lu comes out to greet us in person, we will indeed be noticed by some people. This is good, let's go. After saying that, Zhao Hai strode forward. Lu Feiyang quickly followed and led the way. When Xianxia followed beside Zhao Hai, but his face was full of excitement, he didn't know what to say. When Xianxia couldn't be blamed. He didn't expect that the matter that he thought was difficult to handle would be solved by Zhao Hai in just a few words. This really surprised them. At the same time, when Xianxia also saw Zhao Hai's imposing manner. His imposing manner wasn't something City Lord Lu could compare with. When Xianxia used to see City Lord Lu, but compared to Zhao Hai, the difference was too big. Zhao Hai's imposing manner was like a towering mountain, steady, imposing, and unshakable. The group quickly arrived at the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Lu greeted Zhao Hai in front of the gate. When City Lord Lu saw Zhao Hai's figure, he was startled. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it with his own eyes was another. At the same time, he was also impressed by Zhao Hai's temperament. Therefore, City Lord Lu cupped his fist and said, City Lord Zhao Hai has seen City Lord Zhao Hai. City Lord Zhao Hai came from afar to help us, it's been hard on you. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards City Lord Lu and said, City Lord Lu, what are you saying? You and I are both members of the Anti-Holy Alliance. It's our duty to support each other. How could City Lord Lu call me that? City Lord Lu is too polite. City Lord Lu quickly said, no matter what, I still want to thank City Lord Zhao Hai for coming to help us. Then he turned around and led Zhao Hai towards the City Lord's mansion. Zhao Hai extended his hand towards City Lord Lu and said, please. Then the two walked side by side towards the City Lord's mansion. The others also quickly followed. While walking towards the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Lu turned to Zhao Hai and said, City Lord Zhao Hai, I've already prepared some wine. How about we have a drink together? Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he laughed and said, that would be great. It just so happens that this one is drunk. City Lord Lu, please. When City Lord Lu heard Zhao Hai giving him face, he was naturally very happy. He immediately led Zhao Hai to the dining hall. At the same time, he also ordered the servants to invite the representatives of the other cities to the dining hall. As for the ordinary flying void experts of the other cities, he didn't neglect them, he had already prepared food and wine for them. Before long, the group arrived at the dining hall. After the guests and the host sat down, City Lord Lu raised his glass and said to Zhao Hai, City Lord Lu, everyone, this Lu would like to thank everyone for coming to help. This Lu would like to propose a toast to everyone. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't refuse to give face. They all raised their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. Then everyone put down their glasses. After City Lord Lu put down his glass, he urged everyone to drink and eat. Everyone didn't refuse and began to eat and drink. When they were almost done eating, City Lord Lu called Zhao Hai to the living room to drink tea. After the two arrived in the living room and drank a cup of tea, Zhao Hai said to City Lord Lu, City Lord Lu, I wonder where the people of the sacred court are right now. City Lord Lu said in a deep voice, we really don't know their specific location, but what we can be sure of is that they should be near Deer City. This is because there was news from River Creek City that they were seen there. At that time, they were rushing towards Deer City, and River Creek City isn't too far from Deer City. I believe that they should be near Deer City by now. Zhao Hai nodded and said, let's keep the city under martial law for the next few days. We'll stay in the City Lord's mansion and wait for those guys from the sacred court to officially attack the City Lord's mansion. At that time, we'll appear and give them a fierce blow. City Lord Lu nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, City Lord Lu, this time you really want to wipe out those guys from the sacred court. Are you confident? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, we don't necessarily have to wipe them out. Our main goal now is to eliminate their strength. The more we can eliminate, the better. Once we've dealt with the sacred court, they won't dare to act recklessly. At that time, we'll be able to deal with them. After we wipe out those guys from the sacred court, we'll go to the other city-states. Those guys from the sacred court are too arrogant, they actually want to deal with 4 city-states at once. City Lord Lu nodded and said, alright, although there are a lot of experts in the sacred court, there aren't a lot of people. If we can wipe out their strength, then the sacred court would be finished. City Lord Zhao, you've worked hard. You should take a rest first. When those guys from the sacred court have a definite information, then I'll inform you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then it's settled. City Lord Lu, I'll take my leave first. If there's anything you need, please inform us. This time, we're here to deal with those guys from the sacred court. City Lord Lu doesn't need to be polite. Then Zhao Hai stood up and cupped his fist towards City Lord Lu before he turned around and left. After City Lord Lu sent Zhao Hai out, he immediately had someone call Lu Feiyang into his room. City Lord Lu looked at Lu Feiyang and said, Feiyang, Wen Lai and City Lord Zhao met today. What did they say? Lu Feiyang immediately replied, Tang Xing has already told City Lord Zhao about the Wen family. City Lord Zhao also agreed. Moreover, he said that as long as City Lord agrees, the Wen family can move to the Lost Soul City at any time. City Lord Lu nodded and said, it seems like Wen Xianxia really wants to get rid of the mystic realm. Alright, let's grant him his wish. Tell him that I agreed to let his family leave. They can leave at any time. Even if they leave now, I don't have any objections. Lu Feiyang nodded, then he looked at City Lord Lu and said, City Lord, now that City Lord Zhao and the others have arrived, although we've been very careful to keep it a secret, I think that some of the information will still be leaked out. Do you think we should completely seal off Deer City? We absolutely can't let the people in the city spread the news outside. At the same time, send people out to find the people from the sacred court. We absolutely can't let them escape. City Lord Lu nodded his head. I also have the same idea. Pass down the order, first send out the experts of the Wu Sky level to scout the surroundings of Deer Cry City. As soon as they discover traces of the people with the word saint, they are to report back immediately. Tell them to remember, do not engage in battle with the people of the Sacred Academy. As soon as they discover traces of them, they are to immediately return. Also, do not fly randomly in the sky, that would make them too big of a target. They have to do their best to walk on the ground. I have already ordered people to seal off the city, I believe that there will not be any news that will leak out. City Lord Lu looked in the direction of Lu Feiyang's departure and muttered, we've finally come to this step. Sacred Continent, I want to see if you really have 3 heads and 6 arms. This time, I want to see if you can escape this calamity. At this time, Wen Xianxia and Wen Wenhe had already returned to their room. Wen Chuanya's face was filled with excitement as he said, Little he, did you hear that? When City Lord Zhao Hai spoke, Mr. Lu immediately agreed. I think that Mr. Lu wouldn't dare to make a decision on his own. He must have received instructions from the City Lord. It seems like our family's departure has been decided. You should immediately contact your brother and have him prepare to rush to Lost Soul City in the shortest time possible and buy some properties there. Go, Wen Wenhe nodded and turned around with an excited face. Li Wushuang was resting in the woods. He was the commander of this attack on Deer City. He had a total of 347 people under his command, and these more than 300 people were all under Li Wushuang's command. Li Wushuang also had a nickname in the Sacred Academy. He was called the Unparalleled Sword. The reason for this name was because his swordsmanship was very powerful. He was not only a sky dance expert of the Sacred Academy, but also a teacher of the swordsmen of the Sacred Academy. Of course, he couldn't teach his skills to the students, but the things he taught were also very useful. Therefore, his reputation in the Sacred Academy was quite good. Li Wushuang was a member of the Li family with the surname Sacred. The Li family was not the most powerful family in the Sacred Academy, and their influence was not very big. However, the Li family had produced swordsmanship experts from generation to generation. Therefore, the swordsmanship masters of the Sacred Academy were generally people of the Li family. No one doubted Li Wushuang's strength, so this attack on Deer City was led by Li Wushuang. The people of the Sacred Academy were not idiots. They were very clear about the situation here in Deer City. In their view, among the 4 targets this time, Deer City was the easiest to deal with. Moreover, they had sent the most people to Deer City. The reason for this arrangement was that they hoped Li Wushuang could lead these people to take down Deer City as soon as possible, and then support the others. Li Wushuang and the others had been outside Deer City for more than an hour. Because of the long flight, they needed a good rest to restore their state. Li Wushuang had already ordered everyone to rest here for a day. Yesterday, they would attack Deer City. He didn't think of attacking Deer City at night. The night attack at Puha City had already made them afraid. If they fell into the enemy's trap this time, then the consequences would really be unimaginable. After all, he only had more than 300 people in his hands. While Li Wushuang was resting, he suddenly heard the sound of wind breaking. This made Li Wushuang stare. Then he immediately opened his eyes and looked towards the direction of the sound. However, he didn't find anything. Li Wushuang's figure moved as he directly soared into the sky and stopped in midair. When he was in midair, Li Wushuang immediately found a figure in the woods, rushing quickly in the direction of Deer City. His speed was very fast, as if he was flying, but he didn't fly high. His figure was always in the woods and didn't fly high. Li Wushuang coldly snorted. His figure moved and directly chased after that person in the air. Flying in the woods, one always had to go around the trees. In this way, he couldn't fly in a straight line, so his speed naturally slowed down. He wasn't as fast as Li Wushuang. In a short while, Li Wushuang caught up with that person and directly landed in front of him. When that person saw a figure appear in front of him, he was slightly stunned. Then, his face changed. His hand moved and the long saber on his back appeared in his hand. Then, that person took a deep breath and without saying a word, slashed at Li Wushuang with his saber. Li Wushuang's hand moved and a long sword appeared in his hand. Then, he stabbed the sword towards that person. When that person saw Li Wushuang's sword move, his face couldn't help but change. Then, the long saber in his hand changed its move. His body also followed suit and slashed towards Li Wushuang. The long sword in Li Wushuang's hand also changed its moves. The 2 swords clashed against each other, but slowly, that person fell down. Li Wushuang's sword power was too fast and too crafty. Every sword attack was aimed at the flaws in that person's moves, making that person have no choice but to change his moves to deal with it. Up until now, the 2 had already exchanged more than a dozen moves. However, their swords didn't touch each other. This was also normal. People like them rarely let their weapons touch each other's weapons. This was because even if one's weapon was good, the other's weapon wouldn't be weak either. If their weapons collided too much, then it would directly become useless. Because of this, their weapons wouldn't collide. Both sides continued to exchange blows. Li Wushuang slowly used his sword to encircle his opponent. That person had no choice but to use some suicidal moves in order to slow down Li Wushuang's moves. However, he also knew that this situation wouldn't last for a long time. But he also had no other choice. Besides this method, he didn't have any other way to block Li Wushuang's attacks. As the battle got longer and longer, that person's heart became more and more desperate. This was because it wasn't only Li Wushuang who was fighting with him, there were also a lot of people surrounding him. It was obvious that he wouldn't be able to escape. That person looked at Li Wushuang and coldly snorted. Then he attacked Li Wushuang with his sword. At the same time, the energy in his body crazily revolved. Then his aura became completely different. His aura was much stronger than before. When Li Wushuang saw this person's performance, his complexion couldn't help but change. He coldly snorted and said, "I didn't think that a place like Deer City would have such a tough bone like you. You think that you can run away by using a secret technique? I think you should just save your breath." But that person didn't say anything. Instead, he used his sword to force Li Wushuang to retreat. When Li Wushuang retreated, that person suddenly rushed towards the group of people with the word sacred in his hand. The people from the Sacred Institute didn't expect that person to suddenly attack them. While they were stunned, that person had already injured several people. The people from the Sacred Institute immediately reacted. They were furious. They raised their weapons and directly surrounded that person. Their swords and sabers were raised. Before long, that person was chopped to death on the spot. After that person died, Li Wushuang's face was ashen. He looked at the corpse and said, "I didn't think that there would be such a tough bone in Deer City. Everyone, take a rest. Arrange a few people to guard this place so that everyone can rest at ease. If someone else comes, don't let them run away. Directly chop them up." Everyone nodded and immediately arranged 10 people to guard the place while the others went to rest. To be honest, the people with the word sacred were very angry. No matter where they went in the past, they would always be in the limelight. But now, wherever they went, people would look at them with hostility. This feeling was really bad. But they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't do anything about Zhaohai, they also couldn't do anything about Puha City. Therefore, their hearts were filled with anger. Now, all of their anger was directed towards Deer City. Tomorrow, when they attacked Deer City, they absolutely wouldn't be merciful. At this time, City Lord Lu was also listening to the report of his subordinates. These people were sent by City Lord Lu to inquire about the news. They were all loyal to City Lord Lu. If City Lord Lu ordered them to die, they wouldn't hesitate. This time, in order to obtain accurate information, City Lord Lu sent these people out. It could be seen that he really put in a lot of effort. This time, City Lord Lu sent out a total of 10 people. But now, only 9 of them returned. These 9 people naturally didn't bring back any news. After these people reported, City Lord Lu dismissed them. Then, he frowned and said to Lu Feiyang, "Feiyang, why hasn't Little Yuan returned yet?" Lu Feiyang knew who Little Yuan was. Little Yuan's name was Yuan Gui. He was also an expert that City Lord Lu had cultivated. He was absolutely loyal to City Lord Lu. The place Little Yuan was looking at was the Lost Deer Forest outside Deer City. It was a very large forest. The people of Deer City rarely went there because the forest was too big. It was easy to get lost inside. It was said that there were a lot of deer in Deer City. Later on, a person came here to hunt deer. At first, his harvest was not bad, he hunted a lot of deer. Then, one day, he saw a large deer. It was very beautiful. He wanted to catch the deer, but the deer ran into the Lost Deer Forest. The man chased after it, but he didn't come out. People said that the deer came to take revenge on him, so from then on, the forest was called the Lost Deer Forest. Of course, the Lost Deer Forest could not stop an expert like Yuan Gui. Moreover, the Lost Deer Forest was not very far from Deer Cry City. Logically speaking, if Yuan Gui went there, he should have returned long ago. However, he had yet to return. Lu Feiyang glanced at City Lord Lu and said in a deep voice, "City Lord, of the 10 people we sent out, 9 have returned. Only Little Yuan hasn't returned. There's only one possibility, Little Yuan might have been killed." City Lord Lu knit his brows and said, "So you're saying that the people from the Sacred Court were in the Lost Deer Forest? Little Yuan discovered them and they also discovered Little Yuan, so they killed Little Yuan?" Lu Feiyang nodded and said, "I guess so. After all, Little Yuan is only one person, but the people of the Sacred Institute are more than 300. If they really surrounded Little Yuan, then Little Yuan would be in danger." City Lord Lu frowned, but he still nodded, he agreed with Lu Feiyang's view. He looked at Lu Feiyang and said, "Then it seems like the people of the Sacred Institute have arrived, but we can't be sure. Should we send more people to check?" Lu Feiyang shook his head and said, "City Lord, I don't think it's necessary. If the people of the Sacred Institute really arrived in the Lost Deer Forest, then they might attack tomorrow. After all, they are more anxious than us, so we only need to wait a day to know the result. If we send more people, then we might suffer losses. I think we should tell Mr. Zhaohai about this matter and see what he says." City Lord Lu thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, you go and invite Mr. Zhaohai, I'll talk to him personally." Lu Feiyang nodded, then turned around and left. After a while, Zhaohai was invited to the study room. City Lord Lu asked Zhaohai to sit down, then said to him, "City Lord Lu, I just sent people to check the situation. There are no problems in other places, only the person who went to the Lost Deer Forest hasn't returned. City Lord Lu might not be familiar with the surroundings of Deer City, but the forest isn't far from here. He should be the first to come back, but since he hasn't returned, we suspect that he has been killed. The people of the Sacred Institute might be in the Lost Deer Forest, but we can't be sure. Zhao Hai nodded and said, there's no need to be 100% sure. We're not the ones who are anxious right now. Let's just wait. If the people of the Sacred Institute really came, then they will certainly attack tomorrow. But City Lord Lu can send people to strengthen the defense of the city walls. If the people of the Sacred Institute really are in the Lost Deer Forest, then they should be able to see something. When City Lord Lu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would have the same thoughts as them. Moreover, he even added something. City Lord Lu nodded and said, alright, then we'll do as City Lord Zhao says. Zhao Hai nodded and said, last time, those guys from the Holy Courtyard made a night attack in Puha City and suffered a loss. Because of this, they shouldn't dare to make a night attack here. However, we still need to be careful, we still need to make some preparations. I'll have to ask City Lord Lu to take care of this matter. If the Holy Courtyard really comes, then they might attack tomorrow. I'll have to inform the others to prepare for it. City Lord Lu nodded, then he said, I'll have to trouble City Lord Zhao Hai. Mister, please. Zhao Hai stood up, then he cupped his fist towards City Lord Lu before turning around and leaving. After Zhao Hai left, City Lord Lu couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he turned to Lu Feiyang and said, Feiyang, you've already met City Lord Zhao Hai twice. What do you think of him? Lu Feiyang thought for a moment and then said in a deep voice, his imposing manner is extraordinary, his mind is magnanimous, his actions are swift and decisive, and his command is calm and steady. I heard that the matters of Puha City are under the command of City Lord Zhao. It seems that it won't be easy for the Sacred Institute to gain an advantage over him. City Lord Lu nodded and said, he's quite a character. No wonder the Lost Soul City State could reach this point in such a short period of time. They're really amazing. In any case, they're the main force in dealing with the holy character. We'll just listen to them. Lu Feiyang didn't speak, but he admired Zhao Hai very much. Although he hadn't been in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time, he could see that Zhao Hai was indeed stronger than City Lord Lu through his words and deeds. However, this didn't mean anything to him. City Lord Lu had given him a great favor, it was impossible for him to abandon City Lord Lu. Therefore, although his impression of Zhao Hai was good, it didn't affect his loyalty towards City Lord Lu. City Lord Lu arranged the city's defenses and also had several Sky Dance Realm experts stay on guard. Only then did he allow Lu Feiyang to rest. On this day, Zhao Hai and his people arrived. They were very low-key as they entered the City Lord's mansion. The night passed without any words. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others woke up early. After eating breakfast, everyone waited quietly in the City Lord's mansion. They wanted to see if the people of the Holy Court would come today. Li Wushuang also woke up early. They were going to attack Deer City today, so he woke up early. They all brought dry food with them. Among the dry food they brought, there was a lot of dried meat. Moreover, these dried meat were even better than the dried meat sent to the secret territory. Not only were they more finely made, but the taste of the dried meat was also better. But even so, Li Wushuang and the others were still not satisfied. Before, wherever they went, they would be treated with good wine and good food. How could it be like now, eating dried meat in this forest? This was something that they would never have thought of before. After everyone had finished eating, Li Wushuang let everyone rest for a while. He then called everyone up and said in a deep voice, this time, Brother Lu asked us to deal with Deer City so that we can settle the matter of Deer City in the shortest time possible and then go support the others. Deer City is the weakest of the 4 cities that we are going to attack this time, so today we must take down Deer City in one fell swoop and then go support Brother Lu and the others. Brothers, this time our Sacred Academy has been fighting against the Puha City and their Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, but we have not been able to do anything to them. For us, this is a very shameful matter. Now there are many people in the academy watching us. If we can't even take down Deer City this time, then we really don't have the face to see others. If we lose face here, then we really don't have the face to see others. The people of the holy court didn't say anything, but their eyes were flashing with a cold light. It was obvious that Li Wuxuang had spoken their minds. These people were very concerned about their face. If they lost face here, then they really wouldn't have the face to see others. Everyone has also seen the power of the ballistas in Puha City. Now, here in Deer City, they should also have prepared ballistas waiting for us. But to say that ballistas can restrain sky dance level experts is just a saying. This time, we will spread out a little and everyone will stay a little further away. This way, our range of movement will be larger and we can use weapons to block the arrows. This way, we don't have to be afraid of those ballistas. As long as we can kill our way into the city, then everything will be easy. Everyone nodded. Previously in Puha City, they had always adopted a dense charging formation. Such a formation might be very useful for an ordinary army because when using cold weapons, if the formation was too scattered during the charge, then there would be no power at all. Therefore, when charging, they would generally gather in a dense charging formation. But Li Wuxuang and the others were different. They were all sky dance level experts. Each sky dance level expert's fighting strength was very powerful. It could be said that each one of them was equivalent to a small army. In this case, it was the best choice for them to spread out and charge. It was no wonder that people said that the battlefield was the best place to learn how to fight. This was really the truth. Li Wuxuang and the others were originally not good at fighting in an army, but fighting alone. They were like the chivalrous warriors of Jianghu, not the army. It was precisely because they were used to fighting like chivalrous warriors that they suffered a lot in the beginning when they faced Zhao Hai. But now, they had learned how to sum up their gains and losses through battle, and learned how to fight. Li Wuxuang saw that everyone nodded, then he opened his mouth and said, "Well, this is the case. I won't say anything more. Pay attention, when charging, you must maintain a distance. After entering the city, don't fly too high. Use your fastest speed to attack the city lord's mansion. Let's go." With Li Wuxuang's order, everyone flew up and then flew straight in the direction of Deer City. They were not far from Deer City. In addition, they were all sky dance level experts, so their flying speed was very fast. So in a short while, they had already flown to a place less than 10 miles away from Deer City. At this time, there were bursts of alarms in Deer City. They could clearly see that there were people running around the city walls, and at the same time, ballistas were prepared. But this time, Li Wuxuang and the others did not panic, nor did they gather together. They directly scattered. The distance between the two of them was at least a few dozen meters. With such an extremely loose formation, they rushed towards Deer City. City Lord Lu and Zhao Hai immediately received the news, but the two of them still stood in the city lord's mansion and didn't go out. City Lord Lu just arranged for people to attack those who attacked Deer City with all their strength. Logically speaking, they had already prepared in the city to deal with those people from the Sacred Academy, so they should let them in and not attack them. At the beginning, City Lord Lu also thought so, but Zhao Hai didn't agree. Zhao Hai was very clear that if they really did that, the other party might discover that something was wrong and immediately leave. Then, it would be difficult for them to annihilate this group of people. Therefore, in Deer City, they should fight as they should. Even if they forced those people to retreat, it didn't matter. As long as they knew where they were hiding, Zhao Hai and the others could definitely annihilate them. And at this time, Li Wuxuang and the others had already begun to attack the city. At the same time, they had also entered the range of the ballistas. The ballistas on the city walls of Deer City also began to fire. Arrows covered the sky and earth, shooting straight towards the void dance level experts of the Sacred Academy. As for the void dance level experts of the Sacred Academy, after the initial panic, they immediately discovered that they did not have anything to worry about. Right now, they did not have any companions to block their path of attack. They could also wave their weapons to their heart's content to block those arrows. They did not need to worry about the arrows being blocked by them injuring their own people. Thus, they discovered that there was nothing to be afraid of about these arrows. It was precisely because of this discovery that the speed of their advance was very fast. It didn't take long before they had already charged into the city. This was also because the defending army of Deer City lacked battle experience. Those people with the word sacred in their charge could indeed reduce the damage of the arrows, but their charge also had a very big disadvantage. That was, relatively speaking, each of them had become a very conspicuous target. If it was an army with quick reaction, they could completely adjust the angle of the arrows while they were charging. They could even make several ballistas target one person and attack that person together. This way, that person would have to face the attack of countless arrows. If that was the case, it would be impossible for them to calmly charge into the city, and there might even be a large number of casualties. But Deer City had been peaceful for a long time, so it was inevitable that there would be some laxity in military matters. Therefore, their reaction was much slower. This allowed the people of the Sacred Academy to take the opportunity to charge into Deer City. After the people of the Sacred Academy rushed into the city, they didn't stop and directly charged in the direction of the city lord's residence. Along the way, they unexpectedly went very smoothly and didn't encounter any resistance. Seeing this situation, Li Wuxuang couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. And at this time, Li Wuxuang didn't have time to think too much. He immediately led the crowd and charged straight into the city lord's residence. Soon they arrived outside the city lord's residence. Without giving them time to think, they directly rushed into the city lord's residence. As soon as they rushed into the city lord's residence, Li Wuxuang's mind suddenly flashed. He finally realized what was wrong. There were sky dance level experts. When they were attacking Deer City, they had not seen any sky dance level experts. This was very strange. Even if Deer City sent people to support Pua City, no matter what, Deer City would still leave some sky dance level experts behind. It was impossible for them to not leave anyone behind. But from the beginning of their attack on Deer City, they had not encountered a single sky dance level expert. This was too strange. End of chapter 3754. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.